Chapter 1. Entering the Beast Realm. In the Beastman continent, during the first grand market of the warm season, Tang Qingqing, who had just crossed over to the Beast Realm half a month ago, found herself reluctantly seated at the matchmaking battle arena for wandering beastmen. Beside her sat a slightly darker-skinned female, who was thoroughly engrossed in watching two males fiercely engage in combat on the grassy field. Surrounding them were beautiful females adorned in animal skin skirts, holding vibrant flowers. This lively venue served as the annual matchmaking ground specifically organized for wandering beastmen. Due to the restrictions preventing wandering beastmen from freely entering tribes, and the fact that females were seldom allowed to venture beyond their territories, those longing for companionship could only come to the grand market held at the start of spring, where a matchmaking battle was held for the females to choose their partners. At the heart of the grassy square, two towering males were locked in combat. Although neither beastman fought to the death, the intensity of their struggle was palpable. Gasps of admiration escaped the lips of the surrounding females, filled with both reverence for the valiant males and sympathy for the seemingly weaker contender. Occasionally, the females expressed their frustrations, exclaiming, "What a pity! One is so handsome yet lacks valor, while the brave one is rather ordinary in appearance. How am I to choose?" Their lamentations echoed through the crowd. After one of the wandering males emerged victorious from the bout, a female who appeared to be in her 20s approached him, presenting flowers as she led him away. At that moment, another strikingly handsome male, with a robust physique, stepped into the arena and began to duel with a muscular opponent in the center of the grassy square. This dashing male fought with remarkable ferocity, showcasing his strengths to the fullest. It was no wonder that the elder sister, Hei, who had 3 towering brothers of her own, was captivated by his prowess. As the handsome male delivered a final blow that felled his opponent, the surrounding females erupted in cheers, eagerly rushing to present their flowers to him. Sitting at the outskirts, Hei struggled to suppress her desire to rush forward and offer her flowers. She elbowed Tang Qingqing beside her and urged, "Quickly, present your flowers. Such an exceptional and valiant male. If another female snatches him away, he'll be lost to us." Hei turned to see Tang Qingqing sitting there, unmoved and as steadfast as a mountain. Frustrated, she slapped Tang Qingqing's arm, disregarding the pained expression that crossed her face. A torrent of words flowed from her lips. "Are you still thinking about Langu? Last time, he nearly pushed you into a tree and killed you. Haven't you given up? Are you still clinging to the hope that he'll change his mind? I tell you, Qingqing, you've been of age for quite some time now. If you continue to neglect finding a male to support you, I might just inform your brothers to stop bringing you food." After her tirade, Hei paused, her chest heaving with indignation. She continued, "This time, I won't relent. If you don't find 2 or 3 males to take care of you at this grand market, I will send the most disheveled and weak males from the tribe to your cave, forcing them to bond with you." "I mean it." Exasperated, Hei stormed off in search of her own male for comfort, leaving Tang Qingqing resting her chin on her hand, seemingly indifferent to the surrounding commotion. The male from earlier might very well be one of the designated partners for the female protagonist in the story. She would be foolish to miss the opportunity to present flowers. Tang Qingqing had already realized she had crossed into a story set in the Beast Realm. The narrative only chronicled the female protagonist's growth after her arrival, abruptly halting as she was on the brink of showcasing her talents, leaving Tang Qingqing unaware of what would transpire next in this world. She suspected that the character of the original self was merely a tool created by the author to highlight the indifference and disdain of one of the male leads, Langu, toward other females, contrasting sharply with his deep affection and loyalty toward the protagonist. Tang Qingqing lightly tapped her aching head, deciding to put these unresolved matters aside for now. The priority was to maintain harmony among her brothers and prevent them from quarreling over her situation. She resolved to seek out a male beastman willing to play the role of a temporary follower, as appeasing her elder sister was of utmost importance. Chapter 2. The Insecurity of Height. On the periphery of the wandering beastman's matchmaking square, in a secluded spot, 2 male beastmen leaned against a tree, engaged in casual conversation. "I say, you're also a wandering beastman, right? That rascal Kuan-shun is truly vile. Knowing this is our only chance each year to find a female partner. He had the audacity to scratch my face while I was unaware, fearing that my handsome visage would overshadow his ugly mug. Damn that black leopard. I won't let this go." The male with claw marks on his face vented his frustration, his appearance now rendered grotesque. After a lengthy rant, he noticed that the tall male seated across from him hadn't even spared him a glance, igniting his irritation further. It was at that moment he caught sight of a slightly plump female standing nearby, clutching a bouquet of flowers. Tang Qingqing had been standing there for a while. Having searched in vain for a suitable male, she was uncertain how to explain her situation to He when she noticed the male with claw marks glance in her direction. Little female, why don't you go over there to pick a male? There are no handsome, wandering males for you to choose from here. The male, Xianjiu, said with a sardonic twist of his thin lips, delivering a scathing remark. Upon hearing such words from the claw-marked male, Tang Qingqing turned to leave. However, Xianjiu, noticing her departure, lamented his own foolishness for provoking her. A golden opportunity to engage with a female was slipping away due to his own insensitivity, and he hesitated to call her back out of pride. Just as Xianjiu was grappling with his regret, he saw Tang Qingqing turn back toward him. Initially intending to walk away, she reconsidered, realizing that a male beast man who looked down on her was perhaps the best option. Approaching Xianjiu, she looked him in the eye and candidly stated, "I'm looking for a male to pretend to be my follower for a while, no longer than 3 months. Are you willing?" Xianjiu's heart raced at her request, only to plummet in dismay upon hearing the conditions. His reaction was not driven by romantic feelings, but rather the longing of a wandering beast man for a home. Only when a female genuinely desired to bond with them could wandering beast men be accepted into a tribe and become true members of society. Seeing Xianjiu's lack of response, Tang Qingqing assumed he was unwilling and prepared to leave in search of someone else. If she couldn't find a suitable male, there was little she could do, even if her brothers and He ended up arguing over her fate. "Do you think I'm not good enough?" The unexpected question halted Tang Qingqing in her tracks. She had been focused on the claw-marked Xianjiu, failing to notice the other male leaning against the tree beside him. That single phrase captured her full attention. Turning her head, she beheld a tall, muscular male, broad-shouldered and sturdy, sitting like a stone tower. His hair obscured his face, making it difficult to discern his features. Whether he was handsome or not mattered little to Tang Qingqing. She wasn't truly seeking a beast man to settle down with, nor did she fear that he might harbor ulterior motives. Females were exceedingly scarce in the beast realm, with a ratio nearing 1 female to every 50 males. If this male were to act recklessly and harm her, he would not only become a pariah, but also find no refuge among wandering beastmen. Should he be fortunate enough to escape with his life, he would likely descend into a state of degradation, living deep in the woods among wild beasts. Tang Qingqing had no enmity with him, and she believed that any sane male beast man would not wish to pay such a heavy price to harm a female. Now, she deemed it necessary to converse with this male, to ascertain whether he possessed a sound mind. Thus, she approached him, instinctively taking a step back, for even seated, he towered over her, nearing her chest in height. Tang Qingqing felt that her own height of approximately 1.70 meters made her seem diminutive here. Even He was a head taller than her. Now, feeling even more insecure, she realized that, even seated, he was nearly 2/3 her height. It was no wonder the original self had failed to secure a role as even a supporting character in this tale, let alone become the protagonist. With such stature, what more could she desire? She would undoubtedly end up as a mere pawn, a backdrop to the true protagonist's story. Embracing an early demise can indeed be quite appealing after all. Is it not preferable to lead a life devoid of lofty ambitions, akin to a carefree and affluent slacker? After taking a step back to regain her composure, Tang Qingqing found herself somewhat reluctant to pursue this robust male. Setting aside other considerations, his imposing physique and that infuriating height exuded an overwhelming aura of pressure. It was sheer madness for her to seek companionship with such a male for several months. Was it merely to exacerbate her cervical issues, forcing her to crane her neck each day to engage with him? As for the 2 males in question, Li Xiao straightened his posture, peering through his tousled hair, and caught a glimpse of Tang Qingqing's round little face expressing signs of retreat. A fleeting glimmer flickered in his azure eyes. His arm had been broken for quite some time, and he was in dire need of entering the tribe to seek the healer's assistance. Any further delay could result in a permanent disability. Li Xiao remained unconcerned about Tang Qingqing's motives for seeking a temporary follower, as this presented a legitimate opportunity for him to enter the tribe and acquire treatment for his arm, an opportunity he was unwilling to squander. Thus, the ordinarily taciturn individual unexpectedly articulated a lengthy proposal. "I am willing to accompany you back and feign being your follower. Moreover, I swear to the beast god that I shall not harm you and promise to protect and care for you during this time. I will heed your wishes. What more is there to contemplate?" Tang Qingqing pondered over Li Xiao's reasoning and found it quite compelling. It seemed that he could fulfill all her requirements. What was there for her to hesitate about? "Very well," she conceded. "No." A clear and melodious voice was abruptly drowned out by the urgent roar of a male. "You wretched tiger, seizing my little female while I was caught off guard. She inquired of me first. Finally coming to terms with the situation, Xianzhou interjected, having overheard their conversation. He gazed deeply into Tang Qingqing's eyes, his voice tinged with a hint of grievance. You asked me first, I'd yet to express my disinterest. Why seek another? His tone, steeped in sorrow, coupled with the expression of indignation on his face, inexplicably stirred feelings of guilt within Tang Qingqing, as though she were the unfaithful partner who had moved on before formally ending her previous relationship. Moreover, it was undeniably true that she had indeed approached him first, and he had not outright rejected the notion of being her temporary follower. Perhaps he was merely contemplating his options while she had presumptuously assumed his disapproval. What was she to do now? Tang Qingqing felt utterly perplexed, caught between the male she had initially approached who had not declined her offer and the one who had already agreed and was now standing beside her, seemingly prepared to accompany her home. Turning her head to regard one male, then the other, she found herself gazing into the deep-set eyes of two tall and muscular figures, evoking a strong desire to flee. As she contemplated whether to negotiate with them, perhaps dismissing both in a gamble to see if she might escape unscathed from their potential conflict, she heard a voice call out, Qingqing. Approaching were three males and a slightly displeased female. The foremost male, eager to grasp Tang Qingqing's arm, was thwarted by a hand as unyielding as iron that seized his wrist. Tang Qingqing's third brother looked astonished at the male who had grabbed him, his expression shifting as he prepared to retaliate. Tang Qingqing hurriedly grasped both their arms. Calm down, third brother. Upon hearing Tang Qingqing refer to the male who had seized him as her third brother, Li Xiao immediately relinquished his grip and retreated behind her, lowering his head. However, Tang Qingqing's brother did not overlook him. He peered at Tang Qingqing with confusion and inquired, Who is he? Feeling a twinge of guilt under his scrutinizing gaze, Tang Qingqing took a step back, unwittingly finding herself nestled against Li Xiao's embrace. Before she could respond, a familiar voice chimed in. Third brother, do not frighten Qingqing. I'm here to clarify. Third brother Qingquan regarded the male, whose face bore numerous scratch marks, and his expression darkened further. Who are you? I am a male whom Qingqing chose first, Xianzhou declared, seemingly apprehensive that Qingquan might doubt him. He pulled Tang Qingqing closer to himself, saying, You tell third brother whether I was your first choice. This time, not only did Qingquan's face darken, but even the elder brother, Qing Shan, and the second brother, Qing He, exchanged disapproving glances at Tang Qingqing. Even the dark-skinned sister-in-law approached, speaking earnestly. Qingqing, even if you cannot let go of languid, you ought not to seek out such an unattractive male. What I suggested earlier was for you to choose several valiant and handsome males from the arena to serve as your partners. How could you select this scarred visage? Xianzhou, momentarily taken aback by the disparagement of his appearance, felt a crack in his facade. He was indeed not conventionally handsome, being a male fox. He was aware of his less-than-ideal looks. It was precisely because of his striking appearance that the Dark Panther, Kuin Shun, had conspired with several powerful males to mar his face before the contest for the female's affection. Thus, two males had become entangled in her affairs. The worldview of Sister Black has been shattered. Tang Qingqing sat atop Xianzhou, her eyes coveting the long fur that adorned his body, unable to resist. She reached out to caress it, the sensation beneath her fingers bringing a delightful squint to her eyes. This moment was precisely observed by Li Xiao, who had been vigilantly watching her from the side. The enormous white tiger, resembling a snow-capped mountain, narrowed his eyes in displeasure, exuding a hint of danger. This made Xianzhou, who bore Tang Qingqing, feel an unsettling chill wash over him, prompting him to shake his body. Despite the fact that spring had long since arrived, the cold should have dissipated by now. Tang Qingqing's elder brother is a golden lion orc, and his dark sister-in-law sits upon his back, exuding an air of great satisfaction. The other two brothers carry the items for exchange from this grand market. The dark sister-in-law appears particularly pleased, possibly because Tang Qingqing has chosen a male, ensuring that no one will vie for her male's attention in the future. Upon seeing Tang Qingqing perched atop Xianzhou, she cannot resist commenting on him. Qingqing, although this male you've chosen may not possess the most attractive visage, his beastly form is indeed commendable. When you engage in mating with him, should you find his face wanting, you may always focus on his beastly physique. Tang Qingqing heard the increasingly outrageous remarks of her elder sister-in-law, and, upon realizing that her nickname had been exclaimed, promptly interjected, Sister-in-law, Qingqing is still young. We shall discuss such matters at a later time. However, this statement was met with disapproval from her elder sister-in-law. How can you still claim to be young? You have been of age for 3 or 4 years. Among females of your age in the tribe, How many have not sought the companionship of males and relied on the care of their fathers, mothers, and brothers? It is only because your brothers are fond of you, having known the loss of your parents since childhood, that they continue to look after you even now that you have reached adulthood. Just observe how other young females, who have lost their parents, quickly seek out males to provide for them. Yet here you are, stubbornly chasing after languid for all these years. This time, you nearly faced a fatal encounter with a great tree. If I had not insisted that you come to the grand market to seek a male, your brothers would have merely indulged your folly. If it were not for the past fortnight of interaction, Tang Qingqing might have believed that this dark sister-in-law harbored some personal vendetta against her, despite her generally amicable demeanor. Although she did not genuinely seek companionship with two males, the dark sister-in-law remained oblivious to this fact. In the presence of the two newly introduced males, she openly recounted the original owners, now her own, years of relentless pursuit of a male partner, which led to disdain and nearly resulted in a fatal accident. Was this truly the right course of action? Chunya, after speaking so much, you must be thirsty. Would you care for a sip of water? It seemed that Qing Chuan also perceived that the dark sister-in-law's candid remarks about her sister's past were rather unflattering in front of Li Xiao and Xianjiu, prompting him to divert the conversation by inquiring about her thirst. As anticipated, the dark sister-in-law's attention was swiftly drawn to Tang Qingqing's elder brother. Tang Qingqing cast a grateful glance at her third brother, while Qing Chuan offered her a reassuring look. It was evident that her original self had been genuinely cared for by her several brothers. Regrettably, the original owner had tragically met her demise, having been carelessly pushed by languid into the great tree, and now the soul inhabiting this body belonged to another version of herself from a different realm. Tang Qingqing dared not reveal to her three brothers that the original owner had truly perished, not out of fear of their reaction towards her, but rather because she was acutely aware that in the narrative, upon learning of the original owner's demise, her brothers sought vengeance, ultimately leading to a tragic outcome of one dead and two injured, driven by a possessive desire for the temporarily following female. Xianjiu could not help but murmur with a hint of jealousy. Langyu, is he truly that remarkable? You would go so far as to forsake male companions for so long after reaching adulthood. Gritting his teeth in pain, Xianjiu exclaimed, "What are you doing? Why are you pulling the fur on my neck?" Tang Qingqing gazed with her glistening, large eyes, her long, curled eyelashes enhancing her adorable and enchanting appearance. "Must you speak so much? Let us hasten our journey. I long to return home sooner. If you persist in your chatter, I shall pull at your hair." Not far behind them, Li Xiao observed Xianjiu's embarrassment, feeling a slight alleviation of the frustration that had weighed upon his heart. Is it languid? A night on the road. The Moon Tribe, where Tang Qingqing resides, is situated 3 days' journey from the bustling market, as they are not in haste. When the sun begins to set, Qing Shan decides to pause by a crystal-clear stream. Stopping by the water is for convenience, and Xianjiu crouches down, allowing Tang Qingqing to descend from his back. Unable to resist, she reaches out to gently touch the long-desired, fluffy fox ears. Startled by her touch, Xianjiu gazes deeply at her, causing Tang Qingqing to shy away and quickly run to the stream, cupping her hands to splash water on her face. Observing her retreat, Xianjiu transforms into his human form, his ears reddening as a charming smile graces his lips. Uncertain of his own feelings, he finds that the more he sees this little female, the cuter she becomes. Though she may not possess the beauty of the females from his fox clan, an inexplicable joy fills his heart at the sight of her. Perhaps it is her slightly plump figure and adorably round face that have captured his affection. Nearby, Li Xiao notices the smile on Xianjiu's face. His emerald eyes flicker before settling back into tranquility. At that moment, Tang Qingqing's second brother approaches, looking at the two and inquiring, "You are Li Xiao, and he is Xianjiu, correct?" Both Li Xiao and Xianjiu nod in affirmation. Qing he pats their shoulders and chests, confirming their sturdiness before nodding in satisfaction. With his sister accompanying them, he feels assured that she will not go hungry, allowing the brothers to rest easy. Observing Qing, he's satisfaction. Li Xiao and Xianjiu understand he is assessing their physical robustness and their potential to provide a better life for his sister. Their hearts swell with joy at Qing he's approval, even though they both know they are not yet Tang Qingqing's closest companions. Yet, who can predict what the future holds? With a smile, Qing he suggests, "We are heading to the forest ahead for hunting. Let us see who among you wishes to join us." Xianjiu glances at Li Xiao, who is transformed into human form, noticing one arm hanging awkwardly, likely broken. I will accompany you, he offers. Li Xiao does not contest Xianzhuo's decision, recognizing that he is currently unfit to hunt large game due to his injury. His usual practice has been to catch smaller prey to sustain himself, careful not to exacerbate his condition. In the world of orcs, the most tragic fate for a male is not death, but becoming disabled after an injury. Such a fate invites scorn from females, who may refuse to bear him offspring, leaving his future uncertain. Unless one's offspring have reached adulthood, only then can a disabled male expect care from family, which is why every male aspires to have his own young. Meanwhile, Li Xiao busies himself, gathering a substantial bundle of firewood from a nearby grove, sufficient for their needs that night. Meanwhile, Tang Qingqing observes her elder sister-in-law laying out a piece of animal hide on the grass, settling down to rest. Tang Qingqing felt a slight itch on her body. Having gone several days without bathing, she was aware of an unpleasant odor emanating from herself. Seizing the opportunity while the males were absent, she took a soft piece of animal skin and made her way towards the stream. Upon noticing her, Sister He inquired, "Qingqing, where are you headed?" "Sister, I am going to the stream to wash up and will return shortly." Sister He cautioned, "Do not venture too far. Your brothers are away, and the only one left is an injured male. Be cautious of wild beasts, as there may be danger." "All right, I understand." Tang Qingqing was well aware that this black sister was a person of empty words and no heart, which is why she refrained from worrying them by not seeking a male companion. The black sister occasionally exhibited such fierce behavior towards her because the original personality was rather morose and did not fit in with the group, often pestering the tribe's foremost warrior, Languid. Even after 4 years of adulthood, she still had not sought a male partner, relying instead on her brothers for sustenance. And as a result, she became the subject of ridicule among many of the beast men in the tribe. Tang Qingqing arrived at the creek, feeling a twinge of apprehension about the wilderness. Nevertheless, she gently dipped a piece of soft animal hide into the water, swiftly cleansing herself. She then settled upon a stone, allowing her feet to rest in the cool stream, the refreshing water coaxing her eyes into a comfortable squint. As Li Xiao returned from gathering firewood and passed by, he caught sight of this scene, his footsteps pausing for a brief moment before he continued on his way. Tang Qingqing was initially startled by the sound behind her, but upon quickly turning her head, she discovered it was only Li Xiao, which allowed her to exhale with relief. Li Xiao, adorned with flowing silver hair, remained an enigma, his face obscured. "Did I frighten you?" Tang Qingqing shook her head and said, "It is not because of you. I was startled, thinking it was a beast." Li Xiao nodded in acknowledgement, then resumed his trek back to their resting place, carrying firewood. He retrieved 2 black stones from his pocket and struck them together vigorously, creating sparks that ignited a bundle of pine needles. He then placed the firewood atop to kindle a flame. After Li Xiao departed, Tang Qingqing felt a chill in her feet from the stream and lifted them onto the bank. Upon her return, she cradled a handful of green wild fruits, the origin of which she could not discern. One bite nearly made her teeth ache. Upon returning, she presented the wild fruits to Sister He, saying, "Sister, these fruits were gathered by my brothers for you. They are at the stream, tending to their catch, and asked me to bring them back for you." Tang Qingqing spoke no falsehood. It was merely that Qing Chuan had intended for both her and Sister He to share them, but as Tang Qingqing found them unpalatable, she chose to give them all to Sister He. Before long, Tang Qingqing's 3 brothers and Xianzhuo returned, each carrying a freshly prepared catch. They began to skewer the game on a stick and roast it over the fire, the enticing aroma of sizzling meat wafting through the air. Tang Qingqing instinctively touched her stomach, feeling hunger pangs. The original owner of this body seldom ventured out, having spent most of her time chasing Langyu and her brothers. Genuinely concerned for her well-being, had cared for her diligently. However, this indulgent care had led Tang Qingqing to discover a small belly on her own abdomen. She raised her hand to touch her chubby cheeks, quietly diverting her gaze from the roasting meat. Yet, as reality would have it, turning her eyes away proved futile. For even when her attention shifted, a piece of golden, tender roasted meat remained before her, accompanied by a smiling face marked with scratches. Night's dispute. Tang Qingqing savored a roasted leg of the gugu beast, relishing its succulent flavor, despite her inner reluctance. It was all Xianzhuo's fault for grilling the meat to such tantalizing perfection and presenting it before her, making it impossible to decline the glistening golden morsel resembling an oversized chicken leg. Observing her delight, Xianzhuo tore off another leg from the gugu beast and extended it toward her. But Tang Qingqing shook her head in refusal. One roasted leg is sufficient for me. You may indulge in this one yourself, she insisted. Seeing that a single leg was indeed ample for her, Xianjiu procured a large leaf from a nearby plant, carefully wrapping the remaining gugu beast leg and setting it aside. His actions drew several disdainful glances from Sister He, who yearned for a taste of the golden roasted gugu beast leg as well. Isn't one leg enough for Qingqing? Shouldn't the other be shared with her? How could this male be so oblivious? It's clear he intends to save it for her breakfast tomorrow, she thought. The male and female perspectives diverge greatly. Tang Qingqing's three brothers looked on with satisfaction, appreciating Xianjiu's attentiveness toward their sister, and they treated him with newfound warmth. Only Li Xiao quietly consumed his roasted meat, his thoughts a mystery to all. After the meal, everyone took turns washing up by the creek. As before, Tang Qingqing carried her own laid-out and covered beast skin, approaching Sister He to spread it out in preparation for resting. However, Sister He swiftly lifted her skin and placed it between Xianjiu and Li Xiao, then swayed back to her three partners, embracing them possessively. It seemed that ever since Tang Qingqing had chosen a male, Sister He had resolved to keep her from getting too close to her companions. Tang Qingqing gazed sorrowfully at her three brothers with her large, watery eyes, yearning for them to encircle her and the dark sister-in-law as they had before. However, her brief sojourn in the beast realm rendered her unaware of the implications that a female's choice of a male entailed. It was akin to the division of families following a marriage in modern society. Over the past half-month since her arrival, she had frequently employed this tactic, and her brothers had always cooperated. Yet this time they seemed collectively oblivious, deliberately averting their gazes from her. Li Xiao spread his uninjured arm's fur blanket beside him, and, catching a glimpse of Tang Qingqing's unnatural expression in the flickering firelight, remarked, "A female must not sleep too far from a male in the wilderness, or she risks being harmed by predators that emerge at night." This served as an explanation for his actions. Xianjiu also pulled his blanket closer to Tang Qingqing, addressing her skeptical demeanor. "Do not doubt it. Many formidable beasts roam the night. It is not just females who are at risk. Even males can be injured if they let their guard down. Tomorrow, Qingqing must continue her journey, so it is best to sleep quickly. They do not deceive you. The wilderness is fraught with danger after dark, and females who stray too far from males are easily vulnerable to ferocious creatures." Were it anyone else, Tang Qingqing might have doubted their words, but she trusted her brothers. She glanced at the fur blankets on either side, closed her eyes, and lay down, pulling the fur she held close around her. She reasoned that since her brothers were not too far away, these two would not dare to harm her. What was there to fear? Li Xiao and Xianjiu, noticing Tang Qingqing nestled on the fur blanket between them, felt an inexplicable warmth in their hearts. They exchanged a glance before lying down on their respective blankets, closing their eyes in unison. After a day of relentless toil, Tang Qingqing, having come to a realization, succumbed to the allure of slumber despite the presence of two males beside her. The soft sounds of her snores were endearing to the ears of the two males, while the enchanting fragrance emanating from her being lingered at their nostrils, rendering them unable to find rest. A crescent moon hung delicately upon the treetops, and the distant roars of wild beasts echoed in the night. With a modern soul, Tang Qingqing found her sleep in the wilderness to be restless. She turned in her sleep, naturally rolling towards Li Xiao, embracing one of his arms and nuzzling her face against him before drifting back into slumber. Although Li Xiao's injured arm ached slightly under her embrace, he made no move to push her away, instead pressing his arm closely against her. Each gentle friction with her every breath quickened Li Xiao's heartbeat. "Your arm is injured. I shall hold her while we sleep. So she won't roll over and disturb your hurt," Xianjiu asserted with a tone of righteousness. If only his words weren't uttered through gritted teeth, they might have appeared more convincing. "No need. She holds me lightly, and I do not feel any pain," Li Xiao countered. Xianjiu was poised to reply, but a distant cough interrupted them, an unmistakable warning from Tang Qingqing's brother. They understood that if they continued to bicker over such matters, they risked losing their status as Tang Qingqing's followers. In the beast world, the abundance of males and the natural order forbade a female from forming a bond with just one male. Their actions that night had already breached the unspoken boundaries set by all males. Though they were merely false suitors summoned by Tang Qingqing, her brother and sisters-in-law remained oblivious, and it would be prudent for them to exercise caution going forward. Returning to the tribe, after 3 days of travel, Tang Qingqing and her companions finally arrived back at the Moon Tribe. As they stepped through the entrance, they encountered 2 males and a female exiting the tribe. The female in the center possessed an oval face, Large, sparkling eyes, long lashes, fair skin, a sweet countenance, and a slender, delicate figure that evoked a sense of tenderness. Tang Qingqing found herself seated atop Xianjiu, letting out a sigh as she lamented her unfortunate luck, returning only to encounter the heroine of this narrative, along with two formidable males from the Moon tribe. One of them was none other than Langu, the tribe's foremost warrior who had mercilessly thrust the original owner against a tree, resulting in her demise. It was no wonder that the original owner had harbored feelings for this imposing figure for so many years. His tall and robust physique, coupled with his strikingly handsome features, was indeed captivating. Were it not for Tang Qingqing possessing the original owner's memories, she might have found herself enamored by that visage. However, knowing the disdain this male held for the original body rendered her immune to Langu's allure. Accompanying the heroine was a tall and strikingly handsome figure. With a glimmer of fierce masculinity in his eyes, he was Song Ming, the son of the tribe's leader, a golden eagle beast man. Tang Qingqing, having traversed into this original form, was not particularly fond of venturing outdoors, thus remaining somewhat unfamiliar with the inhabitants of her tribe, limited merely to casual acquaintances. Much like the female protagonist, upon beholding the majestic nine-tailed dark silver fox beneath Tang Qingqing, Su Yushue's eyes sparkled with astonishing brilliance. How exquisite! Qingqing, this fox is truly magnificent. Su Yushue's large, watery eyes glistened with yearning as they gazed imploringly at Tang Qingqing, as if her tears were poised to cascade at any moment should Tang Qingqing fail to offer her the enchanting beast man. Tang Qingqing, in a state of resignation, gestured for Xianjiu to set her down. Xianjiu crouched, allowing her to gracefully slide off his back. She had not been here long and wished to avoid causing any trouble for her brothers and sister He. Otherwise, she would not have sought out Li Xiao and Xianjiu to feign being her followers for a while. Tang Qingqing understood that the female protagonist was captivated by Xianjiu's beast form. This was easily remedied. She climbed onto Xianjiu's ear and whispered a few words softly. Xianjiu shot a glance at Tang Qingqing with his fox-like eyes, and she responded with a charming smile, gently stroking his ear. The black fox ears quivered slightly, and in an instant, he transformed into his human form. Ah! Tang Qingqing successfully heard the gasp of astonishment escape the lips of the heroine. How ugly! Su Yushue beheld the visage of Xianjiu, marred by numerous scratches, with several grievous wounds still stained with blood. At this moment, witnessing Xianjiu's disfigured countenance, the heroine buried her face in Song Ming's embrace, unwilling to cast a second glance at Xianjiu. Observing Su Yushue's terror-stricken reaction to Xianjiu's appearance, Song Ming shot them a fierce glance, urging, "Why do you not depart at once?" Tang Qingqing, witnessing Xianjiu's expression that so revolted the female protagonist, could not help but emit a chuckle, only to be met with a fierce glare from Xianjiu. He seized her and tossed her onto his back, transformed into his beast form, and followed her brothers deeper into the tribe. It seemed as though they had not heard Song Ming's words at all. Langu turned to observe the retreating figures of Tang Qingqing and her companions, as well as the two unfamiliar male beast men who had just passed by. Surely, these were the stray male beast men she had selected at the Grand Market. Regret must have washed over her for pushing the female against the tree, injuring her and leading to a complete disillusionment. Now, she returned with other males. Song Ming cast a mocking glance at Langu. Langu ignored Song Ming, his gaze shifting to the sorrowful Su Yushue, who, her beautiful eyes brimming with tears, rushed into Song Ming's embrace, softly sobbing. Song Ming held Su Yushue tenderly, his expression dark as he glanced back and forth towards the direction where Tang Qingqing and Langu had departed. Upon entering the tribe, Tang Qingqing's brothers, along with Li Xiao and Xianjiu, transformed back into their human forms. Qinshan addressed Tang Qingqing and the others, stating, "We shall first report to the chief," informing him of Li Xiao and Xianjiu's presence. This way, they will be recognized as Qingqing's males, and no one will trouble them when entering or exiting the tribe. Tang Qingqing pressed her delicate pink lips together, her foot absently rubbing a stone on the ground as she hesitated, softly murmuring, "Brother, perhaps we should postpone the reporting matter for a while. I am still uncertain about my compatibility with them. What if I cannot get along with them in the future?" "Preposterous," Qinshan replied sternly upon hearing Tang Qingqing's evasive words. "Do you truly believe that in the bustling marketplace, one can simply bring back a wandering male beast man at will? Once you have brought him back, do you think you can dismiss him as you please? Where do you place the natural order of the beast man world? If females were to behave as you do, how could the males willingly adhere to the rules and refrain from harming the females, merely waiting for your selection?" It is precisely because females are dwindling in number that the males fear that their own rivalries might further diminish their kind, jeopardizing the continuation of the beastman lineage. Thus, they willingly abide by the natural laws, ensuring that, under any circumstances, they do not harm the females. Moreover, the harsh climate of the beastman world and the perils of hunting in the wild make it exceedingly difficult for males to provide for you and protect you from harm. Do they seek to be nothing more than companions to you females, wishing for you to bear their offspring? Is such a desire truly unreasonable? Qingqing, you have profoundly disappointed me. Tang Qingqing never anticipated that a single remark of hers would provoke her elder brother's reprimand. Upon hearing his words, she began to ponder whether she had indeed been somewhat excessive. She noticed the discontent etched on the faces of the males present. Li Xiao turned his face away, while Xianjiu cast her a resentful glance. Feeling a bit intimidated, Tang Qingqing timidly retreated behind Sister He, pouting her rosy lips and muttering, "I never said I didn't want them, dear brother. Didn't you mention taking them to report? Why are we still here?" Qingshan was both amused and exasperated by Tang Qingqing's attempt to shift blame. Wasn't it she who had expressed her apprehension about not being able to cope and suggested waiting a while longer? Now she was laying the blame at his feet. "Let us go." At that moment, it was Li Xiao who spoke in a low tone, suggesting, "Brother, perhaps we should heed Qingqing's advice and delay reporting to the leader for a bit." "Absolutely not." It was the second brother, Qinghe, who interjected. He gazed earnestly at Li Xiao and Xianjiu, stating, "I cannot believe you are unaware that unregistered wandering beastmen entering the tribe cannot freely come and go. Furthermore, during this period, you will be regarded as unclaimed males within the tribe, vulnerable to any male or female who chooses to bully you. Any act of defiance will result in severe punishment from the tribe." Tang Qingqing widened her eyes in astonishment. Genuinely unaware that there were such regulations concerning unregistered wandering orcs within the tribe, the eldest brother swiftly took them to report. Tang Qingqing was acutely aware that their failure to report to the tribe could lead to dire consequences. She hastily urged her elder brother to inform Li Xiao and Xianjiu, thereby confirming their identities. Qishan guided them to the cave where the chief resided, where they observed other female kin also reporting the stray male beastmen they had brought back from the recent grand market. The chief hoped that during the first grand market each year, more females would return with powerful stray beastmen, thus strengthening the tribe and safeguarding their food supplies from rival tribes during the harsh winter. As the reports continued, when it was finally Qingshan's turn to present Li Xiao and Xianjiu, the chief of the Moon tribe, Yin Tian, seemed to deliberately pose numerous inquiries. Only after Qingshan shot him a cold glance did the chief relent and permit the two to remain in the Moon tribe. As Tang Qingqing led Li Xiao and Xianjiu back to her dwelling, the tribe's beastmen cast judgmental glances upon her, particularly at the disfigured male she had brought, while another male concealed his face behind his hair, which only suggested an even greater unattractiveness. Hearing the disparaging remarks from the beastmen nearby regarding their appearances soured the expressions of Li Xiao and Xianjiu. However, Tang Qingqing's thoughts were elsewhere, as she was intrigued by the peculiar behavior of Chief Yin Tian. Upon returning, she followed a few of her brothers to inquire whether their family had any discord with the chief's family. Tang Qingqing's elder brother, Qingshan, pondered for a moment before revealing that their father, the beast, had been the former leader of the Moon tribe, when Tang Qingqing was still under a year old. During a harsh winter, the Qian tribe unexpectedly invaded the Moon tribe to seize their food supplies. As the leader of the Moon tribe, Tang Qingqing's father swiftly summoned the warriors to defend against the assault. It was common during the winter months for tribes to raid others due to food shortages. Typically, they would merely steal food and depart. It was rare for a tribe like the Qian tribe to slaughter so many robust male beastmen from the Moon tribe. The reason Yu Tian ascended to the position of leader was that many males from the tribe perished in that battle. After becoming the leader of the Moon tribe, Yin Tian inexplicably adopted a lukewarm attitude towards their family, as if he wished to avoid their presence altogether. The Qingshan brothers were seldom summoned for collective tribal activities, and they had never participated in the distribution of resources obtained from the hunts. Yun Tian's demeanor suggested that their family was almost non-existent to the Moon tribe, which explained why their dwelling was situated so far from the tribe. It became evident that their family was not only marginalized but also subjected to exclusion and isolation by the tribal leader. Tang Qingqing found herself puzzled by the situation. Despite her father being the former leader of the Moon tribe, she saw no reason for Yun Tian, the new leader, to treat her and her brother in such a manner following her father's demise. She felt as though she was merely a contrasting figure to the female protagonist. Tang Qingqing currently resides in a cave situated on the same mountain as the caves of her several brothers, due to concerns that excavating too low might invite wild beasts, which would pose a danger. The caves here are all dug at considerable heights above the ground. The lowest of these caves is perched at least 8 or 9 meters up, necessitating the use of wooden ladders for ascent and descent. Currently, Tang Qingqing resides in a solitary cave. Given the circumstances, Li Xiao and Xian Jiao must provide a suitable dwelling for everyone. According to Sister Hei's perspective, it would be quite agreeable for several individuals to share a single cave, as they are destined to live together eventually. Why complicate matters unnecessarily? The brothers simultaneously directed their gazes towards Tang Qingqing, as if her mere nod would seal the decision with joyous consensus. However, faced with her resolute objections, her head and hands nearly shaking apart in fervent denial, her brothers ultimately softened, recognizing her need for a period of adjustment. They believed that once she realized the advantages of having male companions nearby, she would naturally acquiesce. Since Qingqing was presently unwilling to share a cave with Li Xiao and Xianjiu, they resolved to excavate an additional cave for her. Yet, while attempting to dig, the males encountered difficulties, as the mountainous terrain they inhabited was ill-suited for such endeavors. The slope was steep, and during the rainy season, mudslides could easily cascade down. After the tragic demise of their father and mother, the brothers and their sister had been relocated by the tribe from the most desirable cave in the center to this precarious hillside dwelling. Over the years, the Qingshan brothers had been reluctant to engage with the tribe, and this history played a significant role in their reticence. Tang Qingqing had been in this tribe for over half a month and had come to realize that many individuals harbored a certain coldness towards her family. She believed that the environment and atmosphere of one's dwelling were of utmost importance. Although she had heard that orcs enjoyed long lifespans, how could one maintain a cheerful disposition while residing in a stifling place? Such an ambience would undoubtedly affect the longevity of the orcs as well. In order to ensure her brother's well-being, Tang Qingqing put forth her suggestion. Eldest brother, what if we leave the tribe and seek a more suitable place to reside? No way. Tang Qingqing gazed at Qingshan with a perplexed expression. If their presence here caused discontent, why did her elder brother seem reluctant to depart? Qingshan discerned the innocence and confusion in his sister's eyes and gently patted her head. Living outside the tribe with so few people is perilous, especially during the cold season when all tribes face food shortages, leading to potential conflicts over resources. In such circumstances, we, the orcs scattered outside, become prime targets for food theft. Yet, this is not the gravest concern. Females without the protection of a tribe are particularly vulnerable to being seized by other male orcs. Qi Chuan observed the resignation in his elder brother's voice and affectionately patted Tang Qingqing's head. Little one, do you understand now? Tang Qingqing nodded, realizing that her time in this era was still too brief. Many matters were approached with a modern mindset, yet she lacked a comprehensive understanding of the reality around her. However, there were moments when simply wishing to stay was not sufficient to ensure permanence. On this particular evening, Tang Qingqing shared dinner with her brother's family. The sister-in-law, overjoyed to see that the beastman's sister had finally found someone to care for her, was unconcerned about indulging in a few extra meals at home. Tang Qingqing chuckled as she observed the innocent black sister, who placed everything upon her face, genuinely finding her easy to get along with. Noticing the few earthenware bowls that the black sister produced, Tang Qingqing realized that Su Yuxue, the protagonist, possessed a certain capability. Not only had she crafted earthen pottery, but she also taught the beastmen how to construct a heated bed to withstand the cold of this place. Tang Qingqing glanced at her attire, a coarse gray linen garment. Although it felt somewhat rough and uncomfortable against her skin, she could not deny that wearing it during the summer was far more refreshing than donning animal hides. Having grown from the protagonist's womb to this moment, she had gradually crafted some modern conveniences. Given her ability to create such items, Tang Qingqing truly admired the protagonist's remarkable skills. Tang Qingqing truly could not fathom why she had found herself in this beastly world. Not only was she a mere bystander, but she was also an unequivocal failure. Throughout her life, apart from lying flat, she had never accomplished anything of significance. At times, she genuinely suspected that she was merely a control group against which the female protagonist could be measured, showcasing the protagonist's prowess while highlighting her own shortcomings. Sighing, she decided to abandon such thoughts. Since she was here, she might as well accept her fate. Even a person deemed utterly useless had the right to exist. As long as she could endure, she was determined to survive in this beastly realm until the age of 200, ultimately passing away in peace. In early summer, the weather had warmed considerably. Li Xiao and Xianjiu spread a piece of beast skin each night to sleep on the platform of Tang Qingqing's cave. As they had yet to find a suitable mountain to excavate a dwelling, they remained without a proper cave. One day, after breakfast, Xianjiao accompanied Tang Qingqing and her 3 brothers into the forest to hunt. Thanks to the orc's remarkable natural healing abilities, the scratches on his face had already healed into delicate pink scars. Tang Qingqing greeted the Dark Sister and then accompanied Li Xiao to the village in search of a shaman to mend his broken arm. Upon their arrival at the shaman's abode, a female, appearing to be in her 40s or 50s, noticed their presence but paid them no heed as she passed by. Wei Yin, drawing from the memories of her former self, recognized her as Asha, the shaman's partner. Tang Qingqing gazed at Li Xiao, whose eyes were cast downward, and gently tugged at his arm, guiding him towards the herbalist Guya, who was busy sunning medicinal herbs inside. Guya's hair was already streaked with gray. In the Orcish world, being in one's 50s or 60s is still considered relatively youthful, yet a being like Guya must be nearly a century old. Uncle Guya, could you please examine Li Xiao's arm? Tang Qingqing inquired. Since it was the duty of the herbalist to assist the orcs within their tribe in healing and medical care, she could only acknowledge that Li Xiao was her mate, thereby allowing Guya the possibility to tend to his injured arm. Only then did Guya lift his gaze towards Tang Qingqing and Li Xiao. To her surprise, his look did not bear the disdain that her partner Asha often exhibited. With a weathered face and deep-set eyes that shone with a profound brightness, Guya regarded them with an expression of calmness. "Follow me," he said. Tang Qingqing and Li Xiao followed Guya to a nearby area resembling a stone table and stone stools. Guya seated himself upon one of the stone stools and addressed Li Xiao. "Extend your arm. Let me take a look." Li Xiao settled onto another stone stool. Placing his injured arm upon the stone table, Guya reached out, grasping his arm to conduct an examination, perhaps feeling the site of the fracture. Li Xiao furrowed his brow but remained silent. Guya cast a glance at Li Xiao, his eyes reflecting a hint of admiration. "Indeed. The bone is fractured and has slightly misaligned due to excessive movement. Fortunately, it is not severe. With some endurance of the pain, it can be corrected and reattached." Upon hearing this, both Tang Qingqing and Li Xiao felt a surge of relief, their spirits lifted. Li Xiao, with a deep voice, asserted, "I am not afraid of pain." Guya chuckled at the 2 young individuals, not hastily attending to Li Xiao's injury. A glimmer of shrewdness flickered in his eyes. "I am of an advanced age, and my legs are not as nimble as they once were. You come seeking my assistance for treatment, yet you have not brought any form of remuneration. For instance, I have a particular fondness for the red herb found on Wuming Mountain. If you agree to procure a specimen of the red herb for me after I assist you in healing your arm, I believe your recovery will be expedited." Tang Qingqing and Li Xiao were momentarily taken aback by Guya's words, but as realization dawned upon them, they recognized their own shortcomings. Even within their tribe, it was customary for the orcs to offer some form of compensation when seeking the healer's assistance for injuries or ailments. This thought caused a wave of embarrassment to wash over them, particularly Tang Qingqing, whose cherubic face flushed a deep crimson, while Li Xiao's expression remained obscured beneath his silver strands. Typically, orcs visiting the healer would bring along some game or items of value from their homes as payment. However, the demand for Li Xiao to venture to the towering cliff, high above the clouds, to procure a rare red herb as recompense for mending a broken arm seemed rather excessive. According to the memories of the original owner, that mountain was notoriously perilous, steep and lofty, shrouded in mist year-round, and teeming with ferocious beasts. Consequently, very few orcs dared to venture there for medicinal herbs or hunting. Tang Qingqing furrowed her brows, pursing her lips. Li Xiao, observing her distressed expression, gently grasped one of her delicate hands and said to Guya with unwavering sincerity, "I am willing. As long as you heal my arm, I shall venture to Misty Mountain to gather a sprig of red herb and present it to you as recompense." Guya, noticing Tang Qingqing's evident displeasure, realized that given the nature of Li Xiao's injury, his request was rather excessive. In this realm, every beastman understood the perilous nature of Misty Mountain. His demand was akin to sending a beastman to his demise under the guise of collecting red herb. Yet, in his desperation for his only offspring to consume the medicinal concoction made from the red herb and regain robust health, he was willing to resort to such unscrupulous measures, enlisting this seemingly formidable beastman to procure the herb. Upon hearing Li Xiao's prompt agreement, Guya was momentarily taken aback, but wasted no time in gathering the necessary herbs for bone setting. He swiftly returned to attend to Li Xiao, mending his broken bone. To facilitate the swift healing of the injury, he applied a salve made from the herbs and wrapped the area in coarse cloth, suspending the injured arm with a length of fabric around Li Xiao's neck. After completing these tasks, Tang Qingqing noticed Li Xiao drenched in sweat. Despite the excruciating pain of the bone-setting process, he remained silent, though the veins on his forehead betrayed the agony he endured. Meanwhile, Guya, also perspiring, handed Tang Qingqing the herb wrapped in animal skin and instructed her, "Take this back and brew it for him to drink, twice daily. I assure you, in just over a month, he shall be lively and agile once more." Tang Qingqing accepted the herbs, suddenly recalling the injury on Xianzhou's face, and inquired, "Uncle Gaia, do you possess any ointment for treating scars?" Gaia, noticing that neither of them bore any visible wounds, responded with curiosity, "I do have it. But why would you need scar ointment if you are uninjured?" "Of course, it is for someone who is injured. I need it. Uncle Gaia, please provide me with some of this ointment, and upon my return, I will send you a game as a token of gratitude. Would that be acceptable?" Gaia felt somewhat reluctant to ask for further compensation after sending a male to gather the red grass fungus for him. However, he wrapped some of the herbal ointment in animal hide and handed it to Tang Qingqing, saying, "No need for additional compensation. Take it and use it. If you require more, feel free to return." Once everything was settled, the two prepared to take their leave. "Qingqing," a frail voice called out from behind. Li Xiao and Tang Qingqing turned to see who it was, and once again, Tang Qingqing was struck by the striking appearance of the male before her. The females here were rather unremarkable, herself included, but the males, much like many creatures in nature, were exceptionally handsome. The male before her was tall, yet appeared somewhat slender, with fair skin and delicate features. His slightly prominent cheekbones gave him a pale, almost frail look, suggesting a poor state of health. Upon seeing Tang Qingqing, he seemed genuinely pleased, his previously dim eyes lighting up, though a glimmer of scrutiny appeared when he noticed Li Xiao beside her. Gaia, observing his son's delight at seeing Qingqing, felt a pang of bitterness. He had always believed that the female his son admired was none other than Qingqing, the very one who had once saved him. Yet, in the past, Qingqing had only ever pursued the tribe's bravest warrior, Languid, seemingly oblivious to his son's existence. The memory of her saving him by the lakeside was likely a cherished secret held only by his foolish son. Recently, he had heard whispers that Qingqing had narrowly escaped being thrown against a tree by Languid, and now, awakening to a new perspective, she no longer chased after him. However, during this grand market event, she had brought back two males as potential companions, leaving no place for his son by her side. Tang Qingqing gazed at the male standing before her, swiftly rummaging through the memories of her original self to uncover any recollections pertaining to him, in an effort to discern whether he was a remnant of emotional entanglement left behind. At last, she stumbled upon a memory of this individual named Mo Yi, tucked away in a corner of her mind. She realized there had been no significant interaction between her original self and this male. Relieved that there were no emotional dilemmas for her to resolve, Tang Qingqing smiled and nodded at Mo Yi, preparing to return with Li Xiao. Mo Yi observed the departing figures of the two, lost in contemplation. Guya presumed that his son was disheartened by the presence of a male for Qingqing. Yet he was, after all, a sensible beast man and did not blame others for the affection he imagined his son held for her. Guya approached and patted his son's shoulder, saying, "Do not be disheartened. Your father has already found a beast man to procure that red grass herb. Once it is harvested and brewed into medicine for you, your health will improve. At that time, we shall seek out any female you desire. We will surely find one that meets your expectations." "Father," Guya regarded Mo Yi with concern. "The child Qingqing has already brought back two robust males from this grand market. Do you still wish to pursue her?" A bittersweet smile graced Mo Yi's lips. In his childhood, he had nearly drowned when fellow cubs from his tribe pushed him into a lake, but it was Qingqing, then isolated herself, who had thrown him a vine, saving his life. Ever since that moment, he had harbored a desire to repay this female, yet due to his frail health, he had never found the opportunity to express his gratitude. This debt of gratitude had long been misconstrued by his father and mother as romantic affection for Qingqing. In truth, he feared he might pass away without ever being able to repay her kindness. However, today, he noticed a subtle change in Qingqing. Unlike before, when her eyes could only hold the reflection of Languid, today her gaze was clear and bright, and she appeared more spirited than ever, her chubby little face quite endearing. As Tang Qingqing and Li Xiao emerged from the residence of the ancient Asian shaman, they unexpectedly encountered Languid. Tang Qingqing had initially intended to pass by, as she was not particularly acquainted with this male figure. However, to her surprise, Languid positioned himself in the middle of the path, awkwardly stating, "I apologize for what happened last time. It was truly unintentional." Li Xiao cast a piercing gaze at Languid, deducing that this male obstructing their path was indeed the very orc that Qingqing, as her sister-in-law had mentioned, held a deep admiration for. Tang Qingqing gazed calmly at Languid as she listened to his explanation, merely stating, "Oh, I see. Could you please step aside? We are heading home." Observing Tang Qingqing's nonchalant demeanor, Languid suddenly felt an uncomfortable sensation in his heart, though he could not fathom the reason behind it. He stepped aside, allowing Tang Qingqing and Li Xiao to pass. At that moment, their gazes met, and Languid's heart jolted. The masculine aura emanating from Li Xiao was undeniably powerful. No wonder this female, who had once pursued him, now regarded him with indifference. It seemed she had found such a formidable male to accompany her. A mocking laugh reached Languid's ears, drawing his attention to the source. There stood Songming and Su Yuxue beside a grand tree, Songming regarding him with evident disdain, which stirred a profound discomfort within Languid. He had always acted according to his own heart. When had it become acceptable for others to ridicule him? A sharp glint flickered in his eyes as he turned away and departed from that place. Su Yuxue contemplated Languid's retreating figure, a determined glint appearing in her eyes. The male she had set her sights on would not easily allow another female to usurp him. Just as Tang Qingqing arrived home, she unexpectedly sneezed, pondering, "Who is thinking of me? Or perhaps someone is speaking ill of me." Tang Qingqing wrinkled her nose, and upon witnessing her adorable demeanor, Li Xiao couldn't help but curve his lips into a soft smile. However, much of his expression was obscured by the strands of hair cascading over his face. Tang Qingqing placed the herbs she had brought back into a ceramic pot to steep for a while, knowing that this would enhance their medicinal efficacy. With one arm suspended across his chest, Li Xiao found it somewhat cumbersome to assist. Yet despite Tang Qingqing's persistent attempts to strike a spark with the black crystal, she failed to ignite even a single spark after considerable effort. In a moment of exasperation, Li Xiao took the flint from her grasp, stepped on one with his foot, and with the strength of his uninjured arm, he struck it forcefully, creating a spark that ignited the pine needles and kindled the fire with the twigs. Only then could Tang Qingqing place the herbs on the fire rack to brew. Watching her diligently prepare his medicine, the depth and intensity in Li Xiao's eyes softened. Steam bubbled up from the ceramic pot, and as Tang Qingqing attempted to press down on the herbs with a clean stick, she quickly withdrew her hand after just a moment, her delicate fingers reddened by the heat. Li Xiao seized her small hand, his gaze flickering momentarily, and fetched a wooden ladle of water from a nearby barrel, gently immersing her slightly swollen hand in the cool liquid. In a low, resonant voice, he advised, "In the future, should anything arise, inform me, and I shall handle it. Do not injure yourself." Tang Qingqing's eyes shimmered with unshed tears. Initially, the steam had caused her considerable pain, but now, immersed in cold water, she found some solace. Li Xiao raised his gaze and noticed the mistiness in Tang Qingqing's eyes, sensing her discomfort. Yet, unbeknownst to him, his own heart ached in resonance with her suffering. He averted his gaze, but his mind was ensnared by the image of her cherubic face, contorted in pain. Once the medicine was ready, Tang Qingqing reached for the ceramic bowl to pour it out, only to be halted by Li Xiao's intervention. "Let me do it." Having experienced the scalding heat once, Tang Qingqing cautioned, "Be careful not to burn yourself." Li Xiao cast a glance at her and, with one hand supporting a coarse cloth, expertly lifted the pot, pouring the medicinal concoction into the bowl. Tang Qingqing observed Li Xiao's efficient demeanor and couldn't help but feel a flush of embarrassment at her own clumsiness in handling tasks. When Xianjiao returned, he was met with this scene and felt a twinge of jealousy. He placed the freshly caught prey on the stone platform and hurried over to Tang Qingqing, producing 2 fist-sized bird eggs from his pocket, presenting them to her with a flourish. "I specifically sought these out for you. They are the favorite delicacy of your kind." Tang Qingqing was delighted to discover such large bird eggs, and she planned to prepare a steamed egg custard for lunch. 13 Xianjiao's subtle intentions. Tang Qingqing placed the bird's egg in the basin on the stone table and noticed the scar ointment she had procured from the ancient shaman. She picked it up and approached Xianjiao, offering it to him. "What is this?" Xianjiao inquired, eyeing the beast hide-wrapped item in her hand with curiosity. "It is scar ointment, obtained from the shaman. Your facial scratches are healing perfectly. This ointment will be most effective." Xianjiao was taken aback that Tang Qingqing, while accompanying Li Xiao on his journey to treat a broken arm, had also thought of his facial wounds. A warm, unfamiliar sensation surged within him, a feeling he had never experienced before. He extended his hand to accept the beast hide-wrapped ointment, unwrapping it to reveal a fragrant herbal aroma that filled the air. After a moment, he placed the ointment back into Tang Qingqing's hands. "I cannot see. Would you be so kind as to assist me in applying it? Tang Qingqing was momentarily taken aback. However, realizing that there was no mirror available, she understood that applying the ointment to her face would indeed be inconvenient. So she readily agreed without further thought. All right. Sitting nearby, Li Shaoqing cast a cold glance at Xinjiao, his gaze sweeping over a bamboo basket filled with fresh wild vegetables beside the cave. He then stood up, took the herbal ointment from Tang Qingqing's hand, and said, Qingqing, since the day is not young, why don't you wash the wild vegetables over there? Later, we shall stir-fry them with the meat. Tang Qingqing glanced outside to observe that the sun was nearing its zenith. She then handed the ointment to Li Xiao, saying, All right, I shall wash the vegetables. You assist him with the ointment. Xinjiao, who had been waiting for Tang Qingqing to apply the ointment, was suddenly troubled. This was not what he desired. Casting a sidelong glance at Li Xiao, he seized the ointment from his hand, declaring, I shall apply it myself. Li Xiao's lips curled into a slight smile before returning to their neutral state, as the ointment was effortlessly snatched away by Xinjiao. In that moment, Xinjiao understood the cunning nature of the vexatious tiger scheming against him. He contemplated retaliating against the insufferable white tiger, but, upon glancing at his recently mended arm, his expression flickered, and he ultimately refrained from acting on his impulse. After all, with the rainy season approaching, even the strongest male could not simultaneously protect and provide for a female in such a harsh natural environment. This explains why, despite their intense possessiveness, males can coexist amicably with other males in their partner's life. They all understand that none can singularly ensure the well-being of a female. A moment's negligence could lead to losing their partner. With females being inherently scarce, the loss of a mate could result in a lifetime of solitude. Perhaps for over a century, every male dreads the thought of enduring such prolonged isolation without the companionship of a female or offspring. Contemplating the impending rainy season, Xinjiao furrowed his brow and addressed Li Xiao with utmost seriousness. In about a month, the rainy season will commence. We must begin preparing our provisions now. Initially at ease, Li Xiao nodded earnestly upon hearing Xinjiao's words. I will recover swiftly. During this period, I shall endeavor to hunt small game at the forest's edge to sustain us, while you can cure and dry the larger prey you capture for our sustenance during the rainy season. Excellent. Xinjiao concurred with Li Xiao's plan. In that moment, they resembled true partners, engaged in a discussion about the impending tasks that awaited them at home. Tang Qingqing was washing the wild vegetables brought by the Black Sister when she overheard the mention of the rainy season. Delving into her original self's memories, she realized she had romanticized this beastly world far too much. Here, spring, referred to as the warm season by the beastmen, lasted merely 2 months, followed by approximately a month of summer before the onset of the rainy season. From her original self's recollections, Tang Qingqing learned that the rainy season was characterized by incessant torrential rains lasting about a month, during which the entire Beastman continent was engulfed in downpours. The floods that surged through the valleys and mountains during this time were indeed a magnificent sight, yet the Beastmen could only remain confined to their caves, unable to venture out. However, this was not the most daunting aspect. In the past, before the protagonist devised methods for preserving food through curing meat, the Beastmen had to endure starvation throughout the rainy season, as summer provisions rarely lasted long in the humid environment. It was only after the protagonist, Su Yushua, inadvertently created cured and smoked meats that the Beastmen were able to scrape through the rainy season without suffering from hunger. This technique of food preservation gradually became well known, and all Beastmen who learned of it expressed their gratitude to Su Yushua. Some even traveled great distances to seek her out, eager to meet the female who had conceived such an ingenious method. As Su Yushua further innovated with heated Kong beds for warmth and crafted coarse cloth from processed hemp, her admirers and worshippers among the Beastmen multiplied. Many young males approached her in courtship. Presently, Su Yushua was the cherished gem of the Moon Tribe, having made significant contributions to the community, which allowed her to be supported by the entire tribe without opposition from any Beastmen. Tang Qingqing believed it was entirely reasonable for the Moon Tribe to nurture Su Yushua, for her every devised method brought immense benefits to the tribe. Other tribes seeking to learn such techniques were obliged to offer corresponding rewards. Consequently, over the past few years, the Moon Tribe transitioned from an inconspicuous and mediocre community to one that garnered respect akin to that of the larger tribes. Due to the harshness of the natural environment, Tang Qingqing had been preoccupied with assisting Xinjiao and Li Xiao in processing the hunted game into cured and smoked meats. The salt used was procured during their recent visit to the Grand Market, where her brothers had generously shared a substantial amount with her. Li Xiao, still recovering from his arm injury, had refrained from transforming into his beast form and instead hunted only those animals he could easily capture at the forest's edge. Tang Qingqing let out a sigh once more. Her languid existence seemed to drift further from her grasp. However, the thought of the torrential rain resembling a pearl curtain and the raging flood at the foot of the mountain rendered the distinction between a languorous life and a purposeful one rather trivial. With the rainy season merely half a month away, she could not suppress another sigh. Although the orc's remarkable regenerative abilities allowed Li Xiao's arm to heal swiftly, it remained fragile and could not endure excessive strain, thus limiting the prey he could hunt. In this land, where the males possessed immense strength, their dietary needs were correspondingly substantial. Relying solely on Xianjiu for hunting to amass sufficient provisions for an entire month during the rainy season proved exceedingly arduous. Moreover, it perplexed Tang Qingqing that upon her arrival, she had been oblivious to the harsh natural conditions and the prolonged rainy season that awaited her. After bringing Xianjiu and Li Xiao back from the Grand Market, masquerading as her followers, her original brothers ceased to concern themselves with her welfare. In her quest to comprehend this beastly realm, Tang Qingqing thoroughly assimilated the memories of her former self. The insight gained left her utterly disheartened. How naive she had been to believe that a brief period of adjustment would suffice for her survival in this harsh world. Now it seemed almost laughable. Setting aside the impending month-long rainy season, the subsequent 2 months of summer would witness scant rainfall, as both orcs, wild beasts, and flora would deplete the water reserves accumulated in the rivers and lakes during the rainy season, until the arrival of the cool season, akin to autumn in modern times. The cool season marked a time of harvest, with females frequently venturing out to gather seeds from wild plants for sustenance, while males busied themselves with hunting to stockpile provisions for the cold season. Despite the challenges of existence in this beastly world, Tang Qingqing felt it selfish to keep the 2 males by her side solely for her own sustenance. Initially proposing to bring them back as temporary followers was merely a means to appease her formidable sister-in-law, not a genuine desire for companionship within the tribe. Her initial ignorance about this savage realm led her to believe she would have ample time to adapt and understand her surroundings, perhaps even manage to survive independently without relying on others. Now, she recognized how naive her thoughts had been. Unlike those heroines endowed with extraordinary abilities who thrived effortlessly in the beastly realm, an ordinary girl like her, thrust into such a harsh and unforgiving wilderness, likely possessed survival skills inferior to those of the local females. Tang Qingqing had resolved to converse with Li Xiao and Xianjiu today, for it was a relatively simple task for the males to gather sufficient provisions for their own sustenance before the onset of the rainy season. She intended to allow the 2 males to depart from this place. As for herself, she believed that when the time came, she would devise a means to sustain herself. After all, she was unwilling to burden 2 males, with whom she had no connection, to endure hunger alongside her during the forthcoming month of rain. However, before she could engage Li Xiao and Xianjiu in conversation, an unfortunate incident befell Li Xiao. While Tang Qingqing was hanging the cured meat to dry on the stony ledge, she heard a commotion emanating from the tribal square in the distance. Aware that she was ostracized and isolated by the majority of the orcs in the tribe, she had no intention of joining the fray. At that moment, Sister He rushed breathlessly to the cliff where Tang Qingqing resided, exclaiming, "Qingqing, you must hurry to the central square of the tribe. Something has happened to Li Xiao." Upon hearing the words of Sister He, Tang Qingqing inadvertently dropped the meat she was drying onto the cliff platform. After a moment of bewilderment, she hurriedly descended the wooden ladder and inquired of Sister He, "What has happened to Li Xiao? Is there some trouble?" Sister He, with an uneasy expression, replied, "Do not ask questions now. You must go quickly, or Li Xiao may be beaten to death." Tang Qingqing, observing that the dark-skinned sister was reluctant to speak, ceased her inquiries and swiftly dashed towards the central square of the tribe. Tang Qingqing rushed to the square, where a throng of orcs from the tribe had gathered. As she pushed through the crowd, the orcs parted to create a path for her. In the center of the square stood Li Xiao, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth, his body cold and unyielding. His profound gaze emanated a fierce light, facing off against 5 or 6 imposing males, led by Song Ming. Upon entering, Tang Qingqing beheld Song Ming preparing to assault Li Xiao. She hurriedly rushed in front of Li Xiao to obstruct Song Ming. "Stop!" Song Ming glared at the obstructive Tang Qingqing with a sinister expression. Had it not been for the male's restriction against striking a female, he would have continued his advance. Tang Qingqing turned around to see Li Xiao, whose lips bore a trace of blood, while the rest of his body appeared relatively unscathed. Even his wounded arm was protected from further injury. Upon realizing that Li Xiao had not sustained any serious harm, Tang Qingqing finally felt a sense of relief. What on earth happened? Why did they attack you? Li Xiao, with a grim expression, cast his gaze towards a corner of the square where a female was weeping. Following his gaze, Tang Qingqing furrowed her brow, taken aback. How could it be her? Qingqing. The stray beastman you brought back is attempting to bully the females of our tribe. We must administer the punishment he deserves. Step aside, said Alu, a subordinate of Tsangming, with a suggestive look towards Tang Qingqing and a menacing glance at Li Xiao. Qingqing was the future leader of their tribe, as proclaimed by Tsangming, who had promised them companions among the females. How could they allow two stray beastmen to claim them? The other beastman subordinates of Tsangming glared fiercely at Li Xiao, clamoring to punish him, threatening to render him incapacitated and expel him from the tribe. Tang Qingqing, however, found it hard to believe that Li Xiao would bully the females of the tribe. She turned to him, her expression earnest. I want to hear your side of the story. What truly transpired? Li Xiao was taken aback by Tang Qingqing's request for him to defend himself. It was a sign of her belief in him. Given the brevity of their acquaintance, he had not anticipated her trust. Typically, females in such situations would be more inclined to believe the words of their tribe's beastmen. Since Tang Qingqing was willing to place her faith in him, Li Xiao was determined not to betray that trust. I did not prevent the female from bullying her, he began, feeling warmth in his heart as he noticed Tang Qingqing's attentive demeanor. Softening his voice, he continued, I had just returned from hunting at the forest's edge and had barely entered the tribe when that female lunged at me, frantically tearing at her clothes and screaming, summoning a throng of beastmen. That is how things escalated. Tang Qingqing, upon hearing Li Xiao's narrative, could surmise the unfolding events. Yet, she found herself perplexed. Was this not a tale set in a savage, beastly realm? Why then did it exude the distinct aroma of palace intrigue, replete with schemes of framing and deception? Her gaze shifted towards Su Yushua, who was diligently comforting the female, pondering who else in this world of beastmen could transform a beastly narrative into a tale of cunning and stratagem. What truly baffled Tang Qingqing was Su Yushua's motivations. As far as she knew, since Li Xiao's arrival, he had spent his days either recuperating or hunting at the forest's edge, with little interaction with the heroine. It seemed he had attracted the ire of this formidable adversary. Song Ming ominously remarked, Qingqing, should you insist on defending this wandering beastman, do not blame us if we cast you out of the tribe as well. Upon hearing the words spoken by Song Ming, Tang Qingqing felt a stirring within her heart, as if she had begun to grasp something significant. It appeared that this instance of framing and malice was not necessarily directed at Li Xiao himself. Just as she had surmised, given his recent arrival, there was little reason for anyone to deliberately seek his destruction. The true target was likely her. Or perhaps her entire family, including her 3 brothers. Song Ming's remarks also quieted the previously raucous gathering of onlooking beasts. Initially, they believed it was merely a matter of driving away a wandering beast, an incident not uncommon in other tribes, thus not particularly remarkable. However, with females being a rarity, no tribe would readily allow a female to depart, as an increase in single males would disrupt the stability and growth of the community. Though Tang Qingqing was aware that some wished to drive her family away, the impending rainy season made her reluctant to depart at this moment. She hoped to resolve the matter first, postponing any thoughts of leaving until later. However, not all circumstances yield to one's desires. While Tang Qingqing was momentarily lost in thought, Song Ming signaled to the surrounding orc warriors, and 4 or 5 male orcs lunged simultaneously at Li Xiao. Due to the incomplete healing of his arm, Li Xiao refrained from exerting his full strength, evading the assaults of the orcs to protect his recently healed limb. Even so, the orcs found it challenging to subdue him, showcasing his formidable prowess. Initially, Song Ming observed from the sidelines. But upon witnessing the incompetence of 5 warriors failing to overcome a single orc, his anger flared, prompting him to join the fray. The skirmish escalated into a brutal melee. Song Ming, noticing Li Xiao intentionally exposing his injured arm within their attack range, glared with fierce intent and swung his massive fist, akin to a sandbag, directly at Li Xiao's wounded arm. Tang Qingqing anxiously yearned to rush in and halt the fierce confrontation, yet a hand firmly grasped her arm. Black Sister held her back. Qingqing, even if you enter, you cannot prevent their male combat. Just wait a moment longer. Your brother and the others will return and surely rescue your male. Despite Li Xiao's formidable strength, he gradually found himself at a disadvantage as 6 male beastmen relentlessly besieged him, inflicting more and more wounds upon him. In a moment of vulnerability, as he shielded his injured arm to prevent further injury, a male beastman struck him down. Song Ming, witnessing Li Zhao's considerable prowess, feared that once he recovered, their group would struggle to keep him in check. Thus, he resolved to eliminate Li Xiao in this moment, lest he return to exact vengeance in the future. Tang Qingqing, observing the malevolent and ferocious glint in Song Ming's eyes as he gazed at Li Xiao, sensed impending danger. Without hesitation, she forcefully pushed her sister-in-law aside and lunged toward Li Xiao, determined to avert this senseless conflict. However, a flicker of dark intent ignited in Song Ming's gaze. His fist, propelled by fury, did not waver despite Tang Qingqing's femininity. The blow, should it connect, would leave her gravely injured, if not dead. Witnessing this alarming scene, Li Zhao's heart sank, and he instinctively attempted to rise and pull Tang Qingqing away. At this critical juncture, like a streak of lightning, a figure surged forth, delivering a punch that sent Song Ming sprawling. The sharp crack of breaking bones resonated, sending chills through the onlookers. Song Ming crashed to the ground, blood gushing from his mouth, just as Yun Tian, Song Ming's father and the tribe's leader, entered the throng. He hurried to assess his son's injuries. Discovering that Song Ming's ribs had been shattered, Yun Tian promptly dispatched someone to summon the shaman Gu for his son's treatment. Meanwhile, Su Yuxue, abandoning her pretense of fright, rushed at Song Ming's side, her eyes brimming with tears as she softly inquired about his pain, as if she were the one injured. Song Ming, touched by the sight of his beloved female's distress, disregarded his own injuries and continued to console Su Yuxue. In the meantime, Yun Tian raised his gaze towards the group where Tang Qingqing and the others stood, his eyes ablaze with a fierce and simmering rage. As if they might overflow at any moment, Tang Qingqing observed the unfolding events with a heavy heart, understanding that the situation had escalated to a point of no return. She had already prepared herself for the worst possible outcome, given the circumstances, even if they wished to resolve the matter amicably. It was evident from the demeanor of the opposing tribe's leader that he would not acquiesce. The tribal chief, Yun Tian, stood with an air of righteous authority. Surveying the scene before him, his gaze fixed upon Xianjiu, who stood protectively in front of Tang Qingqing, and Li Xiao, who lay incapacitated on the ground. In a tone of measured fairness, he proclaimed, "You have unwarrantedly harmed a member of our tribe. Thus, I decree that you shall each receive 100 lashes as punishment. Do you have any objections?" Upon hearing Yun Tian's words, Tang Qingqing felt an overwhelming desire to hurl a mouthful of briny water at his aging visage. How utterly shameless could one be to render such a judgment without first seeking to understand the context? His blatant favoritism towards his own son was one thing, but to present such a repugnant facade was the height of hypocrisy. Tang Qingqing pushed aside Xianjiu, who stood in front of her, and positioned herself defiantly before the two. The leader pondered, how should one punish the male orc who, upon seeing a female in front, would resort to violence? Should it not be in accordance with the natural laws of the orc world to expel the male who intended to harm the female from the tribe, banishing him to the shadow forest to coexist with wild beasts? Yun Tian's expression darkened to an extreme. Upon hearing Tang Qingqing's words, the orcs in the tribe remained silent, knowing that what she spoke was indeed true. His son, Song Ming, had indeed sought to inflict harm upon a female. For a moment, Yun Tian found himself at a loss against Tang Qingqing, but upon noticing the two towering male orcs standing behind her, a sinister smile crept across his face. "If I cannot contend with you siblings of the Tang family, can I not handle these two stray male orcs you have recently brought back to the tribe?" Ultimately, Yun Tian pointed at Xianjiu and Li Xiao, his voice dripping with malice as he declared, "These two stray orcs, having barely arrived in the tribe, have already injured our kin. It appears their inherent brutality as strays still lingers within them. Such violent male orcs cannot find a place in our tribe. They must be expelled." He exchanged a knowing glance with the orcs loyal to him, and immediately one spoke in agreement. "The leader is right. We must drive out these two savage strays. Otherwise, what will happen if they injure our people over trivial matters? Such orcs cannot be permitted to remain." The members of the tribe, influenced by these words, deemed Xianjiu's actions against Song Ming to be utterly vile, conveniently overlooking that Xianjiu had acted solely to protect the female. Tang Qingqing desired to confront them with reason, yet her arm was grasped by Xianjiu. For the first time, Li Xiao, standing beside her, gently patted her head and said, "Enough, it's futile. We have harmed his son. He will not permit us to remain in the tribe. Even if we were to stay, our future would be bleak." At that moment, Tang Qingqing felt an overwhelming sense of helplessness, typically one to adapt to circumstances and embrace a languid existence. She found herself ignited by a newfound urge to rise up. An increasing number of tribal orcs voiced their support for expelling Xianjiu and Li Xiao. By the time Tang Qingqing's three brothers returned from their hunt, the sentiments among the orcs had already been stirred by Yun Tian and his close companions. And Xianjiu and Li Xiao were being led by Yun Tian towards expulsion from the tribe. Tang Qingqing stood in the square, watching the tears glistening in their eyes. At some point, Lang Yu had appeared beside her, wanting to offer comfort, but at a loss for words. Su Yuxue observed the two of them standing together, and the jealousy in her gaze became impossible to conceal. A fleeting glimmer of malice crossed her eyes, only to be swiftly reined in. She gracefully approached Tang Qingqing, creating a distance between her and Lang Yu. "What a pity," she remarked. "Qingqing has just found two companions, having lived together for so long. Yet they were driven out of the tribe due to the inherent brutality of the wandering beast men." Su Yuxue noticed that Tang Qingqing seemed oblivious to her words, fixated instead on the two males, one disfigured and the other perpetually hiding his face beneath his hair, presumably too unattractive to reveal himself. Seeing Qingqing's reluctance to part with them, she wondered why she did not simply leave with them. Silence. Silence. Tang Qingqing's brothers exchanged glances with Lang Yu, who shyly turned her head away. She could not comprehend why she felt an inexplicable reluctance to witness the departure of this plump female from the tribe. Previously, she had merely heard whispers that this female had taken a liking to him, and whenever they crossed paths, she would often lower her gaze. He had never truly paid attention to her until that fateful moment when she had furtively observed him whilst bathing. Following that, she had persistently pursued him, and in his haste to escape, he had merely given her a gentle shove, only to later learn that she had nearly collided with a tree due to his actions. The next encounter with this female occurred when she returned from the Grand Market, accompanied by two rather unremarkable males. Overcome with guilt, he sought to apologize. But to his surprise, she disregarded him and departed after playfully teasing Yuxue. Tang Qingqing witnessed the imminent expulsion of Li Xiao and Xianjiu from the gates of the tribe. Both turned to cast a final glance at her. Li Xiao, with a reserved demeanor, concealed the budding sentiment of nostalgia deep within his eyes, ensuring that no one could easily discern it. Although Xianjiu could be somewhat cunning at times, he found Tang Qingqing's cherubic visage utterly endearing upon their first encounter. After nearly a month of daily interactions, his affection for her had blossomed into something deeper, as he yearned to forge a genuine bond and live together as companions. Thus, the gaze he directed toward Tang Qingqing brimmed with admiration, reluctance, and a poignant sense of longing that seemed on the verge of spilling over. "Wait, I shall depart with them." Tang Qingqing's proclamation not only left Li Xiao and Xianjiu astonished at the entrance of the tribe, but it also silenced the previously raucous crowd of orcs surrounding them. All eyes turned towards Tang Qingqing in disbelief as they struggled to comprehend her words. Never before had a female chosen to forsake the safety of the tribe that could protect her for the sake of a male. Tang Qingqing's elder sister, upon realizing the situation, approached her and spoke with the gentle authority one might use with an inexperienced child. "Qingqing, you must not be foolish and follow those two males away. You are aware that without the protection of the tribe, a female living outside is vulnerable to being seized by any male beast. Although males cannot harm females, you would find yourself at the mercy of powerful males, being passed around and compelled to bear offspring." Tang Qingqing bit her lip, her cherubic face scrunching up in distress. She glanced at the fierce howls of Li Xiao and Xianjiu at the entrance of the tribe, then turned her gaze to her three brothers, whose faces were etched with concern, and to Black sister-in-law, who clutched her hand tightly. Not far off stood Su Yuxue, wearing a look of amusement, and the tribe's foremost warrior, Lang Yu, who regarded her with an inscrutable expression. In that fleeting moment, a torrent of thoughts surged through Tang Qingqing's mind. It was evident that someone had conspired to frame Li Xiao, and since her arrival at the tribal square, she had surmised that the architect of this scheme was none other than Su Yuxue, the heroine of this orc tale. As for the motives behind such treachery, Tang Qingqing could not yet fathom. One thing was abundantly clear to her. This act of framing was not solely directed at Li Xiao. The moment Song Ming had threatened to expel her alongside Li Xiao, and just moments ago, when Su Yuxue had coaxed her to leave with Li Xiao and Xianjiu, Tang Qingqing realized that the main target of this female protagonist's cunning design was, in fact, herself. She turned her gaze towards Su Yuxue, pondering when she had inadvertently provoked this heroine to orchestrate such an elaborate plan to oust her from the tribe. Even if she chose to disregard the departure of Li Xiao and Xianjiu this time, what of the future? Su Yuxue, having introduced many extraordinary innovations that greatly benefited the tribe, enjoyed an elevated status within the community. It was only a matter of time before her expulsion became inevitable, should she so desire. With her mind made up, Tang Qingqing no longer hesitated. Looking at her brothers and sister-in-law, her voice trembled slightly as she spoke. I'm sorry, but I have decided to leave with them. Brothers, please take care in the tribe from now on. Tang Qingqing had many words she wished to convey to her brothers. Yet she found herself at a loss for how to begin. After casting a lingering glance at her eldest brother Qingshan, her second brother Qinghe, her third brother Qichuan, and her sister-in-law Chunyan, her eyes glistened with tears as she turned and sprinted towards the entrance of the tribe. The orcs within the tribe regarded Tang Qingqing with a mixture of pity and disbelief, thinking that a young one uneducated by elder orcs was simply naive. She was unaware that by leaving the sanctuary of the tribe, she risked becoming nothing more than a breeding tool for those unscrupulous males lurking outside. To believe that those two grotesque, wandering orc males could offer her protection was a delusion. It would not be long before news of their expulsion from the tribe spread, attracting numerous wandering and fallen orcs eager to seize her. As Tang Qingqing passed by the leader of the Moon tribe, Yintian, she noticed a peculiar expression on his face which startled her. She couldn't shake off the feeling that this tribal leader harbored a grudge against her family, as it seemed he was always targeting her and her brother. However, now was not the time for such thoughts. She hastened to where Li Xiao and Xianzhou stood, only to find their faces devoid of joy, replaced instead by a deep concern for her. Xianzhou even extended his hand toward the tribe, urging her, hurry back, Qingqing. Return to the tribe. His voice trembled with urgency and emotion, as if her departure would lead to her being torn apart by some malevolent force. Even the usually composed Li Xiao spoke with a sorrowful tone. Return, Qingqing. A young female outside the tribe will attract far too many predatory males. Not to mention my current injuries. Even if I were unscathed, Xianzhou and I would struggle against the onslaught of numerous males seeking to seize you. Their words did not signify weakness. They understood all too well what a young female represented to the wandering males and the fallen beastmen. Should word of Qingqing's departure reach them, it would incite a frenzied competition among them. If only a few came, perhaps Li Xiao and Xianzhou could protect her. But should the beastmen arrive in droves, even at the cost of their own lives, they feared they would be powerless to prevent her from being taken and reduced to a mere breeding female. Yet, those intent on driving Qingqing away offered no chance for reconsideration, as Li Xiao and Xianzhou implored her. Yuntian commanded the beastmen to close the wooden gates of the tribe. Tang Qingqing found herself confined outside the tribal gates, listening to the heated exchange between her brothers and the tribal leader, Yuntian. Interspersed within the discord was the voice of languid, pleading with Yuntian to allow her return to the tribe. Faced with such circumstances, Tang Qingqing had relinquished any thoughts of returning. As for the matter of her abduction, she believed there would eventually be a resolution. Xianzhou, stricken with anxiety at the sight of the gates barred, was about to rush forward and knock when a small hand grasped his arm. Turning around, he met a pair of resolute eyes. Tang Qingqing shook her head at him, signaling him to refrain from acting. Do not burden yourselves with guilt. My departure from the tribe is not solely due to your actions. Even if I were to remain today, it is likely I would be expelled in another manner. Although Tang Qingqing relished the life of a leisurely existence akin to that of a salted fish, and had the privilege of wealth in her past life, it does not imply that she is devoid of intelligence. Were she truly foolish, she would not have gained admission to a prestigious university. Despite it being an agricultural institution, her acceptance was a testament to her own diligence and academic prowess. It is precisely because she is not dim-witted that she comprehends the gravity of the situation. The protagonist's attempt to frame Li Xiao did not lead to her own expulsion from the tribe. This raises the unsettling possibility of more sinister schemes in the future, potentially resulting in her being cast out, either dead or maimed. This is not a manifestation of paranoia, for while perusing this beastly world narrative, Tang Qingqing recalled the particular scene penned by the author prior to their hiatus. There was a female character, Sikai, who had been a close companion of the protagonist since childhood, and who developed an infatuation with the tribe leader's son, Song Ming, who happened to be the protagonist's suitor. Although the protagonist was not particularly enamored with Song Ming, her allure attracted many admirers, and she largely relished his gentle and considerate affections. It is a natural occurrence for both males and females to be pursued and adored prior to forming a bond, making Sikai's affection for Song Ming quite ordinary. However, The protagonist's overwhelming possessiveness led to a dire incident. During an outing for gathering, Kai inadvertently slipped near the edge of a cliff. Fortunately, her quick reflexes allowed her to grasp a small tree, stabilizing her descent. As she looked up to call for her friend to toss down a vine for her rescue, she witnessed the protagonist, who had always been a close companion, walking away without a glance back. Tang Qingqing perceived this abandonment of a lifelong friend as symptomatic of a victim complex, and perhaps it was wiser for her to play along with this notion. Li Xiao contemplated the day's events. They did not appear to be directly aimed at him, as he had only recently arrived in the tribe, and his visage had been obscured by his hair. He could not fathom that this would provoke any trouble. Yet, the slander directed at him seemed to be a ploy to ensnare Qingqing. If this were indeed the case, her safety within the tribe would be far from guaranteed. Exchanging a meaningful glance with Xianjiu, whose expression was fraught with concern, they both seemed to arrive at a resolute decision. Each extended a large hand to grasp Tang Qingqing's soft, plump hand, and together they ventured toward the exit of the tribe. Tang Qingqing felt the warmth radiating from two large hands, which alleviated her previously anxious mood. After all, she was not an innocent child oblivious to the dangers of the world, whether it be the perilous wilderness or the modern world, which could also pose threats under the cover of night. Although she was aware that the female protagonist was targeting her, prompting her departure from the tribe, she too harbored a deep-seated fear of the unknown. Li Xiao's vast, starry eyes gazed quietly at Tang Qingqing. He had not anticipated her willingness to leave the tribe with them. While there were elements of manipulation involved, it was rare for an ordinary female to possess the courage to choose such a path, even when aware of the circumstances. Contemplating this, a flicker of affection spilled into his azure gaze. Though concern for Qingqing's safety lingered, it was undeniable that a thread of joy resided within him at this moment. Xianjiu tightly clasped her delicate hand as they departed the tribe together. His dark eyes remained fixed upon her, revealing his feelings with unabashed sincerity. As the trio approached the edge of the star-mist sea forest, they suddenly heard the resonant call of Tang Qingqing's elder brother. "Qingqing, wait for us." Upon hearing Qing Xuan's voice, Tang Qingqing and her companions hastily turned around, only to see her three brothers, each bearing 2 or 3 large beast hide bags brimming with various items. Qing Shan was also holding on to Tang Qingqing's sister-in-law, and the family was striding purposefully towards them. In that moment, Tang Qingqing found herself at a loss for words, overwhelmed by an impulse to cry. And cry she did, rushing towards her brothers and ultimately throwing herself into the embrace of her towering sister-in-law. Her sister-in-law, while uttering sharp remarks, patted Tang Qingqing's back. "You're filthy. You've smeared your tears all over me. You thoughtlessly ran off without considering how worried your brothers would be. Oh, you little rascal." With a disdainful shove, she pushed Tang Qingqing's tear-streaked face away from her shoulder, giving her arm a playful slap. "Go on, get away. There is no room for such a troublesome little brat here." The tumultuous love-hate relationship between Tang Qingqing and He Saizi has finally elicited a sigh of relief from the male figures, whose expressions had darkened. What were they still afraid of? Deep down, they were already aware that leaving the tribe would inevitably lead to this day, albeit sooner than they had anticipated. 20 Valleys. Tang Qingqing initially did not wish to implicate her 3 elder brothers in her departure from the tribe. It was evident that this incident was solely orchestrated by the female protagonist to expel her from the tribe, unrelated to her brothers. However, since they had already followed her, and considering the precarious situation of their family within the tribe, she refrained from urging them to return. With the rainy season fast approaching, they were in urgent need of a secure shelter. At that moment, the family, including Li Xiao and Xianjiu, gathered in a relatively clean area, deliberating on where to seek refuge. Tang Qingqing gazed at the 6 or 7 oversized beast hide bags beside her, filled with the treasures accumulated by her brothers over the years, along with the cured meats prepared by both families recently. Since Tang Qingqing and sister He, the 2 females, seldom ventured outside the tribe, their knowledge of the external environment was limited. Thus, when deliberating on their dwelling, they refrained from speaking. Ultimately, the decision was made to reside in the valley near Li Xiao, which boasted a natural cave, a temporary refuge to weather the rainy season. With the location settled, Qin Shan and Li Xiao wasted no time, swiftly transforming into their beast forms. This time, Tang Qingqing found herself seated upon the back of a magnificent white tiger. Sister He was still being carried by Tang Qingqing's elder brother, with a bag containing fragile items placed before her. The remaining 6 beast hide bags were shouldered by Xianjiu and Tang Qingqing's second and third brothers. The beast men moved with remarkable speed, traversing a mountain within an hour. Suddenly, Li Xiao came to a halt, and upon noticing his pause, Qingqiang and the others intended to stop as well. However, seeing Li Xiao gesture for them to proceed, he transformed and cradled Tang Qingqing in his arms, placing her on Xianjiu's back. "You all go ahead. I will catch up shortly." Xianjiu cast a deep, contemplative glance at Li Xiao without inquiring further, and continued to pursue Qingqiang. Although Xianjiu had not explicitly stated his understanding of the white tiger, Li Xiao's demeanor suggested he had uncovered something significant or needed to attend to an urgent matter alone. Once Qingqiang and Xianjiu had departed, Li Xiao sought a concealed spot to hide, anticipating the inevitable pursuit from beastmen behind them. It was evident, without doubt, that the Black Panther beastman had been dispatched to follow them. Li Xiao felt a twinge of bewilderment at the chief of the Moon Tribe's motives. What vendetta could the leader harbor against Qingqing's family that warranted their expulsion and the subsequent surveillance? It was clear that such tracking was not an act of goodwill. Li Xiao surmised that Chief Yin Tian aimed to discern their whereabouts, possibly to disseminate the information, inviting more wandering and fallen beastmen to seize Qingqing and her sister-in-law. If his conjectures held true, then Chief Yin Tian's intentions were indeed malevolent. What grudge could prompt a fellow tribesman to commit such a heartless act? As the Black Panther beastman sped past Li Xiao's hiding place, a white shadow lunged, toppling the panther to the ground. Not wishing to reveal that he had dispatched the Black Panther, Li Xiao refrained from leaving any claw marks on the body. With his formidable front paws, he tightly grasped the panther's throat, and amidst its futile struggles, the creature breathed its last, eyes wide with defiance. Ever cautious and meticulous, Li Xiao collected the panther's fur that had come loose during the struggle and subsequently discarded the body into a nearby river, allowing the current to carry it away. Even if the corpse were to be discovered, no one would trace it back to him. Having completed this grim task, Li Xiao hastened to rejoin Tang Qingqing and the others. From the moment Qingqing chose to depart the tribe with them, she became the female he vowed to protect with his life. He could not permit anyone to bring her harm. Days later, when Yun Tian had yet to receive word from his loyal Black Panther subordinate, a sense of foreboding settled over him. The longer he waited, the more he understood that his underling was likely doomed. After 2.5 days of relentless travel, Tang Qingqing and her companions finally arrived at the valley. Their journey should not have taken so long. However, to avoid detection by other orcs, Li Xiao led Qingqiang and the others through less frequented paths. The entrance to the valley was completely concealed by a massive stone. Had it not been for Li Xiao's effort in pushing the stone aside, none would have suspected that a passage to the valley lay behind it. The passage into the valley was exceedingly narrow, allowing only one orc to enter at a time. Li Xiao took the lead, with the ground beneath them strewn with pebbles. Tang Qingqing, donning shoes crafted from animal hide, found the stony path quite uncomfortable. Xianjiu, trailing behind her, noticed her unsteady gait and promptly lifted her onto his shoulder. "Put me down, Xianjiu," protested Tang Qingqing, her cherubic face flushing with embarrassment as she squirmed to free herself. In her struggle, she nearly lost her balance, prompting Xianjiu to discard the animal hide bag he was holding and quickly stabilize her on his shoulder. Annoyed, he gave her a gentle smack on her round backside, saying, "Stay put, or I shall drop you." Startled into silence by his actions, Tang Qingqing ceased her wriggling, her cheeks now a deep crimson, as she glared at Xianjiu with a fierce expression that suggested she might devour him whole. After approximately 15 minutes, they finally reached the heart of the valley. The sudden burst of sunlight was blinding, and as she squinted to adjust to the brightness, the breathtaking scenery before her rendered her utterly speechless. The valley was neither vast nor tiny, roughly the size of a football field, featuring a gently flowing spring and several towering trees that flourished amidst the greenery. The ground was carpeted with lush grass, resembling a verdant blanket, while various flowers sprinkled color throughout, creating a scene both beautiful and fragrant. It was a place of enchanting beauty, reminiscent of a fairy tale realm where elves might dwell, pristine and mysterious. Just as Tang Qingqing became entranced by this picturesque landscape, she felt a sharp tap on her arm from He Xiaozi, looking up at her with a sense of grievance. Tang Qingqing couldn't shake the feeling that He Xiaozi had taken to smacking her arm as a peculiar pastime. "What are you staring at?" "I merely wish to inform you that I intend to reside in that large cave," He Xiaozi declared. Tang Qingqing followed the direction indicated by the elder sister in black and beheld an irregular cave on the mountain wall, which was evidently not excavated by human hands, but rather a natural formation. At that moment, Xianjiu approached Tang Qingqing and remarked, "Qingqing, let the elder sister and her companions reside in that larger cave. Their group is one person more than ours. The three of us can comfortably accommodate ourselves in the smaller cave." Tang Qingqing was taken aback. Is this how it is calculated? She did not perceive it that way. And who agreed to share a cave with her? Tang Qingqing was about to express that she resided alone in a cave. But upon meeting the disapproving gaze of her elder sister-in-law, she realized her error. At that moment, there was no time to excavate another dwelling for them, and it was untenable to allow Li Xiao and Xianjiu to stay with her brothers and sisters-in-law while she remained alone. Would it be reasonable to have the two sleep outside? Under fair weather, it might be acceptable, but once the rainy season commenced, it was evidently impractical to expect them to endure the elements. Tang Qingqing, with her head hung low, nodded in acknowledgement to Xianjiu, though she was oblivious to the cunning glint that flickered in his dark eyes. 21 Cave. Tang Qingqing's 3 elder brothers held no objections regarding the dwelling within the cave. They gathered Tang Qingqing's belongings from their residence in the tribe's cave and placed them into 3 large animal skin bags, which they then presented to Li Xiao. These are Qingqing's possessions. We have collected them together for you. Please take them back to your own cave for your use. Li Xiao accepted the items and set them aside. Thank you, elder brother. Under the direction of Sister He, Tang Qingqing's 3 brothers moved the luggage into the natural cavern. Meanwhile, Li Xiao found a clean spot for several leather bags, and using his sharp claws, he gathered a large bundle of long reeds to fashion a simple broom. With a few agile leaps, he ascended to the opposite side of the cave. Tang Qingqing was also embraced by Xianjiu as they ascended to the entrance of the cave where they would reside. Upon reaching the cave, she noted its considerable size, clearly indicating it had been excavated by human hands. However, the platform in front was rather limited, and there was a smaller adjacent cave likely intended for storage. Li Xiao was diligently wielding a broom crafted from long reeds, sweeping out the debris from within the cave. Upon noticing Tang Qingqing's arrival, he cast a disapproving glance at Xianjiu, questioning the wisdom of bringing her here when the dust within was so thick and the cave remained uncleaned. Xianjiu sheepishly scratched his head, realizing that he had not considered the state of the dusty cave when he brought Qingqing up with him. Tang Qingqing, however, paid no heed to these matters. She turned to Xianjiu beside her and said, "Please fetch a bucket of water from the spring so we can thoroughly clean the cave. This will make our stay much more comfortable." Upon hearing Tang Qingqing's request, Xianjiu promptly leapt down from the cliff to retrieve a wooden bucket and draw some water. Tang Qingqing took out a piece of cloth she usually used to wrap her hair while working, and now she used it to tie up her long locks, preventing her from getting covered in dust while tidying the cave. Li Xiao wiped the adjacent stone table and bench with a piece of animal hide and gently urged Tang Qingqing to sit down. "Rest here," he said. "There's no need for you to worry about cleaning the cave." Tang Qingqing gazed at Li Xiao in astonishment, sensing a distinct change in his demeanor since their departure from the Moon Tribe. It seemed as though he had become markedly more attentive towards her. Their conversations had increased, a stark contrast to his previous reticence. In the past, it was Xianjiu who incessantly trailed behind her, chattering away like a relentless wind. As Xianjiu ascended with a bucket of water, he noticed Tang Qingqing idly seated beside the stone table, observing. Meanwhile, Li Xiao swept the small pebbles and dust away to the side. He poured the water into the wooden basin he had brought, took a piece of beast skin from nearby, dampened it, twisted it, and then carried it into the cave. Tang Qingqing also wished to assist and was about to rise when she met Li Xiao's disapproving gaze as if to say, "I have already informed you that there is no need for you to tidy up. Why must you create further disturbance?" Tang Qingqing smiled awkwardly. "Having more hands makes the work faster." She handed a piece of animal hide to Tang Qingqing after they had thoroughly swept the cave inside and out. "Just wipe the outside. The dust inside is too much. Xianjiu, and I will take care of it," he said, taking a large piece of animal hide, wetting it, and then entering the cave. It was only after the two had cleaned the cave meticulously, even scrubbing the floor on both sides, that Tang Qingqing was permitted to enter. Upon stepping into the cave, Tang Qingqing was astonished by the immense stone bed that stood before her, rising to knee height and occupying a third of the cave space. This stone bed was not constructed from stones brought in from elsewhere. Rather, it had been intentionally designed during the excavation of the cave, seamlessly integrated with the stone wall, resembling a northern Kong. The cave also featured a stone table and stone stools, and not far from the entrance, there was a cooking stove, ready to accommodate a pot for meal preparation. Tang Qingqing suddenly realized and turned her head, looking at Li Xiao with a tentative inquiry. "Is this the place where you used to live?" Li Xiao's lips curled into a faint smile as he nodded. "You are correct. This is indeed the place where I once resided." Tang Qingqing smiled as well, not expecting that the place where Li Xiao once resided was so beautiful, with a splendid view outside, unwilling to be overlooked. Xianjiu approached Tang Qingqing and took her hand, gazing at her with a hint of melancholy in his eyes as he said, "The place where I used to live is equally enchanting. When time permits, I shall take you to see it." Tang Qingqing withdrew her hand and said, "Speak without resorting to physical gestures." They had already consumed their lunch during the journey, but Li Xiao, a calculating and assertive male beastman, hoisted several of Tang Qingqing's large beast skin bags onto the cliff platform and called out to Xianjiu. He addressed him, "The day is still young. Let us venture into the forest beyond the valley to hunt. Before the rainy season arrives, we must stockpile sufficient provisions, so that Qingqing does not suffer from hunger alongside us." Upon hearing this, Xianjiu realized that if they did not exert themselves in hunting now, Qingqing would likely face starvation during the rainy season. Consequently, he became anxious and ceased his attempts to garner Tang Qingqing's attention. "Qingqing, I shall go hunt now and return to keep you company in the evening." With that, Xianjiu leapt down from the cliff platform and headed into the forest behind the valley to hunt. Tang Qingqing chuckled as she gazed at the departing Xianjiu. Truly a charming male. Li Xiao noticed Tang Qingqing smiling towards the direction where Xianjiu had left, and his eyes flickered momentarily. He then retrieved a large piece of animal hide from the leather pouch and spread it across the stone bed. "Qingqing, you should rest for now. We will tidy up these things when we return this evening." Tang Qingqing smiled and nodded in agreement, saying, "All right, your arm has yet to fully recover, so please exercise caution while hunting." Upon hearing her concern, Li Xiao suppressed the corners of his mouth that were inclined to rise, replying, "Do not worry. I shall be vigilant." He then leapt from the cliff to commence his hunt. Before departing, he called for several of Tang Qingqing's brothers to join him, mindful that the rainy season would soon be upon them, and he wished to spare Qingqing from the worry of her brother's food shortages. Tang Qingqing stood on the cliff, watching Li Xiao and her 3 brothers venture into the wilderness to hunt. She turned and entered the cave, forgoing rest on the bed. Instead, she opened several bags made of animal hides, meticulously arranging their contents in their designated places. After organizing the items from the large animal hide bags, she proceeded to tidy up the adjacent small cave, preparing it for future food storage. Upon her return, she hung the cured and air-dried meats in a cool, shaded area, allowing the mountain breeze to gently dry them, ensuring their longevity. "Qingqing, what are you up to?" Tang Qingqing heard her sister-in-law calling her from the entrance of the cave across from her. Turning around, she noticed that the black-clad sister-in-law was also taking meat out to dry. "Sister-in-law, I am also drying meat," she replied. As the 2 women engaged in their tasks, they chatted amiably, and before they knew it, the sun began its descent in the west. The pathway leading into the valley had been blocked again by a large stone that Li Xiao had pushed into place while the males were out hunting. When the hunters returned, the sky was adorned with the hues of sunset, each one of them carrying their hard-won game. Qingchuan pushed aside the boulder that obstructed the entrance, allowing them to enter the valley with their catch. After they had settled within, Qingchuan gradually moved the large stone back to the valley's mouth. Since he was inside, shifting the heavy stone proved somewhat challenging. Xuanji noticed and set down his load to assist him. In the month of the tribe's leadership under Yuntian, dinner was a communal affair, with Tang Qingqing and her brother's family roasting meat together in the valley. After the meal, Qingshan brought back sturdy wooden poles, each as thick as an arm, and carved grooves at both ends. He then used strong, resilient vines to securely bind them, creating a wooden ladder that was suspended from the cliff for the females to ascend and descend safely. Li Xiao and Xuanji were also crafting a convenient ladder for Tang Qingqing. She sat beside them, observing their work, puzzled by the necessity of the grooves at the ends of the wood. It seemed Li Xiao sensed her curiosity. In a low and mellow voice, he explained, "The grooves are for the vines, ensuring they do not slip off, which will make your ascent and descent much safer." As Li Xiao carved the grooves, Xuanji secured the vines alongside him, while Tang Qingqing watched the 2 of them labor. Tang Qingqing's 3 elder brothers watched the scene with a sense of relief. They had finally raised their sister and found her a suitable mate, ensuring she would not remain dependent on them for life, thus honoring the spirit of the Linya beast, her father. Linya was the beloved beast father of Qingqing, the former leader of the Moon tribe. While Tang Qingqing and her brothers toiled in the hunt, striving to survive the rainy season, Su Yushua, the original protagonist of the story residing in the Moon tribe, found herself far from the happiness she had anticipated. She had initially believed that by orchestrating Tang Qingqing's departure, she would regain the attention of Languid. However, the once approachable Languid had grown distant, leaving her bewildered, blocking his path. Su Yushua gazed at his increasingly handsome visage in the moonlight and, unwilling to accept defeat, asked, Why have you been avoiding me? Languid regarded the delicate female before him with indifference. Previously, he appreciated her intelligence and the contributions she made to the tribe, often engaging in conversation with her without aversion. However, after realizing her intentions to make him her follower on several occasions, he could not reciprocate her feelings. The final straw was her deliberate scheme to drive out the chubby-faced female from the tribe, leading Languid to a resolute decision to avoid her. "You are overthinking," he remarked. Sidestepping her and continuing on his way home, leaving Su Yushiwei behind, her expression twisted in dismay. "Just wait, Languid. If I cannot have you, neither shall anyone else." With her hair styled in a high ponytail, Su Yushiwei stormed back to her dwelling. Having distanced herself from her parents since adulthood and remaining aloof from other beastmen in her household. Meanwhile, not far from the tree, the injured Song Ming emerged. His face clouded with frustration. He had not seen Su Yushiwei in days and was surprised to witness her fixation on Languid. Song Ming's injuries were not severe, allowing him to venture out despite the pain. Upon returning home, his father, Yun Tian, expressed concern. "Where have you been? Your wounds are not yet healed." "What if they worsen? Father, why didn't you eliminate those bothersome offspring back in the day? They annoy me daily." Song Ming vented his frustration. A glint of malice flickered in Yun Tian's eyes as he darkly inquired, "Who has wronged you?" Song Ming, puzzled, continued, "Father, you removed those males who did not align with you in the tribe. Why leave their descendants?" "Enough. Such questions are not for you to ask," Yun Tian retorted. Wishing to avoid this topic. "Father," Song Ming persisted, sensing his father's reluctance to discuss the past. It seemed he would need to clarify matters today to prevent lingering misunderstandings. Yun Tian's frustration grew. He had raised a son who was both arrogant and thoughtless, a source of deep discontent. The decision to spare the descendants was a reluctant one. At that time, those willing to follow him were not sufficiently powerful warriors, and the tribe could not survive without strength. Only the offspring of true, beastly warriors, inheriting their father's might and bravery, could defend their tribe against external threats. Song Ming's mouth fell open in astonishment. He had not realized how far ahead his father had planned. 18 years had passed since those warriors had left behind their young, who had now become the backbone of the tribe, excelling in collective hunts. They stood as the first line of defense during invasions from rival tribes. Song Ming respected his father, seeing no shame in his actions. Appreciating the ease with which he commanded the tribe without the need for constant struggle against beasts for sustenance, all thanks to his father's cleverness. After coaxing Song Ming back to rest, Yun Tian pondered his son's words. He had intended to keep Languid, the tribe's foremost warrior, as an asset, but now feared his budding association with the astute female, Su Yushiwei. If Languid were to bond with her, it would jeopardize Song Ming's prospects of leadership in the tribe. No, the position of chief, painstakingly attained, must be inherited by Song Ming. Languid, unlike the Qingqiang siblings, could not be expelled from the tribe. The latter would suffer greatly even if cast out, with two females as their burden, ultimately leading to their demise while attempting to protect them. Additionally, he had spread rumors about the Qingqiang siblings leaving the Moon tribe, anticipating that wandering or fallen beastmen would soon target them for their females. Languid, however, had no kin in the tribe. If he were cast out, his youthful beauty might attract other tribes' females, and if he bore resentment for his expulsion, he could very well return to attack the Moon tribe during the harsh winter in search of food. A ruthless glint flashed in Yun Tian's eyes. If he were to act, it must be with absolute resolve. Thus, the rainy season approached. Tang Qingqing and the black sister-in-law, having successfully hunted numerous prey in recent days, found that the platform in their cave could no longer accommodate the cured meat. Thus, they were compelled to dry the preserved meat in the valley. For the safety of both Tang Qingqing and her sister-in-law, Li Xiao and Qingshan strictly forbade them from venturing outside the valley. On this particular day, as the sun shone brightly, Tang Qingqing and her sister-in-law finished drying the meat and ascended into the cave to rest. Suddenly, they were startled by a loud bird call from outside. Tang Qingqing recalled that some birds feasted on meat and hurried to the cliff's edge to gaze into the valley. The sight that met her eyes nearly drove her to despair. There, in the valley, descended a creature resembling a half-human height with a brown back that glimmered with metallic hues, voraciously devouring the meat laid out below. Tang Qingqing, feeling a surge of frustration, contemplated hurling a stone to gauge the cleanliness of the cliffside, which appeared devoid of pebbles. She pivoted and retrieved a firewood stick from the stove, descending the wooden ladder with determination. Upon hearing the commotion, Black Sister emerged to discover birds pilfering the sun-dried meat, prompting her to join the fray. The two women brandished their sticks, attempting to drive away the brazen brown eagle, which had already savored the fruits of its mischief and showed no inclination to depart easily. It circled above them, waiting for a moment of respite, and whenever they paused from exhaustion, it would swoop down, snatch a piece of meat, and return to its aerial perch to continue its torment. After a morning of this relentless pursuit, both Tang Qingqing and Black Sister were nearly spent, sprawled on the ground like panting hounds. Just as the eagle seized another sizable morsel and prepared to take flight once more, Tang Qingqing felt a surge of urgency. She sensed the blood coursing through her veins igniting with fervor as countless invisible golden rays swirled around her, sharp as blades. Tang Qingqing's mind was solely occupied with the desire for something to bring down that eagle. To her astonishment, the eagle appeared to have indeed suffered an attack, careening towards the adjacent stone wall before crashing to the ground. This spectacle not only startled Tang Qingqing, but also left the black-clad woman, wielding a stick, in a state of bewilderment, utterly perplexed as to how the majestic bird, which had just been clutching a substantial piece of meat and preparing for flight, had suddenly collided with the stone wall. Tang Qingqing and Sister He slowly approached, discovering that a large eagle appeared to be bleeding from its throat, while clutching a sizable piece of meat they had left out to dry. The two exchanged a glance, both perplexed by the situation. "What are you two doing?" Tang Qingqing and her sister-in-law quickly turned around upon hearing Qingshan's voice, only to discover that the animals they were carrying on their shoulders were the spoils of the hunt brought back by Qingshan, Qinghe, and Li Xiao. Qingshan inquired again, breathless and perspiring, "What are you two doing?" Chuanya waved to her partner, saying, "Shan, come quickly and have a look. This large eagle, for some unknown reason, has been stealing the meat we hung out to dry, and now it has crashed into the cliff and died." The three males, upon hearing the sister-in-law's words, hastily set down their burdens and strode over. Upon seeing the majestic eagle lying lifeless on the ground, they were all taken aback. How could such a robust creature have met its demise in such a manner? Li Xiao approached to inspect the eagle's bleeding neck, then turned back to gaze at Tang Qingqing and her sister-in-law. The two quickly waved their hands in denial, insisting, "It wasn't us." At their response, a flicker of doubt crossed Li Xiao's azure eyes. The wound on the eagle's neck appeared to have been inflicted by a sharp object, leading him to ponder how it could have occurred if not by their hands. Both Qishan and Qinghe, curious, also examined the eagle's throat, their expressions mirroring confusion. The neatness of the injury suggested it had been caused by something sufficiently sharp, prompting them to glance simultaneously at the two females at home, shaking their heads in unison. Convinced it was impossible, Sister Qingqing and her partner Chuanya had grown up alongside them. They knew their capabilities well. As ordinary females, it was clear that such a wound could not have been inflicted by either of them. After a prolonged examination, the group was left perplexed, ultimately deciding to pluck the eagle's feathers as recompense for the meat it had stolen from their home. For more than half a month, Li Xiao, Qingshan, and the other males engaged in relentless hunting and firewood gathering, managing to stockpile enough provisions to last over a month. Since dried meat could not be stacked together due to spoilage risks, Tang Qingqing filled both of their caves with meat, taking the remaining portions to her sister-in-law's cave to hang and dry, ensuring proper ventilation to prevent spoilage. Although she had no desire to consume meat daily, in this beastly world, Tang Qingqing found herself with little choice if she wished to avoid starvation. The notion of cultivating grains was a distant fantasy during the summer. Half the time was rainy season, while the other half was drought, making such agricultural endeavors far too complex for her to tackle. As the first raindrop fell from the sky, the rainy season commenced, and Tang Qingqing witnessed rain of an unprecedented intensity, with droplets the size of her pinky finger. The moment she perceived the first drop, she was momentarily entranced, realizing that she was no longer in the modern world, and anything fantastical could occur without surprise. The large stone blocking the valley had been pushed aside, allowing the water to drain out, alleviating concerns of beastmen discovering their hideaway. During the initial downpour, the beastmen typically sheltered in their caves, so Tang Qingqing donned a beast skin and insisted they accompany her to forage for wild vegetables, hoping to diversify their diet when they grew weary of meat. Seeing Tang Qingqing and her companions braving the rain to gather vegetables, her sister-in-law also urged her partner to don beast skins and venture out while the water was still manageable, successfully returning with a bounty of wild greens. However, once the water reached knee depth, Tang Qingqing ceased her foraging. During this period, she found herself sleeping alone on the stone bed at night. while Li Xiao and Xianjiu made do with a simple beast skin mat on the ground. As time passed, the water accumulated outside, reaching depths surpassing a person's height, rendering the view outside a misty white, with the valley water now also knee-deep. As the rain intensified, the cave grew increasingly damp, with watermarks forming on the ground. Tang Qingqing sighed, contemplating her relationship with Li Xiao and Xianjiu, yet unwilling to have them sleep on such a wet surface, fearing they might fall ill. Thus, she devised a plan to stitch several pieces of beast skin together using a bone needle, creating a curtain that could be hung in the center of the stone bed, allowing for sleeping space on both sides. Ultimately, Xianjiu was tasked with sewing the beast skin curtain, while Li Xiao hung it up. Tang Qingqing gazed at the needle holes in her hands, glaring discontentedly at the two males who seemed to regard her with disdain. Was it truly necessary? It was merely a prick from a needle, and just as she found a way to pass the time, the two males had intervened forcefully. Tang Qingqing lifted her gaze to the beast skin curtain hanging in the center of the stone bed and couldn't help but acknowledge that Xianjiu's craftsmanship surpassed her own. As Li Xiao and Xianjiu secured the curtain, they caught sight of Tang Qingqing's adorably plump and rosy cheeks, and could not resist the temptation to pinch her cheeks. Each taking a side. In a cavern of the Yu clan, Lang Yu sat alone on a stone bench, observing the torrential rain outside. In previous years, he would often spend the rainy season in slumber. However, for some unknown reason, during this half-month of rain, he found it difficult to pass the time sleeping. Except at night. Perhaps it was time for him to seek a female companion. For many years, he had never found life tedious, yet recently, a cherubic face kept invading his thoughts. Despite her departure from the tribe, he could not shake her memory. He had never considered taking a mate, believing that a solitary existence was quite satisfactory. Thus, he had never truly paid attention to any female. Even Yu Shui, the female who often engaged him in conversation, had not captured his genuine interest. Their encounters merely coincided during his hunting returns, leading others in the tribe to mistakenly believe he was pursuing her. Regardless of how Lang Yu spent his rainy days, Tang Qingqing had been sulking in the cave for over half a month, lying despondently on the stone bed. Yearning for her phone, computer, and even the printed books she had never cared for 800 years ago. The overwhelming boredom began to mold her spirit, making her crave someone to engage in light banter, a distraction from the monotony. Yet, regardless of how unreasonable her requests were, the two males would fulfill what they could and comfort her in what they could not, ensuring they never quarreled with her. This only deepened Tang Qingqing's gloom. She was not truly the type to cause trouble. Thus, her desire for playful arguments faded, and she resigned herself to lying on the stone bed, feeling lifeless. Noticing Tang Qingqing's utterly bored demeanor, Xianjiu, seated at the stone table, raised an elegant eyebrow, a captivating smile gracing his lips. He stood tall and graceful, sauntering toward Tang Qingqing. Li Xiao, who was sharpening a stone axe nearby, glanced at Xianjiu's playful antics. Understanding that Tang Qingqing had been cooped up in the cave due to the rain, and welcomed Xianjiu's intent to lighten her spirits. Is little Qingqing feeling quite bored? Would you like your brother Xianjiu to carry you around for a bit? Tang Qingqing rolled her eyes, not even bothering to lift her head. Did he truly consider her a mere child, needing to be twirled around in his arms? Suddenly, Xianjiu, caught off guard, swept Tang Qingqing up and spun around once, before placing her gently at the entrance of the cave. With a playful tone, he remarked, "If you're bored, just let me know. Brother Xianjiu is here to entertain you." Tang Qingqing could no longer tolerate Xianjiu's childishness. With her chubby little hand, she playfully tapped his forehead and exclaimed, "Stop playing around. I wish to go outside. Can you make the rain stop?" Xianjiu, unfazed by the playful strike, simply held the little bundle in his arms tightly and, pretending to ponder, replied, "While I cannot prevent the rain from falling outside, I can certainly ensure that you do not feel bored. Ah, Xianjiu, if you do not put me down, I swear I will make you regret it." With a pair of large hands, Xianjiu lifted Tang Qingqing gently by her waist, tossing her playfully into the air. Tang Qingqing's waist, though not particularly slender, appeared quite delicate within Xianjiu's two large hands. As Xianjiu tossed her high into the air, her ample figure swayed with greater prominence. Upon catching sight of the magnificent landscape below, Xianjiu suddenly felt an itch in his nose. He hastily placed Tang Qingqing into Li Xiao's embrace and retreated to the platform at the cave's entrance, standing there in the rain. Li Xiao, taken by surprise, found himself enveloped by Xianjiu's unexpected gesture. Instinctively, he tightened his hold on the soft, warm Tang Qingqing, a profound sense of satisfaction swelling within him, accompanied by a sweet sensation that spread through his heart, igniting an irresistible urge to never let go. as Tang Qingqing gradually regained her composure in Li Xiao's arms. She gritted her teeth, attempting to rise from his embrace. Without uttering a word, her expression alone indicated to Li Xiao that Xianjiu had truly provoked this little one. Tang Qingqing was just left blushing by Xianjiu's actions, her cheeks resembling the vivid hue of rosy petals, causing Li Xiao's heart to race. He glanced at Xianjiu, who stood outside in the rain, and felt an urge to join him in the downpour. Upon seeing Tang Qingqing approach, Xianjiu hastily retreated into the cave, understanding from her expression that he was about to face her wrath. Fearing she might venture out into the rain, he stepped forward, ready to accept her reprimand. "Oh dear, you can't hit me here. If I get injured, how can I bring you happiness? Xianjiu, you rogue. Just wait until I teach you a lesson." This one-sided slaughter ultimately concluded when Li Xiao carried the executioner away. Xianjiu gingerly touched the bruise around his eye, wincing at the pain. He hadn't anticipated that her delicate touch could pack such a punch. In the days that followed, no amount of sweet talk from Xianjiu could sway Tang Qingqing, who resolutely ignored the bothersome male fox. After applying herbal ointment to his facial scratches, Xianjiu's scars faded to the point of near invisibility. With his restored looks, Tang Qingqing remarked that he truly was the embodiment of a fox spirit, standing nearly 2 meters tall, with striking crimson lips and pristine white teeth. His captivating eyes sparkled with charm, his features sculpted to perfection, particularly those enchanting phoenix eyes that held an irresistible allure. Upon witnessing the stunningly alluring Xianjiu, Tang Qingqing abruptly turned her gaze to Li Xiao. As he stood lost in thought, he felt a powerful stare directed at him. When he met Tang Qingqing's intense gaze, an unsettling premonition washed over him. In that moment of unbearable curiosity, she found herself intrigued by the face hidden beneath his tousled hair. Yet Li Xiao was reluctant to reveal it, and she felt it inappropriate to press him further. Tang Qingqing's insatiable curiosity was thoroughly ignited. Each day she found herself yearning to behold the visage of Li Xiao. The question of his attractiveness was secondary. What truly mattered was her mounting boredom coupled with an irresistible intrigue regarding this matter. After 3 consecutive days of being scrutinized by Tang Qingqing, Li Xiao found himself at a loss. Were she to voice her intentions directly, he could simply refuse. Yet, she remained silent, her bright, sparkling, and expressive eyes fixed upon him, rendering him utterly defenseless against her innocent curiosity. During the rainy season, with little to occupy her time, the lethargic Tang Qingqing would rise late each day. On this particular morning, upon awakening, she instinctively peered outside. Her initially hazy eyes widened in astonishment, as if the very orbs within might roll out at any moment. There, standing not far from the stone bed, was a man with flowing silver hair, tied back with a strip of beast hide. His honey-toned visage exuded sharp, defined elegance, while his deep azure eyes shimmered with a captivating allure. Every feature, from his thick brows to his prominent nose and exquisitely shaped lips, proclaimed his nobility and grace. As the man smiled softly, Tang Qingqing felt as though a swirl of incense encircled her, prompting her to hastily pull the beast hide over her head, averting her gaze from his mesmerizing eyes. She feared that to look directly into them would lead her to perdition. Beneath the cover, Tang Qingqing mused to herself about the existence of such a remarkably handsome man in the world. Truly, it seemed an injustice. "How is it that you do not recognize me?" Li Xiao inquired, as he approached and lifted the beast hide from her head. Tang Qingqing felt her face flush and her heart race at the gentle, drawn-out sound of from Li Xiao. In a flurry, she swatted his hand away and rolled deeper into the stone bed, avoiding his gaze. Li Xiao smiled with a hint of mischief. Once he had despised his own face for causing trouble, often concealing it with his hair. Yet today, witnessing the bashful blush on the face of the female he adored, he found an overwhelming joy that illuminated his previous misconceptions. He realized that it was never his appearance that invited trouble, but rather a heart tainted by greed. Li Xiao settled at the edge of the stone bed, extending his long arm to draw both the fur and the girl into his embrace. Tang Qingqing, nestled within him, raised her flushed face, her long eyelashes fluttering like 2 delicate butterflies. Her large, glistening eyes occasionally met his with a shy glance, as Li Xiao beheld her enchanting visage. The soft curve of her slightly parted lips, akin to a tender blossom awaiting harvest, he could no longer suppress the yearning within him. He leaned in to kiss the place he had longed for. On the other side of the fur curtain, Xianjiu lay awake, having been alert for some time. When he beheld Li Xiao, his silver hair tied back, revealing his entire face, he was momentarily stunned as a wave of acute danger washed over him. He considered his own appearance, believing it rivaled that of the Moon Tribe's first warrior, Languid, whom Qingqing had once admired. Yet he had to concede that, Despite being a male fox, he was no match for the striking allure of this deathwing tiger, with only a fur curtain between them. The sounds of their breaths reached Xianjiao, unsettling him. He stifled his jealousy and cleared his throat, striving to maintain composure. Tang Qingqing was roused from the sweetness brought by Li Xiao by the sound of Xianjiao's cough. She forcefully pushed against Li Xiao's firm chest, wrapping herself tightly in the animal skin once more, retreating to the innermost part of the stone bed to feign death. Li Xiao cast a sharp glance toward the animal skin curtain, and Xianjiao felt a shiver run through him, even through the curtain. He could sense a chilling aura, the formidable presence of the cloud-winged white tiger. Outside, the rain continued to pour, and the mountains below had turned into a vast ocean. In the cave, a heavy silence enveloped them. Li Xiao reached out and forcibly pulled down the animal skin that covered Tang Qingqing's face, cautioning, "Be careful not to suffocate." After noticing that the rain had lessened, Li Xiao transformed into his beast form. A majestic white tiger sprouted a pair of wings and soared into the rain. Heading towards the depths of the forest, Tang Qingqing's gaze had never truly departed from Li Xiao. Normally, when she beheld him, he appeared as a colossal white tiger, even more imposing than before. However, to her astonishment, although his beastly form was not as grand as usual, he had sprouted a pair of wings. She felt as if she were lost in a fantastical realm. Xianjiao, equally perplexed by the rain outside, pondered what Li Xiao could possibly be doing. He rose, donned his clothing, and approached Tang Qingqing. Noticing the lingering blush on her cheeks and the heightened jealousy in her eyes, he leaned down, placing his hands on either side of her. Observing the panic in her gaze, he gently took her small hand and placed it on his heart. Looking at her with tender affection, "Qingqing," he murmured, "I feel unwell here. Please do not favor him merely because he is more handsome than I am. From the very first moment I laid eyes on you, I found you incredibly charming, and over time, I have gradually come to cherish you." Tang Qingqing listened with a complex mix of emotions as Xianjiao confessed his feelings to her. She had yet to recover from the shock of being accosted by a male beastman earlier that day when Xianjiao dropped another emotional bombshell, leaving her utterly disoriented in her thoughts and disarray. Initially, she had merely intended to bring them back as temporary followers. How had it escalated to this? Covering her face, she felt as though she had lifted a stone only to drop it on her own foot. She wondered if it would seem overly sentimental to suggest they leave now, fearing it might come across as ungrateful or as if she were burning bridges. Noticing the regret etched on Tang Qingqing's face, Xianjiao recalled their original agreement and refrained from mentioning the topic further. Instead, he gently urged her, "Come on, get up and wash up. Today, I'll prepare some beast bone stew for you. You usually relish this." After over 2 weeks of consuming various meats, Tang Qingqing, disinterested in the prospect of more meat, pouted and resolutely ignored him, refusing to rise despite Xianjiao's persistent coaxing. At that moment, they heard a commotion at the cave entrance. Li Xiao, transformed into his human form, appeared with 4 or 5 fist-sized bird eggs cradled in his hands, gazing at them. Upon seeing what Li Xiao held, Tang Qingqing's eyes lit up, and she sprang from her bed, rushing towards him. Li Xiao, noticing her enthusiasm, smiled, while Xianjiao swiftly lifted Tang Qingqing, playfully swatting her lightly on the backside, saying, "The ground is damp. Put on your shoes first." He set her down at the edge of the stone bed and knelt to help her with her shoes before gently pulling her down to the ground. Tang Qingqing regarded the tall Xianjiao squatting before her, a complex expression in her eyes. In that moment, to claim she was not moved would be a lie. She was not made of stone. Biting her lip, she looked at Xianjiao with a hint of emotion for the first time. "Qingqing, do you think we should boil these bird eggs, or like last time, steam them into an egg custard?" Li Xiao interjected, interrupting the atmosphere that had enveloped the two. Tang Qingqing gazed at the bird egg held in Li Xiao's hands and pondered for a moment. Steaming it would be best. Such a large egg could yield a substantial amount of custard. She shyly looked at Li Xiao and said, "Would it be possible to send half of them to my sister-in-law and the others, so they could also enjoy a better meal?" Li Xiao carefully placed each egg into Tang Qingqing's embrace, saying, "All of these belong to you, Qingqing. You may distribute them as you wish. There is no need for such caution." Tang Qingqing met the profound gaze of Li Xiao and quickly averted her eyes, pondering whether anyone could survive such a morning. For lunch, they had stewed meat and beast bones. After steaming the egg custard, Tang Qingqing covered half of it and instructed the flying Li Xiao to deliver it to Sister He and the others. When Qishan and Sister He saw the white tiger soaring down onto the cliff platform, clutching a cloth bundle in its mouth, they were aware that Li Xiao was a white tiger. Yet they were astonished to discover he was also a flying cloud-winged white tiger. Qichuan approached and retrieved the still-warm cloth bundle, addressing Li Xiao's beastly form, "Li Xiao, come in and sit for a while." The white tiger shook his head and flew back to their mountain cave. Qi watched him depart, then returned to the cave, opening the bundle to reveal the egg custard that Tang Qingqing had previously made for them in the tribe, reminiscing about its delicate texture and fragrant taste. Qi couldn't help but swallow hard. Sister He accepted the egg custard and remarked, "You have certainly not neglected that little rascal Qingqing. You know to think of us when it comes to delicious food." She placed the egg custard on the stone table, just as they were preparing to eat. The Qishan brothers felt a surge of joy in their hearts, touched by Tang Qingqing's thoughtfulness. As the rainy season drew to a close, Tang Qingqing noticed that Li Xiao and Xianjiao seemed to have lost weight for the past several days during mealtimes. It appeared that both of them had pressing matters to attend to. The table was laden with 3 large bowls, each containing meat. They consistently allowed themselves to eat first, claiming they would join her once they completed their tasks. Every time she couldn't finish her portion, she would place meat into their bowls, and indeed, she observed them returning to consume the meat after finishing their work. However, she found herself unable to recall whether they had eaten anything afterward. Tang Qingqing was acutely aware that a mere bowl of meat would hardly suffice to fill the gaps in their teeth. Their usual appetite demanded a substantial basin of meat at each meal to sustain their energy. During this particular meal, they insisted that Tang Qingqing begin first. While Xianjiao busied himself tidying up the stove, and Li Xiao hurriedly brought in the firewood from outside, mindful that damp wood would be difficult to ignite, Tang Qingqing, as per her usual routine, felt satiated after consuming a few pieces of meat. Each day, she was accustomed to strolling back and forth for 2 rounds on the cliffside, sheltered from the rain, after her meal. It was only after she departed from Li Xiao and Xianjiao that they set aside their tasks, approached the stone table, and began to devour their food with great eagerness. The 2 swiftly finished a bowl of meat, and then ladled the meat broth from the pot into their bowls, savoring every last drop before reluctantly setting their bowls down, still yearning for more. Tang Qingqing stood at the corner of the cliff, her eyes glistening with unshed tears as she beheld the scene before her. It became evident that for the past few days, they had subsisted on merely a bowl of meat for each meal. Even the broth, which they seldom consumed, was savored by them now with great relish. This could only signify that they had not truly filled their bellies and were still left in hunger. Tang Qingqing did not enter. Instead, she turned and made her way to a small cave she had not visited in quite some time. The rain rendered the interior dim, making it difficult for her to see clearly. As she ventured a little further inside, she discovered that only 2 short rows of preserved and smoked meats remained, hardly sufficient to sustain 3 individuals for 4 or 5 days. Upon returning to the cave that day, Tang Qingqing requested Li Xiao to accompany her to the homes of her 3 elder brothers. Qingshan and his companions had not stored any provisions in their cave. The cured meats hung visibly in the large cavern, immediately apparent to anyone who entered. Upon entering, Tang Qingqing feigned a casual glance before retracting her gaze to engage in conversation with her 3 brothers and sisters-in-law. As they prepared to depart, Qishan presented her with a substantial bundle of cured meat, saying, "You only took half of the meat you left here last time. Please take some more with you this time." Tang Qingqing shook her head, selecting 3 pieces of meat from her brother's hands, and smiled as she remarked, "These pieces are delightful. They happen to be my favorite cuts. The rest, brother, please hang up, for we still have plenty of meat back home. With the rainy season nearing its end, let not you and sister-in-law skimp on your meals." Upon returning to her cave, Tang Qingqing sat alone on the stone bed, her head bowed. She noticed that there was little meat left at her brother's place, and she could see the gauntness etched on their faces. Xianji was about to step forward when Li Xiao restrained him, shaking his head. It seemed that their concealed matters had come to Qingqing's attention. Xianjiao caught sight of the meat in Li Xiao's hand, and a flash of understanding dawned upon him. Qingqing had realized that there was not much meat remaining with them, prompting her to seek some from her brothers. However, upon arriving there, she found that their supply was also dwindling, leaving her disheartened. It was indeed a situation difficult to console. As Tang Qingqing etched 32 marks on the cave wall, the sun finally broke through the clouds above. Tang Qingqing had never felt the sun so warm and welcoming before. Standing on the cliff, she gazed at the gently flowing water below, feeling as if she had been reborn. Li Xiao and Xianjiao, witnessing her transformation, were left wondering how she endured the rainy season each year. Unbeknownst to them, this rainy season was, in fact, the first she experienced since her soul had traversed into the world of this book. Fish. Tang Qingqing was astonished to see a sizable fish leap from the water in the valley's puddle. With excitement, she pointed at the surface and turned to Li Xiao and Xianjiao, exclaiming, "Did you see that? They're SA fish." The 2 men exchanged glances, charmed by Tang Qingqing's delightful demeanor, and nodded in unison. Li Xiao, with a deep and mellow voice, remarked, "Are you hoping to catch a fish, Qingqing? You seem so joyous at the sight." Tang Qingqing's current concern transcends her desire for fish, rather. It is the sight of the two thin figures before her that tugs at her heartstrings. Once adorned with handsome features, their faces now appear gaunt, with sunken cheeks that evoke sympathy. Naturally, upon glimpsing food, her eyes gleam with excitement. She recalls the past few days spent in the small cave with Xianjiao, existing solely on a meager broth, leaving behind the last few morsels of meat for Qingqing. With a fierce howl, Li Xiao transformed into his beast form and soared into the sky, flying low with his striking green eyes fixed intently on the water's surface. As splashes erupted from the water, he swiftly extended his sharp claws, capturing a hefty fish weighing over 10 pounds as he ascended once more. Upon Li Xiao's return, Qingqing stood on the cliff, her heart brimming with joy at the sight of the large fish clasped in his claws. With exuberance, she felt compelled to serenade him. "Li Xiao, you are truly remarkable. You are my idol." Although Li Xiao could not comprehend the term idol, the expression on her face and the tone of her voice conveyed her admiration, bringing a broad smile to his lips. The waters below would not recede for another 10 days, and after feasting on fish for that long, Qingqing felt as though she might transform into one herself. Throughout the month, Li Xiao's arm had fully healed. Aside from appearing slightly leaner, he truly embodied the vigor of a dragon. As the rainy season's waters receded, the beastmen resumed their normal lives. Each time the males ventured out to hunt, they would block the valley's entrance with a massive stone. One day, feeling particularly restless, Qingqing and Sister He decided to venture outside the valley for some fresh air, concerned that the two might feel stifled within the confines of the valley. The males opted to leave Xianjiao and Qing Chuan behind to accompany Qingqing and Sister He to gather wild vegetables before promptly returning home. Tang Qingqing stepped out into the valley for the first time since her arrival, and upon emerging, she felt as though the sky had become bluer and the air had transformed into something refreshingly pure. In just a few short days, a vibrant array of wildflowers had blossomed across the meadow, with puddles of water gathering in the low-lying areas. Tang Qingqing and Black Sister held animal skin bags, hoping to gather some tender wild vegetables to take back for a stir-fry. Xianjiao and third brother Qi Chuan remained alert, vigilantly scanning the surroundings for any signs of beastmen, ready to conceal the two women should any danger approach. They refrained from informing Tang Qingqing and Black Sister that during their recent hunting excursions, they had encountered beastmen inquiring about their whereabouts. It appeared that the leader of the Moon tribe had already spread word of Qingqing and Chun'in's departure from the tribe. Qing Chuan's heart seethed with resentment at this thought. He could not comprehend why their family had drawn the ire of Yun Tian, the leader of the Moon tribe, prompting such hostility towards them. "Qingqing, there are wild vegetables here. Come quickly," Black Sister called out, having discovered a patch of newly sprouted greens. Her voice echoed not only to Tang Qingqing but also reached the ears of a group of a dozen fallen beastmen nearby. Upon seeing the two young females, the eyes of the male beastmen gleamed with excitement. "Ha ha ha, little females, we have finally found you." As Xianjiao and Qi Chuan realized that beastmen were approaching, it was already too late to hide Tang Qingqing and Black Sister. They positioned themselves protectively in front of the two women, their brows furrowing in unison upon witnessing the advance of the dozen fallen beastmen. At that moment, their concern was not for their own safety, but rather the fear that no matter how hard they fought, they might be unable to protect the individuals who mattered most to them. Tang Qingqing and the Black Sister stood closely together, grasping each other's hands for comfort. Among the dozen or so orcs, a muscular male emerged, who disdainfully addressed the two. "Xianjiao and Qing Chuan, I advise you both to obediently hand over the females behind you, or else do not blame us for being ungracious." Xianjiao and Qing Chuan understood that any words spoken at this moment were futile. They could never surrender the individuals they protected. The orcs, driven nearly mad with desire for females and too afraid to seize them from the tribe, were unwilling to relinquish this hard-won opportunity. Moreover, it had not been long since Qing Shan and Li Xiao departed, making it improbable for them to return so soon. Even if the two wished to buy time, they could not prolong it indefinitely. The fierce-looking orc noticed that Xianjiao and Qing Chuan shielded Tang Qingqing and the Black Sister completely, a glint of menace flashing in his eyes. "It seems you two are unwilling to part with the females behind you. Then do not blame us brothers for being ruthless." Other fallen orcs echoed, "Why waste words with them? Without a tribe, the females belong to everyone. Whoever seizes them claims them." Nearby, the fallen humans chimed in, "Exactly, exactly." With that, they all transformed into their beast forms, their roars filling the air as they entered a battle-ready state. Xianjiao and Qingquan saw the fallen orcs, claws bared and fangs bared, preparing to pounce. The two had no choice but to shift into their beast forms in response. Previously, when Xianjiao transformed, he had only possessed a single tail. This time, realizing the difficulty of facing a dozen fallen males alone, he unleashed all his power. Wei Yan watched in awe as Xianjiao revealed his 9 black fox tails. Finally understanding the origin of his name, Qingquan, a clouded leopard orc, was swift in running but somewhat lacking in combat prowess. During the fray, Xianjiao faced the majority of the fallen orcs, his sharp teeth and claws striking like steel blades, inflicting wounds and death with every encounter. His 9 tails served as formidable weapons, sweeping through the air and felling several would-be ambushers. After dispatching 2 fallen orcs, only 2 remained to contend with Qingquan. While the other 11 pressed their assault around Xianjiao, realizing that defeating him would easily grant them the 2 young females. As the saying goes, a hero is no match for many hands. Despite Xianjiao's formidable combat strength, the relentless onslaught began to wear on his stamina. Just as Xianjiao and Qingquan struggled to fend off the encircling fallen orcs, they suddenly heard the startled cries of Tang Qingqing and the Black Sister. Though brief, the terror in their voices was unmistakable. Tang Qingqing and the Dark Sister each held a thick stick, vigilantly observing the fallen male orc before them. Moments ago, they had been intently watching Xianjiao and Qingquan battling numerous fallen orcs, unaware that a fallen orc had suddenly sprung up behind them, startling both into a scream. Realizing their mistake, they quickly covered their mouths, understanding that their cries could disrupt Xianjiao and Qingquan's focus during combat, potentially leading to their injury. The fallen orc before them sneered arrogantly at the 2 females brandishing their sticks in a show of bravado, taunting, "Little females should behave. It's far more endearing. If you were to hurt yourselves with those sticks, I would certainly feel a pang of sympathy." Xianjiao and Qingquan soon noticed that orcs were attempting to seize Tang Qingqing and her companion, and in their panic, they exposed vulnerabilities. Qingquan was swiftly clawed on the back by a fallen orc, while another ripped a gash into her hind leg. Meanwhile, Xianjiao fared no better. As a muscular male orc, transformed into a bear-like beast, struck him hard on the chest, sending Xianjiao flying and causing him to spit blood. Then, another fallen orc, perhaps harboring a grudge against Xianjiao for previously attacking him due to his fox tail, approached and severed one of Xianjiao's tails with a swift claw. The sharp cry of the fox echoed, sending a shiver through Tang Qingqing, who suddenly looked up to see her bloody brother. Beside Xianjiao stood a fallen orc, laughing maniacally while holding the severed black fox tail. Upon witnessing this scene, Tang Qingqing's bright eyes turned crimson with fury. She felt as if her heart were being wrenched. Her veins ablaze as golden wind blades spun around her, barely visible to the naked eye. Her gaze, unfocused, locked onto the fallen orc who had sought to capture her and her companion. The orc, thinking Tang Qingqing was paralyzed with fear, intended to toy with them a moment longer before seizing them. Yet, in a whirlwind of pain and terror, his body was shredded into pieces, leaving him no chance to scream. The Dark Sister gasped in astonishment, looking around Tang Qingqing, bewildered by the absence of anything visible, her confusion mingled with shock. Meanwhile, the group of fallen orcs, witnessing Xianjiao and Qingquan incapacitated, erupted in boisterous laughter, proclaiming their intent to methodically sever Xianjiao's tails as trophies to boast about later. Xianjiao lay weakly on the ground, his chest still faintly rising and falling, his dim eyes anxiously glancing towards Tang Qingqing and her companion. Before the fallen orcs could truly begin their gruesome task, a faint cry of pain echoed from behind. The closer Tang Qingqing approached Xianjiao and Qingquan, the more her fury intensified, expanding the radius of the swirling golden wind blades. By the time the orcs realized chunks of flesh were flying about, the wind blades were already upon them. A few quick-thinking fallen orcs attempted to escape, but they were no match for the speed of the wind blades. Those orcs who were caught found their hands or legs shredded as they fled, turning back in horror to see a comrade seemingly reduced to a mass of meat by an unseen force. Amidst a cloud of blood mist, a female figure stood resolutely, surrounded by dismembered flesh, causing the remaining fallen orcs to flee even faster. Tang Qingqing was about to approach Xianjiao, who lay on the grass, when she was abruptly halted by Qingquan's stern voice from nearby. "Qingqing, stand right there and do not move." Qingquan noticed the blood-red hue in Tang Qingqing's eyes. As if she were devoid of focus, everything around her seemed to dissolve into a haze, leaving only a chilling aura in her gaze. Fortunately, upon hearing his voice, she stopped in her tracks. Black Sister stumbled over, trembling as she supported Qingquan, her eyes widening in horror at the sight of the bloodied Tang Qingqing, an utterly terrifying scene. As Li Xiao and Qing Shan returned from the hunt, a distant, sorrowful cry of a fox sent a jolt through their hearts, compelling them to sprint back to their valley. Upon reaching the slope before the valley, the overwhelming scent of blood, accompanied by scattered chunks of flesh and large bloodstains nearby, sent shivers down their spines. Following the trail of blood, they arrived at a small grove and saw Black Sister attempting to help Qingquan stand. As her gaze shifted, she caught sight of Tang Qingqing lying in a pool of blood, with Xianjiu's battered beast form not far from her, a severed tail lying nearby. The scene was a stark testament to the ferocity of the earlier struggle. Tears streamed down Black Sister's face as she looked at the approaching figures, her fear palpable. Not only had the two males been injured while protecting her and Qingqing, but Qingqing herself had inexplicably collapsed into unconsciousness. She was about to assist Qi in checking on her when she choked out, "Dasha." Seeing Black Sister in distress tugged at Qingshan's heart. But upon witnessing the injuries of his siblings, he could only offer reassurance. "Chunya is fine, do not be afraid, we have returned." After Li Xiao finished examining Qingqing and Xianjiu, he nodded at Qi Shan, who saw that Qi had already lifted his brother. Qi Shan moved to embrace Xianjiu, softly urging his partner, "Chunya, come on, we are going home." Black Sister hurried to follow, grasping the hem of his garment. To which Qi Shan cast her a comforting glance. Li Xiao observed that Tang Qingqing bore no visible injuries and was breathing steadily, appearing as though she were merely asleep. Yet the sight of her blood-stained form startled him. Holding Tang Qingqing in his arms, he felt a wave of calm wash over him. As he stood with her, he finally took in the grim surroundings. It was evident that some beastmen had attempted to seize Qingqing and Black Sister, but the outcome had turned disastrous. The ground was littered with shredded flesh, as if ravaged by some sharp instrument. Li Xiao's mind drifted to the large eagle whose throat had been inexplicably cut before the rainy season. Upon returning to the valley, Qi Shan assessed that his brother Qi had only superficial wounds that would heal in time. They often bore such injuries from wild beasts during hunts. Beastmen possessed a strong self-healing ability, and unless there was excessive bleeding or broken bones, their injuries were considered minor. After tending to Qingquan's wounds, Qi Shan checked on Qingqing, finding her breathing normal, before turning to Xianjiu and frowning. The imprint on Xianjiu's chest and the blood at his mouth suggested internal injuries that required a shaman's care. But they had no means to summon one from their tribe. Even if they could, it was unlikely a shaman would treat a beastman from a different tribe. Li Xiao placed Xianjiu's severed tail beside him, frowning in thought before declaring, "I have a plan." Qi Shan looked on with curiosity as Li Xiao recounted how he had been tasked by Gaia to fetch red grass from Wumong Mountain in exchange for healing his severed arm. Upon hearing about the treacherous Wumong Mountain, Qi Shan couldn't help but exclaim in anger, "What kind of place is Wumong Mountain?" Every beastman knows that few who enter return alive. Gaia is truly audacious to ask such a thing. Li Xiao's gaze was resolute as he replied, "Since I agreed to his request, I have no intention of going back on my word. My arm has healed, and it is time to repay this debt." Despite his reservations, Qi Shan expressed his concern. "Li Xiao, you must consider this carefully. Gaia's demands are unreasonable. Offering him something of great value may be your only option." Noticing the genuine worry on Qi Shan's face, Li Xiao's azure eyes flickered. "Brother, I have made up my mind." With Li Xiao's steadfast commitment to his promise, Qi Shan felt compelled to remain silent, recognizing that backtracking was not the mark of a responsible beastman. After Qi Shan departed, Li Xiao boiled a large pot of water to cleanse Xianjiu of blood before summoning Black Sister to wash Tang Qingqing. Upon arriving at the cave, Li Xiao found Qinghe washing Black Sister's face and neck, suddenly realizing how little exposure females had to such a bloody scene. Black Sister was likely traumatized. Qinghe, noticing Li Xiao at the entrance, adjusted Black Sister's clothing and asked, "Li Xiao, is there something you need?" Li Xiao shook his head. "All is well." As Qinghe turned back to continue cleaning his partner, Li Xiao was left in a quandary. Aside from Qi Shan's mate, no one else was available to help him cleanse Qingqing and change her into fresh garments. Seeing the blood and bits of flesh on Tang Qingqing's clothing was unsettling. Usually indifferent to such sights, he found it hard to bear witnessing her in such a state. After much inner turmoil, Li Xiao retrieved a clean outfit for Tang Qingqing and prepared a basin of warm water. Covering his eyes with a cloth, he tremblingly began to undress her, taking care to avoid unnecessary contact. While washing Tang Qingqing, he used a large cloth to minimize direct contact with her skin. Li Xiao believed he could pursue Qingqing, and once mutual affection was established, he would willingly explore a closer relationship. However, he refused to take advantage of her while she was unconscious. Nevertheless, even the most self-disciplined of individuals could not help but feel his heart race and his neck flush a rosy hue at the inadvertent touches. Upon awakening, Xianjiao was greeted by the sound of water and instinctively turned his gaze to see a white, supple chest before him, prompting him to quickly avert his eyes. However, in doing so, he caught a glimpse of Li Xiao, who had his eyes covered with a cloth. If he could adhere to the principle of not looking, then Xianjiao could do the same. He promptly closed his eyes, convincing himself that he was still asleep. Yet the fleeting glance lingered in his mind, tightening his chest and making it difficult to breathe. After considerable effort, Li Xiao managed to cleanse Tang Qingqing thoroughly. Recalling how she had been drenched in blood when he carried her back, he changed the water midway, finally satisfied that he had succeeded in cleaning her. Once he dressed her in fresh clothing and laid her upon the stone bed, he removed the cloth covering his eyes and replaced the soiled animal hide with a clean one, releasing a sigh of relief as sweat beaded upon his brow. Sitting on the stone bed, his emerald eyes gently gazed at Tang Qingqing. He then leaned down and tenderly placed a soft kiss on her forehead before rising to carry the bathwater outside to pour it away. The hunger that followed the exhaustion of his strength was palpable. Tang Qingqing awoke in the evening, feeling utterly drained, as if the very essence of her strength had been siphoned away. "Qingqing, are you awake?" inquired Xianjiao, who lay on the other side of the fur curtain, tenderly caressing his severed tail with a sense of fondness upon hearing the commotion. Tang Qingqing replied weakly, "Yes, I'm awake," recalling the scene she witnessed before losing consciousness. She inquired, "Are you seriously injured?" Xianjiao, wishing to alleviate her concerns, responded with a light-hearted tone, "I won't die. I merely received a slap and broke a tail. Fortunately, I have plenty of tails. Otherwise, I would have ended up as a tailless fox." Although his words conveyed a sense of ease, Tang Qingqing discerned a hint of sorrow in his hoarse voice. At that moment, Li Xiao entered the cave, carrying a pot of stewed meat. Upon seeing that Tang Qingqing had awakened, he breathed a sigh of relief. Although she appeared to be merely sleeping, her prolonged unconsciousness had been a cause for concern. Li Xiao placed the meat on the stone table, approached the stone bed, and asked Tang Qingqing, "You're awake. How do you feel? Is there any discomfort in your body?" Tang Qingqing had just noticed the stewed meat in Li Xiao's hands, and an overwhelming hunger surged within her, as if she could consume an entire cow. This sensation was unprecedented for her. Thus, she candidly expressed, "I am hungry." Upon seeing her caress her abdomen, Li Xiao assisted her to her feet, a faint smile gracing his face. "Would you like me to carry you to dinner?" Tang Qingqing quickly shook her head, insisting, "No need. I can go by myself." Li Xiao observed that although Tang Qingqing appeared somewhat frail, her ability to walk over and eat demonstrated her resilience. He then turned to assist Xianjiao, who declined his offer, despite the bleeding from the wound on his tail having ceased. Xianjiao realized that attempting to join the meal would render him unable to sit properly. Rather than endure such an embarrassing moment in front of the female he admired, he preferred to remain lying on the bed while eating. Noticing Xianjiao's comical expression, Li Xiao empathized and filled a bowl with meat, bringing it to the stone bed. "Eat this for now. If it's insufficient, I will fetch you more." Xianjiao expressed his gratitude with a glance, replying, "Thank you. You should go eat as well." As Li Xiao returned to the dining table, he was taken aback to see Tang Qingqing devouring her meat with abandon. Typically, she ate delicately and modestly, consuming far less than other females. She had never out-eaten the sister-in-law of the Qinshan family. What could have prompted such a change? As he observed the half-bowl of stewed meat disappearing before her, his curiosity deepened. Suddenly, a realization struck him. Tang Qingqing's voracious appetite resembled that of their males who, after exerting themselves excessively, urgently needed to replenish their energy. He recalled the mangled pieces of meat near the woods at the slope. Noting that both Qi Chuan and the sister-in-law of the Qinshan family had been unclear about the events that transpired at that moment, they had only seen that when Qingqing approached, everything around her seemed to be shredded, particularly those fallen orcs that had attempted to harm them. Although they had witnessed this scene, they found no evidence of any sharp objects on Qingqing. As for whether she was responsible for the slaughter of the fallen orcs, they could not ascertain. Observing Tang Qingqing enjoying her meal, Li Xiao realized that if she had indeed been the one to dispatch those orcs, the small amount of stewed meat he had just brought from Brother Qinshan would hardly suffice for her appetite. He understood that to kill so many orcs would require a significant expenditure of energy, and her current hunger was a signal from her body demanding a substantial replenishment of sustenance. Tang Qingqing noticed Li Xiao standing up and leaving without eating, and she slurred, "Li Xiao, why are you going out without having your meal? There's no rush. You should eat first. I'll be back shortly." After Li Xiao departed, he went to Qishan, retrieving the remaining raw meat from their earlier hunt, and took it to the valley to roast over a fire. Xinghe followed him, assisting in the grilling. and curiously inquired of the composed Li Xiao, "Did we not have enough meat to stew today?" Li Xiao, usually reserved and somber with his brothers, replied softly, "No. You should go up and check on Qingqing. That will clarify everything." Li Xiao's response left Qinghe perplexed. He noted that there was no urgency on Li Xiao's face, suggesting that Qingqing was not in any peril. Driven by curiosity, Qinghe climbed the wooden ladder to their dwelling. Upon reaching the mouth of the cave and witnessing Tang Qingqing devouring the last piece of meat voraciously, he began to understand Li Xiao's need to roast more. Qinghe observed Tang Qingqing with a contemplative expression, recalling his own experience of extreme exertion that led to an overwhelming hunger demanding sustenance. In that moment, Tang Qingqing's behavior mirrored the response typical of such situations. "Why aren't you coming in? Why are you just standing there watching me?" she asked. Qinghe, snapping back to reality from his moment of surprise, waved his hand at Tang Qingqing. "It's nothing. I just came to see if you were awake. Now that I see you're fine, I can relax." With that, he descended to join Li Xiao in roasting the meat. After Xianjiu finished the few pieces of meat in his bowl, he observed Tang Qingqing enjoying her meal and refrained from asking for more, despite his own hunger. During the earlier skirmish, Xianjiu had expended considerable energy and now similarly required nourishment to restore his strength. Tang Qingqing, having finished the last morsel of meat, felt an unsettling sense of hunger linger within her. She gazed at the empty wooden bowl, suddenly becoming aware of her peculiar condition. This was certainly not her usual appetite. In a state of alarm, she turned to glance at Xianjiu, bewildered by how her stomach could suddenly feel this way, still yearning for more despite having consumed so much. Xianjiu had been attentively observing Tang Qingqing. Upon noticing the fear in her eyes as she turned back, he compassionately beckoned her closer. Tang Qingqing wiped her hands on a piece of cloth and approached Xianjiu. He raised himself and grasped her hand, offering comfort. "It's perfectly normal to feel hungry. You should eat more. Look at us males. We consume even more than you do, and yet we are just fine." "Is that really true?" Tang Qingqing asked uncertainly. Xianjiu gently squeezed her delicate hand. "Of course it is true. There is no need to worry. Everything is perfectly all right." Gurgle, gurgle. Tang Qingqing and Xianjiu exchanged a glance, their faces flushed with an unnatural redness. The enticing aroma of roasted meat wafting from the valley reached their senses, causing their stomachs to emit simultaneous growls. Li Xiao approached, holding half a roasted beast leg, and was startled by the intensity of their gazes. Nearly dropping the meat in his hand, he offered a golden-brown roasted leg to Tang Qingqing, handed a sizable chunk to Xianjiu, and then seized a piece for himself. The trio fell silent, engrossed in their feast. Meanwhile, Qinghe returned to the cave with a small portion of roasted meat. Qing Shan took a tender piece and handed it to his mate, Chunya, adhering to the innate custom of males offering the finest portions to females first. He then tore off another piece for Qing Xuan, who lay on the bed, and shared the remainder with his younger brother, Qinghe. Initially, Li Xiao was meant to care for the two, so Qing Shan had refrained from asking him to cook, suggesting they prepare a meal together later. They had stewed 2 pots of meat, enough to satiate them to a good extent, yet they had overlooked that there were those in need of replenishment. As a result, despite the 2 pots of stew, no one felt fully satisfied. Even if Li Xiao had not joined them, Qing Shan would have had to roast more meat. In the midst of eating, Qinghe turned to Qing Shan and remarked, "Elder brother, I just checked on Qingqing. She was devouring her food quite heartily." Qing Shan, gnawing on a bone, did not immediately grasp Qinghe's implication. Perhaps she was merely hungry. You might inquire whether she still feels unsated. If so, I shall venture out to see if I can hunt some prey nearby and bring back more meat for her. Sister He glanced toward the darkening sky outside and rolled her eyes, having never witnessed such indulgence from an older brother toward a younger sister in their tribe. Were it not for their shared upbringing, she might have been irked by the brothers' excessive pampering of their own mate. Thankfully, her shrewdness had led her to threaten Qingqing into finding 2 males during the last market day. Otherwise, she would have been forced to endure the sight of her partner doting on other females, including his sister. Qinghe finished his last bite of meat and added, "Elder brother, that is not my point. Today, Qingqing has not just eaten excessively but has consumed an entire bowl of stew. Given her appetite, do you not find it peculiar that she still appears unsatisfied?" Upon hearing this, everyone turned their gaze toward him, urging him to continue. Qinghe pondered for a moment, organizing his thoughts before addressing Qing Chuan and his mate, Chunya. "Did you not notice anything unusual when you were near Qingqing?" Both Qing Chuan and Sister He shook their heads, affirming they had seen nothing amiss. Observing their resolute expressions, Qinghe redirected his gaze to his elder brother. "Qing Shan, brother, do you recall the legend in our orc world? It speaks of orcs bearing the bloodline of divine beasts, possessing extraordinary powers beyond the natural realm. Qingqing and we share the same mother. I remember Father Hao, who was a rare golden-scaled beast. It seems his strength was immensely formidable, far surpassing that of other orcs during his lifetime. Do you think this could be the power of bloodline? If this is indeed the power bestowed by Father Hao's bloodline, then, as his progeny, could it be possible for Qingqing to possess other abilities granted by the divine beast bloodline? Qing Shan considered his younger brother's words, recognizing their validity. After all, how else could one explain the demise of the fallen orcs? Moreover, as Qing He had pointed out, Qingqing appeared exhausted, requiring substantial nourishment to restore her strength. This strongly suggested that it was indeed Qingqing who had vanquished those fallen orcs. I shall go check on Qingqing. Having been raised by the three brothers, Qing Shan regarded Qingqing as a daughter. Upon his arrival, he found that Tang Qingqing had finished her meal. He gazed intently at her, causing her to feel uneasy under his scrutiny. Elder brother, if you have something to say, please do so. Your lingering gaze is rather unsettling, she murmured. The orcs, known for their straightforwardness, were often unaccustomed to subtlety, and Qing Shan was no exception. Qingqing, do you sense anything unusual about yourself? Tang Qingqing began to wonder why her elder brother asked such a question, just as she was about to say that she felt perfectly fine and noticed nothing unusual. She suddenly recalled that she had consumed approximately 2 bowls of meat by herself that evening, leaving her momentarily stunned. Embarrassed, Tang Qingqing glanced at Li Xiao and Xianjiu beside her and whispered, Brother, it seems I ate a bit more than usual today. That's all there is to it. Qishan then inquired, have you felt any increase in your strength? Tang Qingqing shook her head. Qishan, undeterred, said, come with me to move some stones and see if your strength has increased. Tang Qingqing, having just satisfied her hunger, was reluctant to move. However, observing her elder brother's demeanor, she felt it would be impolite to decline and thus followed him down into the valley. Li Xiao also rose to accompany them. The moon outside was full and cast a brilliant light upon the valley, prompting Qinghe and Sister He to emerge and stand on the cliff's edge, peering down. Qing Shan pointed to a sizable boulder, instructing Qingqing, begin by moving this stone. Should it prove too light, I shall find you a larger one. Tang Qingqing gazed at Qing Shan in disbelief, her eyes filled with an expression that seemed to question, are you serious? This is not a jest, is it? The stone weighed at least 400 to 500 pounds. How could she possibly lift it? Under Qing Shan's eager gaze, Tang Qingqing made an attempt to heave the stone with all her strength. However, despite her utmost effort, the stone remained steadfastly anchored to the ground, as if it were a natural part of the earth itself. Tang Qingqing stood up, gazing innocently at her elder brother, conveying her utmost effort. Qishan, undeterred, pointed once more at a stone weighing approximately 100 pounds. With a sigh of resignation, Tang Qingqing bent down and, after much exertion, managed to shift the stone a fraction. Suddenly, a burst of laughter escaped from Sister He, who could not contain herself atop the cliff platform. Upon hearing that laughter, Tang Qingqing's small face immediately flushed a deep crimson, causing her to rise and cease her efforts in moving the stones. It was then that Qing Shan confirmed that Qingqing had not inherited the formidable powers of her father. How? Then how did you manage to vanquish those fallen beasts? Qi Chuan inquired, perplexed, from the cliff platform, while Li Xiu and Qing Shan also turned their gaze toward Tang Qingqing, all intrigued by the nature of her abilities. Tang Qingqing stood frozen, her mind reeling at the gruesome sight of the fallen beasts. After awakening, she had been preoccupied with satiating her hunger, but now, the memories returned, evoking a sense of fear and revulsion within her. Chunks of dismembered flesh and a mist of blood lingered in the air around her, and she remained oblivious to the chaos that had unfolded. Even the trees nearby bore the marks of violent destruction. She recalled witnessing Xianjiu and her third brother being injured by those ferocious creatures, and the sheer fury that welled up within her was palpable. It felt as though her very blood was igniting in a fervent blaze. In that moment, her only thought was to rush to their aid, even if it meant facing capture by the fallen beasts, for she could not allow them to perish. To her astonishment, wherever she ventured, the corrupted creatures were reduced to mere remnants, their blood saturating her vision. As this realization washed over her, Tang Qingqing's complexion turned a ghostly pale. Had it not been for the orc's keen eyesight in the darkness, her terror might have gone unnoticed. Li Xiao enveloped her in his embrace, gently soothing her back while his deep, resonant voice offered comfort. It is over now, all is past. Qishan tenderly patted her head, reassuring her, it's all right. Let us return and get some rest. Thus, they set their course towards Wuming Mountain. From the day when Tang Qingqing's lineage of divine beasts was revealed, despite several attempts, she could not harness its power, leading Li Xiao and Qing Shan to ultimately relent. as long as Qingqing could protect herself in times of peril. Her inability to wield such power in ordinary circumstances was deemed inconsequential. On this day, Li Xiao prepared to venture into the Wuming Mountains to gather red grass mushrooms. Shouldering a leather bag filled with necessities for the journey, Qin Shan and the others, not setting out for hunting as early as usual, chose to accompany him. Originally, Qing he intended to accompany Li Xiao to the Wuming Mountains, but Li Xiao declined, fully aware of the dangers that lurked there. Having previously ventured to the outskirts of the Wuming Mountains, he was acutely aware of the thorns and brambles that plagued the area, where no proper paths existed. And the terrain was teeming with ferocious beasts. Rumors spoke of man-eating flowers and towering trees capable of ensnaring individuals with their vines. Few beastmen who had dared to enter returned unscathed. Concerned for Li Yao's safety, Tang Qingqing insisted on accompanying him, yet her family unanimously opposed this notion. Observing her helplessly clinging to his arm, Li Xiao offered a resigned smile and gently ruffled her hair, assuring her, "Do not fret. I shall return in a few days." Though Tang Qingqing remained uncertain about how to navigate his relationship with Xianjiu, their months of cohabitation had fostered a gradual harmony. The thought of Li Xiao facing such peril alone filled her with unease. "Let me accompany you. I might be of assistance in critical moments," she urged. However, if Li Xiao was unwilling to allow Qinghe to accompany him into danger, he would certainly not permit Tang Qingqing to join him. As he sought to extricate his arm without harming her, he turned his gaze toward Qin Shan and the others. "Elder brother," he called out. After contemplating Tang Qingqing's earlier words, Qin Shan recognized the merit in her argument. Should Li Xiao encounter any trouble in the Wuming Mountains, he would have no one to aid him. Qingqing's potential for devastation was evident from the gruesome fate of the fallen beastman, illustrating that her abilities might only manifest in moments of urgency or anger. Yet, the lethality of such power was undeniable. With a serious expression, Qin Shan addressed the pleading Li Xiao, "Let her accompany you." The decision to permit Qingqing to join Li Xiao on his perilous journey visibly astonished everyone, leaving Qinghe momentarily at a loss for words. "Elder brother," Li Xiao attempted to refuse, but Qin Shan's gesture silenced him. "Go, for since Qingqing has brought you back, you bear the responsibility of supporting her. She, too, has a duty to accompany you, and since she is willing to face danger by your side, I hope you will treat her well and not let her down." Li Xiao, seeing the unwavering determination in Tang Qingqing's eyes, grasped her hand. "Very well. We shall go together." Transforming into his formidable beast form, he crouched down, allowing Tang Qingqing to climb onto his back. With a wave to his brothers, Li Xiao surged forward into the wilderness. After Tang Qingqing and the others departed, Qinghe, perplexed, inquired of Qi Shan, "Elder brother, you have always cherished Qingqing dearly. How could you possibly consent to her venturing into such perilous territory?" Qi Shan gazed deeply at Qinghe and replied, "Second brother, do all males, once they bond with a mate, genuinely cherish and protect their partners with their lives?" Qinghe, taken aback by his brother's question, pondered for a moment before responding earnestly. "It seems not all males are enamored with females solely for the purpose of companionship. Some formidable males may seek a mate merely to ensure the continuation of their lineage. As for whether a male truly loves and is willing to risk everything to safeguard his partner, that remains uncertain." With a hint of concern, Qin Shan continued, "Over our time together, we've discerned that the two males Qingqing has chosen possess considerable strength, particularly the winged tiger beastman, Li Xiao. I suspect his power far exceeds what he has thus far revealed. Such a formidable male beastman would be challenging for a female to retain unless there exists profound affection between them. I permitted Qingqing to accompany him, not only because I am uneasy about Li Xiao traversing such dangerous grounds alone, but also to foster their emotional bond through this companionship. Moreover, have you noticed that neither he nor Xianjiu bears the coupling contract mark?" This revelation left Qinghe speechless. Typically, after a male and female engage intimately, a sizable emblem of the female's beast form appears over the heart, as they often hunt in their beastly forms. He had indeed overlooked this detail. Meanwhile, let us not dwell on the brothers' contemplations, for Tang Qingqing was nestled upon Li Xiao's back, occasionally caressing the soft fur in her grasp. Initially, Li Xiao found her touch slightly ticklish, shaking his body in response, but soon acclimated and allowed her to continue. The journey to Wuming Mountain spanned 2 days, and it was only by evening that Tang Qingqing and Li Xiao halted by a riverbank, intending to rest for the night before resuming their travels the following day. Concerned for Tang Qingqing's safety while she remained alone by the riverside, Li Xiao decided to take her along to hunt in the distant forest. Upon reaching the forest edge, he gently positioned Tang Qingqing atop a large tree, saying, "Qingqing, wait for me here. Should anything arise, do not hesitate to call out. I shall not stray far." Tang Qingqing nodded obediently. "All right." I shall wait for you here. Li Xiao leaped down from the great tree and dashed into the forest, eager to catch tonight's meal. Feeling uneasy about leaving Qingqing alone, after he departed, Tang Qingqing adjusted her position, slowly leaning against the sturdy branch, gazing at the fiery sunset on the horizon. Unbeknownst to her, she drifted into a light slumber. When Li Xiao returned with his catch and climbed back up the tree, he was met with the tender sight before him. He gently cradled Tang Qingqing, wishing not to disturb her, yet she was not in a deep sleep. As soon as he lifted her, she awakened. Tang Qingqing opened her hazy eyes to see Li Xiao, and a gentle smile graced her lips, revealing two adorable dimples on her cherubic face. Unable to resist the charm of her smile, Li Xiao leaned down and softly planted a kiss on her dimples. He then descended from the grand tree, carrying the hunted prey towards the riverbank. Upon returning, Li Xiao proceeded to prepare the game by the river, while Tang Qingqing, disregarding his advice to rest on the animal skin mat he had laid out for her, ventured into a nearby grove to gather twigs. When Li Xiao returned and found her missing, a wave of alarm surged through him, and he nearly discarded the freshly prepared meat in his hands to search for her. Fortunately, it was Tang Qingqing who spotted him and called out, prompting Li Xiao to frown as he set the meat down and went to assist her in collecting the dry branches. Tang Qingqing noticed the change in Li Xiao's expression and swallowed nervously. She extended her chubby little hand and tugged at his clothing. Li Xiao, what troubles you? Why do you seem so discontented? Li Xiao placed the firewood down to ignite it, then turned to thread the already prepared meat onto skewers before placing them over the flames. As he roasted the meat, he glanced back at her disapprovingly. I told you to rest. Why do you not heed my words? I could have managed these tasks upon my return. Tang Qingqing smiled silently, aware that Li Xiao's reluctance for her to engage in tasks stemmed from his concern for her well-being. She placed the seasoning packets they had brought upon a nearby stone beside him and, after a short while, sprinkled the contents onto the grilling meat. Subsequently, she settled beside Li Xiao, observing him as he expertly cooked. The flickering flames cast a warm glow upon their faces, illuminating the moment with a gentle radiance. Li Xiao skillfully roasted a tender piece of meat until it achieved a golden hue, seasoning it with salt and spices before allowing it to sizzle a little longer over the fire, intensifying the delectable aroma of the grilled delicacy. He then offered the perfectly cooked meat to Tang Qingqing, reaching for another skewer of beast meat to place over the flames. Tang Qingqing handed the skewer to him, placing it enticingly near his lips, and smiled warmly at him. Li Xiao glanced at Tang Qingqing, opened his mouth, and took a bite. As he savored the tender, juicy grilled meat, he felt it surpassed even his own previous culinary creations. Tang Qingqing took a bite of the roasted meat and found it utterly delightful. The exterior was seasoned to perfection, crispy and inviting, while the interior was tender and succulent. Each bite was a harmonious blend of crunch and flavor. The two of them savored their dinner, taking turns to indulge, and preserved half of the roasted meat for breakfast the following day. After their meal, Tang Qingqing felt the remnants of the day's adventures clinging to her, a layer of dust from running about. She yearned to wash herself in the nearby stream. Although the moon illuminated the night, casting a gentle glow, she hesitated to venture alone. After some deliberation, she finally confided her intention to Li Xiao. Upon hearing that Tang Qingqing wished to bathe in the river, his azure eyes flickered with an unreadable thought before he nodded in agreement. They arrived at the riverbank, where Tang Qingqing pointed to a large rock, instructing Li Xiao to wait there for her. Avoiding his gaze, she hurried to the water's edge. Once there, she hesitated to fully disrobe, unsure of what the night waters might conceal. She merely shed her outer garment, revealing the undergarments she had painstakingly crafted from bone and adorned with countless stitches. With a piece of coarse cloth in hand, she dipped it in the water to cleanse herself. Listening to the sounds of the water behind him, Li Xiao's ears twitched slightly, and a faint flush crept across his cheeks. After finishing her wash, Tang Qingqing seated herself on the stone where Li Xiaoyan had previously sat. In contrast, Li Xiaoyan, unburdened by such considerations, leapt into the river for a thorough cleanse. Upon their return, each reclined upon their respective animal skin mats, succumbing to slumber. Given the perilous nature of the wilderness, their mats were positioned closely together. In the stillness of the night, the calls of wild beasts resonated more vividly, and Tang Qingqing, half awake and frightened, rolled over to nestle beside Li Xiaoyan, finally finding restful sleep. Sensing her proximity, Li Xiaoyan presumed that she had grown chilly in the night and instinctively pulled her into his embrace. Holding the warm bundle in his arms, he felt a soothing warmth envelop his lonely heart. He pressed a gentle kiss atop her head and gradually closed his eyes, cautious not to succumb to deep slumber. for he had the duty of protecting a female companion in the wilderness. The following morning, Tang Qingqing awoke to a chorus of chirping birds. As she opened her eyes, she saw Li Xiaoyan preparing to roast the meat from the previous night over the fire. Hastily, she sat up, only to realize that she had been sleeping on Li Xiaoyan's animal skin mat, causing her face to flush a deep crimson. After Tang Qingqing rose, she hurried to the riverbank to wash up, hoping to cool her feverish face with the refreshing morning water. Until breakfast, she felt too shy to meet Li Xiao's gaze. Once they finished their meal and tidied up, Tang Qingqing climbed back onto Li Xiao's beast form, and together they set off for Wuming Mountain. As it was the scorching season and the sun was quite fierce, Li Xiao chose to navigate the shaded paths, even if it meant taking a longer route. To spare the girl from the harsh rays beating down on her, they arrived at the foot of Wuming Mountain in the afternoon, just as the sun began to dip. Upon gazing at the towering mountain that seemed to touch the clouds, Tang Qingqing gasped in astonishment, exclaiming, "How can there be such a high mountain?" Li Xiao, too, was captivated by the majestic Wuming Mountain, which housed many precious herbs, yet no shaman dared to harvest them due to the perilous nature of the terrain. As it was growing late, the duo decided against ascending the mountain that day. Instead, they returned from their hunting expedition, enjoyed a meal, and found a secure spot to rest early, replenishing their energy for the unknown dangers that awaited them the next day. On the following morning, Tang Qingqing awoke once more on Li Xiao's animal hide mat. This time, she felt significantly more composed, after all. It was merely a night of sleep beside the strikingly handsome Li Xiao, whose presence was not without its advantages. After breakfast, they prepared themselves, and Li Xiao led Tang Qingqing into Wuming Mountain. Faced with the lack of a clear path, Li Xiao hesitated, contemplating whether to discourage her from entering. However, leaving her alone outside was even more troubling. By noon, they encountered 3 assaults from wild beasts. The creatures here were exceptionally fierce, reacting as though Li Xiao and Tang Qingqing had intruded upon their territory. Despite their exhaustion, the pair dared not seek refuge in the trees, for the branches teemed with venomous snakes, insects, and ants. Initially, as Li Xiao battled the beasts, he considered placing Tang Qingqing in a tree for safety. Yet, when he spotted a tree crawling with poisonous red ants, he quickly abandoned that idea. Each time he sought refuge in a different tree, he found it occupied by various threats, leading him to conclude that keeping Tang Qingqing close was the safest option. As they ventured deeper into Wuming Mountain, the number of beasts escalated. During one encounter, they found themselves surrounded by a pack of 30 or so gray wolves. In the fray, Li Xiao's hind leg was bitten by the massive alpha wolf while he was protecting Tang Qingqing. The wolf's bite tore into Li Xiao's thigh, but in a moment of desperation, Tang Qingqing managed to pry the wolf's jaw away with her bare hands, forcefully tearing it open. Blood dripped from the wolf's mouth as it retreated, its brown eyes reflecting fear as it withdrew, howling before fleeing into the woods. The remaining wolves, sensing their leader's distress, followed suit. Li Xiao recalled hearing from Qinshan that Qingqing's father possessed innate strength, which had prompted Qinshan to test Qingqing's capabilities by having her move stones. At that time, she had struggled with a weight of nearly 100 pounds, indicating that her father's power only manifested under extraordinary circumstances. Clearly, it would be wise for him to avoid provoking this formidable little creature in the future, lest he face her wrath alongside her astonishing strength. As he gazed at the brave yet endearing figure before him, Li Xiao's thoughts turned somber. In his efforts to protect Tang Qingqing, Xianjiao had not only suffered internal injuries but had also lost a tail. In truth, Xianjiao was neither a devoted follower nor a partner of Tang Qingqing. He could have easily left when danger arose. Yet he chose not to, and had it not been for Tang Qingqing's awakening of her divine beast lineage, which mercilessly vanquished the corrupted beastmen, Xianjiao might have perished during that confrontation. Many male beastmen, even those who were true mates, would hesitate to lay down their lives for their partners, but Xianjiao's willingness to protect Qingqing endeared him to Li Xiao, preventing him from dismissing him as a rival. After the wolf pack retreated, Tang Qingqing rushed to Li Xiao's side to examine the bite on his leg. Seeing only a few puncture wounds from the wolf's teeth, with no flesh torn away, she breathed a sigh of relief. As she relaxed, the memory of her own strength in tearing open the wolf king's mouth filled her with a mix of astonishment and exhilaration, prompting her to punch the nearby tree with her chubby little fist. Tang Qingqing retracted her reddened fist and placed it by her lips, blowing gently to alleviate the pain. Where had her strength gone? Li Xiao suppressed the corners of his mouth from lifting in amusement as he tenderly grasped Tang Qingqing's hand, kneading it slowly with a hint of compassion. Let's see if you dare to act so recklessly again. Hadn't she just thought herself immensely powerful? After fending off the wolf pack, Li Xiao transformed into his beast form, allowing Tang Qingqing to perch upon his back as they continued their journey. He made every effort to steer clear of the thorns, opting for the grassy patches, though it proved challenging as the visibility of paths was nearly non-existent. Wherever they tread, it seemed the same. Upon reaching a hillside, they beheld a distant expanse of blooming flowers, with leaves the size of fans and stems as thick as a person's arm. Towering above them, crowned with layers of enormous black blossoms reminiscent of sunflowers. Tang Qingqing was witnessing such a flower for the first time. Its appearance was undeniably peculiar. They were quite distant from the flowering area, yet the fragrance carried by the wind induced a sense of dizziness. Tang Qingqing turned her head to observe Li Xiao, who had transformed into human form. Is this what they call the legendary hallucinogenic flower, capable of enchanting its prey with its fragrance and pollen, thereby absorbing their essence? Li Xiao, unfamiliar with the hallucinogenic flower himself, turned and ventured into the woods to capture a small creature, which he then tossed into the flower. The small animal, resembling a squirrel, initially panicked and attempted to escape. However, after just a couple of steps, it suddenly collapsed to the ground, motionless. The alluring black blossoms swayed gracefully in the breeze, releasing a cascade of pollen that settled upon the creature's body. In a matter of mere minutes, the once slumbering animal began to decay, its essence absorbed by the earth, leaving behind only a few tufts of fur as a testament to its former existence. Tang Qingqing's eyes widened in astonishment at the sight of the peculiar black flowers, both extraordinary and terrifying. Li Xiao glanced around, relieved that these flowers were not ubiquitous. Transforming into his beast form, he sprouted 2 wings from his back, and Tang Qingqing realized his intent to take flight. She tore her washcloth in half, dampening it with water from the bamboo tube, and climbed onto Li Xiao's back. This time, she lay against his neck, one hand holding the wet cloth over her nose while the other did the same for Li Xiao. He was taken aback for a moment before understanding. Feeling that the little female he had chosen was quite clever, this way, they would not be dizzy from the fragrance of the flowers blown about by the wind. With their noses covered, Li Xiao spread his wings and soared into the sky. Tang Qingqing sat on his back, gazing down at the vast expanse of black flowers below. Swaying in the breeze, their sweet scent and pollen wafting through the air. Even with the damp cloth over her nose, she felt slightly dizzy. And she pondered the potential consequences of walking through that floral sea. After flying a considerable distance over the blossoms, Li Xiao gently descended, reverting to his human form. Tang Qingqing noticed beads of sweat covering his forehead, and she stood on tiptoe, using the cloth to wipe his brow. Li Xiao gazed at her with intense eyes. At the foot of the slope, the vibrant and enchanting flowers bloomed passionately amidst the lush greenery, while the towering Wuming Mountains loomed, shrouded in mist, beautiful yet perilous. Tang Qingqing, her cheeks flushed, sat atop the back of the fierce beast, occasionally tugging at the pure white fur of the creature as a means of reprimanding the rogue beast for its audacious affections. The fierce beast remained vigilant, scanning for potential dangers while allowing the little female on its back to indulge in her playful antics. Overwhelmed by shyness, Tang Qingqing was soon dismounted by the beast. By this time, it was already noon. After gently placing her down, the fierce beast retrieved the remaining roasted meat from the leather pouch, selecting a few tender pieces to offer her. Additionally, it set aside a bamboo tube filled with water, waiting for her to quench her thirst. Tang Qingqing picked up a bamboo tube and poured a small amount of water to wash her hands, for the outdoors does not demand much formality. She then poured a little more water for Li Xiao to cleanse his hands as well, and only then did they commence their meal. The cold roasted meat was not particularly delectable, yet it was far from unpalatable. After consuming a piece of meat larger than her fist, Tang Qingqing took a few sips from the bamboo tube and soon felt satiated. Given the warm weather, the roasted meat could spoil if left out for too long. So Li Xiao consumed the remaining portions, including the few bites that Tang Qingqing had left uneaten, without any disdain. Once they were both well fed and refreshed, Li Xiao leaned against a large tree to rest, mindful of the potential presence of venomous insects on the ground. He gently pulled Tang Qingqing onto his lap to protect her. Tang Qingqing attempted to rise, but was met with a low growl from Li Xiao, causing her to freeze at the sight of his profound and restrained gaze. With his eyes closed, Li Xiao leaned against a towering tree, striving to regain his composure. Flushed with embarrassment, Tang Qingqing nestled within his embrace, too timid to move. Once Li Xiao felt steadier, he transformed into his beast form, lifting Tang Qingqing once more upon his back as they continued their journey. However, as they traversed a dense grove, misfortune struck again. Suddenly, Tang Qingqing, who was securely seated on Li Xiao's back, found herself unceremoniously thrown to the ground. She looked up in bewilderment at Li Xiao, ensnared and swaying from the branches of a towering tree, unsure of what had just transpired. Tang Qingqing regained her senses and observed that outside the perimeter of the grand tree, other vines were restlessly writhing, eager to ensnare her. It seemed as though these vines were patiently awaiting her departure from the shelter of the mighty tree, ready to bind her and suspend her in midair. Beneath the tree, Li Xiao was fiercely clawing at the vines with his sharp talons, yet no matter how many he severed, new tendrils would emerge to entangle her further. Moreover, the more the vines coiled around her, the tighter their grip became, rendering Li Xiao incapable of exerting much strength while suspended in the air. Li Xiao, how are you faring? Tang Qingqing lifted her head and noticed that Li Xiao's movements were increasingly sluggish. With a tinge of worry, she called out to him. Hearing her voice, Li Xiao felt a surge of anxiety. Bound by numerous vines, he exerted himself fiercely to sever the tendrils, yet no matter how many he cut, new ones continued to ensnare him, as if the task were an endless battle. Tang Qingqing dared not call out again, fearing she might disturb Li Xiao. At that moment, a vine wrapped around his neck as he struggled to cut through other vines. Li Xiao felt a sudden suffocation. When he attempted to retract his claws to sever the encroaching vine, he realized that his limbs were already ensnared by the tendrils. The vine around his neck tightened increasingly, intensifying the sensation of asphyxiation. For the first time, Li Xiao experienced fear. Despite countless encounters on the precipice of life and death, he had never felt such trepidation before. His fear stemmed more from concern than dread. How could he leave Qingqing alone in the perilous Wuming Mountains? Especially when she was the little female who needed to sleep beside him even in the wilderness. Through the gaps in the vines, he caught sight of the anxious expression on the small female's face below. Her usually sharp gaze softened, and the reluctant sorrow nearly overflowed from her beautiful eyes. Tang Qingqing anxiously lifted her head, observing the tightening vines ensnaring Li Xiao, whose entire beastly form was nearly enveloped by the creeping tendrils. In her desperation, Tang Qingqing struck the tree trunk with a fierce punch, causing the mighty tree to shudder and countless leaves to cascade downwards. Tang Qingqing realized that her strength had returned. She struck the great tree with dozens of punches. Aside from a layer of fallen leaves accumulating on the ground, the writhing tree vines remained utterly unaffected. Tang Qingqing, her eyes glistening with tears, lifted her head anxiously to gaze at Li Xiao, suspended in midair. Her voice trembled with a hint of choked emotion. Ah Xiao, are you all right? Enveloped in the vines, Li Xiao, upon hearing Tang Qingqing tenderly call his name for the first time, managed to conjure a faint smile. A drop of blood cascading from the corner of his mouth. As Tang Qingqing tilted her head, she sensed something on her face. When she touched it, the blood on her hand instantly tinted her eyes crimson, igniting a fervor within her veins. This time, she discerned the golden light emanating from her body. With a determined gaze fixed upon the vines ensnaring Li Xiao, she endeavored to harness the power radiating from within her, channeling it into her hands. Raising her arm, the golden light transformed into countless spinning blades, hurtling toward the vines that bound Li Xiao. The air was filled with the sound of numerous vines being severed, and Li Xiao's beastly form plummeted from above. Tang Qingqing did not relent until she had cleaved the great tree in half with her wind blades. And only then did she rush to the side of the barely seated Li Xiao. Upon noticing the faint scratches on his clothing and skin, a look of remorse filled her eyes. As it was her first attempt at controlling her energy, she was still unaccustomed to it. Her lack of control had inadvertently caused him harm. Seeing Tang Qingqing approach, Li Xiao pulled her into his embrace, holding her tightly. It was because of this little female that he experienced fear for the first time. Fear of whether she could return safely on her own. Fear that she might be too afraid to sleep at night without his presence beside her. All his fears stemmed from her. Tang Qingqing, in this moment cradled in Li Xiao's embrace, did not struggle. She gently caressed the bruised neck that bore the marks of the vine, and for a fleeting instant, her heart ached with compassion. However, being somewhat of a slacker, Tang Qingqing was not entirely lost in romantic folly, and thus she inquired, "Are you able to walk?" Li Xiao, recognizing the urgency of their situation, understood that it was best to leave this place swiftly. With Tang Qingqing's assistance, he rose to his feet. Tang Qingqing, feeling somewhat embarrassed, said to Li Xiao, "As you are aware, my ability is unpredictable and may vanish at any moment. I wish to take advantage of its current efficacy. Let us hasten our departure from this forest." Li Xiao recognized the truth in her words, and without delay, supported by her, the two of them proceeded forward. As Tang Qingqing and Li Xiao traversed each towering tree, tendrils of vine reached out, only to be swiftly severed by Tang Qingqing's wind blades. Even more astonishing was the sight of a bird flying overhead, brought down by the very vines that had been flung into the air. It was no wonder that so many orcs had entered the Wuming Mountains without ever returning, no matter how formidable one might be. Evading numerous beastly assaults does not guarantee survival against the enchantments of the mesmerizing flowers. And even if one were to surpass the allure of the flowers, there remain the treacherous woods that ensnare the unwary. Without a compelling reason to venture into this perilous place, few orcs would willingly seek death in the Wumong Mountains. Upon emerging from the grasp of the entangling woods, they were greeted by a vast orchard, abundant with various fruits. Observing Tang Qingqing's excessive use of energy, Li Xiao's expression paled slightly as he guided her to rest beneath a fruit tree. He then ventured into the orchard to gather a familiar fruit, returning to offer it to Tang Qingqing. Tang Qingqing indulged in several tart and sweet fruits, leaning against a tree with her eyes closed to recuperate her strength, pondering the unknown dangers that awaited them ahead. At this moment, the sun had already begun its descent in the west, and it seemed they were destined to spend the night in this perilous location. Li Xiao observed Tang Qingqing resting with closed eyes. He stood atop a high ground, gazing upwards, finally exhaling a sigh of relief. Beyond this grove of fruit trees lay steep cliffs, where it was said that the revered red grass mushroom thrived on the precipices of Wuming Mountain. Li Xiao contemplated spending the night here, planning to search for the red grass mushroom the following day. However, he soon realized that throughout their journey, there appeared to be a conspicuous absence of wildlife in the vicinity, which meant they would have to rely solely on wild fruits for sustenance that night. After resting for a while and regaining some energy, Tang Qingqing's interest was piqued by the expansive orchard. As a graduate of an agricultural university, although she had not engaged in work post-graduation, her theoretical knowledge remained intact. Whenever she approached a particular fruit tree, she would pluck 1 or 2 fruits to place in her leather pouch, intending to return and capture some small animals to test for toxicity, with hopes of returning to transplant or graft some delectable fruit trees in the future. After surveying the area, Tang Qingqing discovered that this grove housed over a dozen varieties of fruit trees, with some fruits being so large that they filled nearly half of her pouch. Tang Qingqing led Li Xiao in a circle, unexpectedly discovering the breathtaking beauty hidden deep within Wuming Mountain. The majestic waterfall cascaded down like a white curtain. The fragrant grass and chirping orioles sprawled across the hillside like a verdant carpet, while various fruit trees flourished in abundance. Even the distant grove of vines, lush and green, created a unique spectacle. Alas, Li Xiao, look, there is a cave here. Li Xiao grasped Tang Qingqing's hand and urged, "It is nearly dark. We should not venture inside." Tang Qingqing did not insist on following Li Xiao back to the fruit grove, as there were neither wild beasts nor any animals in that vicinity. The two of them dined on the fruits that Li Xiao had gathered that evening. They spent a peaceful night, and the next day, Li Xiao led Tang Qingqing safely to the foot of the cliff. It seemed as though all the creatures had been entrapped beyond the enchanting flowers and the thicket of vines. While they had not encountered any significant dangers in their current location, Li Xiao, with a serious expression, lifted Tang Qingqing onto a high boulder and earnestly instructed, "Wait here for me. If any danger arises, shout loudly. Do you understand?" Tang Qingqing nodded obediently, saying, "All right." It is said that places abundant with rare treasures are often guarded by venomous creatures. When you venture to gather them, it is wise to first use a small stick to probe. This was the first time Li Xiao had heard such advice, though it lacked any substantial basis. He chose to heed Tang Qingqing's counsel. He placed a wooden stick into the leather bag he carried. Just before departing, he anxiously called out, "Stay put and do not wonder. I have left water and fruits beside you. Wait for my return." Tang Qingqing nodded emphatically once more, unfazed by Li Xiao's repeated admonitions. She waved her hand to signify that she had heard him. Only then did Li Xiao turn and begin his ascent up the cliff. As Tang Qingqing awaited his return, the sky transformed into a tapestry of crimson hues. Fortunately, Li Xiao, with his foresight, had brought her water and fruit. Otherwise, she would have perished from thirst after spending an entire day on that stone. When Li Xiao, weary yet resolute, approached Tang Qingqing, both felt a surge of exhilaration. Tang Qingqing's excitement stemmed from the fact that Li Xiao's return meant she could finally descend from her rocky perch. As Li Xiao leapt onto the stone, he enveloped Tang Qingqing in a fervent embrace, his voice tinged with the relief of having survived a harrowing ordeal. "Thank you, Qingqing. Had you not advised me to test the red grass fungus with a small stick beforehand, I might have fallen prey to the soul-biting serpent today." Tang Qingqing curiously inquired, "Is the soul-devouring snake highly venomous?" Li Xiao, aware that the females are rarely seen outside the tribe and that many flora and fauna remain unfamiliar to them, elaborated. The soul-devouring snake possesses a predominantly white, somewhat translucent body, making it exceedingly difficult to detect if one is not vigilant. While a beastman typically does not perish immediately upon being bitten, the bite induces a state akin to soul loss, gradually leading to unconsciousness, ultimately resulting in death during slumber. Tang Qingqing was taken aback. Is there truly a snake so venomous? Are there no herbs that can counteract its poison? Li Xiao shook his head. I have never heard of an orc surviving a bite from such a serpent. At this point, the two fell silent, gazing up at the sky as the sun had completely set. They would have to spend the night here and could only return on the morrow. Tang Qingqing and Li Xiao spent another night in the Wuming Mountains before retracing their steps. Although the journey had been fraught with peril, there was no alternative route available to them. As they finally emerged from the mountains after enduring countless hardships, Su Yuxue from the Moon Tribe cast a dark glare into the distance, where Si Kai presented a bouquet to Tsang Ming. Enraged, she turned away, oblivious to Tsang Ming's rejection of the flowers. Si Kai, not persisting, withdrew her hand and exchanged a few words with Tsang Ming before departing. Fuming, Su Yuxue returned to her dwelling, hurling a beloved ceramic cup from the stone table to the ground. Wretched beings, all of them, in this beastly world filled with males. Why must they all covet what is mine? Whether it was Langu or Tsang Ming, Su Yuxue regarded them as her possessions, forbidding any female from encroaching upon her claim. As her fury subsided, her calculating gaze flickered momentarily, replaced by a sinister smile. In the tribe's healer, Guya's home, Imoyi lay weakly in bed, while Guya remained by his side. Both father and son bore weary expressions, accustomed to the indifference of others over the years. Even Guya's partner, Asha, harbored disdain for Imoyi, whose frail health had long rendered him a burden. Were it not for Guya's esteemed status in the tribe, Asha's family would likely have severed ties with them long ago. Imoyi, in a faint voice, urged, Father, you may go about your business. I am fine here. Guya's gray eyes glistened with unshed tears as he replied hoarsely, Do not heed your mother's words. I have already sent her food for this month. She only comes to me now because her other partners wish to shirk their hunting duties, and there is nothing left at home. Such occurrences had become commonplace over the years. Guya often received plenty of game for his healing work, and Asha would come to claim her share. A matter Guya had never contested. However, with Imoye's illness preventing Guya from tending to others, he had not received any game recently. It puzzled him that Asha would come seeking food now, seemingly unconcerned for Imoye's health. Hearing a noise outside, Guya stepped out of the cave he had moved to after the rainy season, only to find Langu placing a catch on the stone platform at his doorstep. Guilt washed over Guya, but he quickly masked it as he turned to Langu. Why have you brought more game? I told you there is still food stored at home. It is dangerous for you to hunt. Please refrain from bringing me anything further. Langu, fully aware that food supplies were dwindling for everyone after the recent rains, understood Guya's concern was merely for her safety. Fearing she might exhaust herself and become prey to wild beasts, she did not respond to Guya's admonition but inquired, How is my father? Upon mentioning his son, Guya's countenance darkened with worry. With a sigh, he shook his head. I had hoped to swallow my pride and ask the males from Qingqing's family to assist in retrieving a red herb from the Wuming Mountains to save Imoyi. Alas, they have been driven out of the tribe by the leader Yun Tian. The unspoken words hung in the air. Who would dare venture into such perilous territory now that they have been expelled? After a moment of silence, Langu entered to check on Imoyi. Finding him even more emaciated than before, his face a pallid gray, Guya's longed for red herb had been successfully retrieved by Tang Qingqing and Li Xiao, who spent 8 arduous days traveling back and forth. When Xin Jiu and Qin Shan spotted them returning to the valley, they were momentarily taken aback. Xin Jiu blurted, You both look so much thinner. Li Xiao glanced at Tang Qingqing, concern flashing in his eyes. The journey had taken 4 days each way, and during their 4 days in the Wuming Mountains, they faced relentless beast attacks, traversed a treacherous sea of mesmerizing flowers, and navigated through dense vines before reaching the relatively safer fruit forest. They spent 2 days scaling cliffs in search of the red herb, and another day braving the same dangers to escape the treacherous Wuming Mountains. Throughout this ordeal, they had only feasted on a bit of roasted meat on the day they set out, surviving on fruits gathered from the forest for the rest of their journey. Seeing Tang Qingqing's gaunt form, He saw, who noticed her drastic weight loss after just a few days away, quickly stood and pulled her to the fire pit where meat was roasting, offering her a piece. Qingqing, eat. How could you lose so much weight in just a few days? He saw's words, laced with genuine concern, warmed Tang Qingqing's heart. The sight of her brother's worried gazes made her eyes misty. Qin Shan handed a generous piece of freshly roasted meat to Li Xiao. You should eat as well. You've lost weight too. Soon, they all gathered to eat together. He offered 2 tender pieces of meat to Tang Qingqing and He Sa. After He Sa placed them in Tang Qingqing's dish, she took another piece for herself. Tang Qingqing smiled, accepting the food. Well aware of her sister-in-law's tough exterior masking a soft heart, in the span of just over 10 days, Tang Qingqing's third brother, Qingquan, had returned to his usual self, sitting with them and eating heartily. The scratches on his back had begun healing, although he still needed to be cautious of the bite on his thigh when he walked. Tang Qingqing marveled at the remarkable self-healing abilities of the beast men. As long as they did not sustain fatal injuries, their lives remained unthreatened, in contrast to modern notions of wound infections. It seemed that the beast men here rarely encountered such occurrences, perhaps due to their unique constitution. As Xianjiao sat beside Tang Qingqing, she noticed his pallor, indicating that while his external wounds appeared minor, the true source of his discomfort lay within. After their meal, Tang Qingqing recounted the events of their venture into the Wuming Mountains to Li Xiao. The group's hearts raced as she described the relentless assaults from packs of wild beasts. Their curiosity and astonishment grew upon learning that the mesmerizing sea of flowers in the Wuming Mountains could indeed incapacitate both beastmen and animals for sustenance. When she recounted how Li Xiao had narrowly escaped death in the thicket, all eyes turned to the lingering purple bruise around his neck. Once she finished her tale of the Wuming Mountains, Tang Qingqing eagerly presented the fruits she had gathered, sharing insights on their edibility and expressing her intent to return for potential transplantation or grafting. Upon sighting a vibrant red fruit, Qingquan reached out to grasp it, only to be admonished by Tang Qingqing. "Third brother, are you courting danger? We have no idea whether this fruit is poisonous." She insisted that if they wished to sample it, they should first capture a small animal to test for toxicity. Her words garnered unanimous agreement, as many of the fruits were entirely unfamiliar to them, leaving them uncertain of their safety. Once Tang Qingqing finished showcasing her fruits, Li Xiao withdrew a piece of red grass mushroom from the beast hide pouch at his side. Its umbrella-shaped cap, akin to the size of a palm, boasted slender roots resembling fingers, all glistening with a blood-red hue, firm in his grasp. Upon seeing the red grass mushroom, Qingshan exclaimed in astonishment, "You actually managed to collect 2 specimens of red grass mushroom?" He then turned to gaze at Xianjiao. Tang Qingqing and Li Xiao exchanged a glance. Taking from his hand a precious herb, the red grass mushroom, and placing it into Xianjiao's hands. It is said that this miraculous herb nourishes the body and that those who are ill, as long as they have a breath of life left, can recover upon consuming it. One wonders if such a wondrous item could enable the regrowth of your lost tail. The 9-tailed foxes are often summoned by their tribes to serve as shamans, for they possess the gift of divination. However, only a select few, those of pure and noble lineage, are granted the opportunity to sprout 9 tails. It is widely believed that Xianjiao possesses the bloodline of the 9-tailed silver fox, which explains his 9 tails. Yet, he seldom reveals all of them, leading to the rarity of anyone knowing that Xianjiao is, in fact, a 9-tailed dark fox. Should a 9-tailed dark fox lose a tail, they would forfeit their ability to foresee and commune with the spirit world. Thus, the 2, who could have returned within 7 days, found themselves lingering an extra day in the treacherous Wuming Mountain. Li Xiao ascended the rugged cliff once more, searching from dawn until midnight, only to find another red grass mushroom, hoping that this precious restorative could facilitate the regrowth of Xianjiao's severed tail. Xianjiao gazed at Tang Qingqing and Li Xiao with gratitude, touched by their willingness to remain in such perilous circumstances for an additional day to procure the red grass mushroom for him. "Thank you." Tang Qingqing gazed at Xianjiao and said, "Once your internal injuries have healed, you should gradually consume the red grass fungus. It may be more beneficial for your health." Qingshan, observing the fatigue etched on the faces of his sister and Li Xiao, suggested they return to rest. Should anyone have inquiries about Wuming Mountain, they could wait until the 2 had recuperated. For the past couple of days, Qingshan had refrained from asking Li Xiao to hunt, allowing him to rest at home. This was the first time Li Xiao felt the warmth of familial concern, albeit motivated by his connection to Qingqing, yet it still moved him deeply. Xianjiao, weakened due to his untreated internal wounds, elicited a profound sense of sorrow and guilt in Tang Qingqing, especially since he had sustained such injuries while protecting her. Thus, after conferring with Li Xiao, they resolved to deliver the red grass fungus to the shaman Huyu the following day, requesting his assistance in treating Xianjiao. On the next morning, Tang Qingqing bid her family farewell and set off with Li Xiao and her second brother, Qinghe, towards the Moon Tribe. Neither Tang Qingqing nor Li Xiao had any close acquaintances among the beastmen there, making it challenging to seek out Shaman Guya without someone to convey their message. However, Qingqing had grown up in the Moon Tribe and, despite the general disdain towards his family, he still had a few childhood friends who could assist him in reaching out to Shaman Guya. This time, they took a direct route, reaching the outskirts of the Moon Tribe in just a day and a half. They waited for half a day but did not encounter any familiar beastmen. It was not until the sun dipped below the horizon that they spotted Lang Yu, straining under the weight of two prey on his shoulders as he made his way back to the tribe. Although he felt a tinge of resentment towards Lang Yu for his indifference towards his sister, who had pursued him for many years. This did not diminish his respect for Lang Yu's character, upright, intelligent, reserved, and strong. Had it not been for Qingqing's infatuation, he would have held Lang Yu in even higher regard. As Lang Yu passed by the grove where they were concealed, he cast a glance in their direction. Despite their lack of intention to mask their presence, his keen senses prompted Li Xiao to regard him with admiration. Thinking to himself that he was indeed the foremost warrior of the Moon Tribe, Li Xiao turned his gaze towards Tang Qingqing, recognizing her discernment, whether it was himself. The almost passing Lang Yu, or Xianjiu left in the valley, they were all prominent figures in this beastman continent. Yet it was this perceptive young female who had singled them out. Feeling a pang of jealousy as he observed Tang Qingqing looking at Lang Yu, Li Xiao couldn't help but recall that Lang Yu was the male she had long sought after. Qinghe, noticing that dusk was fast approaching, decided against searching for a more familiar beastman to convey their message. He leaped forth to confront Lang Yu, who seemed prepared for an altercation, ready to drop his prey and engage. However, upon recognizing Qinghe, he relaxed his stance. Lang Yu inquired, "What brings you here?" After scanning the surroundings to ensure they were alone, Qinghe succinctly replied, "Lang Yu, I need your assistance." Lang Yu glanced towards the spot where they had been hiding, and upon seeing Tang Qingqing alongside a remarkably handsome male, his eyes flickered with interest, and he nodded in acknowledgement of Qinghe's request. Elated at Lang Yu's willingness to deliver their message, Qinghe quickly added, "Please inform Shaman Guyu that we have brought what he requested. He can come and collect it." Lang Yu paused, taken aback. Could it be that they had indeed brought the item Guyu had mentioned? It seemed implausible that they would honor their promise and venture into such perilous territory to procure red grass fungus for Moye, especially after being ousted from the tribe. Regardless of whether the item they possessed could save Moye or not, he would ensure their message reached Guya. "Very well, wait here," Lang Yu replied, before shouldering his prey anew and striding purposefully towards the tribe. Returning to their previous hiding spot, Qinghe found Li Xiao and Tang Qingqing climbing a large tree and embracing her tenderly. Tang Qingqing struggled slightly in Li Xiao's embrace, which only elicited a tighter hold from him. Li Xiao gazed deeply into the eyes of the restless female in his arms, pondering when she had nestled into his heart. Was it when she burned her hand while concocting medicine for him, or was it when she chose to leave the tribe alongside him and Xianjiu? Perhaps it was even earlier, the very first moment he beheld her, standing there with a flower in hand, observing Xianjiu while seemingly oblivious to his presence. He had noticed her before Xianjiu did. She was a curious little creature with bright eyes and chubby cheeks. He found it peculiar that while he and Xianjiu leaned against the same tree, his face obscured by hair, Xianjiu's face was similarly marred. Yet she had not noticed him. What was this little female up to? "Li Xiao, what are you thinking?" "Let me go," she urged. Li Xiao smirked. "What did you just call me?" Tang Qingqing gazed at Li Xiao's slightly narrowed eyes, as if conveying that should her response fail to meet his expectations, the consequences would be dire. Tang Qingqing pressed her lips together, a sense of foreboding creeping into her heart as she anticipated the punishment he would bestow upon her. Embarrassed, she lowered her head and whispered almost inaudibly, "A Xiao." Yet, such a faint sound did not escape the keen ears of the orc. Li Xiao's lips curled into a gentle smile, his gaze softening, but his voice remained deep as he inquired, "What did you say? I couldn't quite hear you." Tang Qingqing pouted and lifted her head, but upon meeting Li Xiao's fiery gaze fixed on her lips, she immediately smiled and exclaimed, "A Xiao." Li Xiao couldn't help but chuckle as he extended his long finger to gently tap her nose, saying, "Your little face changes so swiftly. I shall forgive you this time. But do not make the same mistake again." Tang Qingqing curled her lips, recognizing that it was indeed a threat. Lang Wei had intended to deliver the surplus game she had hunted to the Gaia family. Recently, Moye's health had been deteriorating, and Gaia had lost the will to venture out and tend to the sick, relying instead on the meager provisions stored at home. Thus, Lang Wei made it a point to send them a piece of game each time she caught more than enough. Gaia felt a pang of guilt each time he received these gifts. He was uncertain how much longer he could conceal the secret weighing heavily on his heart from the youngsters. Suppressing his remorse, Gaia expressed his gratitude. Thank you, Languid. I have recently begun treating patients again and have been receiving a fair amount of rewards. In the future, please preserve the surplus game you catch during the cold season. It will alleviate our worries about food scarcity. Languid placed the game on the stone platform in Gaia's home and glanced around before saying, Uncle Gaia, let us step inside. I have something to discuss with you. Although puzzled by Languid's insistence on privacy, Gaia nonetheless led him into the cave. Once inside, Languid conveyed the message from Qinghe to Gaia. Upon hearing it, Gaia's heart soared with joy as he turned to gaze at his increasingly frail son lying on the bed. If Qinghe and the others truly were bringing the red grass mushroom, perhaps there was still hope for his child. Eagerly, Gaia stepped outside, the night having already fallen, with Languid anxiously following closely behind. As they reached the center of the tribe, they encountered Su Yuxue and Songming. It was impossible to pass without exchanging greetings. Languid exchanged glances with Gaia. Su Yuxue approached them, her gaze soft as she looked at Languid before inquiring, Uncle Gaia, it's quite late. Where are you headed? Gaia regarded the little female, who brought great benefits to the tribe, with indifference, viewing her as an ordinary individual, yet he felt compelled to keep their destination a secret. Languid gently tugged at Gaia and approached Su Yuxue, finally allowing a rare smile to grace his face. I was just looking for you, Yuxue. The last time you taught the tribe how to weave bamboo baskets, I still haven't mastered it. I've been hunting during the day and couldn't find the time to learn. Since I've run into you now, could you teach me how to weave baskets? During this period, Languid had been returning from his hunts only at dusk, and Su Yuxue had been anxious to find an opportunity to get closer to him. With Languid presenting her this chance, she was more than willing to oblige. Songming stood to the side, feeling a twinge of jealousy at Su Yuxue's special attention towards Languid. However, as the foremost warrior of the tribe, he felt powerless. His father had promised to deal with Languid, yet no action had been taken thus far. Observing how effortlessly Languid managed to draw Su Yuxue and Songming away, Gaia felt he could delay no longer. He moved cautiously, striving to evade others as he departed the tribe. He headed towards the location Languid had mentioned, which was not far from the tribe, a place he knew well. As he arrived, he spotted Li Xiao and Tang Qingqing dropping down from a tree. The eyes of the beastmen could see in the dark, and upon seeing them, Gaia's gray eyes brightened with anticipation, thinking of the treasures they might bring him. Did you manage to find the red grass mushroom in Wuming Mountain? Gaia asked eagerly. Without any pretense, Li Xiao pulled the red grass mushroom from his leather pouch. Its blood-red hue was unmistakable to anyone who had seen it before. Gaia trembled with excitement as he received it. The last time he had encountered such a mushroom was decades ago, in the possession of his master, who had kept one that prolonged his life by 10 years. Just as Gaia was consumed with elation, Li Xiao's voice cut through, cold and firm. I believe you understand that asking for the red grass mushroom in return for treating my injured arm is somewhat excessive. Gaia felt a jolt of realization at Li Xiao's words. He knew that his demand was indeed unreasonable, yet he found himself powerless, unable to journey to Wuming Mountain and retrieve the mushroom on his own. Gazing at the indifferent faces before him, Gaia understood that they had willingly placed the red grass mushroom in his hands, likely with other expectations in mind. Indeed, he soon heard Tang Qingqing, the little female, say, Gaia the shaman, we have a male who has sustained internal injuries and wishes to request your assistance in treating him. Upon hearing this, Gaia inquired further about the male's condition. After pondering for a moment, he replied, to be honest, my son Mo Yi has been bedridden due to illness, and I cannot leave him at this time. As for your injured companion, my involvement is not crucial. If you trust me, I can return home and prepare some herbal remedies for you to brew for him. Within half a month, he should show signs of improvement, and with ample rest and nourishing food, he ought to recover fully. Tang Qingqing cast a glance at Li Xiao, who responded with an encouraging look that suggested she should take the lead. Tang Qingqing realized that Gu Ye's grave words regarding Mo Ye's illness were likely true. If that were the case, it would be unwise to impose further demands on him. Thus, she nodded in agreement to Gu Ye's proposal, inquiring, when will you deliver the prepared herbs? Gu Ye, considering the potential danger posed by their extended stay in this location, replied, you all wait here. I will prepare the medicine and bring it to you once I return. The moon had already ascended to the treetops, and without further delay, Gu Ye took extra precautions this time, ensuring he concealed himself whenever he spotted any orc moving about the tribe. He carefully made his way home. Once there, Gu Ye placed the red grass he had brought back in a very concealed and secure spot before heading to his own storage of herbs to commence the preparation of remedies for internal injuries. This time, he did not hesitate to incorporate his finest medicinal herbs, as he had committed to ensuring that the injured male would recover within a fortnight. Since Qingqing's male had bravely retrieved the red grass from such perilous territory, he too felt compelled to honor his promise. As the moon reached its zenith, the tribe lay enveloped in silence, with a lone figure stealthily emerging from the moon tribe, carrying a bulging beast-hide bag. From a distance, Li Xiao and the others spotted Guya approaching. Guya, upon seeing Qinghe, paused momentarily, exclaiming, "Qinghe, you have come too?" Qinghe nodded. He had refrained from coming out earlier, deeming it unnecessary. Now, seated together with Qingqing and Li Xiao, there was no longer a reason for him to depart. Guya extended the beast-hide bag he held to Tang Qingqing, surmising that the injured party was likely another of Qingqing's males, probably hurt during a skirmish over females, which explained her personal visit for the medicine. Such a compassionate and loyal female was a rarity in this beastly world. Yet, it pained Guya to think that his own offspring had suffered from illness for so many years. A flicker of resentment crossed his eyes as he reflected on the past. Had it not been for that incident years ago, his child would not have endured such prolonged affliction. Tang Qingqing took the beast's skin pouch filled with herbs. Guya, seeing that there was nothing more to be addressed, contemplated how to utilize the red grass mushroom to its fullest potential in curing the stubborn ailment afflicting his son. "Is there anything else you require of me? If not, I shall take my leave," he inquired. Qinghe replied, "It is getting late, Uncle Gu. You should return home and rest." As Guya was about to depart, he left behind a parting remark: "Should you require any assistance in the future, do not hesitate to send word my way, and I shall provide you with my healing services." Hearing Guya's words, Qinghe and the others were momentarily taken aback. It was rare for the tribal shaman to offer medical aid to those from other tribes and external beastmen. Guya's willingness to extend such a gesture clearly indicated his gratitude for their gift of the red grass mushroom. As Tang Qingqing and her companions gazed at the departing figure of Guya, they felt a sense of fortune in those who uphold their promises. At the very least, in times of injury or ailment, there would be someone to provide assistance. Having accomplished their objectives in this place, Tang Qingqing and her companions saw no reason to linger, especially given the proximity to the Moon Tribe. If discovered by Yuntian, it would undoubtedly lead to complications. After deliberating, they decided to depart from the confines of the Moon Tribe that very night to rest elsewhere. Thus, Tang Qingqing mounted the imposing tiger once more, and the trio exited the small grove. However, just as they were nearing the boundary of the Moon Tribe, they heard a faint cry for help emanating from below a cliff. Had it not been for the keen hearing of the beast men, the subtle pleas might have gone unnoticed. Li Xiao and Qing halted, gradually making their way toward the source of the sound. Upon reaching a point not far from the cliff's base, they spotted an individual lying there, struggling to emit what sounded like a whisper of desperation. Qing transformed back into human form and approached the person, gently turning her over. Despite the blood marring her face, years spent within the tribe allowed Qing to recognize her immediately. It was Sikai. Tang Qingqing approached and beheld the female who had once falsely accused Li Xiao. For a moment, she found herself at a loss for words. The scene described in the novel had indeed come to pass. To save or not to save, this was the dilemma. The three exchanged glances, and ultimately, both Li Xiao and Qing fixed their gazes upon Tang Qingqing, as if they instinctively deferred to the female in times of crisis. This sentiment was not lost on Tang Qingqing. In this beastly realm, males, aside from hunting and safeguarding their kin, exhibited a remarkable propensity to heed the words of females. Otherwise, how could her dark sister-in-law have confidently asserted that if Tang Qingqing did not seek a male to provide for her, she would compel her three brothers to withhold sustenance? Such a statement was not merely a threat, had her sister-in-law been earnest in her grievances. Tang Qingqing's brothers would undoubtedly find themselves in a quandary. Tang Qingqing gazed at the two towering males before her, their expressions conveying an urgency that made her want to laugh. Ultimately, she could not bring herself to abandon the injured. With a hide draped over the second brother Qinghe, Li Xiao disdainfully lifted Si Kai onto Qinghe's back, and they resumed their journey. Originally, they intended to rest before departing from the Moon Tribe, but with a half-dead individual in tow, they were compelled to travel through the night back home. If one were to inquire why Tang Qingqing did not return Si Kai to the tribe, the reasons were twofold. First, explaining the situation upon arrival would be arduous, and leaving her at the tribe's entrance overnight would inevitably lead to her demise. Second, Tang Qingqing was aware that Si Kai's fall from the cliff was linked to the female protagonist. Should Si Kai be returned to the tribe, Her chances of survival were uncertain, and she might succumb even more swiftly. After a night of relentless running, they arrived back in the valley by noon. Li Xiao pushed aside the stones blocking the valley entrance, while Qinghe attempted to lift the wrapped Si Kai, only to be halted by Tang Qingqing. Wary of causing trouble for the second brother with Sister He, Tang Qingqing urged Li Xiao to take the hide covering Si Kai. Li Xiao shot her a glance. Clearly reluctant, Tang Qingqing, with her once chubby little hand, grasped his larger one and shook it gently, her large, watery eyes fixed upon him. The implication was unmistakable. She wanted him to hastily accept this burdensome task. If Sister He learned that the second brother had carried Si Kai all the way, she would undoubtedly become envious, potentially causing the second brother to face dire consequences. Seeing the pleading look in the little female's eyes, Li Xiao pointed to his own face, an obvious hint that Tang Qingqing could not pretend to overlook. Noticing the second brother anxiously gazing into the valley, she quickly planted a kiss on Li Xiao's cheek. Though he was somewhat displeased with the kiss, he understood that he could not overstep boundaries in that moment. Thus, he took the hide-wrapped Si Kai from Qinghe, handling her as if she were something undesirable, and unceremoniously placed her on the ground in the valley, as if fulfilling a task assigned by Tang Qingqing. Leaving her there unattended, Tang Qingqing entered the valley and immediately spotted Sika lying on the ground. She approached and unwrapped the animal's skin, meeting Sika's somewhat feeble gaze. "Are you all right?" she asked, feeling rather foolish as she observed the pain etched on Sika's furrowed brow. It was evident that she was not well. Sika looked at Tang Qingqing, aware that she had been saved by her. The previous day, Yuxue had invited her to gather sweet crystal fruits, which only grew on the mountains at the edge of the tribe. Since wild beasts were rarely encountered within the tribe's territory, she had agreed. However, while picking sweet crystal fruits from a tree not far from the cliff, she had unexpectedly slipped and tumbled towards the edge. Fortunately, she managed to grasp a small sapling. If only she could call out to Yuxue, who was nearby, to throw her a vine, she could climb back up. She had clearly seen Yushue's garment fluttering in the wind atop the cliff, yet no matter how loudly she called, Yuxue did not come. In the end, she even heard the sound of departing footsteps. Sika could not fathom why Yuxue would abandon her in such peril. It was then that she recalled the incident when Yuxue had urged her to falsely accuse Qingqing's family of having just adopted a stray male beastman who had bullied her. She vaguely understood that Yuxue had felt overshadowed by Qingqing's interactions with languid at that time, believing Yuxue merely sought to teach Qingqing a lesson. She never anticipated the severity of the outcome. Since that incident, Sika had felt an ongoing guilt towards Qingqing's family, who had left the tribe, and her relationship with Yuxue had soured. Yet, Yuxue held a certain status within the tribe, making her not someone Sika could easily confront. Although Sika had initially been reluctant to venture so far to gather red crystal fruits, Yushue's persistent invitations made it difficult for her to refuse, especially as Yuxue wielded considerable influence among the females of the tribe. She feared ostracism from the other females if she declined. Had it not been for her fortuitous circumstance, the cliff not being exceedingly high, and her familiarity with the area where several large trees grew below, she would have fallen without hope of rescue. As she realized there was no one to save her and her grip on the sapling could only hold for so long, she maneuvered slightly towards the area where she recalled trees standing. When the sapling finally snapped under her weight, she indeed fell onto a branch, which broke her fall, preventing a fatal descent. Reflecting on how close she had come to death, Sika considered that Yushue's indifference might stem from jealousy regarding her fondness for Songming. However, such feelings should not warrant her demise. After all, she had relinquished her affections after being refused and had not pursued Songming to the extent of endangering her life. "Would you like some water?" Tang Qingqing inquired, filling a bamboo tube with spring water. Coming back to her senses, Sika stared at Tang Qingqing for a moment before sincerely expressing, "Thank you for saving me." Tang Qingqing observed her parched lips as she placed the bamboo tube against them. "Let us not discuss that for now. Have some water." Si Kai managed a bitter smile and opened her mouth to drink, never imagining that the one she had once wronged would come to her rescue. The female she had once considered a close friend had stood idly by while she faced her demise. How ironic. "Qingqing, how did you manage to save her? She is a wicked female. It was she who falsely accused your male last time, leading to our family's forced departure from the tribe." He Xiaozi glared fiercely at Si Kai as she spoke. Tang Qingqing offered a resigned smile. She was not particularly inclined to rescue her, yet having encountered the situation, she could not simply stand by and watch. Tang Qingqing felt an overwhelming impulse to lift Sister He and toss her aside. She quickly stepped forward and grasped Sister He's hand, saying, "Sister, my second brother and I have been traveling back since last night. and we have yet to eat anything. Tang Qingqing gently rubbed her stomach and exclaimed, I am so hungry. Is there anything to eat at home? The elder sister, with a swift motion, slapped Tang Qingqing's arm and turned around to search for food, muttering, You mischievous child, you never let me have a moment's peace. Tang Qingqing remarked that her sister-in-law's habit of striking her arm was rather endearing. Rubbing her sore arm, she cast a resentful gaze at her sister-in-law's retreating figure. I am still a child. Such treatment will drive me away. Kai observed with envy the closeness between Tang Qingqing and her sister-in-law. Years ago, during a harsh winter, her several paternal figures perished while defending their food. Afterward, her mother sought out new mates and bore more offspring, leaving Kai feeling like an unloved cub. Each time she witnessed Qingqing's sister-in-law scolding her, yet simultaneously warding off the bullies, Kai could not help but feel a pang of envy. Tang Qingqing glanced at Kai, who lay in the valley, contemplating that this situation could not persist. She then raised her voice towards the cliff, calling out, Li Xiao, please throw down 4 or 5 large animal skins. After a brief wait with no response from above, she shouted several more times, yet still received no answer. Perhaps her call had been too gentle and her voice too soft for Li Xiao to hear. Meanwhile, in the cave, Xianjiu attempted to rise, but was restrained by Li Xiao. You should rest more. You need to recover swiftly to protect her, he insisted. This time, we brought back the shaman's herbs to treat your internal injuries. I will prepare them for you shortly. Faced with Li Xiao's unwavering expression, Xianjiu, already weakened, reluctantly lay back down, clutching his broken tail. Li Xiao was right. Only by regaining his strength could he hope to shield Qingqing once more. Tang Qingqing understood that it was not her soft voice that had caused Li Xiao to overlook her. After a moment of contemplation, her large, glistening eyes sparkled with determination. Gritting her teeth, she finally lifted her head and called out, Xiao, please bring me down some animal hides. I have use for them. This time, she did not have to wait long. Li Xiao swiftly descended from the cliff ledge, leaping down with a bundle of animal hides in hand, which he placed upon a large stone. He raised an eyebrow, his striking, dark eyes fixed upon her. At this moment, Tang Qingqing dared not meet Li Xiao's gaze. Those emerald eyes seemed to possess an enchanting power, capable of seducing one into submission, a sensation she had experienced firsthand. And thus she would not fall for his allure again. Grasping the animal hide, Tang Qingqing scarcely spared Li Xiao a glance and instead proceeded to the nearby pile of firewood in search of suitable sticks. After surveying the valley, she discovered a clean, level area, intent on erecting a temporary shelter for the unfortunate injured. Meanwhile, Kai had also regained her composure after the bumpy journey. Having fallen from the relatively low cliff and cushioned by branches, her injuries were not severe. She gradually rose, supporting herself against a nearby rock. After quenching her thirst with water provided by Tang Qingqing, she now felt the pangs of hunger. Upon realizing Tang Qingqing's intentions, Li Xiao took the stick from her hand and effortlessly inserted it into the ground, soon constructing a rudimentary framework with the wood. Tang Qingqing picked up a nearby animal skin and covered it, searching for resilient vines to secure it, ensuring that a gust of wind would not uproot the covering. She utilized 3 pieces of animal skin to construct a shelter, while the remaining 2 were spread within, providing warmth during the scorching season. Having completed this task, she approached Kai and said, We do not have any additional caves. You will have to make do with this place. Kai gazed at Tang Qingqing with sincerity and replied, I am already immensely grateful that you are willing to rescue me. Given the current heat, residing here is quite acceptable. Just then, the robust black sister, who had just descended carrying a basin of stewed meat, overheard Kai's words and scoffed. Having a place for her to stay is commendable enough. Considering she caused you to be expelled from the tribe, I often contemplate tossing her out myself. Tang Qingqing placed a basin of meat upon a flat stone and turned to Black Sister, inquiring, Has Ergu eaten? Black Sister rolled her eyes at Tang Qingqing. The implication unmistakable. Can anyone be deemed more important than one's own partner? You have meat to eat, yet she would allow her own male to go hungry. Tang Qingqing felt that her inquiries were somewhat superfluous. After all, Sister He had chosen to be with her brothers out of her own volition. Their union could be considered a form of free love within their tribe. Naturally, she would not starve her own partner, so there was no need for her to fret unnecessarily. Tang Qingqing went to the spring to wash her hands and, holding a piece of stewed meat, offered it to Kai, who was leaning against a stone, only to receive a disdainful glance from the Black Sister for free. Li Xiao reached out towards the basin to grab some meat, but was swiftly met with a gentle slap on the back of his hand from Tang Qingqing. He looked at her with a hint of grievance in his deep-set eyes, remaining silent as he gazed at her. Tang Qingqing, feeling helpless, tugged him towards the spring. Wash your hands. Li Xiao, with a physique as formidable as a small mountain, squatted by the spring, splashing water on his face and hands. Only then did the two return to seize the meat, devouring it hungrily. After running since last night, they were indeed famished. Sikai, having endured hunger for a longer duration, swiftly finished the piece of stewed meat given by Tang Qingqing, her eyes sparkling with desire for more from the bowl. Observing her plight, Tang Qingqing offered her another generous chunk of meat, earning a glance of approval from Li Xiao, who then began to eat more rapidly. Just as Sikai was about to finish the meat in her hand, Tang Qingqing contemplated whether to offer her another piece. At that moment, she witnessed Li Xiao's large hand swiftly grasping the last 2 pieces of meat remaining in the bowl, not consuming them himself. Once Tang Qingqing finished her portion, Li Xiao brought the meat to her lips, leaving her both amused and exasperated. After the trio polished off the entire bowl of meat, they still felt a lingering desire for more. However, the remaining food from the morning was limited, and they could only await Qing Shan's return from the forest behind the valley with more game. Concerned that Qing Shan might not catch enough for the evening meal, Li Xiao resolved to venture into the forest himself after finishing his meal. At that moment, Qing He emerged from the cave, and the two of them set off together to hunt in the valley beyond. Tang Qingqing climbed into the cave and found Xianjiu already asleep. She took out a pouch of ancient herbs and ventured into the valley to kindle a fire and brew the medicine. Sister He sat there, weaving with several twigs. But despite her efforts, the creation seemed to lack form, leading her to angrily toss the twigs aside. Tang Qingqing placed the medicine pot over the fire to simmer. As she approached, she noticed the twigs discarded by her sister-in-law. Sister-in-law, what are you weaving? Why has it caught fire? The sister-in-law's expression darkened further as she replied angrily. When we left the tribe, that little female, Yu Shiwei, was teaching the people how to weave baskets. I hadn't yet mastered it before I followed your brothers out. Tang Qingqing wondered what the matter could be. With a smile, she sat down and picked up a long twig, her fingers deftly weaving it together. Beside her, Sister He widened her eyes in astonishment, exclaiming, Qingqing, you learned this when you left the tribe. Indeed. Tang Qingqing certainly did not learn how to weave baskets from Su Yushiwei. In her previous life, she lived in the suburbs and her family owned some land. Her grandfather was skilled in crafting such items. Not only could she weave baskets, but she also possessed the ability to create various other agricultural implements. Had it not been for the fact that after she was admitted to university, her family's land and several old houses were appropriated by developers, granting them substantial compensation and funds from land sales, she might have retained the motivation to strive for success rather than becoming a languid individual. Perhaps she could have been an uplifting and ambitious young person. Tang Qingqing patiently guided Black Sister in crafting her very first basket. Overwhelmed with joy, Black Sister instinctively reached out to pat Tang Qingqing's arm, prompting her to swiftly retreat from Black Sister's vicinity upon recognizing the familiar gesture. Observing that the medicinal concoction had reached the desired consistency, Tang Qingqing poured it into another earthen jar, making it easier to carry to the cliff's edge. She then added a scoop of spring water to the remaining herbs and set it over the fire to simmer. As she ascended the cliff with the jar, Xianjiu had already awakened in the cave. Upon seeing Tang Qingqing approach, Xianjiu beamed with delight, eager to rise from his bed. Tang Qingqing poured the medicine contained in a ceramic jar into a bowl and presented it to Xianjiu, who had approached her side. Wait a moment before drinking. It is still quite hot. In truth, when she had glanced at the herbs prepared by Guya earlier, she noted that there were only a few varieties. It appeared that the medical practices of this era were somewhat limited. However, the inherent self-healing abilities of the beastmen compensated for the inadequacies of their medical knowledge. Once the medicine had cooled, Xianjiu drank it in one gulp. Tang Qingqing offered him a bowl of clean water to rinse his mouth, but he shook his head to decline. He then took her hand and guided her to sit at the stone table, before walking over to the stone bed to retrieve a plush and exquisite piece of beast skin, which he draped over her for warmth. Tang Qingqing caressed the piece of animal hide, its softness truly delightful. Are you going to make me a garment from this hide? Xianjiu's ears turned slightly crimson. Yet he replied, indeed. Upon noticing that you possess no proper attire made from animal skin, I thought to create one for you. Tang Qingqing observed Xianjiu's graceful demeanor and couldn't help but exclaim how fortunate the females here were. The females could be utterly inept, yet the males, in their quest for the female's approval, had to possess a myriad of skills. Moreover, Xianjiu believed that he surpassed Li Xiao in the art of tailoring garments, as he perceived that the clothes adorning Li Xiao were far from exquisite. Tang Qingqing noticed that Xianjiu's complexion remained somewhat pale, so she gently urged, "The garments can wait. You should rest now." After saying this, she took the animal hide from his hands and guided Xianjiu back to the bed. "Rest a little longer. I shall call for you when it is time for dinner." She added, "I have repurposed the remaining herbs you had brewed, hoping to extract any lingering potency to treat the injured female below who has sustained internal injuries from her fall last night." When Tang Qingqing resolved to bring Si Kai back, she had already conducted a brief examination and discovered that there were no broken bones. Only then did they dare to carry Si Kai back. Xianjiu smiled gently and tapped Tang Qingqing's forehead, saying, "You truly discern the inside from the outside. You brew the same medicinal herbs once more for someone else to consume. Are you not afraid that they might disdain it and refuse to drink?" Tang Qingqing grasped Xianjiu's hand, casting him a sidelong glance. "How about I prepare the herbal concoction for her first, and then brew another batch for you?" Xianjiu's smile faltered, while Tang Qingqing doubled over in laughter, clutching her stomach as she fell onto the bed. Realizing she was merely teasing him, Xianjiu gently patted her rounded backside, leaving Tang Qingqing blushing and momentarily stunned. Tang Qingqing slapped Xianjiu's handsome face and exclaimed, "You scoundrel." Then she hurried out of the cave to check if the medicine Si Kai had brewed was still drinkable. In truth, she was not entirely sure. She had merely heard that herbal remedies could be decocted 2 or 3 times while retaining their efficacy, even if the medicine had lost its potency. Tang Qingqing found herself in a predicament. The herbal concoction was only sufficient for one person. She could not possibly divide Xianjiu's medicine to share with Si Kai. Unable to abandon someone in peril, this was her ultimate moral boundary. 41 The mysterious fruit. Tang Qingqing descended to find the medicinal pot simmering over the fire, with only about a bowl of concoction remaining. The aroma of the herbs was still quite potent. She poured the liquid into the bowl she had brought and set it aside to cool, gently nudging the already slumbering Sitsai. Waking from her meal-induced stupor, Sitsai blinked her hazy eyes at Tang Qingqing, who presented her with the bowl of medicine. "This is a remedy for internal injuries, though it's the second boiling of the herbs. Would you like to drink it?" Sitsai took a moment to comprehend Tang Qingqing's words. The first brew of this herbal concoction had already been administered to the injured male in Qingqing's family. This was a second infusion made from the same herbs. Sitsai smiled softly. She felt immense gratitude for Qingqing's efforts in saving her, and now, the willingness to go through the trouble of brewing the medicine once more left her with no reason to be hesitant or dismissive. Taking the bowl from Tang Qingqing's hands, Sitsai blew gently over it before sipping slowly. "I'll move you to the shelter so you can rest a bit more. When injured, one must ensure ample rest for a swift recovery." Sitsai nodded in agreement. Tang Qingqing, with some effort, lifted Sitsai from the fur covering her and placed her into the makeshift fur shelter. Despite her inability to dissipate her bloodline power, Tang Qingqing was somewhat of a clumsy fish out of water, and carrying someone taller than herself proved to be a challenge. As Sitsai gazed at Tang Qingqing, her heart fluttered unexpectedly. It had been a while since anyone had held her since the loss of her father. Qingqing's embrace was so warm and soft. After being set down, Sitsai lingered for a moment, casting a wistful glance at the not-so-spacious arms of Tang Qingqing. This tender scene was witnessed by Li Xiao. Returning from a hunting expedition, his expression darkened, his piercing gaze fixed upon the female who looked at Qingqing with such softness, as if she were gazing at an inanimate object. Tang Qingqing turned around upon hearing the commotion and saw Qing Shan and the others returning from their hunt. "Elder brother, second brother, Li Xiao, you have returned." Qing Shan glanced at his sister and replied, "Indeed, we have returned." Li Xiao cast a fleeting glance at Tang Qingqing but remained silent. Upon meeting Li Xiao's gaze, Si Kai was taken aback. As a female, she possessed the unique sensitivity inherent to beastmen. She sensed an overwhelming hostility emanating from this male beastman towards her. Sister Hei displayed the woven basket she had crafted in the afternoon, saying, "This is what Qingqing taught me to make." Qing Shan and the others turned their attention to Tang Qingqing. Tang Qingqing merely smiled at her several brothers without denying anything. Since those who had gone hunting had returned, it was time to begin preparing the meal. Xianjiu and Qing Chuan, the two injured, also descended, and the valley instantly filled with a lively atmosphere. During dinner, Qing Shan mentioned that he had caught several flower-tailed hazel chickens over the past 2 days. He crushed the fruits that Tang Qingqing had brought back to feed them, having gathered 13 varieties of wild fruits, of which only 8 were non-toxic, while 5 were poisonous. Qing Shan cast a somber glance at Qing Chuan. "That red fruit you wanted to eat that day is the most toxic of all. If a hazel chicken consumes it, It will soon bleed from all orifices and perish. Qingquan was so startled that he nearly dropped the roasted meat he was holding. He knew that his elder brother would never deceive him for the sake of a scare. Fortunately, Qingqing had intervened just in time to prevent him from eating that fruit. Otherwise, he would have truly met his demise. Tang Qingqing placed several pieces of roasted meat onto a ceramic plate and brought it to Sitsai. Upon seeing Tang Qingqing delivering food to her, Sitsai attempted to rise, only to be gently supported by Tang Qingqing as she leaned against a nearby post. "You should eat first. Once you finish, I shall bring you more. There is an abundance of roasted meat this evening." "Thank you." Sitsai expressed her gratitude. Yet at that moment, she found herself at a loss for how to repay Tang Qingqing's life-saving kindness. After Tang Qingqing returned, Xianjiu handed her a piece of roasted, golden, tender beast meat. Tang Qingqing smiled as she accepted it, biting into the succulent morsel. The delightful contrast of the crispy exterior and tender interior made it evident to her that Xianjiu was the one who had prepared the meat. Only he possessed the patience to roast it to such perfection. Turning her head slightly, she remarked, "You are still injured. Do not overexert yourself." Xianjiu lifted his hand to wipe the grease from her face, responding, "I did not exert myself. I merely observed that this piece of meat looked particularly appetizing and wished to roast it for you." Sister He, holding a similarly delectable piece of meat, suddenly found it less appealing, realizing that this was specially prepared for Qingqing by Xianjiu. Being Qingqing's sister-in-law, she felt obliged to share a portion with her. She shot a glare at her three companions, who merely roasted the meat until it was cooked and sprinkled it with seasoning, leaving the taste to chance. Qing He and Qingquan, receiving their partner's glare, naturally redirected their frustration towards Xianjiu, the source of their predicament, casting several reproachful looks his way. Li Xiao, with his eyelids lowered, savored his own roasted hand, employing the quickest methods to cook his meat, without concern for its flavor. Observing Tang Qingqing seated beside the fox, enjoying an extra couple of pieces thanks to Xianjiu's attentiveness, Li Xiao could hardly suppress his rising jealousy. After dinner, Tang Qingqing took out the 8 types of non-toxic fruits left by her elder brother for careful examination, hoping to find an opportunity to venture back into the Wuming Mountains to see if they could be transplanted. The wild fruits outside were typically small and lacked flavor, with few that were both large and sweet. Having grown up in this beastly world, the heroine had only managed to craft pottery, weave coarse cloth from hemp, and create various items, yet the problem of cultivating grains remained unresolved. The local environment was ill-suited for human cultivation of food. The entire scorching season stretched over 4 months, with the first month devoid of rain, followed by approximately a month of rainy weather, and the remaining 2 months featuring scant precipitation. Given such extreme climatic conditions, it was no wonder that she struggled to grow any grains. Tang Qingqing surveyed the remaining fruits, and her gaze fell upon a fist-sized, hard-shelled fruit of a deep purple hue, a color she could not recall having harvested before. Curiously, she took it in her hand, examining it closely. After picking up a small stone, she struck the fruit, only to find it unyielding. Undeterred, she struck again with greater force, and this time the shell cracked open, releasing a cascade of white powder reminiscent of flour. Indeed, she had never harvested such a fruit before. Upon counting, she discovered there were 9 distinct varieties. It was evident that her elder brother had overlooked this particular fruit for toxicity testing with small animals. Carefully, she gathered the flour-like powder and a piece of animal hide, intending to capture a small creature the following day to ascertain its safety. Meanwhile, Li Xiao, who was nearby preparing a piece of hide, noticed Tang Qingqing's inquisitive gaze directed at the fruit and remarked with a slight smile, "Qinger, are you curious about the origin of that fruit?" Tang Qingqing lifted her head, oblivious to what he had called her, eagerly awaiting Li Xiao to reveal from where the fruit had been plucked. Li Xiao beckoned to her, and noticing her elder brother and the others engaged in conversation nearby, she felt assured that Li Xiao would not dare to act improperly in front of them. Thus, she resolutely approached him. Tang Qingqing approached and was pulled down by Li Xiao, who looked at her and said, "You must not change how you address me. I shall tell you where I picked that fruit." All right. Since she did not mind calling Li Xiao a Xiao, she readily agreed. That fruit was plucked from a tree on a cliff. Its unique color had caught my attention, prompting me to casually pick one. Ah, now it makes sense. No wonder I couldn't recall from which tree I had gathered that fruit. Upon learning that the flower fruit was sourced from a cliff by Li Xiao, Tang Qingqing pondered that if this type of fruit truly contained edible flower, it would likely require grafting, as transplanting it might prove exceedingly difficult. The trees growing on the sheer cliff walls have roots nestled within crevices, making them nearly impossible to transplant. Tang Qingqing returned and carefully stored the flower fruit. She had named this peculiar purple fruit for it resembled a pouch of flour. Xianjiu approached, clutching his chest. His severe injury was a result of the bear beast man, whose palm had struck him directly in the heart. Qingqing, what are you doing? Xianjiu inquired as he noticed Tang Qingqing wrapping a small piece of beast skin. Tang Qingqing noticed that Xianjiu's complexion was still somewhat poor and, with genuine concern, remarked, "Why don't you sit over there and wait for the medicine to brew? You should rest a bit. Don't you wish to recover sooner?" Rather than feeling annoyed by Tang Qingqing's nagging, Xianjiu found warmth in her words. The medicine had yet to be prepared, and he thought to himself, "Once I drink it, I shall take a rest. Recovering swiftly is essential so that I can continue to protect my dear Qingqing." Tang Qingqing disregarded Xianjiu's teasing, returning the scattered fruits back into the bag. She took Xianjiu along to visit her brothers. At that moment, Li Xiao had already finished processing the animal hide and sat down beside Tang Qingqing. Seeing everyone settled, Qing Shan spoke with a hint of sorrow. Although those fallen beast men were terrified by Qingqing's previous massacre and dare not approach. I have noticed some wandering beastmen arriving here in recent days. While we can retaliate against the wandering beastmen who attempt to seize our females, they are fundamentally different from the fallen ones. Among the wandering beastmen, there are indeed ferocious males. But many are simply displaced for various reasons and do not all possess malicious intent. Qishan cast a troubled glance at his two younger brothers and Li Xiao. His voice heavy with concern. The manner in which they compete may not align with that of the fallen beastmen. The wandering beastmen are more inclined to seek companionship and followers among the females. Upon hearing this, both Qinghe and Qichuan, as well as Li Xiao and Xianjiu, were grim expressions, their eyes piercingly directed at the two females present, Black Sister Chunya and Tang Qingqing, who lowered their heads in a show of humility. In the midst of this tense atmosphere, a feeble voice suddenly emerged from a nearby shelter. "Brother Qingshan, I seem to recall that 3 females, 1 great shaman, and 1 healer are required to establish a new tribe, correct? Once we establish our tribe, neither the wandering nor the fallen beast men can easily intrude upon our territory. Only then can we truly protect Qingqing and Sister Chunya from being snatched away." As Sikai finished speaking, all eyes turned to her. The flickering flames illuminating the astonishment etched on each face. Coming to his senses, Qingshan asked in disbelief, "Are you willing to remain here instead of returning to the Moon Tribe?" Sikai glanced at Tang Qingqing, her gaze softening. Li Xiao's expression darkened further. "It was Qingqing who saved my life. Had she not been willing to rescue me, I would have perished that night on the cliff. Moreover, there is no one left in the Moon Tribe who cares for me. What difference does it make whether I return or not? My mother has taken a new mate and offspring, and I have been driven to live in a cave outside. This year, having just reached adulthood, my mother refuses to share any food with me. From that point on, she had to rely on her work for Yushui to procure some sustenance. Thus, she was always wary of truly angering Yushui. When instructed to falsely accuse the males from Qingqing's household, she felt compelled to comply. After all, as a female who could not transform to hunt, she depended on foraging and helping Yushui with her tasks to earn a livelihood. How could she refuse such a demand? Even so, after being rebuffed by the infatuated Song Ming, she had planned to seek out several strong males to sustain herself. No one is born with the inclination to flatter others. Upon hearing Sikai's willingness to stay, Qingshan realized they had 3 females available. Everyone then turned their gaze to Xianjiu, fully aware that as a 9-tailed Xian fox, he was the most qualified to become the great shaman. Xianjiu, feeling the weight of their stares, replied despondently, "But one of my tails has been severed." Qingshan placed a reassuring hand on his shoulder. "It matters not. As long as you are a 9-tailed Xian fox, even with only 8 tails remaining, you surpass many great shamans from tribes where the lineage has failed to produce 9 tails." Qichuan could not help but interject, "Brother, even so, with a great shaman and 3 females, we still require a healer to establish a new tribe." His words cast a pall over the group. Healers are vital to any tribe, as the role is often passed down from father to son, making them exceedingly rare. Due to the scarcity of females, it has been centuries since a new tribe emerged. There might be another approach, Sikai ventured. "I have heard Mother Mo mention that Mo is fond of Qingqing," lowering her head beneath their sharp gazes. She had only brought this up because she sensed their concern over the lack of a healer. With no healer in sight, plans for the new tribe were put on hold. In the span of merely half a month, Li Xiao and Qishan had repelled countless wandering males seeking to join the ranks of followers and companions. These were relatively restrained wandering beast men, yet gradually, others began to emerge, directly attempting to seize the females. These aggressors were far more ruthless. and nearly every skirmish resulted in injuries for Qingqiang's group. Fortunately, their combat prowess was formidable. The Wandering Beastmen were primarily after the females rather than seeking to engage in lethal battles, preventing any severe injuries amongst them. During this time, Xianzhou's internal injuries, as promised by Guya, began to heal after 2 weeks of medication. He diligently ground small pieces of the red grass into his meals each day, slowly nurturing his body back to health. With his condition improving, Tang Qingqing and Qingshan encouraged him to rest at home for a while longer instead of rushing out to hunt. Throughout this period, Tang Qingqing tended to Si Kai's injuries, and after a month of recuperation, Si Kai could finally stand and walk. Evidently, the second batch of herbal remedies proved effective. Now, none of the 3 females dared to venture out of the valley, should the Wandering Beast men and Fallen Ones discover the presence of 3 young females within the valley. It would likely incite a frenzied attempt to abduct them. That afternoon, once Xianzhou felt somewhat better, he could no longer remain idle at home and ventured out to gather bird eggs and wild vegetables. Tang Qingqing was engaged in conversation with He Xiaozi and Si Kai, weaving baskets in the valley. After more than half a month of companionship, He Xiaozi had come to understand the circumstances that had compelled Si Kai's actions, and her animosity had diminished. The 3 of them sat together, laughing and chatting, when a commotion at the valley's entrance caught their attention. They presumed it was Qing Shan and Li Xiao returning from a hunt. As they turned to look, they saw 4 or 5 male orcs entering the valley. He Xiaozi and Si Kai felt a surge of panic upon seeing the unfamiliar males, while Tang Qingqing stood calmly, her eyes flickering momentarily. This was not due to an extraordinary psychological fortitude, but rather a burgeoning sense of strength she had felt since repelling the gray wolf orcs at Wuming Mountain. She sensed that even the mysterious power within her, which had been sporadic, was now becoming manageable, instilling her with a newfound confidence. She resolved to test her abilities against these male orcs, if her strength had indeed returned. She could join her brother Li Xiao and the others in fending off the depraved orcs and the brutal strays that sought to seize their kind. The 5 male orcs who had just entered did not immediately attempt to capture them. Observing their demeanor, Tang Qingqing noted that they did not exhibit any overt hostility. On the contrary, it was evident that the orcs were quite pleased to see the 3 females. Tang Qingqing stood before He Xiaozi and Si Tsai, shielding them from harm. It was already a testament to He Xiaozi's loyalty that she could venture from the tribe alongside several brothers. Today, Tang Qingqing resolved to ensure her safety at all costs. Otherwise, how could she face the brothers who cherished her? At that moment, among the 5 approaching beastmen, one stepped forward, an extraordinarily handsome male with piercing eagle-like eyes that sparkled with starlight, yet bore no malice upon his countenance. He halted 3 paces from Tang Qingqing, smiling as he introduced himself. "Beautiful female, I am Qiyu, a Black Hawk beastman." He gestured towards the 4 towering companions beside him, stating, "This is Along, a cheetah beastman. Amu, a pangolin beastman. Axing, a gibbon beastman. And Kuei, a giant bear beastman. Ahua, a fire-tailed beastman." Upon hearing that females had left the tribe, "We have been searching for you." As Qiyu revealed their intentions, Tang Qingqing and the other females' expressions darkened. He quickly raised his hands in reassurance. "We do not seek to harm or steal from you." At this juncture, Qiyu and his companions appeared somewhat bashful. "Rather, we wish to become your companions or followers." "Yes, indeed," they echoed in unison. "We are not here to inflict harm upon you." Tang Qingqing now recognized that these males were, as her elder brother Qingshan had mentioned, seeking to form bonds with them, rather than being the ruthless and fallen beastmen she had feared. However, even if they were not malicious, Tang Qingqing could not consent to them becoming her or her sister-in-law's followers, let alone partners. As for Si Tsai, she was free to choose her own path. And should she decline, Tang Qingqing would protect her with all her might. The 5 males gazed at the 3 females with eager anticipation. Just as Tang Qingqing was about to shake her head in refusal, she glanced past the males and saw Qichuan stumbling into the valley, bloodied and battered. "Qingqing, something has happened," Qichuan cried out before collapsing in the valley. Ignoring the 5 unfamiliar beastmen, Tang Qingqing rushed to her brother's side, closely followed by He Xiaozi and Si Tsai. He Xiaozi cradled Qingchuan's upper body, using her sleeve to wipe the blood from his face. Qingchuan grasped He Xiaozi's hand, attempting to assess his own wounds, and spoke with great effort. "Today, we went hunting and encountered a group of fallen beastmen. They were merciless, and due to our smaller number, we were quickly injured. Li Ju sustained severe injuries while defending against a lion beastman, yet he managed to bite through the lion's neck and drive them away. However, before we could catch our breath. 7 or 8 tiger tribe beastmen appeared, claiming Li Jiao is the son of their leader, and forcibly took him. Now, our elder brother and second brother have pursued them. Upon hearing that Li Xiao had been taken away by others, Tang Qingqing stood up and dashed towards the valley's exit, her mind clouded with worry. She was aware of the direction her elder brothers typically hunted, heading towards the forest beyond the valley. Si Kai, anxious for Tang Qingqing's safety, contemplated following her. Yet lacking Tang Qingqing's abilities, she could only gaze at the 5 wandering beastmen lingering in the valley. Observing Qi Yu, who had just introduced himself as a Black Hawk beastman, she realized a flying beastman could swiftly catch up with Qingqing. With a moment of determination, Si Kai closed her eyes, then opened them with resolve as she approached Qi Yu and inquired, "Would you be willing to be my follower?" The unexpectedness of her request momentarily stunned Qi Yu, but he quickly responded with enthusiasm, "Yes, I would be honored." For a wanderer who might never possess a companion or offspring, the willingness of a female to have him by her side was of paramount importance. Qi Yu was the leader among these wandering male beastmen, and while the other 4 gazed at him with envy, they understood that this was the female's choice, and thus remained silent, each contemplating their own chances in the future. After all, the female could attract numerous followers, leaving them with hope still intact. As Tang Qingqing reached the forest's edge, she found only remnants of the struggle and no sign of her 2 brothers, following the traces left behind. She ventured deeper until she stumbled upon a hollow where Qing Shan and Qing He lay on the ground, her heart seized with alarm. Elder brother, second brother. Tang Qingqing rushed to the side of the 2 individuals and, upon seeing that they had merely sustained minor injuries, she finally felt relieved. Qing Shan weakly opened his eyes and, with a hint of remorse, gazed at Tang Qingqing. "I am sorry, Qingqing. We were unable to stop the Tiger Clan orcs from taking away Li Xiao." Tang Qingqing witnessed a fierce confrontation between her elder brother and second brother, having pursued their adversary for such a distance. It is likely that their pursuit of Li Xiao led them to be subdued by the beastmen of the Tiger Clan here. Tang Qingqing observed that her 2 elder brothers were not seriously injured. They were likely just exhausted from their ordeal. She contemplated pursuing Li Xiao once more, but was halted by Qi Shan, who grasped her arm. "They have already fled far beyond your reach," he said. "Moreover, even if you could catch up to their tribe now, entry would be denied to you. It is not merely that we currently belong to a clanless orc community. Even those orcs who are affiliated with a tribe cannot freely enter another's territory without an invitation." Tang Qingqing gazed at the winding mountain path that had taken Li Xiao away. Even if she were to chase after him now, she would have no knowledge of the location of the Tiger Clan. At this moment, an unprecedented determination shone in her eyes, for she vowed that one day she would bring Li Xiao back. With a resounding cry of an eagle echoing through the sky, Qi Yu descended gracefully to the ground, and Si Tsai slid down from his back, rushing to Tang Qingqing's side. "Are you all right?" Tang Qingqing gazed into Si Kai's concerned eyes and said, "It's nothing. Just that Li Xiao has been taken away." Si Kai placed her hand on her shoulder, offering silent comfort, for she believed that no amount of words could soothe Tang Qingqing's sorrow over the loss of a male companion. She felt that Tang Qingqing must have had feelings for both Li Xiao and Xianjiu, considering she had chosen to leave the Moon Tribe for them. It was inconceivable that she would not be heartbroken by Li Xiao's abduction. After all, their long time spent together, especially their shared experiences in Wu Meng Mountain, where they faced life and death, made it impossible to claim that Tang Qingqing harbored no feelings for Li Xiao. That would be sheer deception. The wandering beastman Qi Yu looked at the 2 of them, puzzled by their familiarity with him, as he assisted them to their feet, wondering who this male beastman was and why he seemed so close to them. Tang Qingqing also looked at Si Tsai, puzzled by the unfolding events, for she had just witnessed Si Tsai soaring through the air atop the majestic beast, feeling somewhat embarrassed under the gaze of her companions. Si Tsai cast a cryptic glance at Tang Qingqing, and then, with a smile, she spoke. "Qingqing, I have already promised to allow Qi Yu to be my follower." Tang Qingqing was taken aback for a moment, then a thought crossed her mind, causing her to furrow her brows and glance disapprovingly at Si Tsai. "You really don't need to be like this. I've been contemplating whether or not to escort you back to the tribe. Although you mentioned that someone deliberately left you to perish by the cliff, as long as you remain vigilant and avoid further conflicts with her, life within the tribe is considerably safer than out here. And please, do not feel guilty. I merely rescued you on a whim, with no expectation of repayment. The life outside the tribe is undeniably perilous for females. Si Tsai, you should return. Do not allow a moment of desperation to dictate the course of your entire life." A flicker of hurt flashed in Si Tsai's eyes. She was uncertain of her own feelings. Merely seeing Qingqing brought her a sense of joy, and witnessing her sorrow compelled Sitao to smooth the furrowed lines of her brow. Though she had frequently encountered Qingqing in the tribe before, she only remembered her as someone who often walked with her head down. Yet, upon this reunion, Qingqing seemed transformed, gentle and kind, with an undeniable wisdom and determination radiating from her features, drawing others to her and instilling a desire for closeness that made one reluctant to part from her. "I will not return to the tribe," Sitao exclaimed, her eyes shimmering with tears, her voice filled with emotion. The others, witnessing Sitao's reaction, turned their gaze towards Tang Qingqing. Tang Qingqing helplessly rubbed her aching head and finally spoke, "Let's return first." Qingshan and Qinghe had merely collapsed after an intense battle with the fallen beast men and a lengthy pursuit of the tiger tribe beastmen, which had left them utterly exhausted. After a period of rest, Qingshan transformed into his beast form, carrying his sister, Tang Qingqing, while Qinghe followed closely behind. Sitao, reminiscent of her earlier arrival, soared through the sky atop Qiyu's beast form as the group made their way back to the valley. Upon reaching the entrance of the valley, they encountered the remaining 4 beastmen, who stood there somewhat at a loss, hesitating to approach. At that moment, Qiyu landed gracefully and Sitao dismounted, walking over to Tang Qingqing. Qingshan and Qinghe reverted to their human forms and, gazing at Tang Qingqing, inquired, "Who are they?" Tang Qingqing glanced at the 5 members of Qiyu and replied with a hint of exasperation, "They are the few wandering beastmen who ventured into the valley today." Upon hearing that Tang Qingqing referred to Qiyu as wandering beastmen who had intruded upon the valley, Qingshan and Qinghe immediately adopted a defensive posture. Upon witnessing the scrutiny of her 2 elder brothers towards the wandering beastmen, Tang Qingqing spoke up, "Elder brother, they seem to possess principles akin to Li Ziao Xuanjiu. They are not merely savage drifters." Qiyu, accompanied by 4 other beastmen, approached Qingshan and his siblings, hastily clarifying, "Indeed, we are not those ferocious wanderers. We assure you, we are not malicious beings. Moreover, with Qiyu now having become a follower of this little female, we are even less inclined to harm you." At that moment, Xianjiu emerged from the valley, spotting Tang Qingqing and her brothers, and approached them with an air of vigilance, eyeing Qiyu and his companions. "Upon my return to the valley, I encountered these 4 beastmen and promptly expelled them," he stated. Qingshan observed that apart from Qiyu, the other 4 robust male beastmen had been easily driven away by Xianjiu, leading him to conclude that they might indeed not be the brutal wanderers he initially presumed. Not one to be foolish, Qingshan understood that Sikai had taken Qiyu as a follower for a reason. And it was clear that Qingqing's decision to rescue her was justified. She was a conscientious little female. "Let us all proceed inside," he declared. Leading the way into the valley, followed closely by Qinghe, Tang Qingqing, and Sikai, Xianjiu, bringing up the rear, intended to move the large stone at the valley's entrance to seal it off. However, he was halted by Tang Qingqing's intervention. "Didn't he elder brother say for everyone to enter? Why are you blocking the entrance?" Initially believing they would be excluded, Qiyu and his companions, upon hearing Tang Qingqing's words, hurriedly followed suit into the valley, their faces brightening with smiles. Once inside, they all confronted a pressing issue. Having failed to return with any game, what would they dine upon that evening? Tang Qingqing, feeling a pang of concern upon seeing the bloodstains on her 2 brothers, glanced at the setting sun before turning away and heading towards the valley's edge. She could not permit her injured brothers to venture out for hunting. Moreover, Tang Qingqing had come to realize that her strength had significantly increased. Otherwise, she would not have been able to run so swiftly and cover such a great distance without fatigue. It should be feasible for her to hunt some manageable game and return successfully. At this moment, Tang Qingqing's heart was ablaze with anxiety over Li Zhao's abduction, and she desperately needed an outlet for her pent-up emotions. "Qingqing, where are you going?" Tang Qingqing did not even glance back as she addressed Xianjiu. "Hunting." Xianjiu stopped Qingshan and Qinghe from following them outside, saying, "Eldest brother, second brother, you both should tend to your wounds at home. I will accompany Qingqing." Qingshan had noticed a change in Tang Qingqing when she found them, reflecting on her encounter with Xiao. Where she spoke of driving away a pack of wolves on Wumong Mountain, he had already formed some suspicions. Therefore, he did not oppose Xianjiu and simply cautioned, "Your internal injuries are healing. Be cautious while hunting and keep a close eye on Qingqing." Xianjiu affirmed and followed Tang Qingqing out of the valley. Qiyu turned to Sikai and proposed, "Shall we join them in the hunt?" He glanced at Qingshan and Qinghe. Qingshan smiled and replied, "Go ahead. One of you is just recovering while the other is hunting for the first time. Who knows what you might catch? It's perfect that you want to go." At least we won't all be starving together tonight. His words elicited a knowing smile from everyone, easing the tension. With a grin, Chiyu asked Sikai, "What kind of beast do you wish to eat? I shall see if I can procure it for you." Though Sikai's decision was made in haste, she could not help but smile back at Chiyu, who was watching her so cautiously. "Go ahead, I'm not picky about what you bring back. But do keep an eye on Qingqing and ensure she isn't harmed by the prey." "All right, we shall go." The five of them, led by Chiyu, pursued Xianjiu and Tang Qingqing into the forest behind the valley. Upon reaching the woods, they witnessed a live female beast fiercely attacking a massive Qiji beast. They observed as the female, known as Qingqing, displayed no elaborate techniques. She simply leaped onto the back of the Qiji beast and pummeled its enormous head with her fists. The Qiji beast thrashed its colossal head, roaring in pain, helpless against the onslaught from its back. Eventually, a fist-sized hole appeared in its skull, and it collapsed, convulsing before lying still. Only then did Xianjiu stride over to lift the fatigued Tang Qingqing into his arms. Chiyu and the others were left in stunned silence, never having witnessed a female capable of vanquishing a 300- or 400-pound Qiji beast so fiercely. They reflected on their own circumstances, relieved that despite being wandering beast men, they had maintained their moral compass, not succumbing to the lawlessness of their lifestyle, which could easily lead to brutality. They were grateful that upon entering the valley, they had approached the females with intentions of courtship rather than forcibly taking them away, for had they done so, even if they could best this female in a fight, they would have faced dire consequences. Standing beside Chiyu, Liang exclaimed in horror, "When did females on the Beastman continent become so formidable? How shall we assert our masculinity before them now?" The other wandering beastmen wore expressions of despair, lamenting their aspirations of courting the females through strength, feeling that their hopes were rapidly diminishing. "Oh dear, with females this powerful, what chance do we have to showcase our prowess?" Xianjiu, cradling the somewhat exhausted Tang Qingqing, passed by the astonished group and remarked, "Bring the prey. We can return now." Chiyu was the first to regain his composure, exclaiming, "Excellent." Xianjiu recalled how he had pursued Qingqing into the forest. Just as they reached the thickets of ancient trees, a massive beast charged at them. He was about to shift into his beast form to fend it off when he felt a rush of wind beside him. Qingqing had already met the Qiji beast with a powerful punch, sending its large body crashing several meters away. Stunned, he watched her unleash her fury until the Qiji beast lay lifeless. He had heard from Qing Chuan that Li Xiao had been taken by their Tiger Clan beastmen. Clearly, Qingqing's emotional turmoil was linked to him. It seemed she had developed feelings for Li Xiao during their time together. What of her feelings for him? He glanced at the small female in his arms. Even if she held the slightest affection for him, he would be content. The brawny bearbeastman Kuei hoisted the Qiji beast onto his shoulder. Chiyu and the others regarded the now tranquil and compliant female nestled in Xianjiu's embrace, feeling as though what they had just witnessed was a mere illusion. As they made their way out of the forest, Chiyu skillfully captured any small prey they encountered, returning with 2 young forest chickens in hand. Liang, the swift cheetah beast man, had already darted off to catch a forest deer upon spotting it. Only a moo and a hoa lagged behind, having failed to find any prey. Liang, with the deer he had killed clamped in his jaws, caught up with Xianjiu and transformed back into his human form, flaunting his catch to a moo and a hoa with a teasing arch of his dark brows. This gesture provoked the disgruntled duo, leading to a playful scuffle among the group, their laughter echoing as if their troubles were worlds away. The group returned to the valley, bathed in the glow of the setting sun. Inside, they found Qing Shan and the others awaiting their return. Once Tang Qingqing felt a bit better, she alighted and hurried towards her brothers, inquiring anxiously, "Eldest brother, second brother, third brother, how are your injuries?" Qing Shan, noticing her concern, reassured her. "It's merely some superficial wounds, already treated and bandaged. Your third brother has a more serious scratch across his chest, but thankfully, it did not damage any bones. With some rest, he will recover." Tang Qingqing approached Qi Chuan and lifted his shirt, revealing the bandage wound on his chest. She bit her lip, stifling the tears that threatened to spill from her eyes. This was all her fault. Had she not left the tribe, her brothers would not have felt compelled to follow her. At this moment, Tang Qingqing was overwhelmed with guilt, acutely aware that no amount of remorse or sorrow could restore her brothers and sisters-in-law to their former home in the Yu tribe. Not only had they been unwelcome in the tribe, but Yun Tian, who had always been wary of their family, would likely be unwilling to allow their return. Tang Qingqing tugged at the corner of her lips, her voice hoarse as she said, "Third brother, focus on your recovery. I have grown stronger now. If you desire any game, just tell me, and your sister shall procure it for you. Qingquan grasped his sister's hand, which rested upon his wound. Observing the tears welling in her eyes as she spoke of hunting to nourish him, he felt a profound mix of gratitude and sorrow. It was their failure to protect her that had awakened a latent power within her bloodline, one more likely to be inherited by males. Qingshan and Qinghe reached out as they did in their childhood, gently patting their sister's head and softly reassuring her back. Do not worry, dear sister. Your brothers will safeguard you. These words shattered Tang Qingqing's defenses entirely. She hastily rose and turned, ascending the wooden ladder to the cliff's edge, where she finally sat beside the cave, cradling her head in her hands and allowing her tears to flow freely. Tang Qingqing has always been engulfed in a sense of insecurity. In her previous life, after her family received compensation from a demolition, her father sought solace in an extramarital affair, while her mother, influenced by her so-called good friends, indulged in beauty treatments, gambling, and nightlife. After graduating from university, she descended into self-destruction within the confines of her grandfather's legacy. It wasn't until she was transported into this beastly world that she initially regarded everyone around her as mere figments of paper. Under the coercion of the formidable black sister, she sought out the two males, Li Xiao and Xianjiu, but dismissed them as real individuals. However, as her three brothers and black sister forsook a more secure tribal existence to accompany her, enduring numerous injuries in the process, and after Xianjiu's selfless act of protection, along with Li Xiao's encounter in the vine-laden woods of Wumong Mountain, where the vines should have ensnared her, but instead ensnared Li Xiao's massive beastly form, her perception began to shift. Even after narrowly escaping death at the hands of the vines, Li Xiao never mentioned that day again. It was only after that incident that Tang Qingqing began to open her heart to him. This left her in a profound inner conflict. Both males were willing to sacrifice themselves for her, and growing up in a monogamous society, she grappled with what constituted the right choice. With each poignant moment, she truly recognized that the inhabitants of this world were flesh and blood beings with emotions, rather than the mere paper figures she had initially assumed. As she contemplated bringing Li Xiao back, Si Kai and Black Sister noticed Tang Qingqing ascend the cliff platform and attempted to follow her, wishing to comfort her after the loss of a male companion. However, Xianjiu intervened, insisting she be allowed to grieve in solitude. After uttering these words, he turned away to assist Qiyu with processing their hunt at the spring. Si Kai and Black Sister exchanged glances but chose not to pursue her further, returning to their own tasks instead. By this time, darkness had enveloped the valley, and a large fire crackled as the males gathered around, roasting meat. Tang Qingqing had already composed herself, and, alongside Black Sister and Si Kai, was washing the wild vegetables that Xianjiu had foraged earlier, preparing to stir-fry. Observing Tang Qingqing skillfully slicing a piece of meat, marbled with fat and lean, and placing it in the pan to render the fat before adding the tender wild greens, Si Kai felt a twinge of curiosity. This method of cooking was something she had only witnessed once when she visited Yushui and the tribe. No one among the beastmen practiced such techniques. Typically, they would simply boil the wild vegetables with the meat. What Si Kai did not realize was that Yushui had no intention of imparting all her culinary knowledge to the beastmen at once. After all, how would she sustain her own position within the tribe? Even if the tribe acknowledged her contributions over time, they would likely not continue to hold her in such high regard. However, Si Kai's momentary confusion gave way to the thought that perhaps Qingqing had merely observed Yushui and learned by imitation. Given Qingqing's intelligence, mastering the intricate task of weaving baskets, it was not far-fetched to believe she had quickly grasped the art of cooking as well. In Si Kai's eyes, Qingqing's status was such that even if she were to engage in the most absurd endeavors, Si Kai would effortlessly rationalize her actions. This was also the first occasion for the Qingshan brothers and Black Sister to witness Qingqing's cooking, and the 5 wandering beast men, Qiyu and his companions, had never seen anything like it. They watched as the vibrant green wild vegetables sizzled in the pan, exuding an enticing aroma, and could not help but swallow in anticipation. Xianjiu, having seen Qingqing prepare stir-fried meat and wild vegetables once during the rainy season, recalled how he and Li Xiao had sampled a bit because they noticed Qingqing enjoyed it. They had only tasted a morsel before abstaining, yet the fragrant, crispy, and tender stir-fried greens had indeed been quite delectable. Though Tang Qingqing still held lingering thoughts of Li Xiao in her heart, she refrained from expressing them after her moment of venting. During dinner, as she savored the stir-fried wild vegetables, she mused on how delightful it would be if they could be accompanied by a staple food. She recalled the flower-like fruit, which she had previously tested on small animals and found to be non-toxic, and even sampled herself, confirming its distinct flowery flavor. However, due to the scarcity of the fruit, she could not experiment with making noodles at that moment. She resolved to gather more of these flower-bearing fruits during her next opportunity in Wuming Mountain. Only then could she ascertain the potential for crafting various noodle dishes. As Tang Qingqing emerged from her contemplations, she noticed that the half-basin of stir-fried dishes had dwindled to an empty bowl, with only a portion of stir-fried wild vegetables and meat slices remaining in her ceramic bowl. Her gaze drifted to Xianjiu, seated beside her, who was contentedly chewing on roasted meat while offering her a gentle smile, silently acknowledging that he had served her the stir-fried vegetables. Qiyu, observing Xianjiu and Qinghe placing vegetables into his female companion's bowl, soon realized the situation and, amidst the ensuing chaos, managed to secure a bowl of stir-fried vegetables for Si Kai before his brothers finished their servings. He then exchanged glances with his 4 brothers, conveying a mix of envy and camaraderie. After dinner, Tang Qingqing settled beside her elder brother, Qing Shan, and broached her desire to visit the Tiger Clan tribe to check on Li Xiao, particularly since he had been taken away in a state of injury and unconsciousness. Although her brothers suspected that the beastmen from the Tiger Clan were responsible for his abduction, they could not assure her of the truthfulness of their claims. Anxious for Li Xiao's well-being, Tang Qingqing felt compelled to see for herself. Qing Shan, meeting Tang Qingqing's resolute gaze, sighed in resignation and said, "I shall accompany you." Tang Qingqing observed the weariness etched upon her elder brother's face and shook her head gently. "Allow Xianjiu to accompany me. His injuries have already healed. Furthermore, as he mentioned to me, the severed tail seems to have regrown slightly, perhaps due to consuming the red grass fruits. Truly, I have heard that Xianjiu's tail has begun to regenerate, and Qin Shan is equally delighted for him." Upon witnessing Tang Qingqing's resolute expression, Qin Shan finally acquiesced, permitting her to visit Li Xiao and discover what had transpired since he was taken back by the Tiger Clan. Tang Qingqing and her 3 elder brothers, along with He Xiaozi, had returned to the cave to rest before she beckoned the others to join her outside. Upon returning to the cave, Qinghe, puzzled, questioned Qin Shan, "Elder brother, how could you agree to Qingqing's request to seek Li Xiao and the Tiger Clan? The Tiger Clan is among the most formidable tribes on this continent. If Qingqing and the others are discovered within their territory, it could spell danger for them." Upon hearing Qinghe's words, even Qing Chuan and He Xiaozi turned their gazes towards Qing Shan. Qing Shan took a seat beside the stone table, fully aware of Qinghe and the others' concerns. However, this was Qingqing's decision, and her worries were not unfounded. If Li Xiao truly was the son of the Tiger Clan's leader, how could he have ended up as a wandering beast man? Not only would Qingqing be anxious for her male counterpart, but even he, who had developed a bond akin to brotherhood with Li Xiao, felt uneasy about him being taken back by the Tiger Clan's beastmen. Seeing that everyone had gathered, Tang Qingqing led them to sit upon the hillside. The moon hung high above the treetops, illuminating the small grove nearby even in the night. They formed a circle, their eyes fixed on Tang Qingqing, curious about the purpose of her gathering. Tang Qingqing did not rush to speak. Instead, she fixed her sharp gaze upon Qiyu and his companions, watching them until they appeared somewhat flustered before finally averting her eyes. She pointed to a massive stone weighing over 100 pounds behind her and inquired, "Do you see that stone?" Qiyu and Liang nodded, bewildered by the sudden intensity of this female figure and uncertain of her intentions. Just as they pondered what Tang Qingqing might do, she gently waved her hand, and a faint golden wind blade descended upon the stone. With a crisp crack, the large stone was cleaved in two. They did not witness anything launching from Tang Qingqing's hand. It was perplexing how the stone had been split. Among those present, only Xianjiu, who had experienced such wind blades during a previous skirmish, was not taken aback, while the others stood in astonishment. They had not anticipated that this individual named Qingqing possessed not only immense strength capable of hunting barehanded, but also such extraordinary powers. Tang Qingqing's display of strength was merely an attempt to intimidate the newly arrived stragglers, a gesture born of necessity. She harbored deep concerns for Li Xiao's safety, fearing that he might be taken back by the beastmen of the Tiger Clan. Thus, she felt compelled to ascertain his well-being. Should he return unscathed and choose to remain within the Tiger Clan's territory, she would be able to return to her own life with peace of mind. However, at this moment, she needed to depart with Xianjiu, her greatest worry being these recently arrived wandering beastmen. Although they did not appear as cunning or vicious as the typical stragglers, one could never be too certain of their true nature upon first acquaintance. Upon witnessing the expressions of terror and submission on their faces, Tang Qingqing realized she had achieved her objective. Softening her tone, she offered Qiyu and his companions a glimmer of the hope they so fervently desired. She gestured toward Xianjiu and addressed Qiyu, stating, "He is the nine-tailed Xian fox, also known as the celestial fox, the most qualified among the Fox Clan beastmen to assume the role of a great shaman. As you can see, we already have 3 females here. We only need 1 shaman to establish a new tribe. Do you not wish to become part of a tribe and have a stable home?" The 5 wandering beastmen, Qiyu and his companions, trembled with excitement at Tang Qingqing's words. The notion of forming a new tribe with her was exhilarating. If they were accepted, they would no longer be homeless drifters. Unlike the typical wandering beastmen, who, even if they managed to seize a lost female, lacked the strength to retain her against the assaults of others, they would no longer have to live in fear of losing their hard-won companions. Even those who were powerful enough to hide a female and secure offspring risked the wrath of the malicious and jealous fallen beastmen, who would stop at nothing to reclaim the female and destroy her progeny. Thus, when they encountered Tang Qingqing and her fellow females, they had refrained from outright seizing them, instead desiring to follow her. "Will you truly establish a new tribe?" The pangolin beastman, Amu, asked timidly, in response to Amu's inquiry. Tang Qingqing's expression turned resolute as she replied, "I will indeed establish a new tribe, but before that, I must find a shaman. Without one, even if we manage to form a tribe, we will be deemed unworthy and forced to dissolve by other tribes, or else we will face the wrath of all clans." After Li Xiao was taken away, Tang Qingqing resolved to establish a tribe. Had they possessed a tribe during this incident, and with Li Xiao as one of their own followers, even if the tiger tribe arrogantly abducted him, she could have confidently approached them to demand his return. Unlike the current situation where they were filled with trepidation, even if he and Xianjiu ventured into the tiger tribe, they would hesitate to confront anyone openly. At this moment, Tang Qingqing wielded both intimidation and articulated her plans, hoping that after she and Xianjiu departed, Qiyu and the others would not harbor any malicious intentions that could harm her brother, sister-in-law, or Kai. Qiyu and his companions were even more eager than Tang Qingqing to establish a new tribe, which would allow them the peace of mind to pursue their desires for offspring with the little females. The mere thought of this brought them joy. They had heard that the formation of a new tribe was still in need of a shaman, which made them quite anxious, leaving little room for any ulterior motives. Besides, even if they entertained such thoughts, witnessing Tang Qingqing's demonstrated abilities would surely deter them. Once everything was arranged, the following morning at the valley's entrance, Tang Qingqing sat atop Xianjiu's beast form, waving goodbye to her brother, sister-in-law, Kai, and Qiyu, reassuring them not to worry as she departed with Xianjiu. Qing Shan clenched his fists. This was the first time his beloved sister had been away from their sight for such an extended period. He had briefly wished selfishly for her to abandon the idea of seeking Li Xiao, considering that there were many other handsome males in the beast world to choose from. Yet, recalling the myriad memories of Li Xiao's time with them rendered him speechless. Feeling a warmth in his hand, Qing Shan looked down to see his partner resting a hand on his clenched fist, her not-so-beautiful face adorned with a reassuring smile. "Do not fret, Qingqing has grown up. She will take care of herself. Besides, Xianjiu is with her. You can see he holds her in high regard. With him around, she will not come to harm." At that moment, Tang Qingqing, perched on Xianjiu's back, was oblivious to her brother's concerns. Her sole focus was to swiftly find Li Xiao and ascertain the severity of his injuries and the circumstances within the tiger tribe. During their journey, they encountered other beastmen, but due to Xianjiu's swift pace and the unfamiliarity of others with their identities, they faced no difficulties on their way to the tiger tribe. That very evening, they entered the territory of the tiger tribe, and to avoid complications with cooking after entering, Tang Qingqing and Xianjiu had already eaten their dinner before arriving. Tang Qingqing and Xianjiu sought a secluded spot, patiently waiting until the deep of night before quietly entering the tiger clan's territory. Fortunately, the clan's walls were not particularly high, allowing them to scale them with ease. Given that the orcs who had taken away Li Xiao claimed he was the son of the tiger clan's chieftain, their task became simpler. The cave of every clan leader is typically situated in the most advantageous location within the tribe, marked by the skulls of fierce beasts hanging above the entrance. And it is not far from the tribal square. With this general direction in mind, Tang Qingqing and Xianjiu began to navigate their way forward. The orcs possessed night vision, albeit the female's eyesight was somewhat inferior to that of the males. Nonetheless, Xianjiu held Tang Qingqing's hand throughout their journey. As they walked, Tang Qingqing couldn't help but marvel at the tiger clan, renowned as one of the most formidable tribes on the continent. The positioning of the clan's mountains and the surrounding natural environment far surpassed that of the Moon tribe. Eventually, they successfully located the cave where the clan leader resided. Tang Qingqing devised a plan to find Li Xiao. When Li Xiao had been brought back, he bore injuries, so they needed only to detect the scent of medicine emanating from the leader's cave to ascertain his proximity. Thus, when they caught the whiff of medicinal herbs from the smallest cave at the corner of the clan leader's residence, both were taken aback. After all, considering Li Xiao was the chieftain's son, it seemed improbable that he would be housed in the dimmest and smallest cave among so many. Despite their myriad of doubts, they resolved to investigate further. Xianjiu leaned closer to Tang Qingqing's ear and whispered, "Let me first enter and see if Li Xiao resides within the cave." Tang Qingqing nodded at him. Xianjiu held his breath and stealthily entered the cave. As he approached, the person lying on the bed seemed to sense his presence and suddenly sat up. Perhaps the abrupt movement aggravated his injury, for he let out a faint hiss and clutched his chest. Although it was merely a slight sound, Xianjiu recognized it as Li Xiao's. As he drew nearer, he could clearly see the figure sitting on the bed. Xianjiu, filled with excitement, approached the bedside and softly called out, "Li Xiao, it's truly you. How wonderful." Tang Qingqing faintly heard Xianjiu's voice from within, realizing that Li Xiao must be residing in the cave. She cautiously stepped inside. Upon noticing her arrival, Xianjiu turned and extended his hand, pulling her to the bedside. He gazed at Li Xiao and remarked, "After you were taken away, Qingqing couldn't rest easy, which is why she disregarded her own safety to come here." Before Xianjiu could finish his sentence, the cave was suddenly illuminated. Both he and Tang Qingqing turned their attention to Li Xiao on the bed, who had produced a starlight stone from an unknown source, casting light throughout the cave. At that moment, Tang Qingqing finally discerned the expression on the man's face as he sat on the bed. Although his features remained as exquisitely handsome as if sculpted from marble, the depth and chill in his gaze felt so alien that it sent a shiver down her spine. "Xiao, what has happened to you? Why are you silent?" Tang Qingqing was unaware that her voice trembled as she spoke. The unfamiliarity in Li Xiao's eyes made her heart race with unease. "Who are you? Why have you entered my cave at this late hour?" Although Tang Qingqing sensed something was amiss the moment she recognized the strangeness in Li Xiao's eyes, both she and Xianjiu were still taken aback when Li Xiao, standing before them, posed that question. It felt as though, in the span of merely 2 days, he no longer recognized them. From Li Xiao's expression and demeanor, Tang Qingqing could tell he was not feigning ignorance. He genuinely did not remember them. Could it be that Li Xiao had suffered amnesia after his injury yesterday? Tang Qingqing couldn't help but recall the melodramatic plots often depicted in the television dramas and novels of her past life. Had they truly encountered such a twist of fate? The man's deep voice resonated once more. "Who exactly are you? Why are you here at such a late hour? If you do not speak up, I shall call for someone to apprehend you." Tang Qingqing and Xianjiu exchanged a glance, both at a loss for words. Tang Qingqing approached Li Xiao, lifting her head to reach out for his somewhat pale face, indicating that his injury was quite severe this time. Upon seeing Tang Qingqing's intent to touch his face, Li Xiao furrowed his brow and stepped back, his deep azure eyes narrowing as he grasped her hand that was reaching out. In a low and piercing voice, he questioned, "What do you intend to do?" Tang Qingqing felt as though her hand was about to be crushed by Li Xiao, her voice tinged with pain as she pleaded, "Li Xiao, what is wrong with you? Please let go. You're hurting me." Li Xiao gazed at the delicate little female before him, her face contorted in anguish. Strangely, he felt a pang in his own heart, mirroring her suffering. Xianjiu, witnessing the scene, hurried over to rescue Tang Qingqing's already reddened hand from Li Xiao's grip. "Li Xiao, how could you act this way? Qingqing came to find you without delay, having only eaten a single meal throughout the day. After finally managing to see you, how can you treat her like this?" Li Xiao looked at Tang Qingqing and Xianjiu with confusion, though he could comprehend every word they uttered. He felt detached as if their concerns bore no relevance to him, for he was not Li Xiao. "You seem to have mistaken me for someone else. I am the young chief of the Tiger clan, and my name is Li Luo." Tang Qingqing grasped the outstretched hand of Li Xiao and gazed at his arm, where several freshly healed claw marks adorned his robust limb. The man before her bore an identical visage, and these very scratches were remnants of an encounter with the Wolf King in the Wuming Mountains. As the marks had only recently healed, it was inconceivable that he was not Li Xiao. The commotion finally attracted the attention of Li Shang, the chieftain of the nearby Tiger clan. He ascended to the cliff platform of his dwelling and called out in a somber voice, "Li Luo, with whom are you conversing?" Tang Qingqing and Xianjiu were both taken aback, their gazes fixed on the figure of Li Xiao, uncertain of how he would respond. At that moment, Li Xiao regarded them with equal intensity, aware that they had mistaken him for someone else, for reasons unknown. He felt an inexplicable urge to prevent the beast guarding the tribe from treating them as intruders and executing them. Clearing his throat, he replied, "I was not conversing with anyone. I merely felt a bit stifled due to my wounds and spoke a few words to vent my frustrations." He pondered whether the leader of the tiger clan outside believed his son's words, but no one else offered a response. Li Xiao softly urged, "You should leave quickly. If you linger any longer and are discovered, do not blame others for the consequences." Xianjiao understood that remaining any longer could lead to their discovery. Having lived as a wandering beast man, he knew that any intruder, regardless of their reasons, would face execution. Thus, he turned to Tang Qingqing, who was gazing at Li Xiao with reluctance, and said, "Perhaps we should depart for now. You can see that he is not in any immediate danger. As for how he lost his memory of us, we can unravel that mystery when the opportunity arises." Tang Qingqing delicately withdrew a comb from her bosom, grasping the hand of the fierce Li Xiao before placing the unadorned comb into his large palm. With tender affection, she gazed into his eyes and spoke, "A Xiao, you once remarked that this comb was crafted in haste and lacked beauty, promising to create a more exquisite one adorned with patterns for me. I shall await your gift." At this moment, the amnesiac Li Xiao beheld the mist of tears shimmering in Tang Qingqing's eyes. He instinctively placed a hand over his heart, perplexed by the inexplicable ache that resided within it. Despite the fact that he did not recognize this gentle female, he could not fathom why her tears stirred such pain within him. Surely, he was merely overthinking. Thus, with a sharper tone, he insisted, "You all should leave at once. If you linger any longer, I shall be compelled to call for assistance." Xianjiao furrowed his brow, casting a deep glance at the increasingly impatient Li Xiao before taking Tang Qingqing's hand and guiding her toward the cave's exit. "Qingqing, let us depart," he urged. Tang Qingqing cast a final glance back at Li Xiao, pondering that perhaps his return to the tiger clan would offer him a safer and more prosperous life. Forgetting them might be for the best. This way, he would no longer have to engage in fierce battles against numerous ferocious orcs on her behalf. Nor would he suffer grievous injuries as he had this time while striving to protect her from being seized. The thought of the misfortunes she had brought upon Li Xiao steeled her resolve, and she turned away, vowing never to intrude upon his life again, believing it to be the most benevolent course of action for him. As Tang Qingqing and Xianjiao exited the cave, a sense of uncertainty gripped them. Was he Li Xiao or the man of Li Luo? Unbidden, he took a couple of steps forward, but halted abruptly, shaking his head as he questioned his sanity for the evening. Despite his memories being intact, why did he instinctively believe the words of these two? Feeling as though he ought to truly recognize them? Lying back on his bed, the man suddenly felt something clasped in his hand. Upon inspection, he discovered it was the comb that the young female had placed in his grasp just before departing. She had desired a comb adorned with intricate carvings. Meanwhile, Tang Qingqing and Xianjiao vaulted over the walls of the tiger clan, only to sense the imminent approach of a feral beast. Xianjiao reacted swiftly, pulling Tang Qingqing aside to avoid the attack. When they discerned that the assailants were 4 formidable tiger clan orcs, both Xianjiao and Tang Qingqing realized that the clan leader had already become aware of their presence while they were still in the cave. The reason for the lack of immediate pursuit was likely due to a desire to shield Li Xiao, who had lost his memory, from witnessing their demise, fearing it might provoke painful recollections. Thus, they had discreetly summoned the warriors of the tribe to ambush the pair. Each tiger clan orc was fiercely valiant. Initially, Tang Qingqing had hesitated to strike with full force, considering their shared clan ties with Li Xiao, but upon witnessing their brutal intent towards her and Xianjiao, she understood the gravity of the threat they faced. Tang Qingqing no longer held back as she witnessed a member of the tiger clan charging towards her. With all her might, she delivered a powerful punch, propelling the burly beast man several meters away. The other 3 tiger clan warriors, taken aback by the sight of their companion being launched so far by a mere female, were momentarily stunned. They had not anticipated such strength from her. In the midst of the turmoil within the 49th Moon Tribe, Xianjiao seized the opportunity while the Tiger Clan warriors were momentarily distracted, swiftly carrying Tang Qingqing away. After all, they were on the territory of the Tiger Clan, and should the male beastmen be alerted, even with Qingqing's divine beast bloodline strength, their escape would be perilous. The Tiger Clan warriors, witnessing the two flee, refrained from pursuing them, given that the female had effortlessly sent their formidable companion flying with a single punch. They doubted their chances of faring any better in a confrontation. As for summoning reinforcements, that was out of the question by the time they rallied. The two would have vanished without a trace. Xinjiao carried Tang Qingqing until dawn broke, finally stopping in a secluded valley. They rested against a large rock for a moment, and after catching her breath, Tang Qingqing stood and addressed Xinjiao, who was still recovering. I will go hunt for some breakfast. You stay here and wait for me. Understanding that Tang Qingqing had gained control over her inner power and recognizing his own exhaustion from the night's events, Xinjiao chose not to argue, simply advising, be cautious and do not wander too far. After Tang Qingqing nodded in agreement, she proceeded towards the nearby forest. Upon entering the woods, she was enveloped by a dense canopy of trees, the ground strewn with decaying branches and withered leaves. The surroundings were tranquil, so serene that she could hear each crunch of leaves beneath her feet. Suddenly, Tang Qingqing halted. It seemed she could hear distant sounds of a struggle, accompanied by piercing female screams. Tang Qingqing had no desire to involve herself in the futile conflicts of others. She turned to walk in the opposite direction of the sounds of battle, but before she could get very far, 3 formidable male beasts pursued her. Upon their backs sat 4 distressed females. One of the females, upon catching sight of Tang Qingqing, paused momentarily before exclaiming her name. Qingqing, it's you. The others quickly recognized her as well. The 3 males halted before her, while the 4 females on their backs appeared quite flustered. One particularly graceful female addressed Tang Qingqing, saying, Qingqing, how did you end up here? Suddenly, as if recalling something urgent, she added hastily, we must leave at once. Qingqing, those ruffians from the Moon Tribe are closing in on us. Tang Qingqing has completely assimilated the memories of the original owner. She recognized these females, who had previously shown little interest in her within the tribe. Strangely, under the current circumstances, their demeanor towards her seems to have become unexpectedly friendly. Furthermore, if she heard correctly, the individuals pursuing them were actually orcs from the Moon Tribe. What events transpired within the Moon Tribe that led them to chase after the males and females of her own tribe? As the females urged Tang Qingqing to depart from the area, the approaching orcs surrounded them. To her astonishment, the leader was Song Ming, with Su Yuxue, the protagonist from the Beast World narrative, seated upon him. Upon transforming back into his human form, Song Ming was momentarily taken aback upon seeing Tang Qingqing, but soon displayed a sinister smile. It appears to be fate to eradicate you remnants of disaster in one fell swoop. The 3 male orcs, who had been carrying the females, also reverted to their human forms, revealing their wounds. One particularly tall male orc stepped forward, gritting his teeth as he glared at Song Ming, saying, your father committed such shameless acts, colluding with foreign tribes to slay so many brave warriors of the Moon Tribe. If the beast god has a spirit, he will ensure you meet a dire fate, and even in death, your bodies will be devoured by wild beasts. Upon hearing this male's curse against him and his father, Song Ming's already delicate face twisted into a more vicious expression. Today you shall learn who will truly be devoured by beasts. None of you shall escape. His venomous gaze lingered particularly on the male who had spoken and on Tang Qingqing, as if envisioning their struggles beneath the claws and jaws of wild animals. Behind Song Ming trailed a dozen or so male orcs from the Moon Tribe, most of whom were involved in the assassination of the former leader and warriors of the Moon Tribe, or were their offspring. Tang Qingqing, who had remained silent beside them, gathered insights about the cause of the original owner's father's demise from the exchange. She turned to the male orc standing in front of them and, in a cold voice, inquired, what did you just say? Was it the current leader of the Moon Tribe, Yin Tian, who conspired with other tribes to cause the deaths of so many warriors during that cold season? This male, named Yin, realizing that this matter was also related to Qingqing, explained, indeed, our warrior fathers, along with the former leader of the Moon Tribe, your father Min, were also victims of Yun Tian's machinations. Your father possessed innate divine strength, which Yun Tian exploited by capturing the son of the ancient shaman, Mo Yi, threatening him to concoct a potion that would render orcs weak. When the ancient shaman refused, he abandoned young Mo Yi in a frigid cave, nearly freezing him to death to compel the ancient shaman to create the potion. It was this very potion that was applied to the roasted meat your father consumed, which allowed Yun Tian to easily slay your incredibly strong father during the raid by the Flame Tribe for food that cold season. Tang Qingqing, filled with confusion, inquired, how do you know about these matters? Just as Yin was about to respond, a clear voice interrupted, you speak nonsense. How could the leader commit such acts? It is you who wish to support Lang Wei as the new leader, fabricating such lies to slander leader Yu Tian, and even plotting his demise, which has led to your pursuit within the tribe. Tang Qingqing cast a puzzled glance at Su Yuxue, who, as far as she knew, harbored a fondness for the handsome Lang Yu. Yet, The words that escaped her lips seemed to convey a desire for his demise. What Tang Qingqing was unaware of was that the turmoil within the tribe was largely instigated by this very leading lady. Su Yuxue had initially hoped to win the aloof and proud Lang Yu's affections through her own allure, refraining from employing the bewitching techniques granted to her by the author of this narrative from the outset. However, Lang Yu grew suspicious regarding the expulsion of Tang Qingqing and her companions from the tribe. He had previously sought out Si Kai, who had falsely accused Li Xiao, to inquire about the matter. At that time, Si Kai appeared timid and faltered, unable to articulate her thoughts. Given Lang Yu's awareness of Si Kai's precarious situation within the tribe, coupled with her ongoing assistance to Su Yuxue, it became even more perplexing when Si Kai inexplicably vanished thereafter. Following this incident, Lang Yu significantly reduced his interactions with Su Yuxue. After several attempts to draw near, Su Yuxue discovered that Lang Yu was intentionally avoiding her, which infuriated her. She pondered, "If I cannot win your heart, must I also be deprived of your presence?" Just a few days prior, after dinner, Su Yuxue adorned herself beautifully and ventured to Lang Yu's cave. Realizing that her personal charm alone would not suffice to garner his affection, she resolved to employ her enchanting abilities that very evening. In a quest to establish a bond, she sought to mark Lang Yue with a connection that would render him incapable of choosing any other female as a partner, ensuring he would forever belong solely to her. Initially, the plan unfolded flawlessly. Seizing an opportunity when Lang Yue was unsuspecting, she met his azure gaze with her enchanting eyes, and indeed, Lang Yue fell under the spell of Su Yuxue's allure. However, as she attempted to remove the beast-skin skirt that adorned Lang Yue, she found it stubbornly resistant to her efforts. Distracted by her frustration, she shifted her gaze to the garment in hopes of hastily shedding it. Unbeknownst to her, this fleeting moment of distraction allowed Lang Yue to regain his senses. Confused by the sight of his bare torso and Su Yuxue tugging at the waistband of his skirt, realization struck him like a thunderbolt. He understood that he could never engage in such actions while fully aware. Enraged, the awakened Lang Yue seized Su Yuxue and hurled her away, a spectacle witnessed by several passing orcs in the tribe. Humiliated and furious, Su Yuxue sought refuge in Songming's cave that very night. The following day, Songming approached his father, Yu Tian, expressing his desire to eliminate Lang Yue, citing the latter's rising prestige as the tribe's foremost warrior, which posed a threat to Yun Tian's leadership. Whether Yun Tian truly believed his son's claims remained uncertain. He sought out Gaia, imploring him to concoct the same debilitating potion that had once been brewed for the former tribe leader. Gaia, aware of Yun Tian's malicious intentions, vehemently refused to assist him, leading to a heated argument within the cave. Gaia condemned Yun Tian's unscrupulous behavior, recounting the tragic loss of numerous orcs that had occurred years ago for the sake of his own child's life. Their exchange was inadvertently overheard by Moi, who had recently recovered from the effects of the potion, along with Lang Yue, who had come to visit him. The revelations left both of them in a state of shock, as Lang Yue's parents had perished during that fateful winter. The realization that Yu Tian had colluded with the Qiyin tribe to plunder their own tribe and eliminate those who opposed him ignited a fire of rage within Lang Yue. He instinctively moved to confront Yu Tian, only to be restrained by Moi, who pulled him away to safety. Yu Tian, frustrated at not obtaining what he desired, stormed out of Gaia's home. Alone, Gaia sat in contemplation, fully aware that Yu Tian would not relent easily. Suddenly, a wave of terror washed over him as he recalled the years of illness that had plagued his son Moi, a direct consequence of Yun Tian's coercion to create that harmful potion. It was during that fateful winter that young Moi had been left in a cave to endure the cold, resulting in his lifelong frailty. Having just begun to restore Moi's health with the herbal remedies brought by Qingqing, Gaia resolved that he could not allow Yu Tian to leverage his son against him any longer. Gaia understood that the warrior's descendants who had already bonded with partners might not willingly leave the tribe, as the mark of their union would bind them irrevocably. Thus, he decided against revealing the truth to them, not out of fear of retribution, but to spare them the anguish of knowing they were trapped in a place where Yu Tian could harm them further. To safeguard his son, Gaia planned to escape with Moi while Yu Tian remained unsuspecting. As a healer, Gaia had taught Moi the skills necessary to navigate the world beyond their tribe, believing they could build a life free from danger. Unbeknownst to Gaia, Lang Yue had also uncovered the truth of those past events and resolved to leave the tribe, recognizing the folly of seeking vengeance alone. However, he disagreed with Gaia's stance on withholding the truth from the descendants of the warriors, asserting their right to know what had transpired, leaving their decision to remain or depart to their own discretion. That evening, Lang Yue sought out the 13 descendants of the 15 warriors who had perished during that harrowing winter, revealing the truth to them. Among the 13, 4 were females, one of whom had already formed a union, albeit with a male descendant of a fallen warrior. The other 3 females, having lost their biological fathers to Yuntian's treachery, still had their mothers and other fathers alive. As Languid shared the revelations, he inquired whether they would consider leaving the tribe. The suddenness of the truth left them all in shock. Most of them chose to believe Languid, as whispers of the past had circulated among the tribe. Yet the fear of Yuntian's power silenced many. Word of Languid's disclosure eventually reached Yuntian, inciting his fury as he gathered his trusted warriors, intent on silencing Languid. When Languid fought his way out, accompanied by Gaia and Moi, the descendants of the warriors felt a growing unease. With Yuntian aware of their knowledge regarding the past, they feared retribution and the implications of harboring resentment against him. As the majority of the tribe pursued Languid, a faction of the 16 descendants of the warriors convened, 12 of whom decided to leave with their partners or followers, fearing Yuntian's revenge. They agreed to meet at a designated location and departed in small groups from the tribe. This is why Tang Qingqing encountered those being hunted in the forest. You speak falsely. We have never sought to support anyone as leader, nor do we wish to kill Chief Yuntian. These are mere fabrications to justify your pursuit of us, retorted a spirited female standing behind Tang Qingqing. Her cheeks flushed with indignation. Su Yushue, standing beside Songming, glared at Tang Qingqing with disdain, pondering why she had not yet fallen victim to the savage orcs and their depravity. Ignoring the young female's rebuttal, she resolved that regardless of their protests, the narrative would remain unchanged, and there was no need to engage further. Tang Qingqing noticed the disdainful gaze of Su Yushue directed at her, and, with a slight smile playing at the corners of her lips, she mirrored the indifference that Su Yushue seemed to expect from her. Upon witnessing Tang Qingqing turning her head away in disregard, Su Yushue's expression darkened instantly. How could a female, cast out by her tribe, remain oblivious to the insults and degradation inflicted by the loathsome fallen orcs and wandering orcs? What audacity did she have to treat her with such contempt? Ah, it is you, Qingqing. What brings you to the forest? Surely you haven't escaped from the clutches of fallen orcs or wandering orcs, unable to endure their torment? After uttering these words, Su Yushue pretended to cover her lips delicately with her hand, feigning a look of regret. In a soft voice, she continued, I apologize. I did not intend to touch upon your wounds. I understand that a female, subjected to the whims of numerous males merely for the sake of procreation, must endure tremendous suffering. Upon hearing Su Yushue's malicious remarks, the other females surrounding Tang Qingqing blushed with indignation. How had they failed to recognize the venomous nature of Yushue's words before? Even though they were all females, it was inexcusable to express such cruelty. Su Yushue had expected Tang Qingqing to react with anger or outrage upon hearing her words, whether or not they held any truth. However, she was met with an absence of such emotions on Tang Qingqing's face. I fear I must disappoint you, Tang Qingqing replied calmly, unfortunately. There are no wandering or fallen orcs at present with the capability to seize me. Su Yushue pressed her lips tightly together, her ire rising as she beheld Tang Qingqing's increasingly exquisite visage, which had only become more striking with her weight loss. In a fit of rage, she nearly ground her silver teeth to dust. Songming, witnessing Su Yushue's failure to gain the upper hand in their exchange, felt an uncontrollable fury swell within him. He swiftly transformed back into his beast form, commanding the orcs he had brought to launch a fierce assault on Tang Qingqing and her companions. Faced with the onslaught of 20 male orcs transformed into their beastly forms, the immediate instinct of Huaxiao and Yin, standing behind Tang Qingqing, was to flee. Yet, Songming would not grant them such an opportunity. The attacking orcs focused primarily on the 3 males, and soon blood stained their bodies. Had this been merely an internal matter of the Moon Tribe, Tang Qingqing would have chosen to remain uninvolved. However, this incident was intertwined with events from a decade ago during the cold season, compelling her to intervene. After all, the fathers of these individuals had been the most loyal supporters of her original paternal beast. How could she stand idly by as the offspring of those loyalists were mercilessly slain by the son of Yutian? Tang Qingqing, no longer hesitating, swiftly advanced as she witnessed an orc, transformed into a formidable grizzly bear, pounce suddenly upon the already injured Yin. With a decisive swing of her fist, she sent him sprawling several meters away. All the orcs who beheld this spectacle were rendered speechless, astonished at the unexpected prowess displayed by a female. If orcs possessed a sense of morality, it would have been shattered by this scene. Su Yushue, too, was taken aback by Tang Qingqing's remarkable display of strength. Having effortlessly sent a robust bear orc flying with a single blow, what a terrifying force that was. Songming was similarly astonished. yet soon recalled tales his father had told him of Tang Qingqing's father, Min, a being of immense strength. Could it be that this female, as his progeny, had inherited such power? Despite witnessing Tang Qingqing's extraordinary abilities, Song Ming was unwilling to relent. He let out a fierce roar, commanding the orcs accompanying him to launch an attack against her. A dozen or so orcs, each in their beastly forms, charged towards Tang Qingqing, while Yin and the other two males attempted to rush to her aid, only to be obstructed by the orcs standing in their way. Tang Qingqing was no longer the same as when she first strangled those fallen orcs, waking up in a state of shock. This time, standing amidst the horde of beasts. With every punch she threw, an orc would be sent flying from the encirclement. Around her, countless invisible blades of wind danced. Any orc that dared to approach would be mercilessly torn apart, leaving them unaware of the very force that inflicted their wounds. When Song Ming witnessed his companions sprawled on the ground, incapacitated by Tang Qingqing, and saw some orcs attempting to close in on her suffering from innumerable gory lacerations, he realized the gravity of the situation. Song Ming, in his golden eagle form, had attempted to dive down from the sky for a surprise attack on Tang Qingqing, only to narrowly escape having his head severed by the wind blades and receiving a punch from her. If he were to revert to his human form now, the state of his head would be quite unsightly. Huaxiao, having just reached adulthood, was brimming with vivacity. At that moment, her large, round eyes sparkled with admiration as she gazed at Tang Qingqing, resembling a devoted fan. Had Tang Qingqing been male at that instant, Huaxiao's fluttering heart would have undoubtedly led her to offer her affections. A Shu, Xiaoling, and Alon approached Tang Qingqing, as if they had never known her before. Qingqing, when did you become so formidable? Tang Qingqing observed them with a silent smile, as if there was nothing worth discussing in the unfolding situation. Song Ming had already seized the opportunity while Tang Qingqing and the others were distracted, whisking Su Yushui away. The orcs he brought along managed to rise and follow suit. At that moment, the three males, Yin, Ace, and Akin, approached with a somewhat earnest expression. Qingqing, you possess remarkable strength. Could you venture forth to rescue Langyue and the ancient shaman? Although Yuntian would not slay Gaia, the shaman, due to his status, he would likely show no mercy towards the descendants of the valiant warriors he had slain. Upon hearing that the ancient shaman also sought to escape the Moon Tribe, Tang Qingqing's eyes gleamed with determination as she resolutely replied, "Take me there." When they dashed into the depths of the forest, they encountered a circle of orcs surrounding the area, obscuring their view of Langyue and the others. From afar, Yunqian's voice, tinged with a dark undertone, reached them. Gaia, do you believe that by shielding Langyue from this fatal blow, your demise will spare them? Ha ha ha. Do not harbor such delusions. Today, you shall all perish. Even if you discover the truth that I was the one who caused your father's demise, what can you do? You are destined to die here today, are you not? The terrifying power echoed through the air. Upon hearing someone speak behind him, Yintian turned to find the one he presumed to be in a state worse than death standing before him. Meanwhile, the injured orcs from the Moon Tribe, who had been hiding from Tang Qingqing and the others, stumbled forward. Yutian furrowed his brow at the sight of them. What has happened to you? Where is Song Ming? Just as he finished his inquiry, a sudden thud resonated, as if something had fallen from the sky, landing not far from him. Upon seeing Song Ming sprawled on the ground, Yuntian's heart sank, and he hurried over, pulling Su Yushui off him and supporting Song Ming's upper body. Minger, what happened? Who harmed you? Song Ming had sustained internal injuries from a punch delivered by Tang Qingqing, barely managing to carry Su Yushui here before plummeting from the sky. Hearing his father's question, he cast a dark gaze towards Tang Qingqing and the others standing not far away. Yintian, heartbroken, wiped the blood trickling from his son's lips, raising his gaze with a vengeful glare at Tang Qingqing and her companions, still unaware that it was Tang Qingqing who had injured Song Ming. Tang Qingqing paid no heed to Yuntian's condition. She boldly led Yin and the others into the encirclement of the Moon Tribe's beast men. As Yuntian remained silent, the surrounding beast men merely observed as Tang Qingqing and her companions advanced. Upon seeing Yin and his group enter, the bloodied Lang Yu momentarily displayed a look of surprise and regret on her face. Did I not instruct you to escort the females away first? Why have you returned? Yin and the others, witnessing this scene, felt a pang of sorrow. Although they had not set out from the tribe alongside Lang Yu, Guya, and Mo Yi, their paths had converged during their flight from pursuers. The 12 descendants of warriors, along with the 3 followers brought back by Huaxiao and Alan from the Grand Market, had later encountered Lang Yu and her companions, totaling 18 individuals who had escaped from the Moon Tribe. However, The 11 male beastmen who had stayed behind to provide cover for their departure now lay on the ground, each one gravely injured. Tang Qingqing approached the injured Languid and his companions, gazing at the ancient held by Moi. A gaping wound, deep enough to expose bone, marred his chest, and he appeared to be drenched in blood. Even Moi, cradling the ancient was covered in crimson. Upon hearing a sound, Moi lifted his head and stared blankly at Tang Qingqing. Once he discerned the identity of the person before him, tears finally streamed down his cheeks. His voice choked with emotion as he spoke. "Qingqing, my father beast has perished. Before his death, he instructed me to convey his apologies to you, should I encounter you. Although he was coerced into concocting the potion, the poison that harmed your father beast was, after all, formulated by him. For years, he has harbored immense guilt in his heart. Thus, when Yutian sought to eradicate you and your brother, the father beast fought valiantly to protect you. He declared that if Yutian dared to slay you both, he would ensure that the Moon Tribe would never again have a shaman. A tribe, regardless of its lack of females, great shamans, or healers, will inevitably decline and face extinction. This is why Yutian chose to ignore you and your brother for so many years, rather than eliminate you completely. Among the 11 individuals they spared, Moi bore the least injury because Yutian intended to capture him and control him, grooming him to inherit the ancient as the shaman of the Moon Tribe. Tang Qingqing remained silent, for she could not make this decision on behalf of the original owner. With the death of the ancient shaman, it was best for him to seek forgiveness directly from the original owner's father beast. Meanwhile, Yutian had learned from Song Ming's narration that the severe injuries they had sustained were all inflicted by Tang Qingqing. Hearing this, Yutian felt a wave of absurdity wash over him. He glanced at the beastmen who were supporting each other, and upon witnessing their nods of agreement with his son's words, he found himself compelled to believe this ludicrous tale. The beastmen of the Moon Tribe, upon hearing the injured return and recount their experiences, deemed them insane. How could a female possibly possess such strength? They exchanged scornful smiles as they regarded Tang Qingqing, who was encircled by them. Though they seldom interacted with the former leader's family, living within the same tribe, they were well aware of the nature of Qingqing. She was merely a lovesick female, perpetually trailing behind Languid with her head bowed. At that moment, a beast man, who frequently lingered behind Song Ming, sought to seize the opportunity to impress Yutian and his son. He could not fathom that a mere female could have injured so many, and he aimed a punch directly at Tang Qingqing. Observing the attack from behind her, Languid instinctively rushed forward, intending to shield her from the blow with his own body. However, given his severe injuries, his movements were slightly delayed. Tang Qingqing acutely sensed an impending attack from behind. She swiftly turned and struck with a powerful punch, her fist colliding with another, producing a sharp crack that echoed through the air, a sound of bone shattering. An agonizing howl followed, emanating from the male orc of the Moon Tribe who had attempted to strike her. A segment of bone protruded from his elbow, while several bones in his fist lay fractured. The pain was excruciating, akin to a heart-wrenching torment, causing those nearby to feel a chill of dread. No one among them doubted the words of the orc who had returned in haste. Yutian's expression darkened as he observed the unfolding scene. Suddenly, a look of terror flickered across his eyes. There existed a legend in the orc continent. Orcs possessing the bloodline of divine beasts, regardless of gender, were endowed with extraordinary power. It was no wonder that men had wielded such immense strength. His boundless energy rendered him invincible. Yutian had resorted to using drugs to weaken him, enabling a successful ambush that ultimately led to his demise. Now, realizing that they were descendants of divine beasts, inheriting powers of their bloodline, he deeply regretted not eradicating the threat when he had the chance, leaving behind a significant peril. Witnessing Tang Qingqing, unscathed, incapacitate a formidable male orc with a single punch showcased her terrifying combat prowess. Even with the collective might of all present, it seemed inevitable they would face a calamitous defeat. Yutian's sullen gaze flickered with reluctance before transforming into a majestic golden eagle, soaring into the sky with his son, letting out a resounding cry. Below, the orcs of the Moon Tribe momentarily hesitated upon hearing the retreat command, before hastily shifting into their beast forms and departing. Meanwhile, Suyushue, left on the ground by Yutian and his son, found herself contested by several admirers from the tribe, for she was the beloved heroine, cherished by many. Tang Qingqing watched the orcs of the Moon Tribe depart without attempting to intervene. She was uncertain of her current strength and whether she could contend with the orcs. She feared that in trying to stop them, she might end up jeopardizing her own safety. After Gu Ye's demise, once Yutian and the orcs had left, Tang Qingqing turned around to find that, Aside from those who had already witnessed her fierce confrontation with Song Ming and his companions, the others, including Lang Yu, were staring at her in astonishment, as if they were meeting her for the very first time. Tang Qingqing smiled at them before walking directly up to Mo Yi. She observed the traces of tears on his face as he stared blankly at her. She waved her hand in front of his eyes, finally rousing him from his stupor. Qingqing, are you willing to come with me? Tang Qingqing was not particularly familiar with the people here, having only met Mo Yi once since her arrival. And there was little affection to speak of. Now, in need of an orc skilled in shamanic arts, she decided to speak plainly. What? Mo Yi felt as though he had misheard. Qingqing was actually inviting him to accompany her. Tang Qingqing furrowed her brow. You are unwilling. I am willing. It was only then that Mo Yi realized her surprise had led to a misunderstanding with Tang Qingqing. Then wait for me here for a moment, she said before heading deeper into the forest. Once she had walked far enough away, Huaxiu suddenly exclaimed, It seems Qingqing never said she would bring us along. No one paid her any attention. It was rather obvious that Qingqing had only invited Mo Yi to accompany her, while she hadn't even glanced at the others. Typically, in the tribe, relationships were rather distant. Although some of the beastmen among them had interacted with her brothers, when it came to the little female Qingqing, everyone's gaze fell upon Lang Yu. It was often said in the tribe that Qingqing harbored deep affections for Lang Yu, trailing behind him like a shadow. Lang Yu, noticing the collective gaze directed at him, felt a tinge of embarrassment. Previously, he had only sensed a shy female following him, unaware of her name or presence. It wasn't until that incident when he was watched while bathing and she persistently pursued him that he had pushed her away and learned her name was Qingqing. Yet, Lang Yu couldn't shake the feeling that this vibrant Qingqing was entirely different from the bashful female who had once spied on him. As the group contemplated urging Lang Yu to invite Qingqing to take them along, given her formidable prowess, which would surely protect them from the dangers outside the tribe, a sleek black fox came sprinting from a distance. Upon nearing them, it transformed into a human form, and Lang Yu recognized him as the male Qingqing had brought back from the market. When they were expelled from the tribe, this male had borne scars on his face. But now those scars had completely faded, revealing a strikingly handsome visage. Xianjiao also recognized Lang Yu and the others. Although he had never spoken to them in the Yu tribe, he had seen some of the beastmen before. Observing their disheveled and injured appearances, he hesitated to approach and inquire if they had seen Qingqing. Having waited a long time in the valley without her return, he grew anxious and decided to search for her, not expecting to encounter these individuals. Xianjiu was not one to meddle in others' affairs and preferred to remain uninvolved in their troubles. After a moment's contemplation, he chose not to approach them and turned to leave. Lang Yu surmised the reason behind Xianjiu's presence and called out to him just as he was departing. Are you searching for Qingqing? Xianjiu immediately turned back. You've seen her. Lang Yu nodded and pointed towards the depths of the forest. She has gone into the forest. She is likely hunting. This was an easy deduction. Who else would venture into the forest's depths unless for hunting? Thank you. Xianjiu expressed his gratitude to Lang Yu before making his way into the forest. He is truly handsome, Xiao Huaxiu began to remark, but was playfully interrupted by her close companion Yin, who tapped her forehead and said with a hint of jealousy, Am I not good looking? After receiving a lesson, Xiao Huaxiu dared not contest this and, with wide, watery eyes, quickly nodded in agreement. You are the most handsome. Despite their injuries, the playful banter between the two elicited laughter from the group. Lang Yu cast a deep gaze towards the forest before finally succumbing to fatigue and sitting beside Mo Yi. He glanced at Mo Yi, who had shielded him from a claw strike, and his eyes flickered. It must be said that Guya's sacrifice to save him was more a matter of self-preservation than altruism. Guya, the shaman, understood that regardless of whether he was captured by Yun Tian or escaped with them, he could never live freely. A shaman who had inadvertently caused the demise of the tribe's previous leader would find no acceptance among the beastmen, ultimately becoming a fallen beastman himself. It was likely that his sacrifice was more about ensuring that his son, Mo Yi, would not be ostracized among them. Lang Yu comprehended this truth, which was why he exhibited such composure regarding Guya's death. Had it not been for the pressure from Yun Tian that compelled him to concoct a potion, the mighty Chief Min would not have fallen victim to Yun Tian's schemes. Without the poison, Chief Min, with his immense strength and the support of his fellow beastmen, could not have been so easily defeated by the Qi Yin tribe. How could so many have starved during that harsh winter in the Yu tribe? However, Guya was gone, and he and Mo Yi had grown up together. Knowing this, Lang Yu felt like a victim himself. The years of suffering he endured stemmed from being abandoned in a cold cave by Yun Tian, and had Guya not taken that blow for him, He wouldn't have harbored resentment towards Mo Yi. Hearing a commotion, Lang Yu lifted his head to see Tang Qingqing and Xianzhou approaching, each shouldering a massive ferocious beast, while carrying a smaller catch in their hands as they made their way towards the group. Tang Qingqing set down her catch, and Xianzhou followed suit, releasing the prey he had been carrying, leaving only the fierce beast draped over his shoulder. "These spoils are for you," he declared. Turning to Mo Yi, Tang Qingqing inquired, "Are we able to depart now?" Mo Yi hesitated before responding. His gaze shifted to Lang Yu and the others. Taking a deep breath, he mustered his courage and said, "Is it possible to bring them along as well?" This left Tang Qingqing momentarily speechless. "They wish to accompany me," she exclaimed. "Indeed, we do," chimed Hua Xiao and Ling Ling, the two typically lively females, eagerly affirming their desire, having been thoroughly captivated by Tang Qingqing's formidable presence. Tang Qingqing observed that others also nodded in agreement. It turned out that she had not contemplated much. Her sole desire was to bring along the shaman, Mo Yi, as that would fulfill the three essential conditions for establishing their tribe. Tang Qingqing was determined to gather the necessary conditions to establish a new tribe, so she could create a safe haven for her beloved brother and sister-in-law. The recent incident, where Li Xiao was taken by the beastmen of the tiger tribe, profoundly impacted her. As a beastman without a tribe herself, she felt powerless to demand his return openly. This marked her first realization of the need to grow stronger to protect those she cherished, given that others were willing to follow her. Tang Qingqing did not hesitate and resolutely declared, "If you are willing to accompany me, then let us depart together." With that, she picked up the prey she had previously discarded and placed it on her shoulder, making her way towards the river beyond the forest. Xianzhou had remained silent, trailing behind Tang Qingqing. He understood that ever since Li Xiao's abduction, she had been fervently eager to establish a new tribe, and he comprehended the motivations behind her urgency. Although a twinge of jealousy stirred within him, knowing that her affections were directed elsewhere, he was comforted by the awareness that he still held a place in her heart. Mo Yi felt a surge of excitement upon hearing Tang Qingqing affirm his words. He exchanged a glance with Lang Yu, then hoisted the corpse of his father, the beast, onto his shoulders. Together with Lang Yu and the others, they followed Tang Qingqing out of the forest. Tang Qingqing and Xianzhou arrived by a riverbank. Tang Qingqing wished to assist Xianzhou in handling their catch, but he gently stopped her. "You go over there and rest for a while. I will take care of these prey." Having grown adept at processing the game through daily practice, he swiftly set to work. Yin and a few lightly injured beastmen also came to lend a hand, and before long, the 5 creatures were meticulously prepared. Tang Qingqing and Xianzhou did not return to the mountain hollow. After they had dealt with their prey, the others had gathered a considerable amount of firewood, eagerly awaiting the barbecue. Although there were 20 orcs present, with the exception of Guya, who no longer required sustenance, the 5 pieces of game were insufficient to satiate everyone, as it was unlikely that they could secure a greater haul in the immediate future. The group had to share modestly, each consuming just enough to stave off hunger. The females, with their smaller appetites, fared better, except for Tang Qingqing, who had exerted herself all morning tackling the orcs. In the end, Xianzhou observed as Tang Qingqing finished the meat in her hand. He then tore off a portion of the piece he was eating, offering her the untouched half, saying, "This roast is for you. I haven't bitten into it." His dark gaze was fixed intently on Tang Qingqing, as if fearing she might refuse, interpreting it as disdain. With a resigned smile, Tang Qingqing accepted the roasted meat. Recalling how Li Xiao had once monopolized the stew in the valley, concerned that she might not be adequately fed, she remarked, "You and he are quite alike." Though she did not explicitly state whom she was comparing, Xianzhou understood perfectly, aside from Li Xiao and himself. Who else would go to such lengths to reserve a substantial portion of roasted meat for her? Seeing the amicable interaction between Xianzhou and Tang Qingqing, Lang Yu could not help but divert her gaze elsewhere, her azure eyes betraying a hint of melancholy, the reason for which remained elusive. Mo Yi also noticed this, but merely glanced momentarily before heading to the riverbank to wash off the grime. As a male phoenix beastman, he was inherently fastidious about cleanliness. After the meal, 2 little sparrows flitted around Tang Qingqing, chattering incessantly by her ear. Had it not been for Xianzhou's piercing gaze directed at them, Hua Xiao and Xiao Ling would have nestled closer to Tang Qingqing. Observing the increasingly bold behavior of the 2 young females, Xianzhou, unable to take direct action as a male, cast a stern look towards the males of Hua Xiao's family, Yin and Xiao Ling's brother, Azai. Feeling the intensity of Xianjiu's gaze, Yin and Azay felt a chill run down their spines and hurriedly pulled the overly enthusiastic young females away from their idol, oblivious to the fact that Qingqing's male companion was nearly glaring them out of their wits. Tang Qingqing ensured that everyone had organized themselves before she spoke. Now we shall embark on our journey back to our dwelling place. As all of you bear injuries, we will rest outside tonight and shall arrive at our residence by midday tomorrow. It was clear that Tang Qingqing was taking into account the wounded among them. Had it not been for their condition, she and Xianjiu would have likely reached home by nightfall. Apart from Langyu, who was gravely injured, the others had only sustained superficial wounds, as the orcs who had attacked them were once members of the same tribe and had not dealt them fatal blows. Although Langyu suffered internal injuries, he persisted in his beast form, continuing to run, while several females were carried by their male counterparts. Aju's mate was Xiaoling's two brothers, Azay and En. Additionally, the female Elan had also found two males, Achun and Kan. During this year's Grand Market, Tang Qingqing held a notable presence. On that day, when she accompanied Li Xiao and Xianjiu to report to the tribe, Xiaolan had led two males ahead of them to announce their identities to Yun Tian. Tang Qingqing sat atop the back of Xuanjiu beast, issuing a command that prompted everyone to transform into their beast forms, trailing behind her as they raced towards the valley. Among them, it was Mo Yi who sustained the least injuries, as Yun Tian had intended to capture him to serve as a shaman. He transformed into a majestic male phoenix beast, his wings unfurling to an impressive span, bearing the lifeless body of Guya on his back, preparing to bury his father in a tranquil place. Meanwhile, Yun Tian returned to the Moon tribe with his companions. Upon witnessing his son's internal injuries, he gritted his teeth in furious resentment. Their tribe was now devoid of a shaman, compelling him to seek valuable items to barter with trusted beastmen, venturing to a neighboring tribe to procure medicinal herbs for treating internal wounds. Although their lineage had endured without a shaman, a prolonged absence of one would inevitably lead the tribe towards decline. Yun Tian's eyes brimmed with malevolence as he spat through clenched teeth. Damn you, Guya! Is this your vengeance for nearly freezing your son to death in the cave, leaving him ill for so many years? You would rather see me suffer than allow me peace. In a fit of rage, he shattered his beloved ceramic cup upon the ground. Burdened by the troubling fact that Mo Yi had yet to inherit Guya's shamanic duties, especially given that Guya had perished at his own claws. Denying this reality was impossible, for there were countless witnesses who had seen Guya shielding Langyu, only to be struck down by his dive, bones exposed and blood spilling forth. Should he attempt to conceal this act, the warriors of the tribe would deem him a cowardly beastman unworthy of leadership. Yet, admitting to the slaying of the tribe's shaman, regardless of the circumstances, would hinder him from justly requesting Mo Yi to return to the Moon tribe and assume the shamaness role. While Yun Tian's fury was not of concern to Tang Qingqing and her companions, after Mo Yi had flown to the Beast God Valley to inter Guya's remains, she led a contingent of beastmen to rest until the sun dipped low in the west. They chose a serene spot near a lake, as the morning had left them famished. Upon halting, Xuanjiu took the less injured male beastmen to hunt in a nearby forest. Langyu also wished to join, but Xuanjiu restrained him, for his wounds were severe, and some were still bleeding. Tang Qingqing and the remaining individuals took a brief respite before rising to gather firewood in preparation for the evening's barbecue. In this primal realm, where ancient trees intertwined and wild grasses flourished amidst thorns, collecting kindling was an effortless task, as Xianjiu and the others had yet to return from their hunt. Tang Qingqing and her companions amassed a substantial pile of dry twigs and branches, more than sufficient for the night's fire. Once their collection was complete, the 5 females, seizing the opportunity while the hunting males were occupied, ventured to the lakeside to cleanse the dust from their bodies. As dusk approached, the sun descended in the western sky, painting the horizon with stunning hues that danced upon the lake's surface, resembling a silk ribbon swaying gracefully in the breeze, a truly exquisite sight. Tang Qingqing washed away the dust from her body and stood by the lake, admiring the breathtaking scenery. She marveled at the beauty of an unpolluted environment, where even the aquatic plants in the water were clearly visible. After washing up, Xiaoling and Huaxiu exuberantly engaged in a water fight by the lakeside. Aju quickly positioned herself beside Tang Qingqing, distancing herself from the 2 exuberant girls to avoid getting drenched. Unfortunately, the slow-reacting Alan fell victim to the antics of the 2 females, becoming soaked by the playful Xiaoling and Huaxiu, and subsequently joined the fray. In the end, the 3 drenched individuals could not bear to see Tang Qingqing and Aju, who remained dry on the shore. Exchanging glances, they simultaneously splashed water upon the two observers, igniting a full-blown water battle among the five. Meanwhile, the group of males who had just returned from the hunt, along with Lang Yu, who was tending to the fire, turned their attention towards the lake, drawn by the melodic laughter and playful shouts of the females. Suddenly, the pain from their injury seemed to diminish, and the weariness from a long day's journey felt less burdensome. The expressions of the males softened, revealing smiles. For them, the laughter of the females served as the ultimate antidote to fatigue, allowing their tense bodies to relax and their spirits to lift. Xianjiu set down the game he was carrying at the water's edge and approached Tang Qingqing. Observing her drenched form, he gently tapped her forehead and then lifted her by the waist, placing her over his shoulder before carrying her to the nearby fire. Quickly dry your clothes. You might catch a chill later. Your bodies are delicate and susceptible to illness, he cautioned. In the presence of numerous orcs, Tang Qingqing was carried back in such an embarrassing manner, her small face flushed with indignation. Although she understood that Xianjiu was concerned for her, she still felt a deep sense of humiliation and turned her head away, ignoring him. The other females were similarly cradled by their respective males as they roasted their clothes by the fire, having lost their belongings during the scuffle, leaving them without a change of attire. When Lang Yu observed Tang Qingqing's slight annoyance towards Xianjiu, she perceived it as a form of playful affection typical among couples. A pang of discomfort surged within her. If only he had recognized the charm of this little female at that moment. Would she now be the one receiving such tender attention? Xianjiu caught Lang Yu's gaze, his eyes sharp and fierce, akin to a protective beast guarding its territory. It was as if he would fiercely confront anyone daring to reach for his Qingqing. Li Xiao found it impossible to simultaneously acknowledge both of them. After departing from the Moon Tribe, they had both faced life-threatening dangers to protect Qingqing, and mutual recognition had blossomed in their hearts. Others attempting to intrude and vie for Qingqing's attention would find no consent from Li Xiao, regardless of his presence. The beloved little female they had safeguarded with their lives was not someone others could easily covet. Lang Yu, realizing that her earlier emotions had been discerned by this equally handsome male, furrowed her brow and shifted her gaze elsewhere. Seeing Lang Yu divert her attention from Tang Qingqing, Xianjiu proceeded to the lakeside to process their catch. Meanwhile, the females squatted by the fire, resembling quails, under the scolding of their males. They looked quizzically at Tang Qingqing, astonished that despite her prowess, she was still firmly under the control of her male, deeming her a rather unambitious female. The expressions of Huaxiu and the other females were too evident. Upon realizing this, Tang Qingqing shot them a disdainful glance, as if to remind them that they too were under the thumb of their own males. Regardless of gender, no one should strike their own kin. After Xianjiu and the others had prepared their catch and placed it over the fire, they returned with an ample bounty of prey, having had sufficient time due to the number of hunters. During the evening meal, the males grilled the tenderest cuts for the 5 females before indulging themselves in a hearty feast. Once dinner concluded, the males washed away the day's dust by the lakeside. Tang Qingqing laid out several animal skins she had brought, while Zhu and Alan spread the skins upon a patch of level grass. The 5 females settled down on the pelts for the night, and when the males returned clean, they surrounded them as they reclined. In the darkness, the wild beasts became increasingly active, leading to the males encircling the females for their protection. The night was occasionally pierced by the howls of beasts, to which the males had grown accustomed due to their frequent hunts. Perhaps fatigue had taken its toll, for it wasn't too long before their snores filled the air. The females, however, found it difficult to slumber in the unfamiliar wilderness, tossing and turning late into the night. Surprisingly, Tang Qingqing, having endured a prolonged life outside the tribe, adapted better to the nocturnal wilderness than the native females. Indeed, as restless beasts approached their resting place, Tang Qingqing did not wait for the weary males to awaken. She gently leaped over Xianjiu and advanced towards the approaching creatures. Lang Yu and Xianjiu stirred awake as she leapt, and upon seeing that the beasts were not particularly formidable, they refrained from intervening, knowing Tang Qingqing could easily handle such prey. Thus, throughout the night, Tang Qingqing inadvertently captured 5 or 6 smaller creatures, and combined with the leftover roasted meat from the previous night, it was just enough to provide breakfast for the group. When morning arrived and the males, along with Huaxiu, rose to wash at the lake and returned to breakfast, they were astonished to find the prey not far off, puzzled as to where it had come from. Only the few who had been awake the previous night, witnessing Tang Qingqing's vigil, knew that she was the one who had procured the game. End of this chapter. After rising in the morning, the group proceeded to wash at the lake and, having enjoyed their meal, set off towards the valley. Due to her night-long watch, Tang Qingqing soon dozed off on Xianjiu's back. He glanced back at her sleeping form, nestled against his furry back, and steadied his pace, his heart aching for her. Upon awakening, Tang Qingqing found herself back in the valley, still resting upon the plush fur of Xianjiu. Tang Qingqing felt the softness of the fox fur beneath her and couldn't help but nuzzle her face against Xianjiu's belly. The downy fur on the fox's abdomen was so light, soft, and smooth that it elicited a sigh of comfort from her. Xianjiu, who had been resting with his eyes closed, sensed the movement and opened his pair of dark, glistening fox eyes with a hint of amusement. However, when he noticed Tang Qingqing reaching out to grasp his fluffy, soft tail, he immediately tensed up and transformed back into his human form. Tang Qingqing had just been playfully rolling on the plush belly of a fox when she suddenly found herself in the strong embrace of a man. Just as she was about to voice her dissatisfaction, she looked up to see Xianjiu, whose ears were tinged with a delightful shade of crimson, gazing at her with his enchanting, slightly shy, fox-like eyes. With a quiver in his voice, Xianjiu said, "Qingqing, it is time to rise. Sister-in-law and Si Kai have come to visit you several times." Tang Qingqing glanced around, but did not see her sister-in-law or Si Kai, nor the individuals who had escaped from the Moon Tribe. She inquired, "Where are they?" Although Tang Qingqing did not specify, Xianjiu understood she was referring to those individuals. The weather is sweltering. The body of the ancient shaman has been taken away by Mo Yi, who wishes to find a suitable place for burial. Everyone agreed that, regardless of the circumstances, the ancient shaman had treated them kindly during his lifetime, having alleviated their ailments and suffering over the years. Therefore, they have all gone to pay their final respects. Tang Qingqing rose to her feet, adjusting her attire as she spoke. "Let us also see if there is any assistance we can offer. After all, had it not been for the ancient shaman Guya safeguarding their lives at Yuntian with his own, my brothers and I might have long since fallen victim to his ruthless eradication." Tang Qingqing and Xianjiu discovered a picturesque location, where they encountered a group of individuals standing in solemnity. Only Mo Yi knelt before a small mound, his expression filled with sorrow, while the other beastmen stood with grave faces, conveying their condolences. In the beast realm, there are no funerals or paper offerings when a beastman passes away. They are merely laid to rest in a place deemed suitable. Upon arriving in the valley, the members of the Moon Tribe were filled with curiosity upon seeing Si Kai, wondering why she was there. However, Si Kai merely greeted them before directing her full attention to Tang Qingqing, as if they were no different from strangers. After dealing with the matters concerning Guya, everyone returned to the valley. Sister He, having worried about Tang Qingqing for several days since her departure, climbed into the cave upon their return, expressing her intention to prepare a stewed meal for her. Although Sister He has been in a partnership with several of Tang Qingqing's brothers for 6 or 7 years without having any children, she often complains that Tang Qingqing steals too much of her partner's attention. Yet, in truth, she regards Tang Qingqing as the youngest member of the family, one who requires nurturing and affection. Upon returning, Tang Qingqing and Xianjiu ascended into the cave to visit their elder brother, Qingquan. Noticing that his injuries were nearly healed, they then descended to address the matters concerning the beastmen from the Moon Tribe, namely Mo Yi and Lang Yu. Upon their arrival, they observed that their elder brother, Qingshan, and second brother, Qinghe, had already returned from hunting. Tang Qingqing approached them, her face radiating joy. "Elder brother, second brother, I am back." Qingshan gently patted her head, replying, "It is good that you have returned. Did you meet Li Xiao at the Tiger Tribe?" Upon hearing her elder brother mention Li Xiao, Tang Qingqing's expression visibly darkened. Her previously bright and cheerful tone now subdued. "I did." Sensing his sister's disappointment, Qinghe furrowed his brow and inquired, "What is the matter, Qingqing? Did Li Xiao refuse to return with you and continue as your follower?" Tang Qingqing realized that her 2 elder brothers had misunderstood the situation, and she quickly exclaimed, "No. It seems he has lost his memory, forgetting the days we spent together." Upon hearing this, Qinghe could not help but respond, "Impossible. During the battle against those fallen orcs, Li Xiao was merely injured. His head was unharmed. How could he possibly suffer from amnesia?" Tang Qingqing was also taken aback by her second brother Qinghe's words. It was indeed inconceivable that physical injuries could lead to memory loss. However, she could discern that Li Xiao was genuinely not feigning his amnesia. It appeared that, at that moment, he did not perceive himself as having lost any memories. Tang Qingqing, being a soul of the modern era, is acutely aware that certain substances can induce confusion and amnesia. Indeed, contemporary hypnotists possess the ability to manipulate memories. It seems that Li Xiao once claimed that his name was not Li Xiao, but rather Li Luo. Could it be that his memory has been artificially altered? Is it conceivable that such formidable beastmen exist in this primitive world? This notion merely left a lingering doubt in Tang Qingqing's mind. She did not genuinely believe that this savage realm could harbor beings capable of altering others' memories. Qishan and Qixi exchanged a knowing glance, silently agreeing to refrain from mentioning Li Xiao again, regardless of the reasons behind his forgetfulness, now that he had departed. They should no longer evoke matters that might cause their sister sorrow. Upon their return to the valley, Qishan and Qixi encountered Languid and several male beastmen with whom they shared a close bond in the tribe. Among them were a Ming, De Yong, and a few others, who approached Qishan and playfully punched him on the shoulder, exclaiming, "Long time no see." Qishan reciprocated the gesture with a smile, saying, "Thank you for accompanying us back to gather our belongings when we left the tribe. Had it not been for you, Yuntian would not have so readily allowed us to collect our possessions." Zhe, also smiling, replied, "We are brothers raised in the same tribe. Out of respect for Yuntian's authority, we kept our distance from you, fearing that our closeness might isolate our families. But now, having left that oppressive tribe, we hear from Qingqing that you are about to establish a new tribe. We wonder if you would welcome us to join, having grown up together in the tribe." Qishan and his brothers naturally had a few close male friends. They all bore in mind the welfare of their families, which led to a superficial distance from Qingshan's family, who were openly scorned by the leader, Yuntian. Nevertheless, when Qingshan faced difficulties, these brothers stood by him, disregarding Yuntian's displeasure, and helped him return home to gather essentials, enabling his family to leave the tribe. This support allowed them to stockpile cured meats and survive the rainy season comfortably. Days later, Mo Yi flew to the Beast God Valley to lay the ancient shaman Guya to rest. Following Tang Qingqing's directions, he found the valley. Upon seeing Mo Yi, Qingshan and Qingxi displayed sorrowful expressions. After all, Guya had once treated them without charge when they were injured during their youthful haunts. Qingshan placed a comforting hand on Mo Yi's shoulder, a silent gesture of solace and a means of reconciling with the tragedy that occurred over a decade ago. For what purpose is there in harboring grievances against the deceased? Mo Yi, being frail and unfamiliar with most of the tribe, felt warmth in Qingshan's comforting presence. At that moment, An approached, saying, "Brother Qishan, this valley is well concealed and quite safe, though the space is somewhat limited." Qishan surveyed the valley. Originally spacious enough for his family and Qingqing, it now felt somewhat cramped with the sudden influx of so many people. Tang Qingqing pondered this issue. In the past, the area could accommodate fewer inhabitants, but now, with the arrival of 17 individuals from the Moon Tribe, and the 5 wandering beastmen led by Qi Yu seemingly wanting to stay, alongside her brother's family of 4, herself, Xinjiu, and Si Kai, the valley now housed a total of 29 souls. Among these 29 beastmen, surprisingly, 7 were females, and aside from Sister He, the rest were young females who had only recently reached maturity. At this moment, Tang Qingqing felt a sense of unease. If more wandering beastmen and fallen beastmen were to discover the presence of so many females here, the ensuing chaos would be unimaginable. Fortunately, their adversary, Chief Yuntian, remained oblivious to their settlement in this location. The last time they were swiftly located by the fallen beastmen was due to Yuntian deliberately publicizing the fact that she and Sister He had been cast out of the tribe, which incited a frenzy of wandering beastmen and fallen beastmen seeking to seize them. Her brothers and Li Xiao Xianjiu had sustained multiple injuries while protecting themselves and Sister He. It seemed imperative that this tribe be established swiftly to ensure the safety of all, allowing the males to engage in combat without the added burden of protecting the females from abduction, thus minimizing casualties. As Tang Qingqing was about to broach the subject, she noticed her second brother approaching with a bowl of braised meat from their home. Qi Yu also brought the roasted meat to the large stone in the valley, which they typically used as a table during their meals. "It's time to eat, Qingqing. This braised meat was specially prepared for you by your sister-in-law, who mentioned that you've lost weight during your recent outings, so be sure to eat well." In the matter of safeguarding their food, Tang Qingqing's brother and sister-in-law had never been outdone. Even Li Xiao and Xianjiu were greatly influenced by them. Whenever they saw Tang Qingqing not having enough to eat, they would ensure she received extra portions. Tang Qingqing's cheeks flushed slightly as she cast a shy glance at everyone, lowering her head in modesty. Whether it was her family or the 2 males in her household, they always seemed concerned that she might not have enough to eat. With her second brother's remarks, it became difficult for others to enjoy their meal. Indeed, during dinner, the small bowl of stewed meat was scarcely touched by anyone, and ultimately, it was Tang Qingqing who took the initiative to distribute the stew among all the females present. After the meal, seizing the moment while everyone was still gathered, Tang Qingqing shared her thoughts on the current situation. With so many young females in their midst, not to mention the wandering beast men and the fallen ones, it was likely that other tribes, upon learning of their abundance, would be unable to restrain themselves from attempting to seize them. Tang Qingqing, with her bright and intelligent eyes, gazed at Mo Yi and inquired, "Would you be willing to stay and become our shaman?" Mo Yi looked at the formerly plump yet endearingly charming Tang Qingqing, who had now slimmed down to an alluring figure, and his gaze flickered momentarily. The father beast had not misjudged him. He had always been frail and had dared not aspire to many things. At this moment, he yearned to seize an opportunity for himself. Indifferent to how others might perceive it as taking advantage of a situation. Taking a deep breath, Mo Yi lifted his head and, with unwavering determination, proclaimed, "I wish to become your follower. Is that acceptable?" The others were taken aback by Mo Yi's declaration, their astonished gazes fixed upon him. Only Xianjiao abruptly stood up, his jet-black eyes glaring at Mo Yi, the intensity of his gaze akin to piercing daggers aimed at his face. Had it not been for Tang Qingqing's timely grasp of his hand, blood might have been shed in that instant. Tang Qingqing was right, for the safety of everyone. It was imperative to establish the tribe swiftly. The number of females we possessed far exceeded the requirements for forming a community. Xianjiao, being a genuine nine-tailed fox, was indeed the prime candidate for the role of the chief shaman. Qi Yu cast a glance at Mo Yi, enduring Xianjiao's fierce scrutiny, and lifted his shirt, revealing fresh claw marks on his chest, the flesh raw and exposed, evidence of a recent injury. The day after you all departed, a pack of ruthless feral beastmen attacked. Brother Qishan, Brother Qinghe, and our 5 brothers fought valiantly to fend them off, Qi recounted while wiping his face, addressing Qishan, Qinghe, a Liang, and a Xing. Each of them bore wounds, and Brother Qinghe suffered more grievously on his back while striving to rescue Sister Chunya. Tang Qingqing glanced at Qinghe and realized that her second brother's complexion was indeed somewhat pale. She tightly clasped her large hand, refraining from lifting her gaze, while Xianjiao offered a wry smile. How could she forget that one cannot desire something without making any sacrifices? Such is the reality of the world. Medical skills are always in demand, no matter where one may go. What justification would compel others to remain in a tribe that has yet to be established? It was audacious of her to suggest that someone should stay, so why couldn't Mo Yi voice his own demands? There was no need to mention any debt of gratitude for saving a life. At that moment, it was clear to all that Yun Tian had no intention of taking Mo Yi's life, even if he were captured. He would not dare to harm him due to his medical expertise. Tang Qingqing observed that after the initial astonishment, everyone returned to their usual demeanor. It became evident to her that in their hearts, Mo Yi's willingness to become her follower was a matter of her taking advantage of the situation. Upon realizing this, Tang Qingqing held no ill will towards Mo Yi for the request he had made. It was merely a fair exchange. Originally, she had been in the wrong, attempting to gain without offering anything in return. Now, with this white wolf unwilling to be taken advantage of, it was only natural for him to voice his own demands. Mo Yi had not coerced her into acquiescing. She also had the option to refuse. However, should she miss the opportunity to collaborate with Mo Yi, the shaman, her aspirations of establishing a tribe might indeed come to naught, as skilled healers among the beast men were scarce in the beast world. Tang Qingqing pondered deeply. She recalled the numerous times her family's males had been injured since leaving the tribe. If she were to reject Mo Yi this time, she glanced at her elder brother Qishan and then at her second brother Qinghe, both of whom had followed her out of love, now bearing wounds upon their bodies. Finally, Tang Qingqing closed her eyes and took a deep breath. "I am willing." End of this chapter. The resolve to grow stronger. Mo Yi felt a bittersweet joy upon hearing Tang Qingqing's willingness to accept him as her follower. After all, this title had been coerced, rather than a manifestation of her free will. Yet he understood that if he did not seize this opportunity, he might never draw close to her again in his lifetime. But did it truly matter? He did not genuinely wish to force her into accepting him as a partner. It would be preferable for her to willingly embrace him in the future. If she were unwilling, he would gladly serve as her shaman, cherishing the role of her lifelong follower. Having come to this realization, Mo Yi ran out of the valley and gathered a multitude of vibrant flowers from an unknown source, weaving them into a garland which he presented to Tang Qingqing, urging her to adorn her head. Thus, the ritual of her intimate follower was deemed complete. In the beast realm, the sense of ritual was quite weak. Coupling merely required mutual affection, allowing them to cohabitate, often celebrated simply with a few relatives and amicable beast kin. Xianjiao's hand was tightly grasped by Tang Qingqing, preventing his escape from the bindings. She observed the unwavering determination and fervor in Mo Ye's gaze directed at her, and with a helpless sigh in her heart, she sensed that his resolute desire to be her follower stemmed more from the fear of losing the kinship they had shared for so many years, a burgeoning panic and solitude that compelled him to seek solace in another. Tang Qingqing extended her hand to accept the garland that Mo Ye offered. Her tone solemn as she inquired, "Have you truly considered this? Is this genuinely what you desire, and will you have no regrets?" Mo Ye's lavender-hued eyes suddenly misted over. Gazing at Tang Qingqing with a hint of confusion, her voice tinged with emotion as she replied, "Qingqing, my father beast has passed away. My mother has always looked down upon me as a frail child and has never cared to spare me a glance. Qingqing, will you be my family from now on? Regardless of whether you choose to accept me as your partner, I pledge my unwavering loyalty to you for a lifetime. I shall serve as your shaman forever, as long as you allow me to remain by your side." Mo Ye's heartfelt declaration only solidified Tang Qingqing's conviction. Having been ill for so many years and now bereft of the only one who had shown him kindness, he was clearly in a state of sorrow and confusion. Prompting such a request, Tang Qingqing, no longer hesitating, raised her hand to place the exquisite flower crown upon Mo Ye's head. Suddenly, she felt an emptiness in her other hand, as Xianjiu slipped from her grasp and fled the valley. Tang Qingqing cast her gaze upon Xianjiu's departing figure, allowing her eyelids to fall and concealing the myriad of emotion swirling within her eyes. When she finally lifted her gaze, only an air of indifference remained. She turned her attention to her second brother, Qinghe, before shifting her focus towards the valley's exit. Qinghe met his sister's gaze and rose to his feet, proceeding towards the mouth of the valley. "I am sorry," Mou murmured softly, her head bowed. Tang Qingqing remained silent. At this moment, Xianjiu's departure was indeed related to him, but it had an even greater connection to her own feelings. She found herself at a loss for words, unable to express anything to Mo Ye. When Qishan saw his younger brother following Xianjiu out of the valley, he spoke up. "Qingqing, Xianjiu is a fine male." Although he harbored some dissatisfaction towards Mo Ye, it stemmed from the bond they had formed with Xianjiu. He did not wish to see him hurt. Thus he was not entirely opposed to his sister gaining another admirer. "I understand. It is my fault." At this moment, only a coldness remained in Tang Qingqing's voice. So much had transpired during this time. Her elder brothers had been continually injured, Li Xiao had been inexplicably taken away by the beastmen of the tiger tribe, and she could not boldly assert her right to retrieve him. All these events ignited a desire within Tang Qingqing to grow stronger. She yearned to protect her loved ones and retain those she wished to keep close, ensuring they would suffer no more harm. This was her current aspiration and the endeavor she was determined to pursue. No one could deter her resolve to become stronger. Xianjiu's furious departure left the beastmen from the Moon tribe, aside from the scheming Languid, contemplating how Tang Qingqing had spoiled him. With only him as her male companion, it was only natural for others to express their desire to become Qingqing's followers. Why did he react so vehemently? Such behavior discouraged other males, as no female would dare bring home a partner if it meant disturbing the peace of their den. Now that the issue of the missing shaman had been resolved, a silence fell. Sitting beside Tang Qingqing, Sikai gazed dreamily at the person next to her and suddenly exclaimed, "Qingqing is striving to establish a new tribe and accepting males as followers. How can we allow her to bear this burden alone?" After speaking, Sikai turned to Qiyu and asked, "Do you mind if I seek out a few more followers? If you object, you are still unmarked as my mate and can choose another female follower. If you agree to assist me in gathering capable male beastmen to strengthen our newly formed tribe, ensuring we are not easily overpowered by those formidable tribes during the cold season, I will bond with you now, making you my first beast husband." Sikai's proposal astonished Qiyu and all those gathered around them. The few females present, aside from Heisa who had been unwell and resting after meals, were of similar age to Tang Qingqing and Sikai. They were stirred by Sikai's passionate words. Indeed, how can we allow Qingqing to shoulder this alone? With the frost season approaching in just over a month, we are entering the time for food storage, whether it be for foraging or hunting. Especially during the cold season when larger tribes often seize food from smaller ones, we need powerful males for every task. The males present bowed their heads in resignation. The scarcity of males in the tribe indeed made them vulnerable to bullying from other tribes. Occasionally, other beastmen would intrude upon their territory. And if the disparity in strength was too great, the weaker side had no choice but to endure, lest they risk annihilation. Thus, the tribal forces remaining in the area were relatively balanced, while those weaker tribes had gradually moved away or been eliminated over the years. The land they inhabited was not only picturesque and bountiful but also rich in forests, freshwater lakes, and winding rivers. Further east, they approached the coastline, where the Qinghai tribe thrived by exchanging goods for salt. Therefore, the tribes that had managed to survive here were formidable. As Sikai mentioned, even in the establishment of a new tribe, it was essential to welcome powerful males who were genuinely loyal to the community. Only those beastmen who joined with a sincere commitment would be willing to fight fiercely to protect the tribe in times of peril. Ultimately, it was the females most significant to each male that inspired them to sacrifice their lives, striving to safeguard their loved ones and offspring, all in pursuit of providing a secure home. Tang Qingqing wished to oppose the behavior of accepting males for external reasons. However, her dissenting opinion was not only met with resistance from Sikai, Huaxiao, and Xiaoling, but even the males regarded her with disapproval. This momentarily left Tang Qingqing bewildered. How could they so readily accept their females consorting with other males? It was evident that she had yet to grasp the harsh realities of survival in the beast world. When faced with life and death situations, who would truly care about superficial motives? Even if they currently disallowed their females from receiving other males for the newly established tribe in the future. For the sake of providing better protection and living conditions for their females and offspring, a household could not possibly thrive with just one or two males, since ultimately, each household would have more than one beast husband. Why then would they reject the notion of females accepting males at a time when the new tribe desperately needed to grow? You might want to reconsider. Finding a male is a lifelong commitment. Is it truly wise to make such a hasty decision? Upon hearing Tang Qingqing's well-meaning caution, Huaxiao, Alan, and Azhu all chuckled. Qingqing, do not fret about this. We are merely hinting at the need for male followers. It does not mean we will immediately form bonds with them. If things do not work out, the two can part ways without any coercion. If they do get along, what is there to worry about? You should not feel any psychological burden. We will eventually seek males to join our families. This is merely a matter of timing, and it does not significantly affect us. Everyone is focused on making the new tribe safer, so we can reside within it without fear of danger. At this juncture, the males chimed in. Indeed, the tribe is our home. Only when it is secure can we live within it with peace of mind. Their reasoning was so sound that Tang Qingqing found herself momentarily speechless. The scarcity of females and the harshness of the natural environment made survival in such a world a formidable challenge. This was the stark reality of life in the beast world. Tang Qingqing fell into deep contemplation. The moral boundaries she adhered to in her past life. If she were to persist in enforcing a monogamous system upon the females and males here, with 50 males, over 40 would remain bachelors, potentially leading to chaos and hastening the extinction of the beast people. It seemed prudent to remain silent on this matter, as they appeared indifferent to such issues, having grown accustomed to this mode of survival in the beast world. As a modern soul who had never truly lived here, it would be wise to refrain from expressing too many opinions on this front. Surely, they knew better than she how to thrive in this world. With the personnel gathered and the establishment of the new tribe on the agenda, discussions continued until it grew late. It was time for those who would retire to the cave to ascend, while those who would remain in the valley settled in for the night. Tang Qingqing returned alone to the cliffside platform before the cave, taking a seat upon a stone. She had already delivered all the animal skins she could spare to Huaxiao and the others, allowing them to find their own resting place in the valley. When she ascended, Mo Ye's hesitance to speak and Lang Yu's obscure gaze were both disregarded by her. At that moment, her only desire was to seek Xianjiao, albeit with a lingering apprehension that he might not wish to see her. Her second brother had long since returned, informing her that he had found Xianjiao by the riverside, where he expressed a desire for solitude and asked to return alone. As the moon reached its zenith, Tang Qingqing noticed Xianjiao still had not come back, and she could no longer contain her curiosity, venturing out of the valley. The night in the beast realm was eerily quiet, with even the distant calls of nightbirds resonating clearly. The path was uneven, and as Tang Qingqing navigated the slope towards the small river, she spotted a figure sitting there from afar. She chose not to approach, but instead reclined on a large stone. Despite the oppressive heat of the day, the cool night breeze brought a refreshing relief. Lying on the stone, she gazed at Xianjiao by the riverbank, knowing he had noticed her arrival. Xianjiao observed the moonlight dancing upon the river's surface, casting a silvery glow that imparted a serene beauty to the night. In this tranquil darkness, he could discern Tang Qingqing's footsteps from afar. Ordinarily, he would have been elated by her visit, yet on this occasion, a tinge of bitterness accompanied his joy. He turned his back, waiting for her approach. But when she did not come, a sudden alarm gripped him. He quickly glanced back, only to find no one there. His heart pounding with fear that she might have been bitten by a venomous snake and lacked the strength to call for him. Qingqing, where are you? His voice trembled as he shouted, rising to retrace his steps, nearly tripping in his anxious haste. In his overwhelming urgency, he failed to notice Tang Qingqing lying on the stone, instead searching frantically amidst the grass. Agio. A gentle call froze Xianjiu in place. His posture bent as he searched through the underbrush for her. Agio, do you wish to never see me again? Finally, he moved toward the stone. Not answering her question, he beheld the ethereal figure of the young female lying upon the rock, illuminated by the moonlight which rendered her extraordinarily beautiful. Her eyes glittered like shattered stars, and with a slow, deliberate motion, he bent down to capture the lips he had long yearned for. In the distance, a pair of nightingales nestled together in slumber, ceasing their calls, while the fish in the river stopped their playful antics. The moon, shy and bashful, concealed itself behind the clouds, refraining from interrupting the breaths of the two souls entwined in their moment. When the first rays of dawn graced the earth, Xianjiu, already awake, turned slightly to shield the sunlight from touching Tang Qingqing. He gazed tenderly at the young female cradled in his arms, his heart brimming with sweetness akin to honey. Although the previous night had been utterly delightful, he was reluctant to engage in anything that might harm her in such a setting. In truth, by the time Qingqing sought him out, his anger had dissipated significantly. To establish a new tribe and avoid overt attacks from other tribes, the presence of a shaman was essential. After all, an additional tribe in this region would mean more resources to be divided, and the other tribes were disinclined to allow the emergence of another tribe. Furthermore, having departed from the Moon tribe, they would soon find themselves in peril, thus the establishment of a tribe was their only means of ensuring safety. As the sun ascended, the little birds chirped incessantly, and Tang Qingqing, still drowsy, nestled her face against Xianjiu's chest, instinctively resting a leg upon him. Xianjiu stiffened momentarily. Then a bittersweet smile graced his lips, recognizing her as a mischievous little sprite, unaware that certain things were best left undisturbed in the morning. The two had spent the night atop the stone, and fearing the hardness of the surface, Xianjiu had transformed into a plush, furry fox, allowing Tang Qingqing to rest upon him throughout the night. At that moment, he heard voices approaching from the valley's entrance. Gently brushing her long hair aside, he called softly, "Qingqing, it's time to wake up. If you don't, the sun will surely reach your backside." In truth, Tang Qingqing was already awake. However, recalling the events of the previous night filled her with a sudden shyness, preventing her from opening her eyes. Hearing the voices from the valley, she understood that remaining in slumber was no longer an option, and with resolve, she opened her eyes to gaze up at Xianjiu. Meeting his gaze, which sparkled with warmth, she could not help but blush. He leaned down and placed a tender kiss upon her eyelids, whispering, "Awake now, my beloved little female." Tang Qingqing, her cheeks flushed, gently struck his broad chest. "We should hurry back. It would be quite embarrassing if someone found us." Xianjiu smirked, his gaze lingering on the mark on Tang Qingqing's neck, revealing a fleeting smile. However, as soon as Tang Qingqing turned to look at him, he quickly masked his grin. He feared that she might discover the impulsive kiss he had left in such a conspicuous place the previous night. And the thought of her unleashing her formidable strength early in the morning to enact a scene of filicide against her beloved husband was rather unsettling. After they both tidied themselves by the riverbank, they returned to the valley. With a considerable number of males present, they no longer felt overly anxious about potential troubles from rogue beastmen or fallen beastmen, as long as the intruding beastmen were not overly numerous. The 20 or so males here could manage the situation effectively. As Tang Qingqing and Xianjiu ventured into the valley, they encountered Lang Yu. Tang Qingqing greeted him, only to notice Lang Yu casting a brief glance her way before bowing his head in acknowledgement and walking past. Along their journey, those who greeted her wore expressions of peculiar intrigue. Hua Shou even winked at her, while Xiao Lingling scrutinized her neck for an extended period, seemingly coming to a realization before giggling and dashing away. Several females exhibiting masculine traits were more overt in their reactions, revealing knowing looks upon seeing her, as if they found nothing unusual. If Tang Qingqing remained oblivious to the happenings surrounding her, she would indeed be quite foolish. Thus, on this bright morning, the events that Xianjiu had imagined materialized. Descending from the cliff with dark circles under his eyes, Xianjiu encountered everyone with a scowling visage. Had their reactions not been so pronounced, he might have questioned why his own female had subjected him to such a state. However, when Xianjiu caught a glimpse of Mo Yi gazing at his dark circles with envy, he suddenly perceived those shadows as strikingly beautiful. Pondering whether he should often request Qingqing to bestow upon him one, compelling a certain male to retreat, Qi was in high spirits today, as Si Kai informed him that they would bond as partners, since he had consented to accept more followers. This eventuality was inevitable, and it allowed Kai to embrace him as a companion in advance. With no reason to decline, Yu readily agreed. Knowing that Yu and Kai were to become partners today, the males who were only slightly injured ventured into the forest to hunt in celebration. With the protection of so many males, the females felt emboldened to leave the valley, gathering an abundance of wild fruits and vegetables. At Tang Qingqing's suggestion, they also collected an array of colorful wildflowers to beautify the skin tint where Kai currently resided, preparing it for their wedding night. While picking flowers, Kai remarked to Tang Qingqing, after I bond with Yu, I shall have him spread word of our newly established tribe, where females seek powerful males as followers. What do you think? Tang Qingqing did not anticipate that Kai would be so invested in this matter. When she looked into Kai's eyes, it felt as though her gaze was ablaze, radiating an intense heat. Tang Qingqing averted her gaze and remarked, You may decide this matter amongst yourselves, but I sincerely hope you contemplate it thoroughly. Will you truly be able to select the male you desire? At that moment, Alan stepped forward, holding a bouquet of flowers, and stated, Qingqing, did you not bring your own male back from the Grand Market? It seems to me that you and your male are getting along quite well. Moreover, my akin and kin were also chosen from that very competition at the Grand Market. And look how well they treat me. Although they are still my followers for now, I have resolved to bond with them in the coming days. This time, I intend to select several powerful followers to strengthen our tribe. The new tribe will be our future home, and I am more than willing to contribute to it. Huaxiao and Xiaoling echoed her sentiments, expressing their intentions to select several strong males as followers as well. Xiaoling, who had only recently come of age, was encouraged by Tang Qingqing to think carefully about her decision. Unexpectedly, this young female tossed her head and shot Tang Qingqing a sardonic glance, saying, In our tribe, there are females who, even before reaching maturity, choose several followers to support themselves. Now that I have come of age, should I not also seek a few males to care for me? Should I rely on my brother for support? If that were the case, Sister Azu would surely grow to resent me. Azu, much like Sister He, playfully smacked her partner's younger sister Xiaoling on the arm and exclaimed, You silly child. What are you saying? Now that you are of age, should you not seek a male to provide for you? Even if you do not wish to choose a male this time, I plan to find a few for you regardless. Tang Qingqing found the scene remarkably familiar. Initially, she had thought that a Zhu would say that Xiaoling would not seek a male and that they would manage to survive. However, she was taken aback by a Zhu's words, which bore an uncanny resemblance to what Sister He had told her shortly after her arrival here. It became evident that the females here possessed a profound possessiveness over their males, to the extent that even a partner's younger sister would face disdain upon reaching adulthood. Upon hearing her sister-in-law Zhu's remarks, Xiaoling did not display any anger. Instead, she turned to Tang Qingqing with a look of resignation, as if to say, You see, if I do not seek a male to sustain myself, I shall be cast out. Tang Qingqing found herself both amused and exasperated upon witnessing Xiaoling's antics. When she and her companions, a group of females, returned to the valley with their harvest, Tang Qingqing noticed her elder brother, Qishan, wearing a look of pure delight. Curiously, she inquired, Brother, what brings you such joy? Qishan beamed at the sight of his younger sister and her companions, their baskets brimming with wild fruits and vegetables, their hands adorned with fresh flowers. Upon hearing his sister's question, his smile widened further. He scratched the back of his head and replied, Qing, you are about to become an aunt. Tang Qingqing gazed at her elder brother with a hint of bewilderment, momentarily at a loss for words. Once the realization dawned upon her, a radiant smile illuminated her face. Sister-in-law is expecting a child. In her excitement, Tang Qingqing nearly exclaimed that she was already a mother. Qishan nodded vigorously, his elation palpable and requiring no further articulation. Your sister-in-law has been unwell for several days. Fortunately, Moy is here today, so I asked him to take a look. After inquiring about some details, he suggested that your sister-in-law might be pregnant. He went out to gather a few herbs and prepared a concoction for her to drink. After consuming the remedy, she indeed showed significant improvement. In truth, the herbs Moy provided were intended to stabilize the pregnancy. A female who was not expecting would find the taste of these herbs quite disagreeable and would struggle to consume them, while a pregnant female would savor the flavor of the brew. After drinking the potion, she would feel warmth spreading through her body, alleviating the early symptoms of pregnancy, thus indicating that she was indeed with child. That is wonderful. I shall go and check on sister-in-law. Tang Qingqing set down the basket of wild greens on her back and took some wild fruits from the basket carried by Kai. She ascended the wooden ladder to visit Sister He. Due to his injury, Qichuan had not accompanied them on the hunting expedition. When he saw Tang Qingqing approaching with her clothes gathered around the bright red fruits, he went over and placed the fruits on the stone table, inquiring, "Did you go out?" Tang Qingqing glanced inside and remarked, I just returned and heard from my elder brother that sister-in-law has fallen asleep." Qichuan also beamed with joy. Grinning widely, "She has just dozed off. Qingqing, your sister-in-law is expecting, and our family will soon have an heir. Do you know?" At that moment, elder brother was so overjoyed that tears streamed down his face, and second brother is still out hunting, unaware of this wonderful news. Tang Qingqing observed her usually carefree third brother, whose eyes shimmered with emotion and missed upon learning of his sister-in-law's pregnancy. In that moment, she truly comprehended the profound significance that the males here placed on procreation and lineage. No wonder the males were so fervently devoted to possessing a female partner. Even amidst the scarcity of females, they willingly embraced the camaraderie of other males to protect and cherish them, and would even sacrifice their precious lives for the sake of the females and their offspring. Concerned about disturbing Sister Hei's rest, Tang Qingqing exchanged a few hushed words with her third brother before descending. Upon her arrival, she noticed Alan directing her companion Akin and several other males in constructing a hideaway made of animal skins in a secluded corner of the valley. Huaxiao, noticing the curiosity in Tang Qingqing's eyes, hurried over with a smile and remarked, "Akin just heard that Alan intends to bond with him and Kin in the coming days. Upon returning, we are uncertain of what transpired between them. Alan just blushed as she told us that she plans to hold a bonding ceremony with Seatside today, which explains her eagerness to erect the shelter." Tang Qingqing stood there, taken aback. Was it truly so hasty for males and females to form such a significant partnership? In the blink of an eye, they made a monumental life decision. She couldn't help but marvel at how uncomplicated life was for the beastmen in this world. Their efficiency in decision-making was indeed remarkable. In contrast, in modern times, finding a partner and marrying typically required at least a year or more, if not longer. Tang Qingqing gazed upon the increasingly vibrant valley, reflecting that simplicity often embodies the essence of happiness and joy. Her fondness for this place grew ever stronger. Despite the scarcity of resources in this world of beasts and their current predicament, she held an unwavering belief that these challenges would eventually fade. While she may lack the power to transform the world, she remained resolute in her ability to ensure that these individuals were well-fed, warmly clothed, and lived better lives. Tang Qingqing contemplated the inevitable influx of orcs forming a tribe, realizing that this place could scarcely accommodate so many. It seemed imperative to seek a more suitable location for the establishment of a tribe. It was said that a tribe's territory was delineated by its power. The greater the number of orcs within a tribe, the more formidable its strength, resulting in broader dominion. For instance, the powerful tiger tribe had claimed 2 vast forests, deterring other tribes from daring to hunt within their bounds. Although the Moon tribe had seen a rise in prestige due to the innovative artifacts produced by their female leader in recent years, which had garnered substantial resources, they were still hindered by the loss of many warriors over a decade ago. This depletion had led to a decline in the strength of their offspring, limiting the tribe's power. Consequently, they could only occupy a nearby forest as a hunting ground. Should the forest yield insufficient game before the onset of the cold season, they would have no choice but to venture further afield into unclaimed small forests to replenish their provisions. Tang Qingqing withdrew from her reverie. Realizing that such thoughts bore little relevance to her present circumstances, she approached Huaxiao and Xiaoling, joining them in arranging the flowers they had gathered to adorn the newly constructed hide tent for Seatside. Today, Alan was to bond with Qin and Can, so they had ventured out in the afternoon to collect an abundance of blossoms to fill the freshly erected hide shelter. A group of young females, having shooed the males assigned to protect them away to a secluded spot, took a delightful bath in the river before returning to the valley. Qinghe led a group of beastmen into the forest behind the valley, hunting for more game to prepare for the evening celebration. Meanwhile, Moi foraged for medicinal herbs around the nearby mountains, returning to tend to the severely injured, particularly Languid, who had suffered grave internal wounds due to Yun Tian's intent to kill him. Thus the members of the Yu tribe were instructed to strike with particular severity. In recent days, perhaps due to the presence of vagrant and fallen beastmen seeking to seize females, the sudden congregation of numerous male beastmen had deterred any troublemakers from approaching. The valley was unusually lively that afternoon. Seatside, with her long hair cascading behind her, adorned her head with a vibrant floral crown, while Alan's hair was elegantly styled by Tang Qingqing, crowned with a circlet primarily composed of red blossoms. The two young females, having only recently reached adulthood and naturally charming, looked even more enchanting in their adorned states. Qiyu, returning from the hunt, lingered closely around Seedsai, while Akin and Kin could not hide their excitement, frequently glancing at Alan. The atmosphere in the valley was filled with laughter and chatter, with the enticing aromas of grilled and stewed meats wafting through the air. Tang Qingqing, seizing a rare opportunity, had the males catch several large fish from the river. She gathered wild leeks and wild ginger to prepare a creamy stew of fish. During the day, she also harvested tender bamboo shoots and stir-fried them with long-legged, beaked creatures resembling chickens, followed by a large bowl of cold mixed wild vegetables and an assortment of wild fruits. Although Tang Qingqing's culinary skills were modest and limited to simple home-cooked dishes, the beast men, who were accustomed to only roasted or stewed meats, were captivated by the fragrant stir-fried dishes. At dinner that evening, everyone was amazed by her cooking. Typically, the beastmen would only resort to catching fish from the river in dire circumstances, as the fish were often fishy and thorny, which they disliked. However, this particular bowl of fish changed their perception. Not only was the meat devoid of any unpleasant odor, but even the creamy broth was delicious. Those who had tasted it, despite initially longing for a second helping, found themselves hesitating to reach for the fish soup under the gaze of the female sparkling eyes. The leader, Xinjiu, observed the unusually delighted expressions of Qiyu, Akin, and Kan, and then shifted his gaze to Tang Qingqing, whose eyes brimmed with tenderness. Tang Qingqing felt his gaze and lifted her head to offer a gentle smile to Xinjiu. This smile caused Xinjiu to instantly forget the envy he felt towards the several males who were forming pairs. And he too raised the corners of his lips to smile alongside her. This scene was fortuitously witnessed by Mo Yi, who sat opposite them. Feeling that the roasted meat which had once tasted delightful now bore a hint of bitterness. Beside him, Lang Yu's eyes flickered momentarily as he lowered his head to savor the stir-fried meat and bamboo shoots in his bowl. This dish suited his palate perfectly, and the person who prepared it stirred his heart. Yet meanwhile, the three brothers of the Qingshan clan busied themselves around their partners who were expecting offspring. As long as Sister He enjoyed such delicacies, Qing Chuan would unhesitatingly bring the dish to her without a care for his own pride. Tang Qingqing, witnessing Qing Chuan's antics, instinctively covered her eyes, feeling a profound sense of embarrassment that only the carefree third brother could conjure. Fortunately, each dish had been prepared in 2 small basins. Even if he took one away, there would still be a basin of stir-fried delicacies for everyone to enjoy. One need not ponder the childish question of why the dishes were served in basins. Considering the voracious appetite of the orc, a single platter would scarcely suffice. Once everyone had feasted and quenched their thirst, they gathered around the bonfire in the valley, engaging in the most primal dances to celebrate the union of Seedsai and Alan, a ritual emblematic of every tribe's harvest festivities. Xinjiu observed as the males, eager to display their strength, hoisted their females onto their shoulders, moving rhythmically around the bonfire with the most majestic of steps. After a startled exclamation, Tang Qingqing was lifted onto Xinjiu's shoulder, and she joined in the dance behind the male who was carrying the female. That evening, after the celebration, aside from the Qingshan family and Tang Qingqing with Xinjiu returning to the cave, the others chose to rest at a distance from the animal skin tents of Kai and Alan, in order to avoid hearing what should not be overheard. As expected, the following day, Akin, who deliberately flaunted his coupling mark, was brutally beaten by the males who lacked a female. During his first day as a coupled male with panda-like eyes, it seemed that the recent influx of male beast men into the valley had brought a period of tranquility, as there were no longer groups of 10 or 8 wandering or fallen beast men seeking trouble. That night, after dinner, everyone gathered as usual to chat. Kai remained by Tang Qingqing's side, her eyes sparkling with admiration. Ever since Tang Qingqing agreed to rescue her, she had been caring for her and nursing her wounds back to health. In Kai's heart, no one held greater importance than Tang Qingqing, not even Qiyu. The newly coupled male could compare in her esteem. Fortunately, Qiyu was perceptive enough to recognize that it was Tang Qingqing who saved his female, and he felt no jealousy over Kai's reliance on her. Instead, he was grateful, understanding that without Tang Qingqing's intervention, he would not have a partner to cherish. Thus, he focused on repaying her life-saving kindness alongside Kai. Tang Qingqing divided the wild fruits before her into 2 portions, bestowing the remainder upon Sister He, urging her to take them home to enjoy later. Ever since Sister He became pregnant, she had been the recipient of all that their household had to offer, and this included Tang Qingqing herself. These luscious wild fruits were specifically gathered by her today for Sister He. From her small animal hide pouch, Sister He extracted a fruit and took a bite, The crispness and sweet tart flavor perfectly suited her palate. Such delectable wild fruits were a rarity in this place. It was perplexing why most wild fruits in this world tended to be sour and astringent, with the large, sweet varieties being scarce. Qingqing, this fruit is truly delicious. Where did you pick it? Tell your brother so that they can gather some when they have the time. Tang Qingqing's lips twitched slightly as she sighed and remarked, "These fruits grow on Qifeng Cliff, and while the fruit from this single tree is tolerable, the area is infested with numerous nests of the fierce wasp beasts. One careless move while picking the fruit could leave one with a head full of stings, and excessive stings could even prove fatal. If you wish to indulge in them next time, I shall venture to gather them for you." Upon hearing of such peril, Sister He promptly responded, "I am not particularly fond of these fruits either, so it would be best if you refrain from picking them." Tang Qingqing observed the concerned expression on Sister He's face. She uttered words that did not align with her true feelings, merely offering a smile without further comment. At that moment, elder brother Qinshan cast a glance at everyone and proclaimed, "Now we possess the formidable nine-tailed beastman Xinjiu, the heir of the shamanic lineage Moyi, and an ample number of females. We are thus qualified to establish a new tribe. However, before we can do so, we must elect a leader of great strength, one capable of guiding us toward a prosperous life. Who do you believe is most suitable for this role?" Upon his conclusion, a profound silence enveloped the gathering. The male beastmen hailing from the Moon tribe turned their gazes toward Lang Yu, fully aware of his status as the tribe's foremost warrior, his prowess well known among them. Conversely, Qi Yu and his brethren directed their attention to Qi Shan, while the females all cast adoring looks toward Tang Qingqing. Simultaneously, Xinjiu, Moyi, and Lang Yu also focused their eyes on Tang Qingqing. Unperturbed by the gazes of others, the fiercely protective Sister He earnestly stated, "I believe my Qingqing is the most formidable. None of her brothers surpass her in strength. She is the most fitting candidate to lead the new tribe." Following her assertion, she nodded in self-approval, exuding an air of unwavering confidence, though it remained unclear where her certainty originated. Tang Qingqing couldn't help but chuckle at the self-assured expression of her sister-in-law, who was undeniably both fierce and endearing. She had always known her sister-in-law to be a charmingly brazen female, but she never anticipated just how adorably audacious she could be. To casually state that one's own family should lead was a testament to her sister-in-law's unique confidence. At that moment, Lang Wei also voiced her opinion. "I believe Qingqing is the most qualified to become the leader of this new tribe. You have all witnessed her formidable abilities when she saved us in the eastern mountain forest." One of the orcs from the Moon tribe interjected, "But there has never been a female leader in any tribe." Moi, with her soft lavender eyes, regarded the orc and replied calmly, "That is only because there has never been a female with strength comparable to Qingqing's. Had it not been for her rescue, we would likely have perished in the forest at the mercy of wild beasts." The males from the Huaxiu family, including Yin, Akin, and Zhe, had all witnessed Tang Qingqing single-handedly defeat a group of orcs led by Zhangming. They wholeheartedly supported her candidacy for the leadership of the new tribe, sharing their accounts of the battle without exaggeration, merely recounting what they had seen. It was then that the others from the Moon tribe recalled Qingqing's extraordinary prowess. Having previously been constrained by their preconceived notions that only males could hold the position of tribe leader. In the end, everyone unanimously agreed on Tang Qingqing's leadership. And as she surveyed the faces around her, she found no evident resistance to her becoming the leader. Hence, she accepted the role without hesitation. Understanding that regardless of whether it was Lang Wei or her elder brother Qinshan chosen as leader, there would be dissent among the factions, which would hinder the unity of the new tribe. The orcs present had all witnessed her combat skills, and despite their personal opinions, they would have to yield to her undeniable strength. "What shall we name our tribe?" Huaxiu inquired, looking towards Tang Qingqing. All eyes turned to her. Now the leader of the tribe. After a moment of contemplation, she concluded that for a tribe to flourish over time, it must possess a surname. Thus, she declared, "From now on, I shall be known as Tang Qingqing, with Tang as our surname. Our tribe will be called the Tang clan." Curious, Xiaoling asked, "Sister Qingqing, what does surname mean?" This question momentarily caught Tang Qingqing off guard, but after pondering for a moment, she responded, "A surname is a unique identifier that signifies a person, a family, or a tribe, ensuring its legacy endures. For instance, all the orcs in our tribe will carry the surname Tang. I am Tang Qingqing, and you are Tang Xiaoling. Whenever we introduce ourselves, other tribes will recognize us by our names." "Oh, I think I understand a bit now," Xiao Ling exclaimed joyfully. "If everyone in our tribe starts their names with Tang, then others will know we are from the Tang clan just by hearing our names, right?" Tang Qingqing nodded and said, "This is essentially the meaning." Then I shall henceforth be called Tang Xiaoling. Does that mean I will be known as Tang Huaxiu from now on? Are they not Tang Sitsai, Tang Azu, and Tang Alan? Everyone silently contemplated adding the character Tang before their names, and as they murmured, they found this appellation quite pleasing. From now on, with their newfound surnames, wherever they went, the mere mention of their names would signal their belonging to a singular tribe. Tang Qingqing had never intended for everyone to share the surname Tang. She then addressed them, saying, in truth, whether you adopt a surname or not is entirely your choice. I propose the surname merely to foster the development of our tribe. Having a surname will facilitate the continuity of our heritage. After pondering her words for a moment, Qing Shan and Long Yue's eyes sparkled with realization. It dawned on them that possessing a surname held significant advantages. This way, regardless of whether it was they themselves or their descendants. As long as they bore the Tang surname, the Tang tribe would endure through the annals of time, perpetually thriving. It is indeed beneficial to have a surname. Henceforth, our tribe shall be known as the Tang tribe. In the future, whenever we introduce ourselves, we shall proudly carry the Tang surname. Thus, the first surname of the Beast era came into existence. Subsequently, Tang Qingqing took the opportunity to enlighten them further, explaining that offspring of siblings should not unite as partners. Such unions often resulted in offspring that were either dim-witted or physically flawed. Upon hearing this, everyone had an epiphany, recalling instances within the tribe where such occurrences had transpired. While some sibling unions did produce healthy offspring, they were also aware of those born deaf and mute, as well as those with physical deformities, such as missing limbs or other malformations. Most of these unfortunate children were the result of consanguineous pairings. Having absorbed this information, the tribe collectively decided that henceforth, the descendants of siblings should not be permitted to form unions, for they wished to avoid the birth of flawed progeny. The tribe's leader was chosen, and a name was bestowed upon them. Tang Qingqing instructed that the establishment of their new tribe be proclaimed far and wide. Additionally, the plan to create a battleground for selecting formidable warriors to serve as followers for the newly matured females of the tribe was also disseminated. Tang Qingqing inquired of Sitsai and her companions about how many followers they each intended to gather, wishing to have a clearer understanding when the time for selection arrived. Currently, Sitsai has only Qiyu as her partner and is determined to assist Tang Qingqing in recruiting more formidable males to fortify their new tribe, planning to acquire several followers this time. Huaxiu also has only Yin as her companion. After conferring with him, she decided to recruit 3 or 4. Asa sought the opinions of her 2 partners and intends to gather around 2 or 3 followers. Alan's 2 partners, Akin and Can, are strays she brought back from the Grand Market. She mentioned that the decision would depend on circumstances. If the new tribe requires additional strength, she would consider recruiting more males as followers. Xiaoling, whom Tang Qingqing noted had recently come of age, would choose her own followers at her discretion, bringing home any males she found appealing, while allowing time to encounter others if none captured her interest immediately, encouraging her not to overthink the matter. Tang Qingqing observed that Sitsai and Alan were selecting numerous followers to bolster the strength of their new tribe, prompting her to consider whether she too should recruit a few. However, the episode involving her bringing back Li Xiao and Xianjiu had been a complete fiasco. She had never genuinely intended to amass so many males. To this day, she remained in a state of bewilderment regarding her relationships with Li Xiao and Xianjiu, and now, with the addition of Mo Yi, her thoughts became increasingly convoluted. The notion of acquiring more males was utterly unappealing to her. The arena for the competition was set to be established 10 days hence. And within 3 days of the news spreading, numerous male beastmen began to arrive in succession at the hillside before Tang Qingqing's valley. Tang Qingqing did not prohibit the fallen orcs from participating in the duel. She bore no prejudice against anyone. However, the fallen orcs were ostracized by all tribes and wandering orcs, relegated to live in the miasmic and swamp-laden depths of the nether forest. Orcs enduring such a harsh environment over time tend to become brutal, with few retaining their original nature. Nevertheless, she had devised a strategy, whether they were wandering or fallen orcs, or even those from tribes. Mere strength would not suffice for them to demand the position of female followers. First, they must be appealing to her, and second, the chosen orcs must surpass the trials they would impose to truly become her followers and integrate into the tribe. Among the victors, there would certainly be those who were fierce, ruthless, and cunning. It was previously agreed that to become a female follower within the tribe, they must pass this test. The powerful orcs she selected would be given a chance to demonstrate their worth while adhering to certain principles. As for the aforementioned orcs who lacked decency, The title of the first warrior of the languid tribe was not earned lightly. It would be a chance for them to measure themselves against the more ruthless orcs and gain some combat experience. Should they still falter, Tang Qingqing, as the new leader of the tribe, was not to be underestimated. She inherited the innate divine strength of her father, the beast sovereign Min, and had little doubt in her ability to subdue them. As news spread, an increasing number of orcs living beyond the tribe gathered at the foot of the valley. Despite the influx of orcs surrounding the valley, they respected the established order and did not disturb Tang Qingqing and her companions residing within. For several days, the male orcs of the valley refrained from hunting, as each morning the valley entrance was filled with an unknown bounty of prey left there. These orcs could not consume it all in a day. Qishan had gone to the slope to inform the arriving orcs not to deliver any more game. Yet despite this warning, they continued to find piles of prey at the valley's mouth the following day. This situation persisted until the day of the duel approached. On one particular day, Tang Qingqing ventured to the Qingfeng cliff, where she twirled amidst the wind blades and the hornet beast's nest, collecting a beast bag of honey along with the fruits she had previously gathered for Sister He. The hornet beast had constructed an impressively large hive, abundant with honey, and Tang Qingqing intended to return for more when time allowed. During this excursion, she also discovered a tree resembling an ancient tea tree atop the Qingfeng cliff. Upon tasting its leaves, she found a refreshing yet astringent flavor, attributed to the absence of processing. She collected half a bag of tea leaves to roast and experiment with, envisioning their use to cleanse the palate after indulgent feasts. In the subsequent days, Tang Qingqing and her companions remained industrious, as she led Xianjiao and Mo Yi into the forest to fell numerous trees, erecting a high and sturdy platform before the valley. They intended to formally establish their new tribe and conduct the beast god ritual upon this elevated stage prior to the duel. Tang Qingqing had dispatched the flying beast men, including Qiyu, to invite the chieftains of various tribes to witness the ceremony. Whether they chose to acknowledge their new tribe or not was entirely their prerogative. After all, they had satisfied the conditions for establishing a new tribe according to the customs of the beast world. Should any tribe choose to provoke them in the future, she would have every right to confront them openly. After more than half a month of Moye's treatment, Lang Yu's injuries had nearly healed, and the injuries of the other beast men had long since recovered. They were now lively and full of vigor. To her surprise, on the eve of the beast worship ceremony and the competition, a tribe did indeed send representatives to attend. When a Liang rushed into the valley with the news, Tang Qingqing was directing Si Kai and Hua Xiao in selecting from several designs of clothing that she had sketched in charcoal. Once they chose their styles, she planned for them to don the garments, dazzling the male beast men with their beauty. Upon hearing a Liang's report, Tang Qingqing allowed Si Kai and the others to select their outfits. She called for Xianjiao and Lang Yu to join her in welcoming the distant guests. Regardless of their intentions for attending, she was determined to extend her hospitality to all who arrived. When Nan Xian saw the beast man who had just gone to invite their leader, he was taken aback to find himself face to face with a petite and delicate female. Could she truly be their leader? If Tang Qingqing could hear the thoughts of Nan Xian, she would certainly retort that he was short, and that his entire family was likewise diminutive. Standing at 1.7 meters, she was slightly shorter than the average female in this beast world. Yet it hardly seemed fair to label her as both short and small. Unfortunately, Tang Qingqing remained oblivious to Nan Xian's internal musings, welcoming the guests into the pristine and orderly valley with a warm smile. Tang Qingqing gazed at the exquisitely handsome youth before her, her face adorned with an expression of delightful disbelief, and she couldn't help but smile. The arrival of such esteemed guests truly brings honor to our Tang clan. Upon realizing that the little female welcoming him was indeed the leader destined to establish a new tribe, Nan Xian was so astonished that he nearly dropped his jaw. It was only when the shamanic healer accompanying him lightly touched his arm that he finally came to his senses. Oh, not at all. Tang Qingqing led Nan Xian and the shamanic wanderer to a stone table shaped like a natural formation, nestled beside a massive rock in the valley. This modern stone table, resembling a contemporary coffee table, was sculpted just days prior by a pangolin orc from a large boulder found in the valley, adorned with intricate cloud patterns. The wooden stools they sat upon bore the same exquisite carvings, creating an overall impression of elegance and simplicity that evoked a sense of leisure and comfort. In recent days, Tang Qingqing had also arranged for the uprooting of numerous beautiful flowers, which were planted throughout the valley. A gentle spring flowed slowly along the channel, and combined with the valley's inherently stunning scenery, the entire locale resembled a picturesque painting. As Tang Qingqing and Nan Xian settled down, having yet to exchange pleasantries, is hurriedly approached to announce the arrival of the leader of the Golden Lion tribe. Upon sighting a strikingly beautiful female, with delicate brows and captivating eyes that sparkled like stars, a clear and radiant visage, a petite and well-defined nose, and soft, rosy lips, the Lion tribe leader felt an involuntary quickening of his heart after years of cold indifference. Momentarily taken aback, he curled his slightly full lips into a smirk, his sharp gaze betraying a predatory intent. Initially, he had come merely to alleviate the tedium of his days, reminiscing about his youthful escapades where he would seek out formidable orcs to engage in contests, thus expending his excess vigor. Now, at over 30 years of age, with no desire to pursue a female companion for a mundane existence, he sought merely to partake in the revelry and pass the time. Little did he expect this outing would bestow upon him an unforeseen delight. Tang Qingqing emerged from the valley with a courteous smile, her gaze falling upon the leading orc. His prominent brow and large, expressive eyes conveyed an intense vitality, while his strong nose and bronzed skin gleamed with a metallic luster. The contours of his face were sharply defined, radiating a commanding presence. Towering in stature with broad shoulders and muscular arms, he exuded a sense of strength and poise. His posture upright and his movements deliberate. His footsteps resonated with authority, stirring up clouds of dust beneath his substantial feet as he approached her with a confident stride. "Where is the leader you have chosen? Why has a mere female like you come to greet me? Does the chief of the Golden Lion tribe not warrant a proper reception?" Although his words were laden with reproach, the expression on his face softened as he regarded Tang Qingqing, a glimmer of gentleness flickering in his eyes. Tang Qingqing was rendered speechless by Lung Lai's words, for she hardly resembled a leader. The delicate youth had also displayed an expression of disbelief upon learning of his own leadership. This rugged-looking, boisterous leader of the Lion tribe boldly voiced his skepticism, questioning the lack of respect shown by their leader's absence to greet them. Tang Qingqing revealed a meaningful smile and remarked to Lung Lai, "How do you know our leader did not come out to greet you?" She was quite enthusiastic in her welcome. "You simply failed to notice." Upon hearing Tang Qingqing's playful yet sharp retort, which implied he was overly proud and somewhat blind to his surroundings, Lang Lai found this little female's ability to scold so adorably captivating, and his interest in her deepened. Standing behind Tang Qingqing, Xianjiao felt an ominous sensation when he noticed the Lion tribe chief's eyes sparkling as they rested on her. The reason the nine-tailed silver fox was considered the finest shaman among the beast men was due to their heightened sensory perception, far surpassing that of ordinary beast men. While the ability to communicate with the spirit world remained a mere legend, their true gift lay in sensing impending natural disasters and praying to the beast gods on special days, hoping to avert calamity. As Lang Lai's interest in Tang Qingqing became apparent, Xianjiao's exceptional perceptive abilities detected a distinct aura surrounding her. With a slight raise of his golden brows, Lang Lai ultimately accepted Tang Qingqing's polite invitation into the valley. At that moment, he began to suspect that this charming little female might be the leader destined to establish a new tribe. Although it had never occurred in the beast realm for a female to hold such a position, he simply had not considered it until now. When Nancian saw Lang Lai enter, he also stood up alongside the shaman from his tribe. Lang Lai approached with a smile, patting Nancian on the shoulder. "Little Nancian, you're here too. How is your mother? Did you pester her again to let you come out and play?" Nancian pouted, looking at Lung Lai with a face that expressed a mix of grievance and suppressed anger. "Mother is well, eating and drinking without a care, enjoying her days. Uncle, could you please be gentler next time? My arm feels as though it might be broken from your patting." Tang Qingqing was taken aback upon hearing the young leader of the Star Sea tribe, Nancian, address the leader of the Golden Lion tribe, a Jiao, momentarily stunned before realizing that they were, in fact, uncle and nephew. The partner of the Star Sea tribe's leader must be the sister or younger sibling of the leader of the Golden Lion tribe. With a gentle yet firm tone, Lung Lai remarked, "A Jiao understands now. Next time, let us switch sides." Tang Qingqing couldn't help but emit a soft chuckle, surprised to discover that this Lion clan leader possessed a rather cunning disposition. "Uncle, I am nearly of age. Could you perhaps show me a modicum of respect in front of the young females?" With Nancian's unexpected interjection, the atmosphere in the valley lightened considerably, and the tension that had gripped everyone moments before dissipated, replaced by relaxed smiles. Lung Lai approached the stone table, his fingers gliding over the intricate cloud patterns etched upon its surface. Observing that the surrounding wooden stools bore the same exquisite designs, he couldn't help but raise an eyebrow. "These finely carved tables and stools are indeed pleasing to the eye. I wonder who conceived such a delicate idea." Standing nearby, Zhe proudly declared, "This carving technique was devised by our new leader, The items crafted in this manner are truly beautiful. Long Lai nodded in agreement. Indeed. They are far more aesthetically pleasing than those clumsy, uninspired tables and benches. Tang Qingqing noticed that everyone was standing and greeted. Everyone has traveled from afar. Please take a seat and rest. After saying this, she turned to Xinjiao and said, Jiao, please go and fetch the tea leaves I had you drink last time. I wish to use them to entertain our guests. Also, bring down the set of bamboo cups that I had them carve a few days ago. We shall use them for brewing the tea. Tang Qingqing instructed her companion, Languid, to fetch spring water in a ceramic pot and place it over the rising flames to boil. She then seated herself and introduced herself to Long Lai and the others, saying, Esteemed guests, my name is Tang Qingqing, and I am the leader of the newly established Tang clan. I am Lang Lai, the chief of the Golden Lion clan. Long Lai introduced himself in his rich, deep voice. Beside Nan Xian, a somewhat gray-haired elder spoke gently, I am the shaman of the Star Sea clan, known as Xingxia. Tang Qingqing shifted her gaze towards the male orc seated beside Long Lai, who appeared somewhat sullen. Upon noticing her attention, the orc's face contorted into a disdainful expression. Initially reluctant to respond to Tang Qingqing's self-introduction, he reluctantly disclosed his identity upon catching Lang Lai's cold stare. I am Mingxia, the chief shaman of the Golden Lion tribe, he announced with an air of haughty impatience. Just days earlier, during a visit to his beloved female orc, Yu Shui, he had heard her mention a female named Qingqing who was to be part of the newly established tribe. This Qingqing had brought back a rogue male orc who had humiliated the tribe's young females, resulting in her expulsion alongside her brother and sister-in-law. Consequently, she harbored a deep-seated resentment towards the tribe. It was said that during a recent encounter with the Moon Tribe orcs, she had utilized the boundless divine power inherited from her father to injure numerous orcs from her former tribe. Rumors circulated that this female had seduced Lang Yu, the foremost warrior of the Moon Tribe, who had once harbored affections for Yu Shui, along with other orcs from the Moon Tribe whom she had beguiled. Mingxia had already confirmed the truth of Yu Shui's words upon witnessing Lang Yu's presence here. Indeed, this Qingqing was a shameless temptress, adept at ensnaring males and corrupting orcs. Although Tang Qingqing noticed the expression on Mingxia's face, she did not take it to heart. She believed that Mingxia's disdain stemmed from her position as a female leader. Xianjiao brought tea leaves and bamboo cups from their dwelling in the cave, then seated himself beside Tang Qingqing. Lang Yu also brought the boiled spring water to the stone table and took a seat on Tang Qingqing's other side. Tang Qingqing held a small animal hide beneath her hands as she lifted the ceramic pot, ensuring that each bamboo cup was scalded in turn. Only then did she add the tea leaves and commence the brewing process in the simplest manner. As the boiling water cascaded over the tea leaves, a delicate fragrance wafted through the air, prompting everyone to inhale deeply. The refreshing aroma enveloped their senses, instilling a sense of tranquility and joy. Just then, Nan Xian, feeling parched, took a bamboo cup, blew gently across its surface, and savored a sip. The rich, aromatic flavor of the tea danced upon his palate, and in a moment of sheer delight, he exclaimed, "What exquisite water!" Tang Qingqing covered her small mouth, her face flushed with embarrassment. What is good water? Shouldn't one marvel at fine tea? However, upon glancing around at the beastmen seated nearby, she realized that she was indeed the fool. The beastmen were entirely unaware of what tea was. It was perfectly natural for them to exclaim about refreshing water when they savored its fragrant taste. Long Lai, having dined solely on roasted meat during their journey, found himself invigorated by a cup of clear tea. Yet, as he was about to utter the words good water, he witnessed Tang Qingqing spraying the water she had just sipped onto the clothing of a nearby male beastman due to Nan Xian's remark, prompting him to swallow the words back silently. Lang Yu observed the tea splashed on her arm without a hint of displeasure, retracting her outstretched hand as she noticed Xianjiao anxiously patting Tang Qingqing's back. Lang Lai's golden eyes took in the entire scene. He lowered his head to sip from the bamboo cup of fragrant tea, allowing his eyelids to droop, concealing the sharpness within his gaze. Tang Qingqing glanced at Lang Yu's clothes, dampened by her spray, and shyly suggested, "Would you like to go back and change into something else?" Lang Yu shook her head, replying, "No need. It's so warm, it'll dry in no time." Tang Qingqing, noticing that Lang Yu was indeed unperturbed, refrained from further commentary and turned to Nan Xian, saying, "What you just consumed is called tea, brewed from leaves known as tea leaves. If you find the meat too greasy, a cup of tea can alleviate that heaviness." "Oh, I see. No wonder I felt a refreshing sensation in my mouth and throat after drinking it," Nan Xian remarked. Having indulged in a considerable amount of grilled meat on their journey, The tea had effectively mitigated the greasiness, leading to his newfound clarity. As they sat together discussing the virtues of tea, Xiaoling appeared, presenting the fruits she had gathered from Qifeng Cliff, freshly washed and placed upon the stone table. Just as she was about to depart, her gaze met Nanxian's, and both were momentarily taken aback. Nanxian followed Xiaoling with his eyes. And it wasn't until he heard Lang Lai's deliberate cough that he blushed and averted his gaze, pondering how such a fair and charming female could exist. Her large, glistening eyes seemed to peer directly into his heart, causing his pulse to quicken in response. Tang Qingqing was engaged in light conversation with Lang Lai and the others when she suddenly heard her elder brother's voice resonating from the mouth of the valley. Qingqing, do you see who has returned? Tang Qingqing, upon hearing her elder brother's voice, instinctively turned her gaze towards the mouth of the valley, where she found herself momentarily frozen. The imposing male who had entered the valley alongside Qinshan was equally taken aback upon recognizing Tang Qingqing, the very female who had, just that fateful night, ventured into his cave with another male beast man. He recalled having mistakenly identified her, persistently addressing her as Li Xiao. Lang Lai observed the young female, her initial surprise gradually giving way to a bittersweet expression as he narrowed his golden-hued eyes. The towering male who had entered with Qinshan approached Tang Qingqing and, with utmost seriousness, introduced himself. I am Li Luo, the deputy leader of the Tiger clan. Might I inquire as to the identity of the leader proposing the establishment of a new tribe here? Tang Qingqing gazed upon the familiar visage before her, listening to the well-known husky voice. Yet, the strangeness reflected in his eyes sent a pang of sorrow through her heart. Nevertheless, she managed to curve her lips into a smile and said, I am the newly appointed chief of the Tang clan, Tang Qingqing. It is my pleasure to welcome the representatives of the Tiger tribe to witness the establishment of our new clan's grand ceremony to honor the beast deity. As Tang Qingqing finished speaking, a disdainful cold snort emanated from the self-proclaimed leader of the Tiger tribe, Li Luo, behind her, clearly expressing his contempt for Tang Qingqing's position as a female leader. Lang Yu's wrist was firmly grasped by Tang Qingqing, halting his eager steps. Upon closer inspection, one would notice that Tang Qingqing held both of his wrists in her hands. Xinzhou promptly retracted his claws, wary of injuring Tang Qingqing, who clutched his wrist. While he could tolerate others looking down on him, he would never allow anyone to belittle Tang Qingqing in his presence. Since you are here, please sit down and enjoy a cup of tea, Tang Qingqing said in a calm tone, her expression radiating an air of serene confidence. Cold Lai gazed at Tang Qingqing, feeling a deeper admiration for her. Initially captivated by her appearance, he now appreciated her composed demeanor and graceful manner of speaking. Li Luo's handsome face darkened slightly, his deep emerald eyes sharply turning to the red-haired male beast man, who seemed unfazed by his glare, casually crossing past him to sit at the stone table. Cold Lai squinted, a wicked smile curling upon his lips. Even their current Tiger tribe leader, Li Shang, would not dare to act so arrogantly in his presence. Once seated, the red-haired male beast man, Yang Yin, finally lowered his gaze from the top of his head to the individuals at the stone table. Upon seeing Cold Lai, he momentarily froze, surprised that this esteemed figure would grace the gathering, yet he still greeted Cold Lai and his companions politely. However, Cold Lai haughtily averted his gaze, not even sparing him a glance, let alone engaging in conversation. Yang Yin discerned Cold Lai's evident disdain, a flicker of anger flashing in his blood-red eyes. As he turned his head, he encountered a pair of dark blue eyes, instinctively diverting his gaze. He recognized the owner of those eyes. It was Ming Xie, a six-tailed blue fox of a higher rank than himself. Tang Qingqing observed the sudden influx of visitors and turned to Xinzhou, saying, Argio, today you shall oversee the culinary needs of so many guests. Noticing Xinzhou's displeasure as he glared at Li Xiao and his entourage, Tang Qingqing gently grasped his face, redirecting his gaze towards herself. Our guests are here to witness the establishment of our new tribe. We should not quibble over trivial matters. Feeling the warmth of her small hand on his face, Xinzhou nodded slightly, casting a fierce glance at the young chief of the Tiger clan, now known as Li Luo, before he sought out Zhe and the others to prepare the evening's feast. Tang Qingqing observed that Xinzhou had transferred his disdain for the earlier orc onto the amnesiac Li Xiao, and she could only shake her head in resignation. Turning to the nearby Lang Yu, she instructed, please proceed to the valley and erect approximately 10 temporary shelters made of beast skins in an inconspicuous area for our guests to rest in tonight. Upon receiving the directive, Lang Yu summoned a Chun and a few others, retrieving the well-prepared beast skins that had been set aside recently to construct sleeping shelters for the guests who had arrived that day. For some time, Languid and her companions had taken residence in 3 caverns excavated by the pangolin orcs. However, due to time constraints, there were not many caves available, and the single males were compelled to share accommodations, while the females and mated orcs enjoyed separate dwellings. Now was the perfect opportunity to repurpose the beast skins that had been used for the original shelters, which might suffice for the construction of about 10 new ones. Tang Qingqing initially perceived the orcs from the Star Sea tribe and the Golden Lion tribe as relatively amicable, especially since they were accompanied by significant leaders of their clans, the young chieftain, the grand shaman, and the healer. She had intended to showcase her courage by preparing a sumptuous honey-glazed feast for them, using the honey from the hurricane beasts that she had risked her safety to gather from the cliff of Gentle Breeze. However, upon witnessing the disdain with which some orcs regarded their newly established tribe, she decided against expending such effort, opting instead to reserve the delicacy for her own people. Tang Qingqing not only refrained from preparing the honey-glazed barbecue, but she also did not personally simmer the several large fish that Xinjiao had instructed to be caught. Instead, she merely allowed Sitao and the other women to casually place them in the pot to cook. During the nights in the valley, Tang Qingqing did not feel angered by the disdain shown towards her. Rather, after years of being a passive observer, her competitive spirit had dulled. However, it is an innate trait for women to possess a hint of jealousy. Despite their condescension, they still expected her to prepare delicious meals for them. In the meantime, Huaxiao noticed Tang Qingqing standing there directing others and eagerly approached her, leaning in to whisper softly in her ear, "Qingqing, do you know what a few beastmen from the tiger tribe just said to Sitao and me?" Tang Qingqing gazed at the mischievous smile of Huaxiao and shook her head, replying, "I have no idea." Huaxiao, seemingly unimpressed, curled her lips and remarked, "They claim that if we are willing to become their companions, they will take us to live in the powerful Tiger Clan tribe. They even assure us that your so-called status as a new tribe leader holds no weight, and that you would not dare to approach the Tiger Clan for assistance." After speaking, Huaxiao blinked her sparkling eyes, as if to suggest, "Can you guess whether we accepted their proposal?" Tang Qingqing, upon witnessing the delightful demeanor of Huaxiao, gently tapped her forehead with her hand, saying, "If you agree, will you still speak to me in such a manner? You will have to reside in that formidable tribe, and your head would be held high, leaving me only to see your chin." Huaxiao, covering her forehead where she was tapped, giggled and replied, "As expected of the most powerful and wise female leader, as often described by Sitao, you guessed it right. Those orcs from the tiger tribe are rather unscrupulous, attempting to entice our females away, thereby preventing the establishment of the Tang tribe. This way, there would be no additional tribes to divide the resources of this territory with them. How naive they are. We are all saved by you, Qingqing. How could we ever betray you? Sitao has declared that anyone who dares to betray you shall meet a dire fate at her hands. We certainly would not provoke this fierce leopardess." "Who are you calling a leopardess?" Sitao, just having placed fish into the pot, approached with a fire stick in hand. Huaxiao, feeling a shiver run down her spine, flashed a smile at Sitao and scurried off to seek refuge and comfort from her male counterpart. That evening, as anticipated, the meal was akin to what most tribes would serve their guests. However, Shuaji's culinary skills in roasting meat were exceptional. The meat was perfectly cooked, unlike some impatient orcs who would char their portions. As for the pot of stewed fish, half remained after dinner, a testament to its captivating flavor. The hospitality extended by Tang Qingqing and her companions was impeccable, yet there was nothing in the culinary offerings that evoked a sense of wonder. Tang Qingqing, accompanied by her tribe members, graciously hosted guests in the valley, where bonfires crackled with roasting meat on the slopes outside. Groups of 3 or 5, or even clusters of 10 or 8, gathered together, animatedly conversing and indulging in hearty feasts. Should any disputes arise, they could settle them with a brawl, provided it did not create a ruckus that would disturb the inhabitants of the valley, in which case they would not be driven out of their territory. After the evening meal, everyone enjoyed leisurely strolls both within and beyond the valley. At the entrance, the young leader of the Tiger Clan, Li Luo, stood with piercing azure eyes fixed on a female conversing with the leader of the Golden Lion tribe, who was smiling atop the slope. A sense of discomfort inexplicably filled his heart, despite the large hand at his side clenching tightly. However, he was soon called away by the shaman, and which doctor he had brought along. Coldly observing the bustling orcs in the distance, he turned to Tang Qingqing and inquired, "I have heard that, in addition to the ritual for the beast god that your new tribe will hold, you will also select followers for the females within the tribe. Is that true?" Tang Qingqing gazed at Lang Lai with curiosity, pondering the reason behind his inquiry. Nevertheless, she responded, yes. Lang Lai's lips curled into a subtle smile, his gentle eyes harboring a hint of sharpness as he asked, and what about you? Would you choose followers from among the many victorious males? This question piqued Tang Qingqing's curiosity even further. After all, they were not particularly acquainted, making such a personal inquiry seem rather presumptuous. Although Tang Qingqing did not suffer from communication difficulties, her prolonged seclusion had rendered her somewhat inept at conversing with others. Thus, she merely smiled at Lang Lai without uttering a word. Her silent smile triggered a flicker of dangerous intrigue in Lang Lai's gaze, leading him to believe that Tang Qingqing tacitly accepted the notion of selecting a male companion during this occasion. After a period of silence, Tang Qingqing and her companions returned to the valley, where Xianjiao and Lang Yu guided their guests to the makeshift shelters crafted from animal hides. Though modest in appearance, the interiors were adorned with animal pelts, providing a comfortable resting place in the temperate weather. However, the orcs they brought along were less fortunate, forced to seek their own resting spots outside the valley. In this setting, Tang Qingqing encouraged her two elder brothers, who had accompanied her throughout the evening, to return early and be with their wives. She then led Xianjiao, Lang Yu, and Mo Yi on a brief tour around the valley. For safety's sake, she instructed the bonded males to ensure the protection of their female companions. Xiaoling, lacking a male protector, faced the challenge of residing in a newly excavated cave that was rather cramped, having been recently hollowed out by the pangolin orcs. With the influx of unfamiliar males into the valley in recent days, Tang Qingqing decided to relocate Xianjiao to sleep on the cliff outside the cave, allowing Xiaoling to take refuge in her own cave for the night. In response, Xianjiao bore a sullen demeanor, ignoring Tang Qingqing for an entire day. He even reproached Xiaoling's two brothers, Zhe and Insun, for neglecting their sister now that they had found partners, deeming them irresponsible males. Upon hearing of Xianjiao's actions, Zhu promptly reported the incident to Tang Qingqing, leaving her quite embarrassed. That same day, she sought out a secluded spot to express her frustration with her fists and promised Xianjiao a tailored, dashing outfit in exchange for his willingness to relinquish his space for Xiaoling's temporary stay. Tang Qingqing noticed that everyone in the valley had already settled down for the night, as she turned to suggest that Lang Wei and Moi also retire early. For tomorrow marked the day of the Beast God Festival, followed by the competition, and they needed to maintain order outside the valley. Everyone would be quite occupied. At that moment, she spotted Xiaoling and Nanxian entering the valley, one after the other. She wondered when these two had ventured out, as she had not noticed their absence. Observing the expressions on their faces, it was evident that they were preoccupied with some matter. Tang Qingqing could not help but marvel at the merits of the beastly world, where emotions such as joy, anger, sorrow, and happiness need not be suppressed. One could openly express affection for another without hesitation, and even if met with rejection, there would be no feelings of awkwardness or sorrow. The females would present flowers, while the males would carry fragrant branches, embarking on the journey to find their destined partners. It seemed that Xiaoling and Nanxian from the Starseed tribe had found a mutual attraction. Tang Qingqing observed their entrance without inquiry. Xiaoling had reached adulthood and possessed the autonomy to pursue her desires, including the freedom to choose her preferred mate. Tang Qingqing instructed Xianjiao to block the entrance of the valley with a large stone. After exchanging a nod with Lang Yu and Mo Yi, she led the blushing Xiaoling into the cave to rest. Upon returning to the cave, Tang Qingqing collapsed onto the stone bed, shutting her eyes. Engaging in social interactions proved to be more exhausting than an entire day of hunting. For someone who had been reclusive in her past life, mingling with others was indeed her Achilles heel. Xiaoling initially wished to converse with Tang Qingqing, but upon seeing her weary expression, she silently refrained, deciding to let her elder sister rest. After all, Tang Qingqing would likely have many responsibilities awaiting her the following day. In the dead of night, Tang Qingqing, half awake, thought she heard voices calling from below, but the sounds soon faded away. Convinced it was merely a figment of her imagination, she turned over and drifted back to sleep. When dawn broke, Tang Qingqing realized that her earlier suspicions were not unfounded. In the middle of the night, the Qi-In tribe and the Moon tribe, accompanied by hundreds of warriors, had attempted to invade the valley. Ultimately, it was Lang Lai and the young leader of the Tiger tribe, Li Luo, who sent envoys to request that they refrain from disturbing their slumber and that any matters could be addressed in the daylight. Only then did the leaders of the Qi-In and Moon tribes relent, opting to camp outside the valley for the night. In the morning, Tang Qingqing extracted some honey from a ceramic jar, mixing it in a 2-to-1 ratio with water to create a honey solution. She instructed Xianjiao to procure 2 pieces of beast legs and directed him on how to grill the meat. first brushing it with the honey solution, then applying another layer after a while. As Xianjia watched the beast leg transform into a golden hue, the enticing color made the roasted meat all the more appealing. Even Zhe, who was grilling meat alongside him, couldn't help but swallow hard and remarked, "Just looking at it makes me want to take a bite." Others nodded in agreement. Echoing, "Exactly." Tang Qingqing did not prepare much honey water, and naturally, the roasted beast meat was scant, barely sufficient for each person to receive a piece. Fortunately, they had brought their own provisions for breakfast. Otherwise, there would not have been enough to share. It was not that Tang Qingqing was stingy, but rather that she preferred to avoid trouble, not wishing for more people to discover her culinary skills. After all, there was still a female protagonist in their midst. Although she was unafraid of her, she detested complications. During the meal, Tang Qingqing placed the 2 pieces of honey-roasted beast leg meat upon the stone table before Leng Lai and Li Luo. Expressing her gratitude sincerely, "Thank you both for helping to keep the intruders at bay last night. I possess nothing of great value to offer you, but I stumbled upon this delightful way of roasting meat, and I hope you enjoy it." Leng Lai and Li Luo gazed at the golden brown, tantalizing leg before them, each taking a bite. The skin was slightly sweet and crispy, while the meat was tender and juicy, leaving a lingering fragrance in their mouths. They exchanged glances, observing the roasted meat that others held in their hands, and without uttering a word, they lowered their heads and devoured the meat before them. The others received pieces weighing around 2 pounds, and while even a robust man might struggle to finish such a quantity in the beast realm, this was merely enough to whet an appetite. The orcs in this realm were not particularly finicky about their meals. The males especially preferred to tear into their food with vigor. In mere moments, the 2 pounds of honey-roasted meat vanished, and soon everyone's eyes were drawn to the golden-hued beast legs in Lang Lai's and Li Luo's hands, making their own portions seem less appealing. Nan Stin looked pitifully at his uncle, blaming him for sleeping too soundly the previous night and missing the commotion outside the valley. Otherwise, he too could have savored the delectable roasted beast leg. Unable to resist temptation, he gazed longingly at Lang Lai and, with a slight pout, asked, "Uncle, is the beast leg tasty?" Upon seeing that the cold and indifferent Lang Lai ignored him, he pressed closer and added, "When I left, my mother said to ask you to take good care of me if I encountered you." Finally, unable to tolerate his nephew's incessant chatter, Lang Lai tore off a piece of meat and handed it to him, his eyes filled with disdain as he said, "Keep your distance. Your drool is almost dripping onto the meat." The shaman of the tiger clan, Yang Yin, remarked sarcastically, "One cannot blame the young leader of the Xinghai clan. In a place where even a good piece of meat is too precious to share, the idea of a female leader attempting to establish a new clan is truly laughable." Tang Qingqing cast a commanding glance at the restless males around her, while Xianjia remained composed beside her, showing no intention of intervening. Last night, Tang Qingqing had confided in him that those who flaunt their bravado are not truly formidable. If one were to humiliate such a person in front of others, their arrogance would swiftly be subdued. Xianjia recalled Tang Qingqing advising him to pay heed to the Lion Clan shaman, and he sharply sensed the malevolence emanating from the shaman named Ming Xie towards Qingqing. Moreover, this morning, Qin had informed him that inquiries had been made by individuals from both the Lion and Tiger clans regarding the identity of their newly established tribe shaman. Although Qin had deftly diverted the conversation at that time, observing Qin's demeanor, their companions gradually ceased to mention their shaman, leading the orcs from the Lion and Tiger clans to depart in disappointment, unable to extract any information. Yang Yan's remarks left the orcs from the 3 clans momentarily speechless. Their visit had not been met with indifference, and indeed, they had experienced greater warmth and hospitality here than in some other tribes. The roasted meat served here surpassed even that of other clans. As for the special treatment received by the leaders of the Golden Lion tribe and the young leader of the Tiger clan that morning, it was acknowledged that they had offered their finest in gratitude for the assistance rendered the previous night. Naturally, such fine offerings were limited, and it was impossible to prepare enough roasted meat to cater to so many orcs, a fact everyone understood. Had Lang Lai and Li Luo not provided help the night before, the host's lack of acknowledgement today would have been deemed discourteous. Li Luo, the young leader of the Tiger clan, gazed coldly at the shaman Yang Yin he had brought along. He was aware that this shaman regarded no one with respect, save for his own father, the clan leader, including Li Luo himself. Yet, at this moment, he spoke with a hint of authority. "Now that you've had your fill, step outside for a stroll to aid digestion. Do not linger here." Yang Yin met Li Luo's icy gaze for a moment before rising and departing with a dismissive wave of his hand. The sound of the ceramic plate shattering on the ground prompted a collective shake of heads. None had anticipated the shaman of the Tiger clan to behave in such a manner. Accompanying Li Luo was their clan's healer, a middle-aged orc who remained silent and easily overlooked. Observing the exchange between Li Luo and Yang Yan, he chose not to comment, continuing to eat his roasted meat with his head bowed, as if the unfolding events bore no significance to him. Tang Qingqing absorbed all of this with keen observation and contemplated the complexity of the Tiger clan. One member exuded arrogance, while another exhibited an excessive degree of modesty. She pondered the nature of their leader, what kind of beast man he might be. Additionally, she recalled hearing from Li Xiao that he had become a wandering beastman after being pursued and cast off a cliff by his own kin. What manner of relatives would seek his demise? When she first heard this from Li Xiao, her heart ached for him. Now, however, Tang Qingqing found herself intrigued by the identity of those who had chased him. Given the passage of so many years, why had they chosen to bring Li Xiao back now? What transpired after his return, and why did he suddenly seem to have lost his memories? More precisely, it appeared as though his memories had been manipulated. From her encounters with him previously and their recent discourse, Tang Qingqing discerned that Li Xiao did not seem aware of any memory loss. Were it not for their shared time together, she too might have doubted her recognition of him. Tang Qingqing yearned to investigate the events that transpired within the Tiger clan after she successfully established her new tribe, particularly the incidents surrounding Li Xiao. After enjoying her breakfast, she visited the females adorned in their new garments and instructed her brother, Qi Chuan, to remain by the side of Sister He, ensuring her constant care and protection. With the influx of orcs in the coming days, she feared her sister might unwittingly attract trouble, especially now that she was with child and could be inadvertently jostled by the boisterous orcs. She entrusted the meticulous and agile Qin to oversee the valley entrance, preventing any intruders from sneaking into their territory to wreak havoc. Once everything was in order, Tang Qingqing, accompanied by Xianjiu, Mo Yi, Qingshan, Lang Yu, and Qi Yu, along with a Zhe and a Chun, carried an array of offerings intended for the worship of the beast god, ascending the elevated platform they had erected recently. Qinghe, along with other orcs, maintained the basic order of the gathering, ensuring that no unruly orc could disrupt the proceedings. On this day of the beast god worship, Tang Qingqing styled her long hair high, donning a fitted outfit consisting of a narrow-sleeved round-collared top paired with high-waisted wide-leg trousers. While the design mirrored that of the local orcs, it was tailored to fit more snugly, exuding an air of elegance and briskness. This ensemble was a creation of her own design, meticulously crafted stitch by Xianjiu, a master of sewing in the orc realm. Even Xianjiu's attire for the day, a short-sleeved round-neck shirt and loose, drawstring trousers, was specially designed by Tang Qingqing, ensuring both comfort and efficiency, making them appear as if they were clad in matching outfits. The garments designed by Tang Qingqing exhibit subtle alterations from the styles typically donned by the orcs, remaining distinct from contemporary fashion. While modern attire possesses an aesthetic appeal, its overly fitted nature renders it unsuitable for this realm. At this moment, Tang Qingqing stood before Xianjiu, reaching merely to his chest. However, her presence exuded an undeniable aura that rivaled that of anyone present. She confidently ascended the high platform, flanked by Xianjiu and Mo Yi, followed closely by the orcs holding offerings Qingshan and Qinghe, along with 5 or 6 others. Tang Qingqing observed a throng of orcs standing beneath the elevated platform. At the forefront, she discerned Lang Lai and Nan Xian seated together, surrounded by no fewer than 100 orcs. It became evident that the 10 or so orcs accompanying them the previous day were there as their close protectors. Not far away, she noticed Li Luo from the Tiger clan, along with the great shaman Yang Yin and the healer Lan Qin, who were likewise flanked by numerous orc warriors from their tribe, left outside the previous day. Tang Qingqing shifted her gaze aside and, as anticipated, beheld the leader of the Moon tribe, Yin Tian. His eyes, filled with malice, scrutinized everyone on the high platform, as if he longed to consume them whole. Beside him sat Song Ming and the protagonist, Su Yuxue, both regarding Tang Qingqing with evident hostility. Dressed in a pristine white gown crafted from coarse fabric, which she had skillfully woven from hemp, Su Yuxue's attire appeared to be of a finer quality, likely a recent discovery of hers. One must admit, this leading lady possesses remarkable talent. The group seated next to the Moon tribe appeared to be the beastmen of the Qian tribe. The foremost beastman, roughly the same age as Yun Tian, was accompanied by a rather plump female who appeared to be in her 20s. Standing at an impressive height of nearly 6 feet 3 inches, her chubby visage obscured her true beauty. Behind her lingered 7 or 8 relatively handsome males of varying ages, some seemingly in their 30s, while others appeared newly matured. However, it was the female's gaze that caused Tang Qingqing to furrow her brow, for she was eyeing Xianjiu with a look of insatiable greed. Moreover, Tang Qingqing noticed that her attention did not solely rest on Xinjiu at times. She would cast her eyes towards Li Luo and Lang Lai, and even spare a glance at Song Ming, who was seated beside Su Yuxue. This female epitomized the notion that the breadth of one's ambition is matched only by the opportunities available. She seemed to relish the prospect of selecting from a plethora of handsome males. The atmosphere below was a cacophony of voices due to the crowd. But as the attendees noticed Tang Qingqing and her companions placing offerings on the high platform to commence their worship of the beast god, a hush fell over the assembly. Under the arrangement of Xinjiu, Tang Qingqing commenced the ritual to honor the beast god, just as she was about to clasp her hands in prayer and kneel. A commanding voice from below the platform halted her. Yun Tian leapt onto the platform with several agile bounds, standing tall as he pointed decisively at Mo Yi. Addressing the assembled beastmen below, "This beastman is the heir of our moon tribe's ancient shaman, and he should rightfully assume the role of our tribe's shaman." As soon as Yun Tian uttered these words, Lan Can, the shaman of the tiger tribe, visibly paled. It appeared that the task assigned to him by the leader was now impossible to accomplish. In a newly established tribe, it is particularly challenging for a shaman to swiftly prove his medical prowess, thereby granting them more time to dismantle the budding tribe. The leader, aspiring to dominate this bountiful territory, would thus eliminate one rival tribe. Moreover, due to the strength of their tribe, they had access to many unclaimed lands where they could freely gather resources and hunt, amassing additional supplies. These resources were essential for sustaining the fallen beastmen they would require, who demanded substantial nourishment each year. Originally, the leader had instructed him to challenge the legitimacy of this new tribe's shaman. But this wretched leader of the Moon tribe had completely thwarted that plan. His declaration confirmed that Mo Yi had inherited the medical skills of his father, the ancient beast, leaving others with little room for rebuttal. Seeing Yun Tian point at him, Mo Yi approached with a face full of animosity, gritting his teeth as he loudly questioned, "Was it not you who forced my father to flee the tribe during his lifetime? Was it not you who personally struck him down from the sky during his escape?" As Yun Tian prepared to argue, Mo Yi pointed at the beastmen of the Moon tribe below and declared, "If you fear losing the trust of the entire tribe, then deny it." But a leader who cannot even acknowledge his own deeds cannot hold this position for long. How can the son of a cowardly father inherit the role of tribe leader? Even if he ascends, how many of the tribe's beastmen will follow him? Mo Yi's relentless questioning left Yun Tian speechless. He had always perceived this frail wretch as a somewhat dull and inarticulate young male, and had intended to coax him back with sweet words. Now that hope lay shattered. Suppressing his fury, Yun Tian made one last desperate attempt, softening his tone. "You misunderstand. I did not aim at your father, but he intercepted a fatal blow meant for the traitorous male, Lang Yu. That was never my intention. How could I wish harm upon our tribe's shaman? Mo Yi, having grown up in the tribe. How can you bear to see the Moon tribe fall due to a lack of a shaman? Come back with me. I swear by the beast god, I will treat you well." "Huh? Do I seem delusional to you? I would never follow the murderer of my father back to help stabilize his ill-gotten position, snatched through deceit from chief men. What Yun Tian has seized will not endure. Retribution shall find you, you insolent pup." Hearing Mo Yi's curses ignited a blaze of anger in Yun Tian, who raised his fist to strike. However, just as he was about to deliver the blow, a small foot unexpectedly kicked him off the platform, sending him tumbling to the ground in a cloud of dust. The beastmen below, momentarily stunned, erupted into cheers. Astonished by the strength of a female, initially puzzled by the choice of a female for the ritual, they now recognized her as the rightful leader of the newly established tribe. She bore the roasted remains of fierce beasts, hunted by Tang Qingqing and her companions in the distant depths of the Emoan forest. Tang Qingqing's kick not only astonished the wandering beasts and some fallen beastmen below, but even the tribal leaders seated beneath her and their accompanying entourage were taken aback by the sight of such a petite female effortlessly sending a robust male tumbling from the high platform. Yun Tian felt an intense flush of embarrassment as he was unceremoniously knocked down by this diminutive female. Previously, in the forest, he had overheard his son and other beastmen speak of the formidable prowess of this female whom he had exiled from the tribe. Now, he truly felt a tremor within his heart. Such power was something he had only ever perceived in that individual who evoked both admiration and fear. A male whom he had ultimately slain out of jealousy, supported by Tsangming and several other beastmen from the tribe. Yun Tian lifted his gaze towards the small female on the platform who looked down upon him. In that fleeting moment, he was reminded of the towering and valiant man, the leader from many years ago, who had similarly regarded him as insignificant as an ant. Despite being related to the former leader of the Moon tribe, he was merely one of the offspring of the leader's male companions, not the leader's biological son. Why had the former leader chosen to pass the chieftainship to Min? And why did the majority of the tribe's warriors support Min's leadership without dissent? Was it merely because he was the strongest warrior in the tribe? The position that rightfully belonged to him had been so easily relinquished, leaving him unwilling to accept his fate. After years of preparation, he finally seized the opportunity to eliminate the one who had usurped his rightful place amidst the chaos, thereby fulfilling his desire to ascend as the leader of the Moon Tribe. Initially, everything seemed to be going well, and he enjoyed a life that he deemed superior. Yet, the one regret that haunted him was his failure to eradicate the threat posed by Guya, the shaman, when he had the chance, leaving behind the seeds of the calamity that now befell him. Tang Qingqing gazed down at the disheveled Yun Tian. Aware that he was the one who orchestrated the demise of the original owner's beastly father, she felt an undeniable urge for retribution. For she had assumed the original owner's body. However, the time for vengeance was not now. Today, they had more pressing matters to attend to. As for settling the score from over a decade ago, that could wait. Especially since Yun Tian had not only caused the death of the original owner's father beast, but had also wronged many others who sought revenge against him. Yet, at this moment, while she wished to avoid conflict, there were those who sought to assert their presence. Dressed in a flowing white gown, exuding an ethereal grace, Su Yushua rose and loudly admonished Tang Qingqing from the high platform. Qingqing, how could you have changed so drastically? How could you? After seizing the inheritance of the Moon Tribe's shaman Moyi, also injured Chief Yun Tian, you left the tribe because of two males who bullied the females, causing your brothers to worry and follow you. Are you truly holding a grudge against Chief Yun Tian and the entire Moon Tribe for this? Tang Qingqing couldn't help but gaze at Su Yushue, the original protagonist, standing below the high platform, smiling. She believed that in her past life, Su Yushue must have indulged in an abundance of court intrigue novels, as she seemed fond of devising all sorts of schemes when faced with challenges. Did she truly expect the beastmen of this world to condemn her under the pressure of public opinion? This realm adheres to the natural laws of the jungle and reveres strength. These beastmen lack the sophistication to assume a moral high ground and champion the cause of those inconsequential to them. Moreover, if one were to discuss the matter earnestly, it would likely be the current leader of the Moon Tribe, Yun Tian, who finds himself at a disadvantage. Tang Qingqing had no desire to engage in the roundabout rhetoric favored by Su Yushue, who often perched upon the high ground of public opinion, spouting meaningless platitudes. Instead, she addressed the assembled beastmen with a few straightforward words. Over a decade ago, Yun Tian conspired with the Yin tribe to plunder the supplies of our Moon Tribe during the harsh winter, taking advantage of our former leader Min's battle against external foes. He struck from behind and assassinated him. Min, the former leader of the Moon Tribe, was my father. I harbor a deep-seated grudge against Yun Tian for the murder of my father. Why should I not confront him in kind? Tang Qingqing pointed towards Zhe and continued. Not only my father beast was slain by Yun Tian, but also their father beasts, who were valiant warriors of the Moon Tribe, perished during that fateful attempt to protect our tribe. As for your accusations that I brought back a male to humiliate the females of the Moon Tribe, that is nothing but a malicious slander. After you drove us away, did you not also push the female you incited against us off the cliff to silence her? How could they possibly know of these deeds? Su Yushua panicked and blurted. Seetsai slipped off the cliff by herself. I did not push her. Once she realized the weight of her words, Su Yushua wished to slap herself. She had intentionally loosened the stones beneath the fruit tree by the cliff's edge, predicting that Seetsai would slip while trying to gather fruit. She had arranged to meet Seetsai at that secluded spot, known only to her. As long as she kept silent, no one would suspect her involvement. The tribe believed Seetsai had been taken by wild beasts or had followed a male from another tribe, never associating the incident with her. But now, having publicly stated that Seetsai had slipped, she had inadvertently acknowledged witnessing Seetsai fall, even if no one suspected her of pushing Seetsai. Her silence until now raised questions. Beastman A remarked, I never imagined the leader of the Moon Tribe, Yun Tian, would engage in collusion with outside tribes to betray his own, even killing the former Moon Tribe leader. Truly despicable. Beastman B added, what a venomous female, driving others out of the tribe and still daring to stand here and intimidate. Beastman C interjected, indeed, such a female, even if she were to wander alone, I would hesitate to take her back, fearing she might push me off a cliff. As Yutian overheard more familiar faces discussing the affairs of the Moon Tribe, he recalled many of his past deeds that he had long forgotten, now being unearthed by others. His gaze darkened as he fixed it on the instigator, wishing he could strangle her on the spot. If she hadn't spoken, how would so many beastmen know of his past actions? What a muddled-headed female she was. Yutian could hardly bear to look at the Moon Tribe beastmen he had brought, fearing their faces would betray contempt. So Yushue, seething with resentment, clung to her defiance. Seatsai is gone. Of course, you can say whatever you wish, with no evidence left. You still want to cast this filth upon me. Qingqing, how have you become so malicious? Before she could finish, a sharp slap echoed as pain coursed through her face, leaving her in disbelief, staring wide-eyed at the figure before her. Seatsai, hearing Su Yushue not only deny her own actions, but also attempt to shift blame onto Qingqing, was reminded of that dark night when she lay wounded at the cliff's base, engulfed by solitude, fear, and helplessness. Just as these emotions threatened to overwhelm her, she heard a familiar voice. Two males had spoken, their words devoid of intent to rescue her, but that familiar female voice had agreed to save her. Qingqing was the sole beacon of light in her darkness. Without her, Seatsai would have perished in that desolate night. Yushue, driven by your infatuation with Languid, became aware of his attention towards Qingqing and sought me out to accuse her of bullying me with the male she had just brought back, uniting with your beloved Songming to drive them away. With tears in her eyes and a delicate expression, Su Yushue, feigning innocence, replied, I did not. How could you say such a thing? You must be under threat or manipulation from Qingqing to misunderstand me this way. I know I want to hold it against you. Seatsai found herself repulsed by this so-called innocent flower. Just as she contemplated tearing apart this false lily, a male emerged from among the Moon Tribe beastmen. His eyes devoid of emotion, yet his voice tinged with excitement. Seatsai, you are alive. Your mother thought you perished and mourned for days. Seatsai glanced at this seemingly honest male, who was her mother's later partner. She had always lived alone in a cave, separate from her mother and her new mate and offspring. Since her mother had taken these males as partners, they often neglected her at mealtimes, leaving her to grow up like a transparent figure, uncared for. With a nonchalant expression, Seatsai replied, Oh, just a few days of sorrow. She should be fine now. When you return, tell her I am well, and she should take care of herself and enjoy her life. The male frowned at Seatsai's words, saying, You won't come back with me? How unreasonable. We have fed you for so many years. Seatsai narrowed her eyes, her expression darkening. Who was it that pushed my father beast out to take that fatal blow? Do not assume that just because I was young. I have forgotten what transpired at the plaza. You saw everything. The male gasped in disbelief, terror etched across his face, before hastily retreating with a final remark. If you don't wish to return, then forget it. I cannot comprehend your nonsensical words. Thus, the Moon Tribe suffered a thorough loss of face. Yutian ordered Songming to pull Su Yushue back. If she continued to argue, the beastmen of the Moon Tribe would have no face left to show the world. Standing upon the high platform, Long Yue's handsome visage darkened as he processed Seatsai's words. He sincerely addressed Tang Qingqing and Qing Shan. I apologize. I had no idea you were driven from the tribe because of me. Tang Qingqing smiled and said, It is not your concern. There is no need for you to apologize. If she intends to harm, why would she confide in you? Shinjio, noticing the sky darkening, replied to Tang Qingqing, Let us proceed. Once again, Tang Qingqing clasped her hands together and raised them above her head in reverence on the high platform. But just as she was about to kneel, someone called out, Wait. The gathered orc spectators grew increasingly impatient with the unfolding drama. They were eager for the new tribe to be established so they could showcase their combat prowess. They gazed upon the 5 or 6 young females, all recently come of age and strikingly beautiful. Word had spread that the newly formed Tang clan was seeking powerful males as protectors, as the number of males available to safeguard them was woefully insufficient. The crowd, comprising several hundred stray and fallen orcs along with tribal leaders, was in a state of uproar. Yang Yan, disregarding the disapproving glares from his fellow tribe leaders, leaped onto the platform and arrogantly addressed Tang Qingqing and her companions. That you have a shaman. A great shaman is indispensable for establishing a new tribe. If the position of great shaman is to be inherited from within, it may be held by any foxkin with 1 or 2 tails. However, for a new tribe, the great shaman must possess at least 3 tails. Without such a foxkin, according to the natural laws of the orc world, you cannot establish a new tribe. Shinjio had long found the arrogant tiger tribe shaman irksome. Had it not been for his little female's insistence on maintaining peace today, he would have relished the opportunity to use his superior bloodline to subdue him. Observing Tang Qingqing maneuvering to the side of brother Qing Shan, he realized it was time to deal with the haughty individual. Lang Yu and Mo Yi positioned themselves protectively beside Alan and Hua Xiao to prevent any harm from befalling them in the ensuing chaos. The 2 males, having already taken a disliking to each other, chose to forego words and instead exerted their rank pressure. Yang Yin, a four-tailed sun fox, also known as a red fox, manifested two fluffy, crimson tails. The vibrant tails swayed behind him as he cast a triumphant glance at Xinjiao. Confident that ordinary foxes could not grow such tails, he firmly believed that the females would not find any spiritually endowed foxkin outside the tribe, as only those of noble blood would possess multiple tails. Below, Lung Lai furrowed his brow, a rare flicker of concern evident in his otherwise cold gaze as he observed the young female atop the platform, adorned with an air of heroism. Initially, he regarded the establishment of this new tribe as inconsequential, convinced that the mingled orc tribes would struggle to grow, particularly in terms of unity, which was a stark contrast to the cohesion found in pure-blood tribes like the Tiger and Golden Lion clans. Yet now, he found himself wishing for the new tribe to come to fruition, for it was what the young female desired. Lang Lai's golden eyes narrowed. Even if the foxkin on the platform possessed only one tail today, he would ensure that the Tang clan was established for her sake. Xinjiao regarded the provocative red fox before him, a cold smirk curling his lips as he remarked, "What audacity you have, flaunting your four tails before me." Yang Yin was momentarily taken aback by Xinjiao's words, his smug expression faltering as he beheld the male before him, whose entire body was cloaked in black fur and bore three dark tails sprouting from his back. A sense of foreboding washed over Yang Yin. Yet he clung to a glimmer of hope. Perhaps this foxkin could only manifest three tails, allowing him to retain superiority in rank. With resolve, Yang Yin unveiled all four of his fiery red tails, eliciting gasps of admiration. Tang Qingqing gazed intently at the radiant tails, musing that in modern times, such tails could fetch a handsome price. Xinjiao shot Tang Qingqing an incredulous look, questioning the allure of the red fox tails, before summoning five even larger, fluffier tails that obscured her view of Yang Yin's display. Yang Yin, taken aback by the sight of five tails shimmering with a bluish hue, stumbled backward in disbelief, muttering, "Impossible, this cannot be. How can this black fox can possess so many tails?" Before him stood a fox tribe beastman, whose rank surpassed his own, leaving him at a loss as to how to suppress this creature. The many tails sprouting from the fox tribe beastman indicated a lineage far more noble than his own, a realization that struck the ever-proud Yang Yin with such force that he spat blood in frustration. The concept of rank suppression was straightforward. Those capable of manifesting multiple tails, such as the spirit foxes, inherently bore a certain power. Yet, when confronted by a fox tribe beastman with more tails and a higher rank, this energy proved ineffective. While Yang Yin on the high platform grappled with the blow to his pride, Ming Xie, seated below, was astonished. He had never anticipated that the seemingly inconspicuous male beastman from the previous day was, in fact, a high bloodline fox tribe beastman concealing his aura. Turning his gaze towards the moon tribe, he met the eyes of the female he admired, whose tear-filled gaze radiated vulnerability. This sight evoked a mix of pity and disdain for Tang Qingqing and her companions within him, unable to suppress his desire to defend his beloved female. The six-tailed blue fox Ming Xie leaped onto the platform, oblivious to the displeased expression and sharp glint in the eyes of his leader, Cold Lai, who had been contemplating ways to assist Tang Qingqing, this young female whom he cherished, through the inadequacy of the Grand Shaman's strength to establish a new tribe, was taken aback. The fox tribe beastman above possessed the necessary qualifications, yet the individuals he had brought were now causing trouble for the young female, inciting his ire. Nevertheless, having weathered many storms, Cold Lai merely regarded his tribe's grand shaman with a cold stare, refraining from any excessive actions. He recalled that within his tribe there existed a newly matured fox tribe youth, of even more distinguished lineage, the offspring of last season's grand shaman and a male fox from outside the tribe, rumored to be capable of sprouting seven tails as a seven-tailed hidden fox beastman. Observing Ming Xie, who was now exuding an aura of rank suppression on the platform, a gentle smile unexpectedly graced Cold Lai's face, softening the rugged contours of his visage. The two females seated nearby gazed in awe at this smile, captivated. Su Yuxiue and the daughter of the Red Flame tribe leader had initially been observing the handsome young leader Li Luo beside Cold Lai. They had never encountered such breathtaking masculinity, from the flowing silver hair to the exquisitely chiseled features and the imposing physique that mesmerized them. As Li Luo and Cold Lai were seated close together, the rare smile on Cold Lai's face did not escape the notice of the two females. While Cold Lai's usual stoic demeanor rendered him less striking than Li Luo, this fleeting smile bridged the gap, making them equals in allure, each possessing their own unique charm. Li Luo remained seated, smirking as he watched the Grand Shaman Yang Yin being led down by the Tiger Tribe Beastman, blood staining the corners of his mouth, showing no inclination to offer words of comfort. Nearby, the shaman Bluekin appeared to be in a slumber, his head lowered as if to become invisible. On the platform, as Mingxia ascended, he manifested 6 azure fox tails while simultaneously unleashing the suppression of his bloodline. Such a forceful display of aggression could severely injure, if not kill, any fox tribe member of a lower rank. Xianjiao cast a disdainful glance at Mingxia, viewing him merely as a 6-tailed blue fox daring to exhibit such malevolence towards his beloved female. The beautiful fox eyes of Xianjiao gleamed with a fierce light, promising to teach this fox male a lesson about his place among beastmen. Mingxia, believing he had fully subdued Xianjiao, wore a charming smile, only to feel his bloodline swell uncontrollably, his veins boiling with a sudden surge. A metallic sweetness flooded his throat, and he coughed forth a spray of blood. He gazed in disbelief at the fox tribe male before him, who appeared to possess countless tails swaying behind him, each thick and fluffy tail glistening with a deep azure sheen. Tang Qingqing gazed at the pitiful stub of a tail, barely 10 centimeters long, sprouting awkwardly amidst the long, majestic tails of Xianjiao. The sight evoked a sense of compassion within her. Below, the beastmen were astonished by Xianjiao's 8 grand tails. None had anticipated that this newly established tribe would harbor such a formidable shaman. Had they noticed the recently grown stub, their astonishment would have been even greater. For the 9-tailed spirit fox was a mere legend in the realm of beasts. Xianjiao retracted all his tails and unceremoniously kicked Mingxia off the high platform, indifferent to whether he would sustain any injuries. If one dared to provoke, they must be prepared to be subdued. Qingqing, come here quickly. This time, we should be able to successfully pay homage to the beast god. Tang Qingqing, with a smile, instructed Zhe and the others to reposition the offerings that had been moved aside back to the center of the altar. This time, she successfully led everyone in the completion of the ceremonial rites. Standing atop the altar, Tang Qingqing declared in a resounding voice, from this moment forth, our Tang clan shall be officially established. The territory I aim to claim as unoccupied is the dark forest ahead and the misty star forest not far from it. Henceforth, any orc who enters these lands shall be subject to our authority to expel them. Should there be any clan that disputes this claim, I stand here, ready for your challenge. If no objections are raised today, then this land shall henceforth belong to the Tang clan. Tang Qingqing spoke with unwavering conviction, resembling a regal queen standing tall as she proclaimed her coronation. 73 fought for their territory. After Tang Qingqing announced the territory that the Tang clan intended to claim, not only were the orcs below astonished, but even her own side's orcs were taken aback by the audacity of her ambition. The females, recovering from their shock, gazed at Tang Qingqing with admiration, while Huaxiao and Xiaoling transformed into enthusiastic supporters, exclaiming, Qingqing is truly impressive. Qingqing is formidable. The dual-standard male, Lang Lai, who would have previously sent troublemakers at the mere mention of a newly established clan claiming such a vast area, now merely blinked in surprise, his previously cold countenance softening into a more evident smile. He thought to himself that the little female he fancied was indeed bold. Even her small clan dared to make such grand claims over extensive land. Nan Xian, seated beside his uncle, paused for a moment upon hearing Tang Qingqing's declaration of claiming such a large territory, but remained unfazed thereafter. This was largely due to the fact that their Xinghai clan primarily relied on marine resources, such as sea salt and various oceanic goods, and had less need for terrestrial resources compared to other clans. Hence, Tang Qingqing's territorial expansion bore little significance to them. The members of the Tiger clan regarded Tang Qingqing on the platform with disdain, deeming the newly appointed leader of a fledgling clan to be deranged. Even Zhili raised an eyebrow as he observed Tang Qingqing, his thoughts unknown. Yun Tian, who often kept a low profile, was taken aback by Tang Qingqing's intention to claim 2 forests, his face reddening as he exclaimed, how dare she make such grandiose claims? The leader of the Qian clan, Qiuke, glared in disbelief at Tang Qingqing, remarking, this foolish little female, thinking she has inherited a fraction of her father's power, has lost sight of her own identity. It was no surprise that the Yu clan and the Qian clan reacted most vehemently, as both factions had long been suppressed by the Tiger and Golden Lion clans, preventing their territorial expansion. Across the Orc continent, only a handful of large forests remained, 6 of which had already been claimed by the 5 major clans. The remaining clans, though populous, were too weak to claim territories on their own and had to share the forest for survival. The rest were in hospitable areas like the Yuming forest, shrouded in poisonous mists unsuitable for orc habitation. Now, a mere female, newly appointed as a leader of a clan with scant numbers, dared to make such bold claims for two moderately sized forests. What gave her the right? Xiaoke, the cunning leader of the Qian clan, glanced at Lung Lai and Ji Li of the Tiger clan, noting their indifference. Even the Tiger clan shaman, Lan Kan, had lowered his head after a few changes in expression. The two clans' chief shamans were overwhelmed by the presence of the Fox clan orcs summoned by this new clan, feeling demoralized and questioning their own worth. Meanwhile, the young leader of the Xinghai clan exchanged glances with a female on the platform, his followers appearing congenial towards everyone around. Xiaoke's gaze shifted to the orcs of the Yu clan nearby, noticing Tsang Ming avoiding his eyes. With a disdainful snort, he mused that Yuntian's son seemed to be just as inept. With no reliable allies left, it seemed they had no choice but to act independently. However, should the Qian clan succeed in defeating this female leader today, Xiaoke speculated that any further territorial claims would likely go unchallenged by the Tiger and Golden Lion clans. Tang Qingqing gazed down at the tribal leaders below who were qualified to oppose her territorial claims. Noticing their lack of reaction, she declared, "It seems no one objects to my clan's acquisition of this land." Hold on. Xiaoke shot a glance at his son, Luya, the foremost warrior of the Qian tribe, whose eagerness had been ignited by his father's subtle cue. With remarkable agility, Luya vaulted onto the platform using the protruding wood, his imposing physique not hindering his nimbleness. Xianjiao and Qin Shan observed with indifference as someone dared to challenge their tribe's ambition for such vast territory. Rather than displaying concern, they felt a moment of sympathy for the audacious male orc who had the audacity to provoke them. The newly arrived orcs, such as Mo Yi and Lang Yu, had never witnessed Tang Qingqing's prowess in action. Their previous encounters with her during hunts had been inconsequential, merely hearing tales of her might. Now, they wore solemn expressions, prepared to intervene should the situation escalate. Conversely, the females, having observed Tang Qingqing's strength in the forest previously, held unwavering confidence in her abilities. However, they were dissuaded by the apprehensive male orcs, who insisted they descend from the platform to avoid potential injury in the event of a skirmish. Luya, having ascended, proclaimed disdainfully to Tang Qingqing, "You, a mere female, speak with such audacity, claiming dominion over such an expansive territory. Do you not fear the winds that may twist your tongue? Today, I shall obliterate your pathetic tribe, which has scarcely been established for a day." Luya's opposition to Tang Qingqing's territorial claim was not inherently objectionable. It is customary for other tribes to contest the land allocations of newly established clans. Should they prevail in combat, they could justifiably demand a reduction in territorial claims. However, Luya's derision towards a newly formed tribe was unwarranted, especially since they had met the qualifications to establish themselves. As long as they survived, their tribe would endure. Tang Qingqing was disinclined to engage in further conversation with him, coldly stating, "You may oppose my vast territorial claims, but should you possess the prowess to defeat me, you shall earn the right to compel me to reduce my domain." Ha ha ha, little female, today I shall not only force you to diminish your territory, but tonight, you will become my mate. From his seat on the high platform, Lang Lai's gaze sent chills down one's spine, exuding an aura of ruthless coldness, as if he were observing a lifeless object in Luyu. Li Luo frowned upon hearing Luya's words, while Nan Xian uttered a curse, shameless, truly a disgrace to her kind. Su Yuxiwei and Song Ming felt a sense of exhilaration. As long as Tang Qingqing faced adversity, they found joy in the moment. Tang Qingqing's gaze radiated a piercing brilliance. Her lips slightly curled, revealing a smile that bore a hint of seduction, yet her voice was as chilling as ice. "As long as you possess the ability, you may do as you wish." "Very well." Upon uttering this affirmation, Liu widened his bear-like eyes and raised his fist, akin to a sandbag, aimed at Tang Qingqing, showing no mercy simply because she was a female. The punch, propelled by a fierce wind, surged towards her. In the early days when she first acquired her strength, such an attack would have instilled fear within her. However, after enduring countless battles against ferocious beasts in the forest, she had mastered the art of vanquishing even the most savage of creatures. Tang Qingqing and Luyu engaged in a brawl devoid of any discernible technique. When fists flew toward one another, neither sought to evade the blows. Instead, they collided head-on, fist against fist. The onlookers gathered below were riveted by the sight of the comparatively diminutive female confronting the towering, muscular male, their hearts racing with apprehension. With a resounding thud, Tang Qingqing staggered back from the force, while Luya recoiled 3 steps, his eyes wide with disbelief as he gazed at the petite female before him, involuntarily murmuring, "How is this possible?" This undeniable display of strength not only astonished Luyu, but also captivated all the onlooking beast men below the platform. The once skeptical vagabond beastmen and fallen warriors began to ponder whether they possessed the prowess to withstand a blow from this petite female. The leader of the Qiyin tribe, Qiu, who had been lounging nonchalantly, suddenly straightened, fully aware of his son's strength. It was evident to all that Luya had been outmatched by this female. Yun Tian, nursing the injury inflicted by Tang Qingqing's earlier kick, couldn't help but smirk with a hint of derision. He had noticed Qiuke's disdainful gaze directed at his son, and now that the tables had turned, he was eager to see if Qiuke could maintain his composure. Friendships forged in mutual benefit can be as fragile as plastic flowers. The proverbial ship of camaraderie can capsize at any moment. Luya, the foremost warrior of the Qiyin tribe, was indeed far superior to the male beastman he had previously defeated with a single blow. However, Tang Qingqing refrained from expressing such praise, for she knew it would only infuriate Luya further. In his eyes, being compared to an ordinary beastman was a slight against his honor. Feeling that he had not performed to his potential, Luya raised his fist once more, determined to bring this female to her knees, forcing her to submit and grovel at his feet to alleviate his wounded pride. Yet, after several failed attempts that left him on the ground, Li began to lose control, his eyes bloodshot and menacing. With a furious roar, he transformed into his beast form, a massive black bear beastman looming on the platform, his bear-like fists thumping against his chest in a clear display of fury. Below, Lang Lai and Li Luo, witnessing this transformation, stood up, their faces flushed with anger. Even Nan Xian and the shaman beside them rose to join Lang Lai, while Ming Xia, Yang Yan, and the finally visible shaman from the tiger tribe, Lan Can, observed the unfolding drama with keen interest. Initially, Su Yuxiue felt disheartened as Luya struggled against Tang Qingqing, believing him to be a warrior of mere empty reputation. However, the subsequent events reignited a flicker of hope within her. Her dark eyes glinted like blades as she fixated on Tang Qingqing's striking visage, wishing fervently for Luyu to shatter that irritating face, ensuring it could never again haunt her presence. The other beastmen below cast disdainful glances at Luya. Now in his beast form, it was common knowledge that females could not transform. Even those possessing divine beast blood were bound by this limitation. This contest was merely a battle of strength, devoid of life and death stakes. Had Luya been matched against another male beastman capable of transformation, no such expressions of contempt would have surfaced. After all, if both were capable of shifting forms, the outcome would be determined by their respective abilities, without the specter of one using their beast form to dominate the other. Now, facing a female opponent, Luya had no cause to resort to his beast form. If he could not best a female, he ought to concede gracefully. Observing Luya transform into a black bear nearly half the height of Tang Qingqing, Xinjiu, Qishan, and even the others on the platform, Lang Yu and Mo Yi, stepped forward, eager to assist. However, they were halted by a piercing glare from Tang Qingqing. Remaining poised and ready, yet refraining from advancing further, Tang Qingqing had not exerted her full strength during her previous confrontation with Luya. Otherwise, that seemingly effortless punch would not have left him unscathed. However, at this moment, Tang Qingqing narrowed her bright, crystalline eyes and clenched her not-so-fair fists. As the enormous black bear lunged towards her, she deftly maneuvered behind it and delivered two powerful blows to its lower back. The resounding, anguished cry that erupted seemed to reverberate through the hearts of countless beastmen. One could only imagine the excruciating pain that could elicit such a mournful wail from a male beastman, as if his very organs had been shattered. Qiuke, filled with a mix of terror and rage, sprang to his feet, abandoning his earlier amusement. He hurriedly leaped onto the high platform, raising his fist to ambush Tang Qingqing from behind, only to be intercepted by Lang Yu, who stood beside him. The two immediately engaged in combat. Though Qiuke was the chieftain of the Qiyin tribe, he was no match for Lang Yu, the foremost warrior of the Yuanwei tribe. After Tang Qingqing had kicked the beastly Luyu off the platform, Qiuke too was sent tumbling down by a punch from Lang Yu, landing in a manner strikingly similar to how Yun Tian had fallen when Tang Qingqing had kicked him off earlier. Tang Qingqing and Lang Wei exchanged a knowing smile after casting their adversary down. Xinjiu, filled with vexation, approached Tang Qingqing. He too had witnessed Qiuke's underhanded assault, albeit from a greater distance than Lang Wei, allowing her to assume the role of the gallant savior. Regaining her composure, Tang Qingqing stood atop the platform and called out to the orcs below, "Is there anyone else who dares to encroach upon my domain? Step forward and face me in combat." Tang Qingqing's words this time were even more assertive than before. Having already displayed her strength, she showed no fear in challenging another opponent. After a brief pause, during which silence enveloped the crowd, she spoke again, declaring, Is there anyone else who wishes to contest? If there are no further objections, then henceforth, the Mo and Forest, the Xing Wuxi Forest, and the Funas Valley shall belong to my Tang clan. Should anyone dare to oppose this decree in the future, a relentless battle shall ensue. As Tang Qingqing finished speaking, she noticed a profound silence enveloping the gathering. At that moment, Lang Lai stood with a chilling smirk on his face, addressing Yun Tian and Chioku. Do any of you oppose the territorial claims of the Tang clan? If so, step forward and contest. Should you wish to voice your dissent after today, you will have to inquire whether I permit it. Lang Lai's words sent a shock through Yun Tian and Chioku. They were taken aback. The orcs of the Tiger clan and the Golden Lion clan had always dominated the lands beyond their designated territories. Yet, the implication in the Lion clan leader's words seemed to suggest a warning against troubling this newly established clan. The orcs of the Tiger clan furrowed their brows at Lang Lai's proclamation, including Li Luo, who harbored a favorable view of Tang Qingqing and her companions. Upon arriving, his father had urged him to seize any opportunity to ally with those opposed to the formation of the new clan, aiming to eliminate the ambitious leaders seeking to establish it. These orcs risked plunging the eastern realms of the beast world into turmoil. Regardless of Li Luo's personal beliefs regarding his father's counsel, he had prepared to act in accordance with it. Yet here he was, witnessing the petite female leader being bullied by the black bear orc, nearly succumbing to the impulse to leap onto the high platform and defend her against Lu Yu. Now, upon hearing the Lion clan leader's declaration, he felt a mix of discomfort and relief. This provided him with a valid reason to refrain from causing any further trouble for the newly formed clan. Tang Qingqing observed the furrowed brow of Lang Lai, sensing that her rapport with the chieftain of the Golden Lion tribe was rather tenuous. What could his words possibly signify among the males on the high platform? Aside from Qingshan's remarks directed at Lang Lai, the others cast inscrutable glances at him, noticing the hostile stares from Xin Jiao and his companions. Lang Lai merely responded with a chillingly charismatic expression. Tang Qingqing observed that no one below was eager to challenge her any longer. The wandering beast men, along with various males from different places, were growing impatient, calling for the commencement of the contest for the favor of the charming females. Hearing such shouts, Tang Qingqing turned her gaze towards Si Kai and Hua Xiao, who had retreated to the base of the platform, and upon seeing them nod in affirmation, she proclaimed aloud, "The open ground at the foot of the slope ahead serves as the arena for all who wish to become the followers of our tribe's esteemed females. During the competition, you are permitted to utilize either your beast form or human form. However, once one party concedes, you must refrain from delivering any further blows. Should anyone disregard this rule and strike with malice, they shall be disqualified alongside the defeated. If any beastman feigns defeat only to launch a surprise attack, they shall face the consequences. Once the competition narrows down to a mere 100 beastmen, we shall draw lots to determine pairings until we are left with the final 50 victors, who will then be selected by the females of our tribe seeking followers. Those chosen should not rejoice prematurely, for they must first endure the challenges posed by our tribe's warriors before truly becoming the followers of our cherished females. If there are any males who disagree with these rules, believing that their strength guarantees their selection as followers simply by winning, you may step aside now. These conditions were established by our tribe's esteemed females themselves. They disdain arrogant males and have no desire to welcome those lacking the courage to face our warriors' challenges into our tribe. Is this understood by all?" Tang Qingqing gazed upon the silent throng of beastmen below, her mind racing as she pondered the stringent regulations governing the selection of followers. Yet, no one dared to openly contest her remarks. The beastmen vying to become the favored female followers had initially harbored hopes of being chosen, envisioning a life free from wandering as they joined the tribe. However, upon witnessing the young and enchanting female candidate, each adorned in knee-length skirts, albeit fashioned from coarse gray fabric, they found themselves captivated by her alluring form. Perhaps it was the exceptional qualities of this female, both youthful and striking, that compelled the male beastmen to seize this opportunity, resulting in a tacit acceptance of the established rules. Tang Qingqing established these rules to prevent the admission of malevolent, ruthless, cunning, and unreliable orcs into the tribe. Regardless of their nature, any male orc fortunate enough to enter the tribe and possess a female partner would cherish that bond. However, Tang Qingqing sought to find trustworthy male orcs for herself and the other females in the tribe, ensuring they would not abandon the females in the tribe in times of peril, disappearing without a trace. To discern the character of these orcs, Tang Qingqing had secretly dispatched observers to monitor them since their arrival in the valley. Those orcs displaying aggression and belligerence had already been excluded from consideration. The weaker ones, Too incompetent for the task were noted by Qinghe, who led the observation mission. Such individuals would likely falter at the first hurdle. As for those who remained unnoticed, their ability to conceal their true nature while still achieving victory in the ensuing fierce battles would certainly demonstrate their skill. Should such capable orcs be integrated into the tribe, it would indeed be a fortuitous development, the remainder relying on Tang Qingqing and her companions to guide them appropriately. Having articulated the rules, Tang Qingqing wished not to prolong the gathering and made a final confirmation. Consider carefully whether you wish to participate in this competition among the young female followers of the Tang tribe. I have laid out the rules clearly. Should anyone choose to disrupt the order or disregard them, you have all witnessed the consequences. As for what Tang Qingqing referred to, it was unnecessary for her to elaborate. Everyone understood, especially with the black bear orc still lying incapacitated nearby. Even I, an unassuming female of the Tang tribe, can repel those who dare provoke us. Do not be so foolish as to underestimate our tribe's resolve simply because of our smaller numbers. Tang Qingqing pointed towards a majestic tree not far away, which, under the sunlight, emitted an imperceptibly delicate golden blade of wind. With a resounding crack, the tree was severed in half, the upper portion crashing to the ground. This unexpected spectacle startled everyone. They had not anticipated that such a newly established tribe could harbor so many formidable individuals. One by one, their knees weakened, nearly bringing them to the ground. Things are becoming increasingly intriguing, Lang Lai remarked, his gaze fixed on the petite female above. Su Yushue's eyes burned with jealousy and resentment. She was the rightful heroine of this orc world, having traversed through time and created numerous innovations, although she had kept some cards close to her chest. The crude pottery and rough cloth were indeed her handiwork. Now, many were offering their precious items to trade for her pottery and fabric within the Moon Tribe. A sudden smile graced Su Yushue's face as she realized her oversight. Regardless of how impressive Qingqing appeared while commanding attention from the elevated platform, she would still need to seek out Su for pottery and cloth, both of which were under her jurisdiction. Ultimately, whether she would trade with them depended solely on Su's discretion. This thought lightened Su Yushue's mood, and her smile, now imbued with a charming allure, drew the attention of nearby males. After all, Su Yushue had meticulously maintained her fair complexion, and her features were quite pleasing. Clad in a pure white dress, she appeared even more delicate and endearing. Yuntian and Chioku regretted not discerning the strength of Tang Qingqing and her companions before foolishly provoking them, leading to a considerable setback. Chihua tribe leader Chioku's daughter, Lu Hua, remained indifferent to the unfolding events, seemingly more captivated by the handsome male orcs present than by any commotion. Her eyes, narrowed in delight, flitted between the striking males scattered across the venue. Now, the competition for the female followers of the Tang tribe officially commences. All the male orcs eager to partake in the contest rushed down the hillside, marking the beginning of a chaotic battle. With 400 to 500 male orcs present, only 100 victors were required. The rest would face elimination. Tang Qingqing stood atop the platform, casting a glance towards the direction of the Tiger clan. She noticed Li Luo's expressionless face, which stirred a pang of sorrow within her. At the same time, she felt her hand enveloped in a warm grasp. Raising her gaze, she met Xianjiu's gentle eyes. "Do not be disheartened. You still have me." Li Luo, initially irritated by the covetous gaze of a female from the Qian clan, wore a cold expression. However, when he noticed the new leader of the Tang clan, a female named Qingqing, looking at him, he intended to return a friendly smile. Yet, she averted her gaze and smiled at the fox beast man beside her. The sight of their shared laughter pierced his heart, causing it to constrict painfully. Lang Lai had suspected their relationship ever since the previous night, when he had seen the fox male resting on the cliffside with the little female. While discomfort simmered within him, he recognized that he had no standing in this matter. After all, the fox male had been by her side long before he had met the little female. If he were to eliminate this male fox, he would likely become the little female's adversary. It dawned on him just how formidable the little female truly was, even with all his might. He doubted he could best the seemingly delicate and charming little female. Yet, Lang Lai noticed that there were no other male scents lingering on the little female, and he recalled that the fox male bore no mate mark on his chest. It appeared that he was still merely a close follower of the little female, and they had yet to form a bond. Lost in her thoughts, Tang Qingqing was suddenly approached by her elder brother, Qi Shan, who said, "Qingqing, I'm going to gather people to hunt for our evening meal. What would you like to eat? I shall procure it for you." Tang Qingqing lifted her gaze to the sun, realizing that it was already afternoon. She had been so engrossed in her activities that she had lost track of time. "Elder brother, please catch a few more long-footed, sharp-beaked beasts. Let's prepare a sumptuous feast this evening to celebrate the official establishment of the Tang clan. The successful formation of the clan, despite several setbacks, brought great joy to Qingqiang, who chuckled and replied, "Indeed, dear brother, make sure to bring back plenty of game today. We shall celebrate in style tonight." Qingqiang led Zhe and the others away, while Tang Qingqing, along with Xianjiu, Yi, Langyu, and Di Xiaqinghe, accompanied by a group of vigilant Qiyu and Yin, remained cautious. They needed to observe the various temperaments exhibited by the orcs during the skirmishes. Lung Lai and Nan Xian had also ascended the high platform at some point, joining Tang Qingqing and the others in watching the chaotic battle unfolding below the hillside, where orcs of different factions clashed. Some orcs were clearly familiar with each other, engaging in shoving and tearing, attempting to exploit the confusion to secure a place among the victors. Tang Qingqing exchanged a glance with Langyu, who, standing nearby, had also noticed this scene. Receiving Tang Qingqing's subtle signal, she smiled and swiftly leaped over, dispatching the pairs of orcs who feigned combat, eliminating them with a single blow each, ensuring they exited early. Nearby, other orcs who had been contemplating similar tactics quickly abandoned their schemes, and a fierce competition ensued among the remaining orcs, each striving to claim the limited spots available among the followers. The chaotic battle continued until the sun began to set, at which point Xianjiu and Langyu led the top 100 orcs, who could still stand, to a resting area, warning them not to wander off. They couldn't possibly remember every face, and if someone were to impersonate another, they would not be held accountable for the oversight. The victorious orcs found Xianjiu's caution quite reasonable. Having fought valiantly to secure their position, the last thing they wanted was to be supplanted. Thus, they decided to remain close, even for basic necessities, ensuring they had company to deter any attempts at deception. Meanwhile, Tang Qingqing summoned her second brother, Qinghe, instructing him to set up large pots at the foot of the hill. They had recently discovered potatoes the size of heads and needed to wash them thoroughly, adding salt and spices to the orc meat before stewing them together in the pots, to be shared among all the orcs participating in the competition. These potatoes had been tested and found non-toxic, while their flavor differed slightly from ordinary potatoes, lacking sweetness. Their skins resembled potatoes, yet possessed a subtle sweetness akin to sweet potatoes, which should pair well with the meat. Noticing the exhaustion evident on the participants' faces, it was clear they lacked the strength to hunt for food. Since they had been invited, it was only right to provide them with a meal. However, due to the sheer number of orcs, it was unlikely that everyone would be fully satisfied, but at least they would not go hungry that night. This situation had been anticipated by Tang Qingqing some time ago. Every outing, she had instructed them to bring back ample game and had prepared some cured meat stored in the cave, which would now suffice to feed a few hundred participants. However, this did not extend to the orcs from several tribes who had not participated in the contest. They were uninjured and self-sufficient, requiring no provisions from the Tang clan. Realizing that a single large pot would be insufficient to feed so many, Tang Qingqing sought the strength of Langyu and her companions, who, seeing the sun still fairly high, prepared to venture into the forest once more. They aimed to ensure that the orcs would at least have a hearty meal, fulfilling their duties as gracious hosts. Lung Lai, wishing to accompany them, was politely declined by Tang Qingqing, who requested that he and Nan Xian rest in the valley until her return, when she would properly entertain them. Tang Qingqing did not take many males to hunt, as it was essential to leave some behind to keep watch over the valley. Xianjiu and Yi were instructed by her to remain and ensure the safety of both the valley and its surroundings. Qiyu also advised Tang Qingqing to stay, informing her that if anything were to occur in the valley, she should refrain from direct involvement and instead fly to the forest behind the valley to seek them out. Tang Qingqing's vigilance stems from the presence of the Moon Tribe, the Crimson Flame Tribe, and even the Beastmen of the Tiger Clan, who have yet to depart. She is merely exercising caution. Qi, having received Tang Qingqing's instructions, discreetly observes the activities of the various tribes to ensure the safety of the valley. Tang Qingqing, accompanied by Languid and Akin, along with 6 or 7 other males, swiftly made their way to the forest behind the valley. Upon encountering any wild beast, they would act without hesitation, resembling a harvester, reaping every prey they laid their eyes upon. Tang Qingqing deliberately summoned 3 flying beastmen, instructing them to procure sufficient prey to be delivered to Qinghe for processing, so that those beastmen who had already rested could roast the meat by the fire and enjoy it. Tang Qingqing and her companions encountered several groups of orcs hunting for sustenance in the forest. Among them, 2 groups presented the beasts they had hunted before Tang Qingqing. One tall and boisterous male orc, sporting a minor injury sustained during today's contest, approached Tang Qingqing and said, "The chief has also brought his men to hunt. We heard that you require provisions for all the orcs participating in today's contest. Do you need our assistance?" Tang Qingqing did not respond promptly to the seemingly cheerful and affable orc. Instead, her gaze shifted to a nearby group of orcs, comprising merely 3 individuals, all of whom bore injuries. What drew Tang Qingqing's attention to them was their gaunt appearances and the pallid hue of their faces, which suggested a state of ill health. Such orcs were not unfamiliar to her. Those in such physical conditions typically resided in the harsh environment of the nether forest. Alongside the fallen orcs of the boundless marshes, Tang Qingqing observed the leader of the 3 fallen orcs. Although his physique appeared somewhat gaunt, he was remarkably tall, with a slightly pale complexion and a long scar adorning his face. He stood silently, merely gazing at Tang Qingqing without uttering a word. He placed the prey they had been carrying onto the ground, preparing to depart with his companions. "Wait." Yi Wuxiang turned his head at the sound of Tang Qingqing's voice, still remaining silent, but his eyes conveyed a question. "Do you have something to say?" Tang Qingqing called out to the 3 who were about to leave. "We are in need of assistance. Would you be willing to help us?" Yi Wuxiang nodded, surprised that Tang Qingqing was willing to seek their aid. Tang Qingqing consented to Yi Wuxiang's proposal, then turned to the orc who had inquired if she required assistance, saying, "We indeed need help to provide sustenance for so many people. Thank you for your willingness to join us in the hunt." Upon hearing Tang Qingqing's acceptance of their aid, Xia Yin responded with a smile. If it were another tribe, they would not concern themselves with whether those who have fought are capable of hunting or face starvation. It is only due to the chief's benevolence that you are willing to offer us such ample provisions for those who have battled. You need not feel obliged to express your gratitude. Tang Qingqing gazed upon the western sky, where the evening glow had already adorned the heavens. No longer daring to squander time, she ventured deeper into the forest with the 8 newly joined companions, for the further they trekked inward, the more abundant the prey became. As the moon ascended the treetops, Tang Qingqing and her companions emerged from the woodland, and the faces of Yi Wuxiang, Xia Yan, and the other 8 beastmen radiated with admiration for both Tang Qingqing and Lang Yu. Tang Qingqing and Lang Wei also hold a deep admiration for the 2 formidable males, Yi Wuxiang and Xia Yan. It is needless to say that Tang Qingqing and Lang Yue were captivated by their own inherent strength, as they were led by the powerful giant whale leopard beastman, Xia Yan, and the fallen beastman of the Blackhorn Qilin, Yi Wuxiang, within their small wandering beastman team. Tang Qingqing observed that the 2 individuals, while hunting, exhibited a calm and composed demeanor, swiftly and decisively pouncing upon their prey. They neither rushed forward to showcase their prowess nor hesitated out of deference. The several beastmen accompanying them also refrained from any deceitful antics or displays of impatience. Yi Wuxiang and Xia Yin did not return to the valley with Tang Qingqing and her companions. En route back, they expressed the need to depart for other matters. Tang Qingqing comprehended their intentions and refrained from uttering a word, allowing them to depart. "They are indeed 2 commendable males," Lang Wei remarked. Her gaze filled with admiration as she observed the direction in which the 2 had left. Tang Qingqing merely smiled, without speaking, and led her companions back to the valley. As they ascended the slope before the valley, they gazed down to behold numerous campfires flickering with warmth, alongside orcs who were roasting their freshly caught game, the air thick with the rich aroma of barbecued meat. Upon their entrance into the valley, Chi Yu approached them eagerly. Tang Qingqing instructed the others to proceed ahead, and the 2 found a secluded spot. Standing close to Tang Qingqing, Chi Yu whispered, "I have just discovered that the high shaman Ming Xie of the Golden Lion tribe and the wise female of the Moon tribe were secretly meeting in a nearby grove. Fearing they might notice me, I concealed myself at a distance. Yet I still witnessed the wise female of the Moon tribe handing something to Ming Xie while uttering words about administering a drug." Tang Qingqing furrowed her brow upon hearing Chi Yu's report. She was aware of the identity of the wise female he mentioned, Su Yushui, who had garnered this peculiar nickname due to her creation of an array of bizarre items. To her surprise, it turned out that the 2 were acquainted, which explained the palpable disdain and aversion she sensed from the high shaman of the Golden Lion tribe during their first encounter. She found herself puzzled by the inexplicable animosity directed towards her, only to realize it stemmed from the influence of the enchanting beauty. Moreover, the matter of the poison troubled her. What substance was being used, and against whom was it intended? Was it meant to drug an important guest for the purpose of framing and sabotaging, or was it aimed at her own life, with the intent to eliminate her? Such an act would thrust the newly established Tang clan into the perilous brink of dissolution. The origin of this poison remained a mystery. Her own tribal shaman, Moi, had become a follower of hers, and after suffering from illness for many years, he had no ties to other tribes. Thus it was unlikely that he was the source of this toxic concoction. As for the shaman of the Starsea tribe, from what Tang Qingqing understood, the orcs of that tribe were known for their amicable nature, exhibiting minimal dependence on the land and rarely engaging in conflicts with terrestrial tribes. They had no motive to resort to such nefarious acts. Tang Qingqing recalled the inconspicuous shaman of the tiger tribe, Lan Can, who had arrived here like a phantom. For reasons unknown, upon encountering this shaman, an instinctive sense of aversion and caution welled up within her. It was unnecessary to mention that the Moon tribe currently lacked a shaman. Had Yutian possessed such harmful potions, he would not have forced the ancient shaman out of the tribe, leading to unintended fatalities. The Qian tribe had not brought a shaman along this time, and both Moi and the wandering shaman were excluded from the proceedings. Aside from Lan Can, she could think of no other. Moreover, not every shaman in the tribes could concoct lethal potions. The medical practices of this world remained quite rudimentary. The ability to craft sophisticated poisons was a rare skill among shamans, much like the ancient shaman who could only produce a potion that rendered the orcs weak. "Where is Mingxia now?" Qiyu inquired. "He just returned not long ago." Tang Qingqing nodded, urging Qiyu to continue monitoring the movements of the Moon tribe and the Crimson Flame tribe, while she herself ventured into the valley. Tang Qingqing no longer fears being drugged by others. Rather, she is apprehensive about someone administering poison to Lung Lai and Nan Xian. Should harm befall them in her secluded valley, she fears that the Golden Lion tribe and the Starsea tribe's orcs would undoubtedly lay waste to her humble abode. Upon entering the valley, Tang Qingqing sought out Can, leading him to a deserted spot where she imparted a few instructions before proceeding to the area designated for receiving guests. As Lang Lai observed Tang Qingqing approaching, his demeanor softened. Xianjiao and Mou were accompanying them, and Tang Qingqing noticed that Xingzhe and Mingxia were also present. Nan Xian, without a doubt, knew exactly whom to seek out. Curiously, the orcs of the Tiger tribe had refrained from visiting the valley today, including the young leader known as Li Luo, which cast a fleeting shadow of melancholy across Tang Qingqing's face. Upon her return, Tang Qingqing seized the opportunity to inform Xianjiao, Mo Yi, and several trusted beastmen, including Lang Yu, about Qi Yu's revelation regarding a plot to poison them. She urged them to remain vigilant concerning the activities within the valley, ensuring that no one could exploit any weaknesses. Indeed, before dinner, Lang Yu discreetly summoned Tang Qingqing to a secluded spot, where she revealed that Can had discovered a beast man from the Golden Lion tribe attempting to poison their spring. This individual had been apprehended and, following her instructions, was silenced and confined in a cave, where Can was now keeping watch. Tang Qingqing's expression shifted several times, revealing her realization that she had underestimated the malevolence of others. It became clear that their intent was not to target her alone, but rather to eradicate them all. From this moment forth, ensure that no one leaves the valley, especially the orcs of the Golden Lion tribe, and that formidable shaman Mingxia. Langyue, you must personally oversee him. If he insists on departing, do not hesitate to incapacitate him. The orcs within the valley lacked medicinal resources, and it was certain that some would seek to escape to relay information. Tang Qingqing would not grant them that opportunity. In Tang Qingqing's eyes shimmered the brilliance of wisdom. Langyue, shortly, discreetly seek out Yu Wushang and Xia Yan, who assisted us in today's hunt, and convey my desire to meet them. The lazy fish is not devoid of intelligence. Rather, it is a chosen mode of existence. However, the current circumstances no longer permit her to remain in such a torpid state. Thus, she must devise a means to forge her own opportunities, harboring the hope of once again leading a leisurely life. To ensure safety, before the roasted meat was served, Tang Qingqing sliced off a small piece from each portion to taste it herself. Although she could not discern poison, having consumed such a quantity of meat, any harmful substance would surely elicit a reaction from her, thereby safeguarding others from potential harm. This method, albeit rather rudimentary, was preferable to allowing everyone to go hungry through the night. Cold Lai observed Tang Qingqing's actions, narrowing his eyes in contemplation. What event had transpired that warranted such caution regarding food? Suddenly, a sharp glimmer flashed within his narrowed gaze. It was only when tampering with the food occurred that she would exhibit such diligence. The shamanic walker of the Xinghai tribe regarded the settlement. Despite the limited number of beastmen, everything was meticulously organized, and the ability to provide sustenance for so many in less than an afternoon spoke volumes of the leader's exceptional capabilities and the unity among the beastmen. He had also noticed that the leader, Qingqing, had tasted from each piece of roasted meat, and as a shaman, he discerned this was not mere consumption but rather a method of testing for poison. Upon witnessing Tang Qingqing's actions, Mingxia rose, intending to leave the valley, but was ensnared by Languid, who engaged him in conversation, denying him the opportunity to depart. Mingxia's unusual demeanor and Languid's overt obstruction caught Cold Lie's attention. He regarded the tribe's great shaman with a cold gaze, already harboring suspicions. The tested roasted meat was placed upon the stone table, and Qing Shan and the others were summoned for dinner, yet Xin Jiu and Mo Yi had not returned. They were replaced by Qing He and his companions, who were on their patrol. The shamanic walker observed the unfolding events at the stone table, his eyes flickering as he quietly consumed a piece of roasted meat, contemplating the necessity of securing the safety of his tribe's young leader tomorrow. Remaining here brought uncertainty about what further occurrences might transpire. The recently established Tang tribe's beastmen appeared commendable. He hoped not to cause them any trouble, yet he pondered whether their young leader had had enough of the female known as Xiao Ling, whom he was reluctant to depart from. With a month remaining until adulthood, Nan Stian currently presented a piece of golden, succulent roasted meat to the charming Xiao Ling, who had only recently come of age herself. The two stood together, a fitting pair. After the meal, Cold Lie sipped a cup of clear tea and turned to Tang Qingqing, inquiring, "What has transpired? Do you require my assistance?" Tang Qingqing was not well acquainted with the chieftain of the Golden Lion tribe, whom she had only met 2 days prior. In that moment, she was uncertain whether to confide in him. She glanced up at Mingxia, whose gaze was dark and fixed upon her, and shook her head. After all, he was the tribe's chief shaman, and their relationship was undoubtedly closer than hers with him. If she revealed the truth, Lang Lai might not know whom to trust, potentially complicating matters further. At present, her sole desire was to ensure the safe departure of the guests. As for their actions, she was not concerned about the time it would take to seek retribution. Lang Lai, perceptive as ever, noticed the hesitation on Tang Qingqing's face. He glanced at the shaman Mingxia he had brought along, and upon seeing Tang Qingqing's refusal to speak, he continued to sip his tea with an inscrutable expression. What he truly contemplated remained known only to him. After finishing her meal, Tang Qingqing seized an opportunity to meet with Yi Wushang and Xia Yan, expressing her willingness to offer them refuge within the tribe, should they desire it. Standing before Tang Qingqing, Yi Wushang's gaze remained as frosty as ever, his voice low and husky as he replied, "I am willing." After a brief pause, he continued, "Might the leader also consider sheltering the 2 orc companions who accompany me, those 2 males you met this afternoon? I assure you, they are not vicious fallen orcs." Tang Qingqing recalled the 2 orc hunters, who had spent the entire afternoon in serene silence. She nodded in agreement, saying, "All right." After they finished their conversation, Xia Yan added, "I too am willing. I hope the chief will also take in the orcs you encountered this afternoon. Though we are wanderers, I can swear by the beast god that we have only resorted to theft for food. We have never engaged in any heinous acts." Although Tang Qingqing could not ascertain whether they had truly committed any heinous acts in the past, their conduct that afternoon suggested that at least these individuals retained a semblance of moral integrity. Thus, she was inclined to offer them a chance. For it is often the case that one's actions in a particular environment do not necessarily reflect their true intentions. Her tribe was in urgent need of expansion, and she aimed to retain some orcs who still exhibited a trace of conscience, intending to train and regulate them. Should she discover, during this process, that she had misjudged and accepted some ruthless or malicious orcs, it would not pose a significant challenge to either expel or deal with them. As for the unrelated matters, the fruit that does not lead to weight gain is being updated. We provide a narrative of the orc world where the divine presence dissipates. After transforming into a control group, I have become rather lackadaisical. For the swiftest updates, please ensure to bookmark this book. The Tiger clan had already been advised by the shaman, Lan Can, to leave the valley while Tang Qingqing was out hunting. Li Luo, overwhelmed by the attentions of Green Flower, the daughter of the Qian clan leader, agreed to depart when Lan Can suggested leaving. He intended to bid farewell to Tang Qingqing and the others, only to be informed that she had gone hunting. Li Luo felt discomfort at not being able to say goodbye to the female leader in person. This explains why Tang Qingqing did not find Li Luo upon her return from the hunt, after Xianjiu returned and finished his meal. He located Tang Qingqing resting against a large tree outside the valley. Tang Qingqing lay on a sturdy branch, her eyes closed. Have the beasts in the valley settled down? Xianjiu, who had leapt onto the tree to sit beside her, replied, "Yes, they are all comfortably asleep. Mo Yi and Lang Yu are waiting for our news in the valley, and they have not informed Brother Qishan. I hope they can rest a little longer without worry." Tang Qingqing opened her eyes and gazed at the distant hillside, where the orcs, having fought throughout the afternoon, were now fast asleep. Some of the orcs who had lost their matches had already departed. The night had deepened, and the moon was nearing its zenith. Perhaps it was due to the overwhelming presence of the orcs in this area that even the small creatures refrained from foraging nearby. In the serene night, a gentle breeze wafted through, as Tang Qingqing and Xianjiao lay upon the branches in silence. Just as she believed Xianjiao had succumbed to slumber, she heard his hoarse voice breaking the stillness. "Are you still unable to let go of Li Xiao?" Tang Qingqing reminisced about the past, recalling the fierce Xiao and the currently Luo. The unfamiliar gaze he cast upon her still elicited a pang of sorrow within her heart. The shared heartache of departing from their tribe, the bond forged during the rainy season while they were confined in the cave, and the memories of their adventures together in the Wuming Mountains gathering red grass all flooded her mind, leaving her with a deep sigh. What does it matter if I cannot let go? As long as he is well, that is enough. Now that he has forgotten us and resumed his role as the young chief of the tiger tribe, perhaps this is for the best. Their voices were barely above a whisper, as if sharing secrets beneath the moonlight. When the moon reached its zenith, the Moon Tribe and the Scarlet Flame Tribe finally stirred to action. The orc warriors from both tribes numbered nearly several hundred, and they would likely choose to coordinate their efforts today to eradicate their foes, fearing that tomorrow, the leader of the Golden Lion Tribe, Lang Lai, might lead his people away, leaving them without a chance to strike. Chi Yu, go to the valley and have Lang Yu quietly awaken Big Brother and Zhe Chun and the others. We must transfer Si Kai and the other females to Big Brother's home. Their cave has a passage that leads to the back mountain. Let can guide a few people to escort them out from there and seal the entrance. Tang Qingqing reclined against the tree, as if engaging in a conversation with the very air itself. Nearby, upon a grand tree, a black eagle concealed its presence and soared towards a distant valley. Tang Qingqing observed a group of 30 to 50 orcs stealthily advancing towards the valley from the small grove across the way, making an effort to avoid disturbing the orcs situated at the base of the slope. While it was unlikely that the orcs would take notice even if roused, they chose to navigate around cautiously. The skirmishes between tribes seldom involved orcs from outside the clan, which explained why the cunning leaders, Yin Tian and Xiu Ku, paid little heed to the orcs below the slope. Tang Qingqing did not intervene to prevent the initial wave of beastmen from entering the valley. For the more beastmen that infiltrated, the greater the losses would be for both tribes. It was akin to a flock of sheep being herded into a pen, while a pack of wolves lay in wait, their claws bared. Although the wolves were few, the sheer number of sheep rendered them unable to mount a coordinated defense against their attackers. Within the valley, the verdant mountains and other unsuspecting beastmen were momentarily bewildered upon being roused, before hastening into action. Zan and several informed beastmen, who had not fully succumbed to slumber, awaited Tang Qingqing's command. Chi Yu soared into the valley, conveying Tang Qingqing's orders to all present. Zan immediately set off to gather the females, directing them to the cave belonging to Tang Qingqing's elder brother, preparing to relocate them to the safer rear mountains as per her instructions. Though Zicai was reluctant to depart, upon hearing Chi Yu's words, she urged Huaxiao, Along, and the others to hasten their escape, while supporting the heavily pregnant black sister. Chi Yu merely remarked, "What purpose would your staying serve? Would you drag down your savior and jeopardize her life?" The females glanced anxiously at their males as Zan and In led them away through the cave's side paths. The males breathed a sigh of relief. As long as their companions were out of danger, they felt no fear. The entrance to the side path was securely blocked by a large stone, and unless spoken of, no one would notice that it concealed a naturally formed tunnel. Below in the valley, conflict had erupted. Lang Lai was jolted awake from his slumber in a hide tent, witnessing the Star Sea tribe's shaman, the Walker, frantically searching for someone named Shaoling. He glanced towards the valley's entrance, where an increasing number of beastmen poured in. It seemed a realization struck him, and he approached the hide tent where his tribe's great shaman, Ming Xia, had been resting, only to find it empty. The veins on Lang Lai's forehead throbbed as his gaze turned icy, instilling a sense of dread. The Walker, pondering, observed the vacant tent. Where could the great shaman have gone at such a late hour? It was unlikely he had ventured to the front lines to observe the battle without first rousing Lang Lai, the leader. Zhe ran over, noticing Lang Lai and the others were awake, and spoke urgently. "Our leader instructed me to escort you to safety. Your own tribe's members await outside. Once you exit, you shall be secure." With gritted teeth, Lang Lai replied coldly, "Your leader's arrangements are well planned, as if he alone should bear all burdens, leaving us to appear heartless and ungrateful. With that, he disregarded Zay's thoughts and strode towards the side of the skirmish. The walker followed closely behind with Nansen. Knowing that Lung Lai would not abandon his nephew, Languid, akin to a famished wolf amidst a flock of sheep, left destruction in his wake wherever he tread. The greater the influx of beast men, the less likely they were to transform into their beast forms, for Languid and his kin intentionally positioned themselves in a narrow area, where only a few beast men could occupy their beast forms, a premeditated strike zone. It must not be forgotten that these beast men in the valley were the progeny of the Moon Tribe's bravest warriors, their beast forms inherently formidable. Was it not for Yuntian's secrecy over the years to preserve them for the tribe's protection? There were a total of 29 individuals remaining in the valley, with 21 warriors left after Zan and En, along with 6 captured females. The combat prowess of these remaining warriors was formidable. Among them were Chiyu's brothers, Aliang, Amu, Xing, Akue, and Hui, who had survived in the wild for many years, showcasing their ferocity in battle. Not one of them chose to flee in the face of such overwhelming adversaries. After Tang Qingqing had ushered 2 batches of orcs into the valley, she and Xianjiu barred the other orcs from the Moon Tribe and the Crimson Flame Tribe outside the valley. In the midst of battle, Xianjiu was taken aback to see Yi Wushang, whom he had just accepted that evening, accompanied by the 2 fallen orcs he had encountered earlier that afternoon. Aiding them in the fight, Yi Wushang transformed into a beastly form adorned with scales that shimmered with a bluish hue, sporting horns that resembled those of a dragon or a serpent under the moonlight. With a single sweep of his tail, he felled a large number of adversaries, moving with the swiftness of autumn winds scattering fallen leaves. Tang Qingqing struck down an orc that had ambushed Xianjiu with a single, powerful blow. Her voice piercing yet tinged with trepidation as she exclaimed, "What are you doing? Are you seeking death by losing focus in battle?" Xianjiu, perplexed by the presence of an unfamiliar orc aiding them, realized his error as he nearly fell victim to the ambush. With renewed ferocity, he lunged at the orc before him, his claws piercing through the creature's throat, blood gushing forth. Yuntian and Chioku were among the last to arrive at the valley, accompanied by Tsang Ming and the seemingly defenseless female protagonist, Su Yushiwei. Believing that the scant number of orcs here signified an assured victory, they had brought along a female who might hinder their efforts, dismissing the threat posed by their adversaries. As Su Yushiwei and Tsang Ming observed Tang Qingqing surrounded by numerous orcs, expressions of ease washed over their faces, with Su Yushiwei even breaking into a smile, thinking, "Qingqing, with your strength, you can handle all these orcs, you will tire them out." Just as Yun Tian and Chioku reveled in their anticipated triumph, and as Tang Qingqing prepared to unleash a wind blade to decimate her foes, a chilling roar resonated from the valley, summoning the orcs of her tribe to assist the Tang clan in battle. Simultaneously, a frantic cry from a white-tailed sea eagle orc echoed from the skies. Calling forth his kin, he was Nanxian. The orcs of the Xinghai tribe, heeding their young chief's summons, joined the fray. The once confident expressions of Yuntian and Chioku darkened with dread as they beheld a pack of fierce lions and coastal orcs rallying to the Tang clan's side. Witnessing the sudden shift in the tide of battle, they realized the severity of their losses escalating. Reluctantly, they emitted a series of retreat signals into the sky. And Tsang Ming, bearing the unwilling Su Yushiwei, took flight. Chioku, cursing under his breath, hastily summoned back the orcs of the Qiyin tribe and departed in haste under the cover of night. Tang Qingqing gazed at the 2 clans of orcs retreating like receding tides, choosing not to intervene. The midnight ambush had come to an end, and daylight was breaking. Observing the wounded orcs in and around the valley still clinging to life, she allowed them to depart rather than pursuing their annihilation. Tang Qingqing stood on the slope before the valley and counted, discovering that there were as many as 150 to 60 wandering beastmen and fallen beastmen aiding in this battle, most of whom were victors from the recent contest. They were indeed formidable adversaries, having triumphed over hundreds, although they bore injuries from the skirmish. It was evident that these were merely superficial scratches. Qishan, Languid, and Moi, having resolved the matters within the valley, approached Tang Qingqing and Xuanji. Cold Eye stood at a distance, his piercing gaze fixed on Tang Qingqing, inquiring, "Where is Ming Xie?" Tang Qingqing's cool gaze flickered as she curled her lips, addressing Akin and Zay, "Go fetch their grand shaman." Understood. Akin and Zay dashed into the valley, emerging from a concealed cave with the grand shaman Ming Xie, who had been rendered unconscious by Lang Yu. Now awake and bound. As he was brought before Lung Lai, Ming Xie realized the gravity of his actions. He sensed that his deeds had likely been exposed when he witnessed the female leaders savoring the roasted meat. Thus, He had intended to inform Yushui about the administered poison, fearing that their plan for a surprise attack that evening had been compromised. However, before he could exit the valley, he was struck from behind and lost consciousness. When he awoke, he found himself in a cave, limbs restrained. He struggled against the bindings, only to discover the exceptional resilience of the vines. Before he could free himself, he was presented before Lung Lai. Gazing upon Lung Lai's subtly smiling visage, Ming Xia understood his fate was sealed. Having grown up alongside Lung Lai, he was acutely aware of the latter's ruthless nature. Typically, Lung Lai wore a stern countenance, and when he smiled, it heralded the most severe retribution for those who stood before him. Though Ming Xia held the title of Grand Shaman, he comprehended the true essence of Lung Lai. The latter's strength and dominion over the tribe surpassed that of any leader from the Golden Lion tribe by unfathomable margins. Ming Xia had once sought to wrestle some power from him, only to be met with brutal repression, as those orcs close to him inexplicably became crippled. It was evident that Lang Lai's methods were merciless. Had it not been for the tribe's need for his shamanic prowess, he would have long since faced a fate unknown. Our tribe's Grand Shaman truly possesses remarkable abilities, Lung Lai remarked. The Tang clan has taken precautions to shield you from harm by securing you within this cave. Tang Qingqing is an individual with a remarkably low threshold for humor. Fearing that she might burst into laughter upon hearing what Lung Lai had said, she chose to depart with her companions to attend to her own matters. Can continued to monitor the unfolding battle and, upon noticing the retreat of Yutian and Xiuku, brought Si Cao and the others back. Tang Qingqing was expressing her gratitude to the 156 valiant males who had come to her aid. As Sika approached her, she recognized the efforts these beastmen had made in the recent battle. Sika suggested that there would be no need for further competitions today. Instead, they would select their followers from among these 156 individuals. The happiness came as a surprise, for many among these beastmen had been eliminated just the day before. They had chosen to assist because the members of the Tang clan had offered them food, showcasing their generosity, which prompted this unexpected act of support. However, upon hearing Sika's proposal, the victorious beastmen from the previous day grew anxious. They had witnessed the overwhelming number of attackers during the night raid on the Tang clan and felt that their assistance would be of little significance. Therefore, they feigned ignorance of the events unfolding on the hillside. This cannot be. The rules established yesterday dictate that followers must be chosen through competition. You cannot go back on your word. Sika retorted sharply to the dissenting males. I am merely trying to conserve your energy. Do not forget that the final selection rests with us. Even if you win, if we do not choose you as followers, your efforts will have been in vain. The males who had refrained from helping now regretted their decision deeply. They had overlooked the fact that the females of the Tang clan were selecting followers primarily to strengthen their tribe. By choosing to remain passive, they had, in a sense, eliminated themselves from contention. Some who were more astute realized that further debate was futile, regardless of competition. These young females would likely not choose them. A few less perceptive beastmen continued to insist on a competition with Sika and Huaxiao, only to be pulled away by their more aware companions. Such arguments and contests had become meaningless, as the young females would ultimately not select them. The 20 or so victorious males from the previous day left with a bittersweet sense of disappointment, knowing that the once accessible young females had become distant and unattainable. Meanwhile, those who had been eliminated felt regret for not having joined the fight alongside the Tang clan, pondering whether they too might have been chosen by the young females had they made that choice. Tang Qingqing refrained from allowing Si Kai and the others to select their followers today. Standing on the hillside, she addressed the 156 male orcs who had assisted her the previous night. Do you wish to be chosen by the young females of our tribe now? Or would you prefer to remain and become members of our clan? Regardless of whether you are wandering or fallen orcs, should you choose to stay, you must heed my commands. Should you contemplate any misdeeds in the future, know that I may resort to lethal measures. Now, I ask you, do you wish to remain and join the Tang clan? Few orcs in dire straits would decline the opportunity to embrace tribal life. The tribe, while offering relative safety, also provided the essential protection that orcs valued most, their offspring and females, which are crucial for establishing a stable life. No female would willingly reside outside the tribe with a male, for such a choice is fraught with peril. Among the more than 100 orcs standing below, not a single dissenting voice emerged. They all echoed the same two words. We are willing. None were foolish. The prospect of being selected by the young females was uncertain. Yet living alongside them in the same tribe would undoubtedly facilitate their pursuit. Yi Wuxiang and his two companions had sustained minor injuries during the battle and were taken into the valley by Mo Yi for treatment. At this moment, Xia Yan, accompanied by his 4 wandering orc brothers, approached Tang Qingqing with beaming smiles. "Leader, please feel free to command us with any tasks." Tang Qingqing observed Xia Yan with indifference. From the moment she laid eyes on him, she recognized that he was a cunning orc, yet she did not anticipate his level of craftiness. Tang Qingqing sighed deeply, reflecting that sometimes it is only through experience that one can truly discern the character of another. I cannot accept someone who, while witnessing their own tribe under siege, chooses to stand idly by. Do you understand my sentiment? Xia Yan's expression froze. He was acutely aware that his actions the previous night were not commendable. However, in the face of 2 tribes attacking a smaller clan of merely 20 or so beastmen, any sensible beastman would know which side to choose. So it could not be entirely blamed on him. Did you not say that we only joined your tribe today? Last night, as I was not yet a member of your tribe, it was inappropriate for me to involve myself in your tribal conflicts. Xia Yan desperately attempted to justify himself, but no one was inclined to listen any longer. Tang Qingqing unleashed her power with a flick of her wrist, causing a small tree not far ahead to break into 3 sections. Even someone as dull as Xia Yan could comprehend Tang Qingqing's intent at that moment, especially since he was a somewhat clever beastman. Consequently, he lowered his head and, feeling somewhat dejected, led his companions away. What else could he do? Was he to be reduced to a state akin to that of the shattered tree? After Xia Yan departed with his group, Leng Lai and Nan Xian approached Tang Qingqing to bid farewell, only to be persuaded by her to stay. She announced that a celebratory feast would be held today to commemorate the establishment of their Tang clan, and she hoped they would honor her invitation by joining in the festivities. Outside the valley, the injured beastmen from the Moon tribe and the Scarlet Flame tribe were helping each other to leave, leaving behind around 50 corpses. Tang Qingqing instructed her people to carry them away to be cremated with firewood. However, her elder brother, Qishan, intervened. "Qingqing, have you forgotten? All deceased beastmen must be sent to the abyss of the Beast God Valley. Only then will their souls be summoned by the Beast God, returning to his side to become his messengers. If we fail to lay the fallen to rest there, the Beast God may unleash calamities upon us as punishment." Tang Qingqing was momentarily taken aback. She had not gleaned from the memories of her predecessor that the beastmen possessed such customs. It reminded her of the last time when Mo Yi had brought the body of his father, the shaman Guya, to that so-called Beast God Valley's abyss for burial. Thus, she inquired, "Where is the Beast God Valley? Is it far from here?" Qishan replied, "It lies at the very heart of the Beastman continent, approximately a 3 to 4 days' journey from here. Within the valley, there exists an unfathomable abyss, where all beastmen, regardless of how they meet their end, are laid to rest." Tang Qingqing asked in astonishment, "Just how deep is that abyss? After all these years, the corpses of beastmen have yet to fill it?" Qishan was equally perplexed. He too had sent the deceased beastmen, whether from illness or old age, to the bottomless pit of the Beast God Valley. At that time, he had only glimpsed what appeared to be a dark whirlpool beneath, and beyond that, nothing was visible. Tang Qingqing believed that it was somewhat cumbersome to travel such a distance to bury the orcs attacking them. Furthermore, as a person from the modern world, she found it difficult to accept such notions. Thus, she insisted that she and Gio take the bodies to a remote valley for cremation, although Qishan wished to voice his thoughts. Upon seeing his sister's fatigued expression as she managed numerous responsibilities, he refrained from speaking, his heart aching for her. This marked the first occasion he contravened the natural laws of the beast world. Meanwhile, Tang Qingqing busied herself instructing others to clean the valley, sweeping and washing away the bloodstains left from the previous night. With the newly joined orcs, the work progressed more swiftly. At that moment, Tang Qingqing calculated the number of individuals in their tribe. They had 29 members, had just taken in 156 more, and including Yi Wuxiang and his 2 companions. The total now amounted to 188 orcs. Leng Lai and Nan Xian brought with them a protective force of about 100 orcs, and today they needed to prepare food for over 200 orcs. Tang Qingqing instructed her second brother to clear the valley in preparation for the celebration. As the influx of orcs rendered the valley too cramped for such a gathering, she decided to hold the festivities on the grassy expanse in front of the valley. The orcs led by Leng Lai and Nan Xian had already ventured into the distant forest for hunting, merging with the group led by Lang Yu. The sight of such a formidable assembly of orcs was indeed awe-inspiring. As they departed, Tang Qingqing called upon Qi Yu and Akin, the 3 valiant orcs, to accompany her to a nearby large lake to gather lotus leaves, which the orcs affectionately referred to as big green leaves. Additionally, They planned to search the hillside for those particularly large potatoes, which, while sizable, were rather scarce. Upon hearing of the expedition for the big green leaves, Kai, Huaxiao, and Xiaoling insisted on joining. Nanxian, who had just returned from Xiaoling, remained closely behind her, while Lang Lai stood beside Tang Qingqing, seemingly eager to partake in the adventure. The group first ventured to the hillside in search of potatoes, and after a lengthy endeavor, they managed to unearth 2 baskets. Thanks to the potatoes' substantial size, had they been akin to modern potatoes, they would have barely filled half a basket, while Tang Qingqing and her companions were occupied with digging. Lang Lai and Qi Yu roamed the mountains and returned with a few small creatures. They bore a resemblance to rabbits, but lacked the 3-pronged mouths. To Tang Qingqing's delight, they had also captured a small animal reminiscent of a golden pheasant, albeit much larger than its modern counterpart. Having skipped breakfast, the group was treated to a feast when Lang Lai and Qi Yu ventured further afield, returning with a lulishu, which they roasted in the wilderness for everyone to share. Tang Qingqing wandered about, foraging wild scallions, wild garlic, and wild ginger, these flavorful ingredients. Encountering a spice reminiscent of Sichuan pepper, she instinctively gathered some to take home. Once an ardent lover of spicy food, Tang Qingqing searched tirelessly but failed to find any plants comparable to chili peppers in the vicinity. After descending from the mountain, she and her companions arrived at the lakeside, where the warmth of the day had intensified. To her surprise, she spotted a freshwater mollusk known in certain southern regions as water shell, which, when boiled and seasoned, makes for a delightful dish. Observing Tang Qingqing collecting these hard, dark shells, Kai curiously inquired, "Qingqing, what are you doing with those? They look rather unattractive." Upon hearing Kai's question, Huaxiao ceased her gathering of large green leaves and hurried over, noticing that Tang Qingqing had already amassed dozens of water shells. Tang Qingqing noticed their curious gazes upon the large shellfish in her basket and smiled as she spoke to Kai and Huaxiao. "It appears quite substantial. There should be meat inside. I shall attempt to cook it tonight and see if it is edible." Kai chuckled softly, replying, "Qingqing, you truly are a little foodie, always wanting to bring back anything you find to see if it can be tasted." Lang Lai and a few other males approached, and upon hearing Tang Qingqing's thoughts of food, smiles inevitably graced their faces. Lang Lai looked at Tang Qingqing, his lips curling in a teasing manner as he remarked, "Indeed, you resemble quite the gourmand." Tang Qingqing lifted her head and cast a sidelong glance at him, noticing Lang Lai's open chest, sculpted muscles, broad shoulders, and robust arms, complemented by his long, powerful legs. "You can't possibly be a foodie and look this fit," she exclaimed, laughing heartily. Lang Lai, catching the glint of her gaze, puffed out his impressive chest and burst into laughter, which left Tang Qingqing blushing fiercely. She glared at the group of males, including Lang Lai, and demanded, "What are you all staring at? Shouldn't you be out in the river catching more fish? I'll stew them for you tonight." Qi Yu and Chun, aware that the number of diners would be significant that day, were about to head to the lake to catch additional fish when Tang Qingqing, who was surveying a patch of large lotus leaves, called them back. "Qi Yu, Chin, why don't you first check beneath those large green leaves to see if their roots are growing in the mud? The leaves look so lush. Perhaps the roots are edible as well." The 2 males paused, surprised by Tang Qingqing's suggestion, and confirmed the earlier assessment made by Kai about her. She was indeed someone who could think of food at every turn. Although they thought this, none dared voice it, having just witnessed their tribe's leader being reprimanded by their own little female chief. Hearing about the fishing, Nanxian, who had been following Xiaoling, hurried over, eager to showcase his skills, as fishing by the seaside was his forte. "Qingqing, I'll go catch fish while they dig up the roots of those large green leaves," he declared, and with that, he dove headfirst into the lake. The onlookers, recognizing the youthful exuberance of Nanxian, smiled and shook their heads, allowing him to pursue his goal of impressing his beloved. Qi Yu and Chin indeed ventured into the river, and as they sifted through the muddy depths beneath the large leaves, they unearthed something and tugged at the lotus root. Waving the white, arm-like roots in the water, they piqued the curiosity of their companions, who urged them to toss the finds onto the shore for a closer look. Tang Qingqing was well aware that lotus roots would grow beneath the lotus leaves, thus, she remained utterly unperturbed as she continued to collect her old shells by the lakeside. Upon spotting snails, she would deftly gather them and place them into her woven basket. Occasionally, she would glimpse shrimp resembling tiny crayfish, but before she could reach out to catch them, those little creatures would retreat into the water. Tang Qingqing longed for the moment when she could craft a net, casting out some enticing bait, certain that she would catch an abundance of shrimp in this very spot. The mere thought of those succulent braised prawns nearly made her drool. Tang Qingqing was lost in thoughts of her culinary delights when she heard Huaxiao approach her, holding a segment of lotus root. Qingqing, this delicacy is truly edible and quite crisp and refreshing. Tang Qingqing observed Huaxiao holding a section of tender white lotus root that had been nibbled on. With a smile, she remarked, as long as it is edible, that is what matters. Encourage Akin and the others to gather more, and upon our return this evening, we shall explore the best way to prepare it deliciously. Tang Qingqing and Si Kai collected a basket of large seashells before heading ashore, accompanied by Huaxiao to forage in the fields for an abundance of wild greens. Tang Qingqing was particularly delighted to discover a plant resembling modern lettuce, envisioning the delectable taste of grilled meat wrapped in its crisp leaves. Meanwhile, Lung Lai stood by the lake, observing the small female foraging for food, his gaze betraying an undeniable affection as he watched her with an intensity that burned like fire. Tang Qingqing searched everywhere for edible provisions, and eventually, their baskets proved insufficient. Qiyu flew back to the valley to fetch a few more to complete their load. Nan Stian, having grown up by the sea, truly excelled at fishing. Perhaps it was also due to Xiao Ling standing on the shore, assisting him by placing the caught fish into the basket. The collaboration of the two young individuals, a harmonious pairing of male and female, was indeed the reason for Nan Xian's enthusiasm in his fishing endeavors. Nan Xian managed to catch a fish weighing nearly 30 pounds, with the smaller ones still exceeding 10. Having grown accustomed to observing large fish by the seaside, he dismissed the smaller ones entirely. Such a large fish could not be accommodated in the basket. So Tang Qingqing sought out a sturdy and resilient vine to thread through the fish's gills, allowing it to hang for a while before they took it back. They also gathered 2 baskets of lotus roots, and Tang Qingqing intended to prepare a beggar's chicken using the gugu beast and the giant pine chicken. She discovered that the meat of these 2 small creatures, adorned with flat fur, bore a striking resemblance to modern chicken and duck meat, igniting her curiosity about the flavor of the dish. On their return, Akin and Qiyu carried a basket in front and another on their backs, while even Lang Lai held 2 baskets filled with the assorted foods Tang Qingqing had foraged. Nan Xian, with a basket of fish on his back, attempted to reach for Xiao Ling's hand, only to be gently brushed away by her, her cheeks flushed with embarrassment. Huaxiao and Si Kai could not help but laugh at the scene, prompting Xiao Ling to glare at Nan Xian before retreating to Tang Qingqing's side, ignoring their teasing laughter. However, Huaxiao and Si Kai, seeing Xiao Ling's reaction, continued to jest with her, and she, fortunate enough to find humor in it, approached boldly. Grasping Nan Xian's large hand and casting a defiant glance at Huaxiao and Si Kai, the 2 females were momentarily taken aback, but their smiles grew brighter, and their laughter rang louder, even eliciting a chuckle from Tang Qingqing, who was amused by their antics. The melodious laughter of the females served as the finest remedy for the male's fatigue, inducing a sense of relaxation and joy. In the past, had anyone suggested such camaraderie to Long Lai, he would have scoffed, believing that solitude was preferable to competing for the affections of so many females. Yet, as he gazed upon the rosy, blushing cheeks before him, warmth blossomed within his heart, and the sight of her plump, pink lips stirred an inexplicable excitement deep within him. Tang Qingqing felt a pair of scorching gazes fixed upon her. As she turned her head, she met the intense and fervent eyes of Lang Lai. She bit her lip and averted her gaze. Such stares were not unfamiliar to her. She had often encountered them before, from Li Xiao and Xin Jiao, who would frequently regard her in this manner. If she was not mistaken, even Mo Yi and Lang Yu would cast similar glances at her when they thought she was oblivious. They believed she remained unaware, but what difference did it make? Could she truly establish a harem? They seemed unbothered, yet she was concerned about her own well-being. She could only hope that, with the passage of time, they would encounter more suitable females, allowing her to abandon the pretense of being an innocent and naive girl. In our tribe, we also have acquaintances. Tang Qingqing returned with a group, laden with an abundance of vibrant green wild vegetables, plump white lotus roots, succulent fish, and a basket of dark, sturdy-shelled clams, along with potatoes and an assortment of spices, creating a delightful chaos of provisions. In their realm, orcs did not partake in lunch. Perhaps it was a reflection of the affection bestowed upon the females at home, who might receive some nourishment around midday. However, for Tang Qingqing, the ritual of lunch was deeply ingrained in her being. Upon her return at noon, she began to cleanse the clams she had collected, placing them in a pot to boil, while rendering oil from the fatty meat of wild beasts for culinary use later. The few females, including Si Kai, followed closely behind her, assisting in her endeavors. Upon noticing their return, Sister He emerged from the cave, eager to lend a hand, only to be gently deterred by the younger females. "Sister, you can rest over there. This little task does not require your help." After years of longing for offspring, Sister He had recently conceived, and the brothers of Qingqiang, including Tang Qingqing, permitted her to roam freely in the valley, wary of overburdening her with chores. This caused the otherwise diligent Sister He to feel quite stifled, and with the males absent, she sought to occupy herself. Yet the young girls were reluctant to allow her to assist. Generally, the males in their world were quite industrious. After returning, Qi Yu and Achun lingered momentarily behind their respective females. Even the leader of the Golden Lion tribe and the young lad from Nanxin headed into the nearby woods to gather firewood. Thus, the valley was left with just Tang Qingqing and her companions, alongside a dozen or so orcs recuperating in the animal skin tents nearby. Even the old shaman, Xingzhe, had ventured out this morning with Mo Yi to gather herbs from the surrounding mountains. When Tang Qingqing heard commotion beyond the valley and stepped outside, she was taken aback to find two groups of people kneeling in unison at the valley's entrance. What was happening? It was evident that one group comprised over 30 orcs, their faces unnaturally pale, marking them as fallen orcs. The other group, consisting of 4 to 5 dozen orcs, appeared robust yet weathered, their expressions etched with the hardships of a nomadic existence. Tang Qingqing, observing the situation, surmised that they bore no ill intent. Their arrival in the valley at this moment led her to speculate on their motives. However, just yesterday, she had already welcomed over 100 wandering beastmen and fallen beastmen who had aided them in battle. Even with this recruitment, she could not guarantee the integrity of those within their ranks and resolved to observe them for a time. Should any exhibit brutal tendencies, she would expel them without hesitation. Yet now, with the influx of so many beastmen, she felt a moment of hesitation. Her Tang clan had already severed ties with the Moon clan and the Crimson Flame clan. Though these two clans did not possess the might of the Golden Lion clan or the Tiger clan, each boasted thousands of members, should they choose to attack. Resistance would indeed be a formidable challenge. As Tang Qingqing pondered whether to retain these newcomers, Yi Wushang overheard Hua Xiao and the others discussing the arrival of numerous beastmen at the valley's entrance. He hurried out, concerned that trouble might be brewing. Fearing Tang Qingqing might struggle to manage the situation alone, other lightly wounded beastmen followed suit. Upon stepping out of the valley, Yi Wushang was recognized by a fallen beastman. A lively young beastman called out, "Brother Yi, what brings you here? Were you not driven to the extreme North Marsh by Gulong?" The extreme North Marsh. Tang Qingqing silently reflected, recalling a conversation about this place, notorious for its murky, damp swamps, which turned frigid during the cold season, with scarce food sources that even wild beasts avoided. No wonder the first time she saw Yi Wushang and his companions, they bore a sickly pallor. They had evidently traversed such a harsh environment. She wondered how they had learned of the message she had spread. Their failure in yesterday's contest likely stemmed not from a lack of combat prowess, but rather from the exhaustion of their arduous journey compounded by the severe conditions they had endured, which had significantly drained their vitality, thus impeding their natural beastly advantages. She had observed during the battle that Yi Wushang's beast form resembled a powerful azure dragon. It was unfathomable that such a formidable creature could fail to place within the top 100. Yi Wushang calmly regarded the young beastman before him, refraining from answering his question directly. "Deshang, Dongdong, what brings you here as well?" he inquired, turning his gaze to the emaciated beastman and the young lad. Knowing the malnourished one must be Deshang, Deshang, with a hoarse voice, replied, "Gulong has grown increasingly overbearing, gathering those who submit to him in the finest parts of the nether forest, proclaiming grand ambitions and promising a life of privilege. Meanwhile, the weak and disabled among us have been relegated to the outskirts by the marsh, where prey is scarce and survival is challenging. Upon hearing of a newly established clan, we sought refuge, hoping you might shelter us. We would do anything to avoid being driven back to the nether forest by the various clans and wandering beastmen." The emergence of a new clan was a rare opportunity, one that wandering and fallen beastmen could not afford to miss. Only those handsome and powerful males might catch the eye of females and be reintegrated into clan life, a privilege limited to wandering males. Even so, unless a wandering male won the favor of a female, he would remain the lowest-ranked partner among her suitors. As Deshang spoke, tears shimmered in the eyes of his group. For the fallen beastmen, the newly established Tang clan truly represented their singular chance for redemption. Meanwhile, the wandering beastmen, noticing familiar faces among the fallen beastmen in this new clan, expressed their urgency. "We have acquaintances within your clan who can vouch for us. We are not particularly wicked wandering beastmen. Tang Qingqing observed the anxious expression on the individual's face and felt that he was likely not a particularly malevolent orc. However, with the presence of Xia Yin, who had previously misjudged others, she refrained from hastily accepting these orcs out of desperation for manpower. Prior to Qingqing's arrival, he had already heard about this newly established tribe, where the orc leader was, surprisingly, a female. He recognized that the composed Tang Qingqing before him was likely the female leader of the newly formed Tang clan. Although Yi Wuxiang felt sympathy for these orcs who had once struggled for survival in a particular region, he could not claim to have any deep emotional ties to them. Each day in that place began with the pressing concern of how to satiate their hunger, leaving little room for trivial emotions. The decision to accept these fallen orcs from the abyssal forest rested solely with the little female before him, as Tang Qingqing's attention was drawn to the wandering orc. The impatient youth, Dong Dong, was eager to speak up, but was met with a cold glance from Yi Wuxiang, prompting him to shake his head. De Cheng, being slightly older, swiftly covered Dong Dong's mouth to silence him, knowing that Yi Wuxiang would not endanger them. Although Yi Wuxiang had rarely interacted with other orcs aside from Qing and imbibed during their time in the abyssal forest, he still lent a hand to those in peril whenever he could. Unlike Gulong, who merely watched without intervening, Yi Wuxiang was willing to extend help, though not particularly loquacious. Yi Wuxiang understood the importance of refraining from interrupting others during conversation, as such behavior was generally deemed impolite. Thus, he stopped Dong Dong from speaking at that moment. "Oh, then tell me, who among the orcs here do you know, and how can he prove that you are not a wicked orc?" At this moment, Tang Qingqing's words carried an air of nonchalance, for she truly perceived the orc before her as somewhat of a jester. The male stood at less than 2 meters tall, which rendered him rather diminutive in a world where males typically towered above that height. Indeed, some particularly tall females could match his stature. His features bore a rather cheerful aspect, and especially when he spoke, his voice and facial expressions evoked images of modern comedic performers, making one feel as though laughter could spring forth at any moment. He could certainly provide proof. Qingqing's face shifted like a painted mask, and after a prolonged pause, he grumbled, "It's just that I once marred his face, and I wonder if he would still be willing to testify for me this time." Upon hearing Qingqing's words, Tang Qingqing suddenly realized who he was referring to. The first time she encountered a certain male, his face resembled that of a man, disfigured by a violent altercation with his wife, a sight most pitiful. It dawned on her that his face bore the marks of this male orc's assault. Tang Qingqing found herself stifling a laugh. Shouldn't male confrontations leave them battered and bruised, bearing numerous wounds? When she met Xianjiao, aside from his ravaged face, he bore no other injuries, leaving her to wonder about the peculiarities of their skirmish, wherein they had only marred each other's faces. As Tang Qingqing continued to find humor in the situation, a furious voice erupted from across the way. "Damn it, you Black Panther. How dare you show your face before me again? Back at the bustling market. You were so intimidated by my stunning looks that you took advantage of my distraction to mar my face. Today, if you dare to appear before me, I shall ensure your demise." Having concluded his grim task of handling the corpses, Xianjiao returned with a group and immediately charged at Qingqing. Without hesitation, Qingqing transformed into a sleek, pitch-black panther, leaping high into the air. As he fled, he pleaded, Brother Jiao, please don't be angry. That incident happened so long ago. Why do you still hold a grudge?" Noticing that as long as he circled the female standing there, Xianjiao's pursuit would slow. Qingqing's dark panther eyes twinkled mischievously as he continued to circle around Tang Qingqing. Tang Qingqing stood there, unafraid, clutching her fists as she observed Xianjiao wielding a stick, relentlessly pursuing the leopard ahead. Occasionally, when the leopard sprinted too swiftly, Xianjiao, mindful of her own safety, would reduce her speed, prompting Tang Qingqing to subtly extend her foot to trip the overly swift black leopard. Each time Xianjiao witnessed Tang Qingqing thwarting Qingqing's advance, a delightful smile would grace her face before she resumed her pursuit, gently striking the leopard's rear. After enduring several taps from the stick, Qingqing finally grasped the situation. Although Xianjiao slowed her pace around Tang Qingqing, it was evident that this little female was aiding the cunning fox. Realizing the reason for the blows, Qingqing resorted to petulance. Ceasing his flight and transforming back into human form, he sprawled on the ground, clutching Tang Qingqing's leg, refusing to rise, while lamenting that the two of them were bullying him, portraying an image of utmost grievance. Tang Qingqing was momentarily taken aback upon witnessing such a large male orc, resembling a child throwing a tantrum on the ground. Regaining her composure, she lifted her gaze and blinked at Xianjiao, whose face had darkened to the color of ink. With a gentle nudge of her toe, she prodded the orc who was lamenting while clutching his ankle, hoping to instill in him a sense of danger, for someone was clearly approaching. Her gesture, however, appeared to be superfluous. At that moment, the Black Panther orc was akin to a dramatic performer, vociferously declaring, "Little female, you must take me in today. I've sustained internal injuries from Xinjiao's blows. If you do not keep me, I shall remain here, unmoving. Should you doubt my injuries, I can reveal the wound on my rear for your inspection." Before Qingqing could finish his plea, he felt another kick to his backside, prompting him to fear that he might truly be injured. "Release me. If you do not let go, I shall sever your hand." Qingqing turned to see Xinjiao glaring at him with a dark expression. He trembled slightly, attempting to maintain his stance. But when he met the piercing gaze of Xinjiao's golden eyes behind him, he instinctively withdrew his hands from Tang Qingqing's slender legs. The innate sharpness of the orc's instincts told him that if he did not retract his claws, he might indeed face dire consequences. Around them, nearly 90 fallen and wandering orcs observed as Qingqing sheepishly rose and hid behind Tang Qingqing, who was more than a head shorter than he. Fearful that the two males standing before him might devour him, Qingqing anxiously patted his chest and playfully made faces at Xinjiao from behind Tang Qingqing, provoking an urge in Xinjiao to discipline this male with whom he had wandered for many years, though they were not particularly close. Both were orcs who had been cast out since childhood, often encountering each other during their wanderings, occasionally to alleviate their boredom. They would share a meal of roasted meat and engage in light conversation. Lang Lai, standing beside Tang Qingqing, observed the unfolding scene, his gaze eventually settling on the contemplative expression of the young female. Ultimately, considering the faces of Xinjiao and Yi Wushang, and acknowledging the tribe's need for more orcs, Tang Qingqing resolved to offer these fallen and wandering orcs a chance with the intention of strengthening the tribe. Before accepting these wandering and fallen orcs, Tang Qingqing posed a few questions. "It is not impossible for me to take you in, but you must agree to follow my lead from now on. Life within the tribe will not afford you the same freedom as your wandering days. There will be numerous responsibilities, and orcs living in a tribe must look out for one another. You cannot stand by idly if one of your comrades is bullied, nor can you ignore a companion's wrongdoing. You must intervene or advise them. Only in this manner can the tribe endure and flourish, avoiding absorption or disbandment by rival tribes." Tang Qingqing observed the expressions of those below her, for orcs wandering outside, if they wish to survive, must first learn to be selfish, indifferent, and even ruthless. Yet, paradoxically, these traits essential for survival in the wild are precisely those that are most detrimental in the communal life of the tribe. Should they fail to genuinely accept this and gradually transform, even if she were to shelter them today, there would inevitably come a day when she would be compelled to expel them from the tribe. Noticing that the orcs below did not seem averse to her words, she continued, "Moreover, if you wish to remain, you must consider this carefully. Our Tang clan, along with the Moon tribe and the Crimson Flame tribe, have already engaged in enmity. They are likely to trouble us frequently, and conflicts between tribes may even arise. Will you still choose to join our Tang clan?" Tang Qingqing's words rendered the surrounding orc speechless. Yet, this was the undeniable truth. She wished to prevent any regrets from arising once these orcs had joined her. Thus, she emphasized her tone, stating, "Do not harbor any illusions. If you desire to embrace life within the tribe, treating the Tang clan as a mere temporary refuge, be warned. When external tribes come to invade, should you attempt to flee in the midst of chaos, disrupting the efforts of others who valiantly defend the tribe, do not hold me accountable for my ruthless actions against deserters." As Tang Qingqing spoke these words, Qinshan and Lang Wei stood nearby with the hunted game, alongside the newly accepted orcs from the previous day. The more than 100 orcs who had joined yesterday were profoundly moved by every word Tang Qingqing uttered, for their leader had not conveyed such sentiments upon their acceptance. Perhaps, just yesterday, they were not yet members of the Tang clan, having chosen to fight alongside this tribe. And now they had become an integral part of it, with the Tang clan becoming their new home. The leader placed his trust in them. Should any adversaries threaten the Tang clan again, they would be even more willing to defend their tribe and its females with fervor. The reason for articulating these thoughts to the assembled orcs was likely to prevent any regret among them, should they face overwhelming enemies once more, leading them to flee during battle and adversely affecting the morale of those who genuinely stood against the external threats. Qingqing, standing behind Tang Qingqing, disregarded the wandering orcs who had accompanied him. He attempted to grasp Tang Qingqing's sleeve, but recoiled in fright at her piercing gaze. With a pitiful expression, he implored Tang Qingqing, "Please keep me with you. I will heed your commands henceforth. In the face of external threats, I will do my utmost to protect the tribe and its females. If necessary, I can even feign death." Tang Qingqing cast a glance at him, feeling both amused and exasperated as she listened to his words. Had it not been for the final remark, she might have genuinely believed his fanciful tale. Nevertheless, Tang Qingqing spoke in a tone reminiscent of soothing a child. Why not go over there and play with Xianjiu? If you can persuade him to let you stay, you shall enjoy a delightful meal tonight. Truly. Tang Qingqing cast a fleeting glance at him, remaining silent. Kuan-chun, feeling somewhat awkward, approached Xianjiu and expressed his grievances, stating, "That time, I was merely concerned that your striking beauty would overshadow me when we attended the Wandering Beastman's matchmaking competition at the Grand Market. I feared that the young females would be so captivated by your looks that they would overlook me, a male whose appearance pales in comparison. In my haste, I inadvertently marred your face. Please, do not be so petty. I was troubled for a long while about your inability to participate in that competition. I couldn't harm you to the extent that it would endanger your well-being in the outside world. It took considerable effort for me to devise the brilliant plan of scratching your face. Moreover, I did not apply excessive force, otherwise your handsome visage would not have been able to recover." Xianjiu lifted his head, his enchanting fox-like eyes glinting as he retorted, "Then I should thank you." Kuan-chun replied, "No need for gratitude. Had you not struggled so vigorously, the scratches would have been far less severe." Tang Qingqing overheard the conversation between two individuals and, upon seeing Xianjiu's expression of frustration, could not help but let out a laugh. However, the piercing gaze from Xianjiu's captivating fox-like eyes quickly silenced her mirth, and she composed herself, regarding the beastmen below with a serious demeanor, patiently awaiting their deliberation before they departed on their own accord. The fallen beastman, having inquired of all the fallen beastmen, solemnly addressed Tang Qingqing, "We have 32 beastmen here, all of whom are willing to swear an oath to the beast god, pledging to adhere to your commands henceforth. When faced with adversaries, we shall resolutely fight to the death to protect our tribe and the females." Tang Qingqing cast a glance at Yi Wushang, observing his gaze directed towards the horizon. He held no particular sentiments regarding the fate of the fallen orcs, a demeanor that indicated the decision rested solely in her hands. "As long as you have given it due consideration, then remain here." Upon hearing that they could finally stay, the fallen orcs displayed expressions of joy. The wandering orcs, on the other hand, were not driven to desperation. Aside from their inability to enter the tribal territory, they were free to roam elsewhere. Tang Qingqing informed them that in the eastern region, including this newly established tribe, there were a total of 6 tribes. The Tang clan has already offended 2 tribes larger than themselves, making friction between the tribes inevitable in the future. Thus, around 20 wandering orcs departed, while the remaining 30 or so orcs, akin to the fallen ones, swore before Tang Qingqing, the one they revered most, to valiantly protect their clan and the females with their lives. Tang Qingqing also chose to retain these wandering beastmen. Having considered their situation, she was willing to keep them, believing that even if they could not fulfill all their promises, achieving half would suffice. A total of 21 wandering beastmen departed, while 36 remained. Alongside the 32 fallen beastmen already retained, the Tang clan welcomed an additional 68 beastmen this time. Thus, the Tang clan now boasts a total of 256 beastmen. Tang Qingqing decided to leave the orcs in the care of her elder brother, Ji Shan, instructing him to find a suitable place for them to rest while she took it upon herself to prepare a meal. At that moment, she directed her companions to construct a cooking fire at the base of the hill, where she began to simmer meat, leaving 2 pots for fish and vegetables. The remainder could be left to them to roast as they pleased. In due time, she planned to mix some honey water for everyone, allowing Xianjiu to teach them the art of roasting. Whether they preferred their meat seasoned or sweetened with honey, they could indulge in whichever they fancied. End of chapter. In the celebratory feast, Si Kai, a Zhu, and Alan continued to assist her, while the Black Sister, unable to lend a hand, sat nearby, engaging in conversation with others. Hua Xiu and Xiao Ling, having recently reached adulthood, were in the prime of their playful years, surrounded by a group of males as they frolicked on the hillside. Yin and Nan Xian shadowed them closely, ever vigilant and protective. Tang Qingqing, while simmering fish, took several sour fruits brought back by the males, squeezed their juice, and added it to the large pot. These fruits can serve as a substitute for vinegar. Their tart flavor and the effect of the juice are quite similar to that of vinegar when used in cooking. Si Kai, Alan, and Zhu followed Tang Qingqing's instructions to slice the lotus roots, which were excavated from the mud by the males, into pieces, and placed 2 large bowls on the stone table, waiting for the water in the pot to boil before blanching them and setting them aside for later use. Tang Qingqing retrieved the honey from the storm bee and poured it into the pot of blanched lotus roots. She then instructed Lang Lai, who sat beside the stone table, to squeeze several sour fruits into the mixture, preparing a sweet and tangy salad of lotus slices. The large shells collected by the lakeside had already opened after being boiled. Tang Qingqing summoned a few beastmen to extract the tender meat from inside and place it in the bowl for dipping in sauce later. The remaining half would be stir-fried, though the absence of chili left it lacking a certain flavor. After completing these tasks, Tang Qingqing proceeded to check on the giant pine chicken and cuckoo beast meat she had marinated, beginning to wrap them tightly in clean lotus leaves, coating the exterior with mud, and placing them beneath the roasting fire to cook. Tang Qingqing meticulously peeled the 2 baskets of potatoes, washed them thoroughly, and cut them into chunks before placing them in a pot to stew alongside the beast meat. The potatoes would absorb the savory essence of the meat broth, rendering them exceptionally delectable. By this time, the sun had begun its descent, casting long shadows over the hillside, which was already piled high with heaps of firewood. Nearby, a group of 10 or so orcs commenced roasting meat. Xianjiao entered to retrieve the honey water that Tang Qingqing had prepared earlier, intending to offer it to the orcs who relished honey-glazed roasted meat, brushing the honey water over the sizzling flesh. At that moment, her elder brother, Qi Shan, entered and informed Tang Qingqing that he had arranged for the newly arrived orcs to roast their own meat outside the valley. Their party had undoubtedly returned with a substantial haul today, enough game to sustain them well into the following morning. Tang Qingqing picked up a ceramic bowl and scooped out a serving of lotus slices, handing it to Qin Shan. Elder brother, please take this to sister-in-law. She should enjoy this sweet and sour flavor now. Qin Shan cherished this thoughtful gesture from his sister. Although Tang Qingqing had grown into a young woman, he sometimes couldn't help but affectionately ruffle her hair as he had done when she was a child, before finally accepting the bowl and departing. In her previous life, Tang Qingqing was never short of money. However, upon arriving here, she found herself cherishing the affection of her 3 brothers and sisters-in-law even more. It was after witnessing their consecutive injuries that she resolutely decided to establish the tribe with the intention of safeguarding them. Lang Lai gazed at Qin Shan with a hint of jealousy. The warmth of Tang Qingqing's smile directed at Qin Shan contrasted sharply with the polite smile she offered him, causing a wave of bitterness to spread within his heart. Standing before Tang Qingqing, he observed her as she prepared a dish of succulent honey-glazed pork. She then combined the pork with wild vegetables, which glistened with oil, vibrant and green. In another pot, she simmered a fragrant oil-braised chicken. The aroma of the food wafted through the valley, irresistibly enticing the orc inhabitants who could not help but swallow in anticipation. Tang Qingqing prepared 2 servings of each dish, leaving one lesser portion in the valley while the excess was taken by Xianjiao, Mo Yi, Lang Yu, Qi Yu, and Qin to be neatly arranged on a large stone outside, allowing anyone who wished to partake to serve themselves. With the crowd being rather large, it was challenging for her to attend to everyone. Fortunately, aside from Lang Yu and her companions who had not brought any luggage, the other attendees were nomadic beastmen, accustomed to carrying their belongings with them, ensuring that at least the dining utensils were readily available. As summer enveloped the valley, accommodating such a multitude proved difficult. However, the guests were seasoned survivors of the wilderness, well-versed in outdoor living, concerning a permanent residence for the future. Tang Qingqing had previously scoured the mountains and found her ideal living environment. She awaited the establishment of the new tribe to transport her people and construct their own community. Before the meal, Tang Qingqing tidied herself and approached a large stone at the front of the valley, observing the beastmen gathered around the fire, roasting meat. She proclaimed aloud, "Today marks the official founding of our Tang clan tribe, and we gather to celebrate this joyous occasion." Tang Qingqing pointed to a pot of stewed fish placed upon a flat, large stone, accompanied by 2 bowls of cold lotus root slices and a heap of freshly prepared beggar's chicken, alongside approximately 7 or 8 varieties of honey-glazed braised pork. All of these dishes were prepared to celebrate the occasion, with the hope that everyone might savor a unique culinary experience today. If there is any dish among these that particularly delights you, feel free to seek me out afterward. I shall gladly impart my culinary skills to you. Henceforth, we shall live as orcs within one tribe, and I sincerely hope we can unite to enhance the prosperity of our community, as I aspire to lead us toward a better life. After Tang Qingqing finished speaking, she found herself yearning for applause, yet all she saw were the bright, eager eyes of the orcs gazing at her. It dawned on her that this was an orc gathering, where the custom of applauding after a speech had yet to take root. With a hint of disappointment, she wished everyone a delightful meal before retreating to the valley for her own repast. The few males accompanying her noticed the fleeting look of embarrassment on her face and couldn't help but smirk. During the meal, despite being mentally prepared for a plethora of unfamiliar dishes, cold lye, Nancian, the shaman, and other newcomers to stir-fried cuisine were truly astonished. This departure from the customary roasted fare offered them a fresh perspective on food. Whether it was the clay lump pulled from the fire, the giant pine chicken, perfectly cooked within its shell, or even the fish, which the orcs seldom consumed due to its fishy aroma, each dish, even a simple plate of stir-fried wild vegetables, burst with fragrant flavors. The experience of savoring roasted meat wrapped in crisp lettuce leaves quickly became a favorite among the females. Nancian, relishing a beggar's chicken all to himself, exclaimed in delight, "How can it be this delicious?" Tang Qingqing smiled and said, "If it tastes good, you should indulge yourself." She had a particular fondness for the bowl of sweet and sour lotus root slices, which were delightfully crisp and refreshing. Lung Lai savored an exceptionally large honey-glazed roasted leg of beast, followed by 2 generous bowls of stewed fish, and he relished the honey-braised pork, which was among his favorites. After satisfying his appetite, he rubbed his belly and looked at Tang Qingqing, asking, "How do you manage to prepare so many delectable dishes?" Tang Qingqing replied nonchalantly, "Didn't T. Seat Sao address your question earlier when we went foraging for food this morning? I tend to bring back anything I come across to see if I can create something delectable. Over time, this has led me to experiment with various dishes. You truly are a clever little female. Thank you for the compliment." Xianjiu placed a large drumstick of a giant pine chicken into Tang Qingqing's bowl, urging her, "Eat up." Tang Qingqing cast a glance at him and instantly recognized that this petty-minded male, having indulged in too much sour fruit, was sulking with her. Lang Lai observed Tang Qingqing relishing the drumstick that Xianjiu had offered her, his eyes flickering momentarily, before he raised the tea beside him and began to sip it slowly. Tang Qingqing had indeed satiated her hunger. Yet she chose to finish the chicken leg that Xianjiu had given her before setting down her chopsticks. Observing Xianjiu savoring the stir-fried clam meat, she contemplated preparing a more delectable version for him once she had gathered all the necessary seasonings. Xianjiu noticed Tang Qingqing gazing at him as he dined, her long eyelashes resembling 2 butterflies fluttering their wings, evoking in her a desire to reach out and capture them. Although surrounded by so many people, and unable to truly touch those exquisite lashes, Tang Qingqing nonetheless felt a surge of joy, lifting the corners of her lips into a gentle smile. Tang Qingqing gazed at Xianjiu, whose sweet smile unknowingly pierced the hearts of several onlookers. Qingshan served a bowl of fish soup to the Black Sister, encouraging her to drink, as Qingqing mentioned that consuming fish soup would result in clever offspring. The shaman, having finished the last bowl of lotus slices, looked at Tang Qingqing, contemplating how fortunate it would be if this female were not the leader of the Tang clan. Upon his return, he could persuade his own clan leader to send all the eligible bachelors from the Xinghai clan to entice her away, thus securing himself a daily feast of such delectable food. A female so astute and capable would be coveted by any tribe. Even the renowned wise female of the Yu clan paled in comparison to the exceptional presence before him. End of chapter. The following day, after sending off Long Lion Nancian, who had been taken away by her clan shaman, Tang Qingqing organized matters within and beyond the valley, yearning to return for a brief rest, as she had been genuinely fatigued in recent days. Upon returning to the cave, Xianjiu presented her with a small leather pouch. "What is this?" she inquired, as she accepted the pouch and opened its mouth. To her astonishment, she discovered within it a collection of translucent crystals, each the size of a pigeon's egg, seemingly enveloped in a mist of water. Before Xianjiu could intervene, Tang Qingqing reached into the pouch and grasped one. To her surprise, the transparent crystal transformed into a white mist as it came into contact with her hand, swirling around her body. Tang Qingqing felt every pore of her skin unfurling, gradually absorbing the mist. Xianjiu looked on in horror, waving his hands in an attempt to disperse the vapor. But despite his efforts, be it blowing with his mouth or fanning with his hands, the mist continued to be absorbed by Tang Qingqing's body. As the mist coursed through her, Tang Qingqing experienced a warm, comforting sensation. As if entranced, she reached into the pouch again for more. Xianjiu, desperate to retrieve them, found that the transparent crystals in her grasp transformed into mist once more, enveloping her and being absorbed with even greater speed than before. Seeing Tang Qingqing reach for more, Xianjiu finally seized her hand, exclaiming, "Qingqing, do you know what these are?" Tang Qingqing furrowed her brow in confusion as she gazed at Xianjiu, unable to comprehend why he would prevent her from absorbing this substance that brought her such comfort. Xianjiu meticulously examined her from head to toe, and upon confirming that she was indeed unharmed, he let out a sigh of relief, just as he was about to explain the origin of this substance to her. He noticed Tang Qingqing writhing in pain on the ground. "Tang Qingqing, what is wrong?" Xianjiao shouted in alarm. He rushed to embrace her as she rolled in agony. And to his horror, he observed that her exposed skin was oozing dark red impurities from her pores. He lifted the fabric that covered her, only to find the same distressing condition beneath. Tang Qingqing writhed restlessly in Xianjiao's embrace, her mind clouded in confusion. Her fingers had already left scratches upon his neck. "Ah, it hurts, it really hurts," she exclaimed. "Qingqing, what is wrong with you? Where does it hurt?" Xianjiao held Tang Qingqing tightly, determined to prevent her from causing herself any harm. The anguished cries of Tang Qingqing echoed down to the cavern below. The Qingshan brothers, along with Mo Yi and Lang Yu, hurriedly ascended the cliffside and entered the cave, while the others remained below, gazing upwards with curiosity about the unfolding events within. Upon their arrival, they beheld Xianjiao tightly embracing Tang Qingqing, his arm pressed firmly into her mouth, blood trickling from the spot where she had bitten down. As they approached, they observed Xianjiao's disheveled hair and the gory scratches adorning his face and neck. Tang Qingqing's eyes, clouded with confusion and streaked with blood, revealed the grim reality. The wounds on Xianjiao were inflicted by her own hands. "What has happened to Xian and Qingqing?" Qingshan inquired, crouching down in an attempt to free Xianjiao's injured arm from Tang Qingqing's grasp, only to be met with refusal. Sweat beaded on Xianjiao's forehead, his entire being in a state of utter disarray as he shook his head, exclaiming, "Elder brother, I'm fine. Don't let Qingqing harm her tongue." Qingshan seized Tang Qingqing's small hand, still clawing at Xianjiao, while Mo Yi stepped forward, kneeling beside them and placing his hand upon Tang Qingqing's forehead, closing his eyes. Almost immediately, a faint green light flickered within his palm. In less than a minute, beads of sweat began to form on Mo Yi's brow. The others, witnessing this phenomenon, exchanged looks of astonishment. Could it be that Mo Yi possessed a unique ability as well? Retracting his hand, Mo Yi addressed the anxious males before him, stating, "Qingqing is unharmed. It seems she is expelling impurities from her body." Upon hearing his words, the group's collective anxiety eased somewhat. Tang Qingqing, after enduring the initial pain, fainted in Xianjiao's embrace, her exposed skin covered with a layer of reddish-black mud, emanating an unpleasant odor. Xianjiao, cradling the dirted Qingqing, with her hair soaked in sweat clinging to her delicate face, placed her on a stone bed. He turned to Qingshan and the others who had followed him, saying somewhat awkwardly, "Elder brother, you all may step outside. I shall take care of Qingqing." Upon seeing that his sister, despite her unclean state, was breathing normally and appeared to be merely asleep, Qingshan felt relieved. He understood Xianjiao's intentions and led the departure from the cave. Lang Yu cast a glance at the resting Qingqing before following the Qingshan brothers out. Mo Yi observed Xianjiao's injuries and inquired, "Do you need assistance?" Xianjiao, with an elegant arch of his brow, replied, "Do I appear to require help?" Mo Yi recognized that Xianjiao did not truly reject assistance, rather, he was unwilling to allow other males to approach Qingqing. Yet, upon witnessing Xianjiao's handsome visage marred by scratch marks on his neck, Mo Yi exhibited a hint of disappointment and exited. Once alone, Xianjiao fetched a bucket to draw spring water, pouring it into a cauldron to heat for Qingqing's bath. Unlike during the previous incident with Li Xiao, Xianjiao, this cunning fox, did not cover his eyes. Instead, he poured the warm water into the tub and, with flushed ears and trembling hands, undressed Qingqing until only her undergarments remained before gently placing her into the bath. Halfway through bathing her, sweat beaded on his forehead. He struck his own handsome face, crimson with embarrassment, cursing himself for his shamelessness, yet he continued to wash her, eyes closed. Due to Qingqing's excessive filth, he changed the water once more. Just as he grasped a cloth, gently wiping her delicate skin with closed eyes, Qingqing began to awaken. She blinked her long lashes and opened her dazed eyes, turning her head to find Xianjiao, eyes shut, diligently bathing her. Her cheeks flushed a deep crimson, reaching her neck, as she realized he remained unaware of her awakening. Quietly, she turned her head back, closed her eyes, and feigned unconsciousness, hoping to avoid an awkward moment between them. With her eyes closed, Qingqing's ears became attuned to the rhythmic beating of Xianjiao's heart, sounding as if it might leap from his chest. Listening to his heartbeat, her own quickened in response. Through this bathing experience, she felt fortunate that she had encountered Xianjiao and Li Xiao. During the entire process, Xianjiao, unaware of her consciousness, had not once made an inappropriate move. When Xianjiao had finished bathing her and placed her back on the bed, drying her skin and dressing her properly, he finally dared to open his eyes. sitting at the bed's edge to dry her long hair with a piece of coarse cloth. It was then that he noticed Qingqing's face, smooth and fair, resembling a freshly shelled egg, translucent and radiant. Even the skin on her neck gleamed with purity. Though Qingqing had never been particularly dark, her skin was now akin to exquisite jade, enhancing her exquisite features and rendering her even more endearing. This newfound beauty stirred within Xianjiu an impulse to conceal her from the world, wishing for her beauty to belong solely to him. After drying Qingqing's hair, he succumbed to temptation, stealing a gentle kiss upon her soft, pale cheek. Feeling the cool, tender sensation on her skin, Qingqing could no longer maintain her fade of unconsciousness. She opened her watery, large eyes and quietly regarded Xianjiu's face, marred by several scratches. Raising her hand, she intended to touch his wounds, aware they were inflicted by her own actions. Caught in the act of stealing a kiss, Xianjiu evaded Qingqing's delicate hand, his face flushing from his cheeks to his neck as he stammered, I wasn't. Oh dear, the bathwater is still there. I shall fetch more for you." Observing Xianjiu's flustered retreat, Qingqing could not help but chuckle softly, prompting him to hasten his escape as if she were a fearsome beast. All remnants of his earlier tenderness and courage dissipated the moment she opened her eyes. Qishan, concerned for Qingqing, had been standing at the cave's entrance. Seeing Xianjiu pouring water from the cliff, he called up, "Xianjiu, how is Qingqing?" Xianjiu, pouring the bathwater away, turned to respond, "Elder brother, Qingqing is fine. She has already awakened." Just as Qishan was about to ascend, Xianjiu interjected, "Qingqing has just finished bathing." The uncompleted sentence effectively halted Qingshan's ascent, for he understood the implication that, despite being her brother, it was inappropriate to see his sister in such a state. Knowing that Qingqing was awake brought Qingshan relief. Within the cave, Qingqing felt a sense of lightness and comfort, as if a gentle force flowed through her body. She closed her eyes, savoring the sensation, and felt this invisible energy converge upon her dantian, slowly coalescing there. A fleeting thought crossed her mind when she overheard the conversation between Xianjiu and her brother. Opening her eyes, she glanced down at her neatly dressed self, pondering why Xianjiu had spoken in such ambiguous terms that could lead to misunderstanding. Upon entering, Xianjiu met Qingqing's inquisitive gaze, realizing she had heard his earlier exchange with Qingshan. With a hint of concern etched upon his face, he approached her seated figure. Biting his lip, his enchanting fox-like eyes locking onto hers as he asked, "Qingqing, do you know what you absorbed before you fell unconscious?" At this moment, Tang Qingqing recalled that she had absorbed those transparent crystals, which had left her in excruciating pain, ultimately causing her to faint. "What are they? And where did you acquire them?" Xianjiu furrowed his brow, pausing as if contemplating whether to disclose the information to her. Ultimately, urged by Tang Qingqing's gaze, he replied, "Do you remember the orc corpses you asked me to incinerate yesterday morning?" Tang Qingqing certainly remembers that, at that time, upon witnessing the numerous orc corpses, she found it cumbersome and declined her elder brother's suggestion to send the bodies to the Beast God Valley for burial in the abyss. Instead, she instructed Xianjiu to lead the others to find a more distant location for cremation. What connection do these orc corpses have with that transparent crystal? Tang Qingqing furrowed her brows, already harboring a sense of foreboding. As expected, Xianjiu spoke. "The peculiar crystals you just absorbed are remnants left behind after incinerating those orc corpses." Despite her prior suspicions, hearing Xianjiu provide her with a definitive answer left Tang Qingqing astounded. How could this be possible? Tang Qingqing lifted her gaze to meet Xianjiu's resolute eyes, comprehending the veracity of his words. Recalling her awakening to find Xianjiu bathing her, she realized that her state must have been quite unkempt, compelling him to attend to her while she lay unconscious. Yet, she felt invigorated, a surge of strength coursing through her meridians. The fleeting thoughts that had crossed her mind earlier now surfaced. This bore striking resemblance to a scenario described in tales of cultivation, purifying one's essence and marrow. Could it be that she had encountered such a miraculous occurrence? Such fortuitous events were typically reserved for protagonists like Su Yuxue, not for a mere supporting character like herself. A small female in a world dominated by beasts, cast out from her tribe, having just concluded her stagnant existence. She had been forced to strive for a safe haven for her family. How could such an enormous stroke of luck have befallen her? Perhaps the heavens had mistakenly sent her a boon intended for another due to a drunken misdelivery. However, the thought that the crystal she had absorbed was derived from the bodies of beasts sent a chill down her spine. She instinctively rubbed her arms, feeling an unsettling coldness enveloping her. Observing her discomfort, Xianjiu assumed she was cold after her bath and draped a hide over her shoulders. it would be prudent to keep the events of the day from too many prying eyes. After all, the knowledge that the bodies of beasts could crystallize upon incineration remained undisclosed. Xianjiu noted that after her awakening, both her spirit and physique appeared markedly improved. It was imperative that no one learned the truth of her transformation, that it stemmed from the essence coalesced from beastly remains, for such revelations would not bode well for Qingqing. Tang Qingqing understood the reasoning behind this. If the beastmen were to discover her ability to absorb the crystals formed from the incineration of their corpses, she would undoubtedly be regarded as a monstrous entity deserving of execution. The two of them silently agreed to keep this matter confidential, and in order to spare her brother and sister-in-law from unnecessary worry, Tang Qingqing resolved not to disclose this information to them. Tang Qingqing contemplated burying these crystals, but then recalled that they were remnants left by the orcs who had attacked them. If that day had ended in their defeat, would they not have perished at the hands of those same foes? The thought made her feel that hiding the crystals in the earth would be a waste. Anjiu, try to see if you can absorb them. Regardless of their origin, these crystals are immensely beneficial for enhancing one's abilities. Now that they have reached this state, we must not let them go to waste. Xianjiu agreed, pondering that whether they chose to utilize this enhancement or not, the burnt orcs could not be revived. They had already perished, so there was no point in feigning any sentimentality now. Xianjiu took a small beast hide pouch and poured the translucent crystals onto the bed. Though each crystal sparkled brilliantly, Tang Qingqing dared not reach for them again. Xianjiu grasped one tightly in his hand, yet no matter how firmly he clenched it, the transparent crystal, the size of a pigeon's egg, remained unchanged, showing no sign of transforming into mist. Suddenly, Tang Qingqing seemed to have an epiphany. Channeling the energy from her dantian, she positioned her hands in a manner reminiscent of martial arts practitioners harnessing internal power, pressing them against Xianjiu's back. Initially, she had merely found the pose amusing, but as soon as her hands made contact, the energy released from her body was drawn in, gradually merging with Xianjiu's form. Xianjiu could feel a warm current flowing from Tang Qingqing's palms into his body. The crystal he held began to slowly transform into mist, enveloping them both as they absorbed it together. Tang Qingqing observed that an increasing amount of mist was absorbed by her own body, indicating that she had undergone a profound purification, making it significantly easier to assimilate this vapor. At that moment, she had absorbed 3 orbs single-handedly. Evidently, this singular orb would not yield the same effect for a Jew. He should acquire several more. Xuanjiu also sensed a delightful comfort as the mist was absorbed into his body. He grasped 5 orbs with one hand and, with both hands combined, seized a total of 10. Both he and Tang Qingqing sat cross-legged on the bed, enveloped in a noticeably dense mist that surrounded them, although Tang Qingqing absorbed a greater quantity of the vapor. Xuanjiu had taken in fewer, yet managed to grasp a substantial number of crystals at once. Upon completing the absorption, he began to feel an intense pain coursing through his body. As the discomfort intensified, beads of sweat cascaded down his forehead, causing him to recline into Tang Qingqing's embrace. Tang Qingqing took a coarse towel from the side to wipe away Xianjiu's sweat. "How are you holding up, Anjiu?" Xianjiu gritted his teeth and managed a nod. Concerned that he might inadvertently bite himself, Tang Qingqing extended her arm towards his lips. "Earlier, you allowed me to bite your arm. If the pain becomes unbearable, this time it will be my turn to bite you. However, you must refrain from grasping my face or neck, as I certainly do not wish to end up looking as disfigured as you." Tang Qingqing gently caressed the scratches on Xianjiu's face, her gaze imbued with a hint of remorse. At that moment, she was overwhelmed by excruciating pain, and in her ignorance, she instinctively grasped at anything, yearning to tear it apart. Xianjiu was rendered speechless by the agony. Fully aware that Qingqing was attempting to divert his attention through light-hearted banter, playfully urging him not to touch her face, he longed to respond to Tang Qingqing, yet found himself utterly incapable, recognizing that uttering a single word would unleash a cry of torment. Qingqing had already succumbed to unconsciousness from the pain once. Should anyone discover that he too was suffering, how would they explain themselves? Thus, Xianjiu endured, biting down on a piece of cloth in Qingqing's embrace, trembling as he withstood the pain for over an hour. As the torment gradually subsided, he lay on the bed, utterly spent, as if he had been pulled from the depths of water. Tang Qingqing wiped the large beads of sweat from his forehead and chest with a cloth, exclaiming about the unpleasant odor, before hastily departing to prepare bathwater for Xianjiu. It became evident why Xianjiu chose not to wait for her to awaken, as the sight of him now, coupled with her own recollections, made her cheeks flush a deep crimson. How shameful she had appeared in his embrace. "Oh, how she felt she had lost all dignity. Xianjiao, fearing he might lose control and inadvertently harm Tang Qingqing, fought desperately to maintain the last vestiges of his consciousness. Thus, though he was in excruciating pain and utterly drained, he did not succumb to unconsciousness. Once Tang Qingqing had prepared the hot water and filled the bath with it, she found a clean set of clothes for him. As she assisted him to the edge of the tub, intending to leave, she felt a firm grip around her wrist. Xianjiao looked at her with pitiful eyes and weakly implored, "Qingqing, I lack the strength to bathe alone. If you leave, will I drown in the tub?" With a chuckle escaping her lips, Tang Qingqing, who was easily amused, decided to stay. After all, he had already seen her in her entirety. She thought it only fair that she not be at a disadvantage. Blushing deeply, she proceeded to reduce his attire to but a modest pair of undergarments. Tang Qingqing gazed upon the tall figure before her, standing over 2 meters high, with a visage reminiscent of a masterfully sculpted work of art. His bright, fox-like eyes sparkled with allure, complemented by a prominent nose and subtly rosy, delicate lips that contributed to his unparalleled beauty. His broad chest boasted solid muscles, tapering into a trim waist, and his long, elegant legs completed the striking image. Tang Qingqing hastily diverted her gaze from Xianjiao, fearing that if she continued to look, she might embarrass herself by blushing profusely. Xianjiao, in turn, cooperated with Tang Qingqing's assistance as he stepped into the bathing tub. Tang Qingqing held a bath cloth, diligently scrubbing away the impurities that seeped from Xianjiao's body. Xianjiao had also required 2 buckets of water to cleanse himself thoroughly. Naturally, Tang Qingqing was only responsible for washing his upper body. For the other areas, Xianjiao took the cloth himself, his ears tinged with crimson, his gaze evasive as he attended to the task. Tang Qingqing also noticed that Xianjiao's skin had improved after taking a shower. After she left, Xianjiao dried the droplets of water from his body and changed into clean clothes. Tang Qingqing stood on the precipice before her cave, gazing at the distant woods. She perceived an enhancement in her vision, as she could distinctly see a small bird perched upon a grand tree, clearly visible through the interstices of the leaves. With her eyes closed, she stood there, absorbing the energy she had recently gathered, feeling the concentrated essence within her dantian coalesce more firmly than ever. Xianjiao approached from behind, wrapping his arms around Tang Qingqing and resting his chin atop her head. "Qingqing," he murmured, "I sense an abundance of power within me." Tang Qingqing turned her head and caught sight of Xianjiao's skin, smooth as jade, which caused her to frown slightly, fearing that she too appeared in a similar manner. The sudden transformation of both individuals sparked an undeniable curiosity. "Jiao, do you have any wild ginger at home?" Xianjiao paused, momentarily perplexed by Tang Qingqing's unexpected inquiry. Nevertheless, he responded, "Yes." Tang Qingqing gently caressed his smooth visage and remarked, "In a while, let us descend and apply some ginger paste to our faces. This will lend our skin a slightly sallow hue, thus concealing the significant transformations we have undergone. Gradually altering our appearances will prevent others from harboring curiosity or suspicion." Xianjiao found her reasoning compelling and proceeded into the cave to retrieve the wild ginger that Tang Qingqing had unearthed previously. The two of them then took turns applying the paste to each other's faces. When they finally emerged, although some changes were evident, they were not pronounced enough to attract undue attention. The onlookers merely cast a few extra glances before acclimating to their new appearances. End of chapter. 90. Establishing a habitable territory. In the days that followed for Tang Qingqing and Xianjiao, after absorbing over 40 crystals, Tang Qingqing discovered that the air in the beast world was imbued with this source of spiritual energy. Perhaps it was this very essence present in the continent's nature that facilitated the gradual evolution of beasts into beastmen. As for those beasts unable to evolve, it may be due to certain factors hindering their transformation. Both she and Xianjiao noted that their powers had significantly increased. Tang Qingqing, who could previously only conjure wind blades around her, was now able to sweep through an entire grove, leaving her astonished at the terrifying strength she had only just discovered. Xianjiao mentioned that, with Tang Qingqing's assistance in absorbing the spiritual source from the air, his ability to perceive changes in his surroundings had sharpened, and his predictive capabilities seemed to have enhanced. One day, Tang Qingqing took her elder brother Qishan, Xianjiao, Moyi, and Languid to a location she had long desired for constructing a tribe. It was a particularly vast valley, encircled on 3 sides by towering cliffs. Within the valley lay a gently sloping hill, at the foot of which flowed a babbling brook. The valley was carpeted with lush green grass, interspersed with ancient trees that had stood for millennia. Tang Qingqing was quite pleased with the terrain, by constructing a robust and wide stone wall at the valley's exit. they could effectively guard against any intrusion by wild beasts. The residences would be situated upon the hills within the valley, ensuring that during the rainy season, most of the rainfall would flow away with the small river, leaving only minimal water that would not encroach upon the hills. Should the orcs find the stone and clay structures uncomfortable, they could also carve out dwellings in caves along the other 3 cliffs. In recent days, Tang Qingqing has been contemplating the dwellings of modern inhabitants, attempting to recall and sketch them out. Although her depictions may lack precision, the practical architecture could serve as inspiration while the orcs excavate their mountain caves. Observing several large trees interconnected within the valley, Tang Qingqing resolved to construct a treehouse there, envisioning the delightful experience of residing within it on summer evenings. Having selected a suitable living location, it was not long before Tang Qingqing led the orcs to this valley to establish their new home. The small valley they had previously inhabited was now concealed by a larger stone that Tang Qingqing had transported, completely shrouding the valley entrance. Even those standing nearby might overlook its existence. Upon arriving, the female orcs were overjoyed to discover such a spacious and beautiful environment. They could hardly contain their excitement, yearning to roll around on the grass. The male orcs, too, expressed their contentment with this living arrangement, particularly the recently joined wandering and fallen orcs, who were overwhelmed with emotion, some shedding tears of joy. This was a yearning for a stable and happy life after enduring a prolonged period of wandering without a secure abode. In the past, even after constructing a well-furnished cave, one could easily be displaced by stronger orcs, losing the sanctuary they had painstakingly arranged. Now, they were finally part of a tribe, and each newly welcomed orc silently vowed to protect this community, for it symbolized their newfound sense of belonging and home. Tang Qingqing instructed everyone to first erect a temporary dwelling made of animal skins. Xianjiao had already ascended the tall trees, beginning to arrange the interwoven branches. Upon hearing that Tang Qingqing wished to reside in a treehouse, he had chopped wood and left it in the valley to dry for several days. And today it would finally serve its purpose. Languid and Moe observed that Xianjiao did not merely leap onto the towering trees, rather, he seemed to glide effortlessly into the air. They also noted that over the past few days, both Qingqing and Xianjiao, the male fox, appeared to be growing more aesthetically pleasing. Though the change was subtle, perceptive individuals would certainly recognize their transformation. Nevertheless, neither Tang Qingqing nor the others brought up this subject. The beastmen possessed inherent strength, and with the presence of the 2 prominent figures, Tang Qingqing and Xianjiao, their tribe had made significant progress in establishing itself within a mere fortnight. During this time, Tang Qingqing suggested that Xianjiao construct his own dwelling, advocating for them to live separately, but he firmly refused. He asserted that they had cohabited for so long that a sudden separation would undoubtedly raise eyebrows among others. Tang Qingqing did not press the matter further. She had grown accustomed to Xianjiao's daily presence beside her. When she caught a glimpse of his expression, one that conveyed disapproval, she quickly relented. If she were to insist on living apart, it would undermine the sacrifices he had made for her protection, including nearly losing his life, severing a precious tail, and suffering severe internal injuries. After reflecting on this, Tang Qingqing no longer broached the subject of separating their dwellings. Once the residence was completed, more beastmen chose to carve homes into the mountainside beneath the 3 cliffs, while a few opted to build thatched huts on the slopes. Tang Qingqing even noticed several beastmen constructing abodes reminiscent of modern yurts. Some had taken to building bamboo houses, each beastman selecting a suitable spot in the valley to create a dwelling that suited their preferences and traditions. Tang Qingqing did not aspire to impose the meticulousness typical of a time-traveling heroine upon the construction of the dwellings in the tribe. The valley was sufficiently spacious, and she wished to avoid stifling the orcs' individuality. While ensuring the well-being of the tribe, she was indeed capable of granting them a degree of freedom and respect. Tang Qingqing was reluctant to train the males of the tribe to behave like docile little sheep, obedient and gentle. This was a world of beasts, and if the orcs lost their wild nature, there would be no secure fortress to shield them from the perils of existence. Even if she could construct a castle 100 times safer than the current surroundings, Tang Qingqing would refrain from doing so. The necessity of venturing into the wilderness for hunting meant that the orcs could not reside in an overly comfortable environment for long, as such a lifestyle would lead to the deterioration of their combat prowess. This was not a progression towards civilization, but rather a path toward their demise. The Qingshan family, accustomed to living in caves, followed Tang Qingqing's advice and built a modern cave dwelling reminiscent of a contemporary kiln. Upon seeing the spacious and orderly cave-like structures, other orcs eagerly emulated this design, excavating similar abodes for themselves. Tang Qingqing cherished tranquility, and alongside her clandestine secrets with Xianjiao, they constructed a treehouse, a sanctuary that only they knew. In a secluded area, they also erected 3 thatched cottages. The eastern chamber belonged to Tang Qingqing, while the western abode was designated for Xianjiao. Between them lay a reception hall for guests. Flanking these structures were 2 side rooms. One served as a kitchen for culinary endeavors, and the other was reserved for storage. They meticulously gathered an array of appropriately sized stones to build a tall courtyard wall, ensuring their cultivation remained concealed from prying eyes. Distant from them were not Tang Qingqing's elder brother and his family, but rather Lang Yu and Mo Yi, who chose to establish their residence 50 meters away from Tang Qingqing's home. Further along resided Yu Wushang, accompanied by 2 fallen orcs, a Qing and an Bai. Though they did not share a dwelling, their houses were adjacent. Additionally, Kuan-Chin, who had recently fallen out of favor with Xinjiao, constructed 2 houses next to Yi Wushang's. The remaining females, accustomed to dwelling with their partners in caves, wished to reside near Tang Qingqing. However, due to their differing living habits, they too ended up carving cave-like abodes into the mountainside, much like Tang Qingqing's elder brother's family. Tang Qingqing observed that the construction of her dwelling was complete, so she transported more substantial stones to begin erecting towering walls at the valley entrance, ensuring protection against any potential beast attacks. End of chapter. As preparations commenced for the journey to the Xinghai tribe, Tang Qingqing was occupied with the affairs of her tribe. She soon learned that several females within the tribe had successfully found new mates, and even Xiaoling had chosen a formidable orc as her first follower. As for Nancian, who had pursued her for a few days before departing, it remained uncertain whether he would return. Xiaoling was aware that Nancian was likely to inherit the position of a junior leader in the Xinghai tribe, which would further complicate any potential connection between them. Once a female settles in a tribe, it is rare for her to leave. Xiaoling was not inclined to abandon her cherished brothers, Zhe and In, for the sake of a male, especially considering the abundance of males available. Among the newly arrived orcs, she selected the one she admired the most, igniting excitement among the newcomers and instilling hope within them. They eagerly showcased their attributes in front of the females at every opportunity. This enthusiasm prompted the males of their tribe to vigilantly accompany their little females, fearing that they might be whisked away by the imposing orcs. However, such vigilance proved unnecessary. When Huaxiao introduced a tall and powerful male to Tang Qingqing, she was momentarily taken aback. To prevent the females from sacrificing their well-being for the sake of the newly established tribe, she took a calculated risk, seizing the opportunity to suppress any hasty selections of followers that day. It appeared she had overthought the matter. The females, accustomed to the presence of numerous protective males, treated the selection of male followers as naturally as eating and drinking, not perceiving it as the grave issue she had imagined, but rather a matter of their lifelong happiness. Once the front walls were completed and the weather began to cool, Tang Qingqing instructed the orcs in her tribe to gather seeds from plants suitable for food. She, alongside the stronger members of her tribe, ventured into their 2 vast forests to hunt. This hunt allowed the fallen and wandering orcs to truly feel as though they belonged to a tribe. In previous years, they had to stealthily procure food to survive the cold season, as the forests claimed by the tribes barred their entry. These previously unclaimed forests were also guarded by other larger tribes, who prohibited outsiders from hunting with ease. The reason being, when they hunted in their own forests, some beasts would escape into these wild lands, leading them to seek out game there for sustenance during the cold months. Now, they no longer feared expulsion. For these 2 forests were theirs to command. They could hunt as they pleased, without interference from others. While hunting, Tang Qingqing occasionally encountered some wandering orcs in her forests. She instructed her kin to allow them to leave, permitting them to take their catch. Sometimes, upon seeing elderly or particularly young orcs hunting, she would feign ignorance. For life on this orc continent was undeniably challenging, and she was not one to withhold assistance where she could offer it. The game they brought back was transformed by Tang Qingqing into dried meats, cured sausages, and even some air-dried sausages. She also collected several jars of honey from the storm bees at Qifeng Cliff, all to prepare for an exchange of salt at the Xinghai tribe. When the first frost arrived, Tang Qingqing and her companions finally amassed enough provisions to embark on their journey, planning to take 1/5 of the male orcs to the Xinghai tribe for the salt exchange. With the orc cubs due to arrive in 6 months and Black Sister nearing her 3rd month, Tang Qingqing entrusted her steadfast elder brother, Qi Shan, along with her 3rd brother, to oversee the tribe and care for her sister-in-law, while she instructed her 2nd brother, Qinghe, to accompany her. Given the tribe's already limited numbers, she feared that in the event of an unforeseen circumstance, her elder brother might struggle to manage alone. Thus, she retained the formidable Languid to assist him. while the shaman MOU remained closely tied to the tribe. Before departing, Tang Qingqing issued her directives. Her elder brother, Qi Shan, would continue to lead the less robust beast men in foraging for food and seeds. Meanwhile, Languid would take the stronger male beast men into the forest each day to hunt, returning with various meats prepared for preservation. This way, as the cold season approached, they could distribute the stored provisions according to the number of individuals. The greater their reserves, the more plentiful the distribution would be when the time came. Tang Qingqing issued a stern warning, stating that any orc who resorts to cunning and deceit in their duties should not blame her for showing no mercy when she expels them from the tribe. Tang Qingqing also noticed a few orcs who had grown accustomed to a carefree lifestyle. She resolved to grant them another chance, but upon her return, should they persist in their ways, she would not hesitate to expel them. After giving her instructions, Tang Qingqing set off with 50 to 60 male orcs, each laden with various meats they had gathered over the past month, as well as edible plant seeds they had collected. They marched resolutely towards the Starseed tribe, with Tang Qingqing seated upon the back of Xinjiao. This time, she was accompanied by land-dwelling orcs capable of carrying burdens, while only one flying beast, the Qiyu, accompanied them. Tang Qingqing gazed at Qingqing, the playful leopard beastman who was laden with goods, and closely followed Xuanji. Upon noticing her gaze, he playfully blinked his light blue leopard eyes at her and flashed a broad smile. Just then, Xuanji, turning around, caught sight of Qingqing's antics. With an exasperated flick, his long foxtail came down heavily upon Qingqing's leopard head. "You stingy male," Xuanji chided, "I merely cast a glance at your female. Must you be so extreme as to wish for my demise?" Tang Qingqing smiled as she watched Qingqing, burdened with his load, unable to confront Xinjiao, resorting instead to a fierce display of mock aggression. Az and Qin, observing Qingqing's lively antics even in his beastly form, erupted into raucous, beast-like laughter, momentarily transforming the monotonous journey into a lively affair. As Tang Qingqing beheld the various beastly forms of the beastmen for the first time, engaged in conversation while journeying, she could not help but be taken aback, her mouth agape in astonishment, despite her accustomedness to their animalistic shapes. Can one truly fathom the notion of tigers, lions, and leopards in a zoo speaking? It would certainly be quite disconcerting. As the sun began its descent, Tang Qingqing resolved to seek a location near a water source to pause their travels. They were approximately 2 days' journey from the Xinghai tribe, and they would need to spend the night in the wilderness. A resting place with access to water was essential, as they had traversed the day feeling parched, and soon they would need to cleanse the game they had captured. The presence of water was indispensable. However, when Tang Qingqing and her companions stumbled upon a small river and were preparing to set down their belongings to rest, the commotion from a nearby source compelled her to exclaim in surprise at the unexpected encounter. End of chapter. Tang Qingqing observed Yu Songming and Su Yuxue seated on a hide by the riverbank, a basket beside them brimming with various pottery, while a leather pouch contained coarse cloth. It was evident that they were laden with goods for the purpose of exchanging salt at the Xinghai tribe. Despite not fearing them, Tang Qingqing resolved to stroll upstream along the river, for the two tribes harbored animosity towards each other, existing in a state of mutual disdain. Their enmity lay with the leader of the Yutian tribe, yet there was no profound hatred towards the orcs of the other lunar tribes, and she had no desire to engage in conflict with them at this juncture. Tang Qingqing, possessing the mindset of a modern individual, harbors a profound aversion to witnessing death. Observing the despondence reflected in Tang Qingqing and her companion's eyes, Su Yuxue felt her previously unwavering belief in her role as the heroine of this beastly world begin to waver. Realizing the formidable prowess of Tang Qingqing, despite her own significant contributions to this realm, which garnered her the respect of various tribes, and the reverence with which the beastmen addressed her as a wise female, she found it intolerable that another intelligent female, such as Qingqing, should emerge in this world. Driven by such thoughts, when a beastman from the tiger tribe presented her with a pouch of powdered medicine, Su Yuxue, though filled with trepidation, accepted it. During the encounter in the valley, unable to approach Tang Qingqing herself, she summoned the great shaman Ming Xie from the Golden Lion tribe, entrusting him with the task of administering the powder into Tang Qingqing's food. Initially, she approached this endeavor with a mere sense of experimentation, never anticipating that Ming Xie would acquiesce. What's more, Ming Xie harbored ulterior motives. He sought not only to eliminate Tang Qingqing but also to seize the opportunity to deal with the chieftain who had long overshadowed him within his own tribe. Thus, Ming Xie instructed one of his few trusted confidants in the Golden Lion tribe to contaminate their drinking spring with the powder, a plan that was thwarted when the vigilant Qin spotted them in the act. Subsequently, Mingxia was taken by Lang Lai to a secluded location, where his legs were broken, and he was returned to the Golden Lion tribe, likely facing dire consequences once Lang Lai returned. Song Ming glared darkly at the retreating figures of Tang Qingqing and her companions. Recalling how their previous expedition had been undermined due to the insufficient number of beast men they had sent, this newly established Tang clan, bolstered by the support of Lang Lai and that young man from the Xinghai tribe, had thwarted their efforts. However, circumstances had shifted. Song Ming noted that Tang Qingqing's entourage consisted of no more than 50 or 60 individuals, whereas he was heading to the Xinghai tribe to trade for salt with nearly 500 beast men at his disposal, a tenfold advantage in numbers. While a mere fraction of this force was necessary for the salt trade, the annual pre-winter salt exchanges often drew marauding beastmen from outside the tribes, necessitating such a large contingent for protection. With a dark smile, Song Ming exchanged glances with Su Yuxiwei before turning his gaze towards the direction of Tang Qingqing's departure. He then summoned a beastman, issuing a few instructions that resulted in the beastman nodding and stealthily trailing after Tang Qingqing and her group. After departing, Tang Qingqing and her companions found a flat expanse to rest, observing the sky tinged with crimson hues. They knew that if they did not hunt soon, darkness would soon envelop them. In order to swiftly procure sufficient game to sustain the multitude, Tang Qingqing resolved to personally lead a hunting expedition into the distant forest. Xianjiu, accompanied by half of the orc contingent, observed the supplies they had brought while also gathering firewood from the surroundings, preparing for a future feast of roasted meat. Meanwhile, the orcs from the Moon tribe, who had been trailing Tang Qingqing and her group, noticed her departure with a substantial portion of the orcs and stealthily retreated to relay the news. Tang Qingqing, accompanied by her companions, rushed into the forest, ensuring that none of the beasts they encountered escaped their relentless pursuit. With her cultivation of the natural spirit source, she now possessed the agility to leap to the treetops and even higher, surpassing the prowess of her male counterparts. Observing that the day was waning and wishing to conserve time, she unleashed her punches with renewed ferocity, each strike resulting in the swift demise of her quarry. The male beastmen following her were both awed and intimidated as they witnessed their leader effortlessly shatter the skulls of the creatures with a single blow. Those who had previously doubted Tang Qingqing's capabilities, due to her being female, now silently rejoiced at their restraint, grateful they had not provoked her ire. Otherwise, they wondered if their own skulls could withstand the force of her punches. Before long, nearly every beastman accompanying Tang Qingqing bore a trophy of their hunt upon their shoulders. However, from the direction of their resting place came the desperate cries for help from the guardian beastmen who had stayed behind to protect their supplies. At that moment, as Tang Qingqing prepared to deliver a fatal blow to a massive toothed beast, she was startled by the sharp cries of Xianjiu and her second brother, Qinghe. Her fist struck the beast's neck, inflicting injury, yet it was not a mortal wound. With little time to spare, Tang Qingqing abandoned her pursuit of the giant beast and called out to her fellow beastmen, urging them to return quickly as they were under attack. As she sprinted back, her movement resembled a glide, as if her feet barely touched the ground, propelling her forward with astonishing speed. Even the beastmen who had transformed and were clutching their prey struggled to keep pace with her. Upon arriving at the resting site, they were met with the sight of hundreds of transformed beastmen assaulting the few dozen who had remained behind, while others were busy looting their possessions. Xianjiu, having trained alongside Tang Qingqing, had developed strength far surpassing that of ordinary beastmen. He fought valiantly at the forefront, defending against the overwhelming tide of attackers. Despite the sheer number of enemy beastmen, he held his ground, hoping that Tang Qingqing and the others would hear their cries for aid and return swiftly. Qinghe, witnessing Xianjiu sustain injuries in his valiant effort to shield their kin, surged forward with even greater ferocity, striving to alleviate some of the pressure from his beleaguered comrade. Their desperate resistance spurred on the newly joined male beastmen of the Tang clan, igniting within them a newfound courage to pounce upon their adversaries with fierce determination. From a considerable distance, Tang Qingqing locked eyes with the sinister and provocative gaze of Song Ming. Without uttering a word, she surged towards the throng of several hundred beastmen, her form surrounded by swirling blades of wind, leaving behind a cacophony of anguished cries. Song Ming could discern nothing by her side. He merely witnessed her fist flying in a chaotic dance, sending the beastmen closest to her hurtling away. This astonishing spectacle left Song Ming momentarily stunned, causing him to instinctively step back, while the entire assembly of beastmen from the Moon tribe gazed at Tang Qingqing in terror. Xianjiu and his company of dozens, upon seeing Tang Qingqing return with other beastmen, fought with renewed ferocity, instilling shock in the beastmen they were battling. The tide of battle shifted dramatically with Tang Qingqing's arrival. As more and more beastmen from the Moon Tribe succumbed, at the sight of Tang Qingqing advancing towards him, Song Ming finally grasped the situation. Emitting cries for retreat and hastily fleeing towards the distant woods, Tang Qingqing had no intention of letting them off so easily. Although she was not inherently bloodthirsty, she would not simply stand by while others took advantage of her. She was a fish out of water, not a saint. Tang Qingqing observed their timely return. Although the dozens of remaining orcs were injured, none had sustained life-threatening wounds. She assigned a few individuals to tend to the injured orcs before leading more than 20 others towards the area where Songming and the others had rested earlier. This time, the orcs accompanying her were filled with confidence, unlike when they had just emerged from the forest, witnessing numerous orcs attacking their kin with a sense of panic. Although they had mustered the courage not to flee at that moment, it was undeniable that fear gripped their hearts. However, upon seeing those orcs rushing to pounce upon their leader, their bodies marred with countless wounds, blood gushing forth, they were momentarily stunned. Their petite female leader, who usually unleashed a blade of wind while hunting, had displayed a power they had never anticipated. They had always known her ability was formidable. Yet they had never imagined she could single-handedly fend off so many orcs. Even if half had fled in fear, it was still a remarkable feat. As Tang Qingqing pursued with her companions, Song Ming was urgently shouting for the members of the Moon Tribe to hastily gather their belongings and depart from this place. Tang Qingqing appeared before Song Ming with a gentle smile gracing her face, her melodious voice carrying an air of authority. Where is the young sub-leader of the Moon Tribe in such a hurry to go? At the sound of her voice, Song Ming involuntarily shuddered, his heart racing as he beheld several orcs returning, battered and bleeding profusely. Fear gripped him as he cast a timid glance at the petite female before him, as if he had never known her. The once timid Qingqing, who had never dared to raise her gaze and converse with others in the tribe, had transformed into such a formidable presence. Tang Qingqing gazed at Song Ming, whose eyes reflected a timorous glimmer as he remained silent. With a slight curve of her lips, she remarked, "You have injured so many of my tribesmen. Yet you intend to simply walk away without a word. Have you not considered whether I consent to this? Surely you must have noticed that our side bears even greater wounds." Song Ming, evidently shaken by the scene he had just witnessed, hesitated to voice his true feelings. His voice trembled as he inquired, "What do you wish to do?" "Nothing in particular," she replied, "but those who have harmed me ought to offer some form of compensation. Do they not?" As Song Ming noticed Tang Qingqing's gaze fall upon the goods they had brought to trade for salt, an ominous premonition stirred within him. Indeed, Tang Qingqing articulated a sentiment that made him regret his earlier decision to ambush them. "Seeing so many of your people injured, it seems you will be unable to exchange for salt at the Qinghai tribe. Transporting such a large quantity of goods back and forth is quite cumbersome." Tang Qingqing turned her head to address the individuals she had brought along, saying, "A's, why Haven Tu and Akin started to gradually carry these items away. We must lighten the burden for the young chief of the Moon Tribe. How can you bear to witness their injuries while allowing them to carry such heavy loads? It would only exacerbate their suffering." Tang Qingqing's companion, upon seeing Song Ming, appeared either flushed with anger at their leader's words or was simply suppressing his rage, his face a deep crimson. Regardless, he bore an expression of utter desolation that was quite gratifying for them. Why couldn't this fool simply go to the Qinghai tribe to barter for salt? Didn't he notice that his leader had already departed with his men upon spotting them here, clearly disinterested in engaging in conflict? To their surprise, the young deputy leader of the tribe turned out to be rather foolish, eagerly seeking trouble. Now he finds himself in a predicament, losing both his woman and his men. It would be intriguing to see how he would report back to his esteemed leader, his father. As A's and Shun prepared to retrieve items in accordance with Tang Qingqing's instructions, a female figure suddenly dashed out from the side. It wasn't Suyushua. But who could it be? At this moment, Suyushua looked at Tang Qingqing and A's with reproachful eyes, as if it was they who had committed a transgression. With righteous indignation, she spoke loudly. "Qingqing, you were once orcs of the Moon Tribe. These items are meant to be exchanged for salt for all the tribe's orcs. If you take them all, what will happen to them? Can you truly bear to see them go an entire winter without salt?" Tang Qingqing was so overwhelmed that she refrained from uttering even a single sound. She exchanged a glance with the orc beside her, who, unlike the Moon Tribe, had no qualms about pushing aside Suyushue and taking the belongings without a second thought. These items were coveted treasures, whether pottery or fabric, that were nearly unattainable for the wandering and fallen orcs. More than 20 of them made several trips, 6 or 7 in total, to transport all the goods to their resting place. Su Yuxue attempted to intervene multiple times, but as a mere female, she was no match for even a single finger of a male. Although they refrained from bullying females, they did not hesitate to set her aside whenever she tried to obstruct them. The other orcs from the Moon tribe contemplated stepping in to halt the proceedings. But Tang Qingqing, with an imperceptible wave of her hand, summoned invisible blades of wind that stripped a nearby tree bare. Observing this, who would dare to make a move? Even the young leader of their tribe, Song Ming, stood quietly with his head bowed, motionless. Tang Qingqing observed that everything had been moved, and she coldly regarded Song Ming and Su Yuxue, stating, "Do not test my limits. Next time, it will not be so lenient. As long as you compensate with items." The implication was clear. Without compensation, their lives would be forfeit. Song Ming, with his head bowed, uttered not a word. He understood that Tang Qingqing's words were not mere threats. Given what he had witnessed moments ago, if she truly wished to eliminate them, they would not escape unscathed today. Thus, while Tang Qingqing and her companions were busy relocating items, Song Ming refrained from intervening, for he was not foolish enough to disregard the gravity of the situation. As he surveyed the ground littered with over 100 wounded orcs, all bearing grievous wounds, Song Ming furrowed his brow. The items meant to barter for salt had been entirely lost, and now he returned with such a grim tally of casualties. How could he face his father and the members of his tribe? Su Yuxue gazed at Song Ming with profound disappointment. It was the first time she perceived him as utterly ineffectual, leading her to believe that her first mate was unworthy of her trust. Song Ming and Su Yuxue's predicament was of little concern to Tang Qingqing. Upon her return, she encountered the injured orcs, their spirited eyes gleaming with anticipation as they beheld the spoils of their reclamation, rather, the reparations they had demanded. Xianjiu approached Tang Qingqing, clutching his arm, and she noticed a deep gash marring his skin. Biting her lip in concern, she frowned and said, "You've been injured. Why are you running about? Be cautious not to aggravate the wound and cause further bleeding." Xianjiu, meeting her worried gaze, offered reassurance. "It's nothing. I will be careful." He then turned to the group of injured orcs, noting, "Some of them are severely wounded. They will not be able to carry items for the journey tomorrow." Tang Qingqing turned her head to call for the beastman Kuan-Chin. At this moment, Kuan-Chin did not wear his usual playful expression. Upon seeing the injury on Xianjiu's arm, he furrowed his brows and remarked, "You couldn't win, and yet you didn't even think to flee. They say foxes are clever and cunning, but I see you as a foolish fox." In truth, everyone understood that Kuan-Chin was merely jesting. He had no genuine intention of retreating, as he had been the fastest among them when it came to moving the items just moments ago. At this moment, Tang Qingqing, with a serious expression, addressed Kuan-Chin. "After you finish your meal and take a moment to rest, please return and send someone to transport these items back to the tribe. In addition to those who will carry the goods, we also need some replacements for the injured. Inform my elder brother and languid about the situation here. They will know how to proceed." End of this chapter. 95. Expelling the retreating orc. Tang Qingqing and her companions did not bring their flying beastmen on this outing, so they had no choice but to enlist the swift-footed leopard beastman, Kuan-Chin, to return and deliver the message. They carried their belongings, running tirelessly for an entire day. Without any burden, Kuan-Chin, the leopard beastman, would be able to reach the tribe by midnight. Meanwhile, A's and Chin had already led the uninjured beastmen to clean the game they had just hunted in the forest, and now it was being roasted over the fire by the riverside. Tang Qingqing approached and noticed that her second brother, Qinghe, had also injured one of his legs, though the bleeding had ceased at the wound. "How are you, brother? Is there any internal injury?" Qinghe, upon seeing his sister's worried gaze, reassured her, "I am fine. The wound is merely deep, but it should not have affected any vital vessels." "That's a relief. Please rest for a while, and I will go check on our other injured companions over there." Qinghe understood that tending to the wounded orcs who had risked their lives to protect the tribe was a duty of every tribal leader. "Go ahead, I am fine here." "Brother." Tang Qingqing nodded and approached to check on the other injured orcs. Upon encountering one orc, who appeared to have sustained a severe arterial injury with blood gushing uncontrollably, she discreetly infused a stream of spiritual energy into the wound. Initially, she acted on a whim, yet to her astonishment, the bleeding gradually subsided. Following this method, she managed to staunch the wounds of the more gravely injured orcs before she departed, having offered them some comfort. After her departure, the orc, who had been on the verge of collapsing from blood loss, murmured weakly, "How peculiar. When the leader came to see me, I felt a wave of warmth at the sight of my injury, and the wound that had been bleeding seems to have ceased." Tang Qingqing walked towards Xianjiu and soon spotted two beastmen, imploring Qingqing not far away. In the past, when Qingqing was wandering, he would occasionally encounter Xianzhou and would be willing to engage with him, considering the many years they had spent together in their nomadic existence. Now, Xianzhou had become the male leader of the little female chief. If he were to lend his assistance in clarifying to the chief that they were merely gathering firewood at the time and had not heard the commotion of the battle, asserting that they were not fleeing, it might sway the chief's judgment. Upon hearing this, Tang Qingqing departed. Having gleaned the nature of the situation from the conversation among the group, it was merely a matter of two orc individuals who, upon witnessing Tsang Ming bringing an excessive number of orcs, chose to flee rather than join Xianzhou and the others in their joint effort to safeguard their resources. Now, upon witnessing their victory, they sought to return, fearing retribution for their unscathed retreat. Thus, they implored Qingqing to intercede on their behalf with Xianzhou. Upon her return, Tang Qingqing refrained from divulging her observations to the injured Xianzhou, instead taking the skewer of roasted meat from his hand and saying, "Teach me how to roast meat." Xianzhou raised an eyebrow but then reclaimed the skewer from Tang Qingqing, saying, "I shall not teach you." Tang Qingqing merely wished for him not to suffer injuries while preparing meat for her, yet she did not anticipate Xianzhou's response. Noticing the astonishment on Tang Qingqing's face, Xianzhou moved closer and said, "It brings me great joy that you enjoy the meat I grill. You need not learn. I am more than willing to roast beast meat for you for a lifetime." Upon hearing Xianzhou's words, Tang Qingqing felt as though her heart had been struck by something, leaving her in a delightful daze, an unfamiliar sensation she had never experienced before. She recalled the women from her past life, who wept uncontrollably when proposed to by their beloveds, and she had never understood why such a joyous occasion could evoke such profound sorrow. Tang Qingqing blinked, suppressing the moisture in her eyes, and rested her head on Xianzhou's shoulder, gazing at his already bandaged arm. "Does it still hurt?" she inquired. Xianzhou replied in a calm voice, "It no longer pains me. This minor injury is trivial for us males. It is merely a result of carelessness during hunting, which can lead to bites from ferocious beasts." Tang Qingqing understood that Xianzhou's remarks stemmed from his desire to spare her the worry of his condition. She gently placed her hand upon his arm, channeling a surge of spiritual essence into his wound, hoping to expedite his recovery. Xianzhou felt a warmth enveloping his arm and glanced at Tang Qingqing before turning back to the task of roasting meat, choosing silence. Given the multitude of onlookers, he felt it was neither the time nor the place to voice his reluctance for her to expend her energy on his injuries. The nearby orc, busy with their own grilling, cast envious glances at Xianzhou. Despite being of the same male gender, the disparity was stark. The petite female leader, not only striking in appearance but also formidable in strength, made Xianzhou, the fox male, appear exceedingly fortunate to be the chosen mate of their leader. At that moment, Qingqing awkwardly approached Xianzhou, noticing Tang Qingqing's presence, and immediately lowered his gaze, resembling a child caught in wrongdoing. Tang Qingqing was well aware of the purpose of his visit. Although he typically presented himself as a light-hearted fool, she was surprised to discover a softer side to him, albeit intertwined with a certain lack of clarity. Standing there, Qingqing was ignored by everyone. Xianzhou seemed oblivious to his presence. His gaze fixated solely on the roasted beast meat. Qingqing failed to consider that the spot where he conversed with the two beast men was not far from here. Given the keen hearing of beast men, it was likely that several had overheard their exchange. No one relishes the thought of protecting their resources while their comrades flee, leaving them to confront the oncoming enemy alone. Who could easily forgive and accept such a companion? Tang Qingqing gazed at Qingqing, who stood silently, rubbing a stone with his foot, and asked in a tone devoid of warmth, "Do you wish to plead for them?" Qingqing lifted his head, a joyful expression illuminating his face as if to say, "At last, someone acknowledges my presence." "Not at all," he replied, a response that took Tang Qingqing by surprise. As she had presumed, Qingqing approached to advocate for the two individuals. Xianzhou, with an expression as impassive as stone, regarded Qingqing and inquired, "Then what purpose does your presence here serve?" He likely harbored thoughts similar to those of Tang Qingqing. Qingqing resumed his fidgeting with the stone beneath his foot and awkwardly explained, "They constantly pester me. Only here do they dare not follow." Qingqing's reasoning left Tang Qingqing and Xianzhou at a loss for words, yet they couldn't help but find it amusing. Truly, his adorably naive demeanor was endearing, and even his method of evasion was rather clever. Tang Qingqing harbored a fondness for the endearingly innocent beastman, as long as he refrained from acting foolishly. She was more than willing to assist him with this matter. Thus, she said, "Please summon them here." Qingqing, noticing the cool demeanor on Tang Qingqing's face, chose not to say much further and went to fetch the two fleeing vagrant beastmen. The pair approached Tang Qingqing, slightly hunched, with their hands hanging at their sides, displaying an air of deference. However, at this moment, regardless of their demeanor, it seemed that no one truly paid them any heed. Tang Qingqing curled her lips into a faint smile, her voice soft and serene as she spoke. "You may leave now. As for the contributions you have made to the tribe during this time, I am open to reasonable requests for compensation." Among the two orcs, the slightly shorter one eagerly attempted to defend himself, stating, "We are not fleeing. We simply ventured too far in search of firewood and did not hear their cries for help." "You lie," retorted another. "We were gathering firewood together in that nearby grove. And when we heard the cries for help, I even called out to you." At that moment, several orcs who had accompanied them to collect wood stepped forward to expose their deceit. Upon realizing their words had been dismantled, the two orcs glared furiously at those who dared to accuse them. In the end, those two forsaken orcs, unable to salvage their reputation, chose to leave with a basket of pottery and a coarse cloth bag, despite their desire for more. However, none of the orcs consented to their demands, for these items were earned through the wounds they had sustained, and it was inconceivable to allow two individuals to take away such a bounty. Moreover, the pottery and cloth they managed to claim far exceeded the contributions they had made to the tribe during their time there. Anticipating that some of the newly joined orcs would depart, Tang Qingqing observed the two leaving with their belongings in a composed manner. Unlike the others whose faces were still etched with anger, Xianjiao even withheld a single word or expression towards the two cowardly orcs. He wrapped a piece of golden brown roasted meat in a large leaf and offered it to Tang Qingqing, who sat beside him, saying, "Quickly eat. It won't taste as good once it cools." Seemingly unfazed by the incident, Tang Qingqing glanced at Xianjiao, beads of sweat trickling down his forehead from the heat of the fire, and lifted her sleeve to dab at his perspiration. "I will take this piece to second brother. He is injured." Xianjiao, who held great respect for Tang Qingqing's elder brothers, replied, "Very well, you may deliver that piece to him. I have another one here, perfectly roasted, reserved for your return." Tang Qingqing presented a generous portion of roasted meat to Qinghe, saying, "Elder brother, here is some roasted meat for you. Enjoy it. This bamboo tube contains freshly boiled water. Let it cool before drinking." Qinghe, touched by his sister's thoughtfulness, placed the water-filled bamboo container within easy reach and smiled as he accepted the roasted meat. "You should return to your meal as well. I have merely injured my leg and can manage on my own. Then, if you need anything, do not hesitate to call for me." Tang Qingqing observed Qinghe nodding in agreement before returning to sit beside Xianjiao. She naturally accepted the skewered meat he offered and took a bite, the rich aroma of grilled meat enveloping her palate. Truly, Xianjiao, the adept grill master, had produced a delectable dish. Xianjiao gazed at her with sparkling eyes, seemingly awaiting this very compliment. Upon hearing Tang Qingqing exclaim how delicious it was, he promptly took the skewers nearby and continued grilling. The others had already indulged in their portions of grilled meat, including even the injured orcs, each clutching a piece in hand. None exhibited the patience that Xianjiao possessed in crafting such exquisite grilled fare. Most had merely cooked their meat to a medium doneness, charred on the outside and still bleeding within, a preference for many orcs. However, upon realizing that Tang Qingqing did not favor meat with blood, Xianjiao consistently ensured his grilling resulted in an 8 or 9 out of 10 doneness, all while preventing it from burning. This meticulous attention to detail was precisely why Tang Qingqing relished Xianjiao's culinary creations. After the two had departed, Kuan-Shin felt a fleeting sense of disappointment. Yet, he soon embraced a piece of grilled meat and began to devour it heartily. Once satiated, he exchanged greetings with Tang Qingqing and Xianjiao before dashing off towards the tribe. After Tang Qingqing and her companions finished their meal, she instructed all the orcs to retire early for the night while she remained perched on a large stone, keeping vigil for everyone. A's and several others approached her, urging Tang Qingqing to rest first, assuring her that they would guard their belongings. The bounty they had looted from the Moon Tribe, combined with their own provisions, was overwhelmingly abundant. Everyone understood that such a wealth of resources could easily attract unwanted attention, especially from smaller tribes. When these tribes came to the Star Sea tribe to barter for salt, witnessing their meager numbers juxtaposed against their plentiful goods, it was likely that some with nefarious intentions would harbor ill thoughts. After all, on the surface, their numbers appeared woefully insufficient. Even the smallest tribes would typically bring more individuals when exchanging salt. If they were to be spotted, they would certainly fall prey to more powerful tribes, who might see them as easy targets. Tang Qingqing sent A's and the others back to rest, reasoning that they would need their strength for the journey ahead, while she would take the night watch and catch up on sleep during the day. A's and Qin, recognizing the wisdom in her words, readily concurred with their leader's perspective. Exhausted from a day of travel, they soon found a spot to succumb to slumber. Xianjiao lay beside Tang Qingqing as she gently ran her fingers through his long hair. You should sleep now. Don't stay up just to keep me company. When I begin to doze off later in the night, will you take over the watch for me? Then you must keep your word. When you feel sleepy, you must wake me. Do not try to endure it alone without calling for me. Xianjiao, who had also carried a considerable load throughout the day, had endured more attacks during the skirmish with the Moon Tribe's warriors, ensuring that while others had sustained injuries, none had lost their lives. At this moment, he too felt the weight of fatigue. All right, sleep now. Tang Qingqing extended her hand to cover his eyes, fully aware of Xianjiao's fatigue. Obediently, Xianjiao closed his eyes, while Tang Qingqing took a piece of animal skin from the side to drape over him. The frost season had arrived, and the nights in the wild were still somewhat chilly. As soon as Xianjiao's breathing became steady, Tang Qingqing began to absorb the spiritual essence present in the surrounding air. Even Xianjiao, sleeping closely beside her, absorbed a small amount of the spiritual energy enveloping them through Tang Qingqing. Thus, she kept watch through the night, absorbing spiritual energy, until deep into the night when Tang Qingqing suddenly opened her eyes and smiled faintly. It seemed that there were indeed some unscrupulous beasts seeking their demise. Originally, Tang Qingqing had intended to deal with these assailants alone. However, she realized she could not single-handedly handle all matters of the tribe. Embracing the thought of training these newly arrived beasts, she decided to take a different approach. Tang Qingqing quietly awakened the uninjured orcs. As they stirred and prepared to speak, she gestured for silence. Although they found her actions peculiar, they refrained from uttering a sound, aware that orcs could see in the dark. Tang Qingqing wished to avoid alarming the orcs delivering supplies, ensuring they remained undetected. She chose not to rouse the others, allowing them to feign deep slumber, patiently waiting for the proverbial fish to bite. In the distance, within a small grove, Luya observed the location where Tang Qingqing and her companions were gathered, accompanied by several hundred followers. Earlier, they had rested a considerable distance away, poised to transport supplies to the Xinghai tribe in exchange for salt. Unexpectedly, they captured two vagrant orcs burdened with a basket of pottery and coarse fabric. Initially, Luya intended to keep the goods and give the orcs a beating before casting them out. To his surprise, the two orcs revealed that a less populated tribe, rich in supplies, was also heading to the Xinghai tribe for a salt exchange. The items they carried were pilfered while the members of that tribe were unsuspecting, as their numbers were too few to pursue the thieves. It remained unclear whether Luya was genuinely naive or merely overconfident due to his numerical advantage. He accepted their dubious tale and allowed them to lead him to Tang Qingqing's location. From afar, as he beheld the mountain-like heap of supplies, Luya's rugged visage contorted into a menacing grin. It is fortunate you two did not deceive me. Otherwise, I would have snapped your necks. The two orcs, who had attempted to flee, now cowered behind Luya, encircled by a throng of red flame tribe orcs, leaving them no opportunity for escape. The orcs accompanying Luya, enticed by the abundance of goods, were already stirred by desire. In their world, all resources were scarce, and opportunistic theft was a commonplace occurrence. With a command from Luya, the over 200 orcs of the Red Flame tribe surged toward the pile of goods like marauders. Upon witnessing the onset of the attack from the opposing side, the orcs under Tang Qingqing's command rose to their feet in unison. Although the individuals led by Luya were momentarily taken aback by their sudden resurgence, they quickly dismissed the small assembly of merely a few dozen orcs, as Tang Qingqing urged the injured to retreat to a safer distance. Concerned about potential collateral damage during the impending conflict, Luya's entourage found themselves obstructed by her at the front of the resting area, preventing them from approaching the supplies. The phrase enemies meet, eyes ablaze aptly describes Luya's reaction upon spotting Tang Qingqing, the small female who had once subjected him to profound humiliation. He had been rendered unconscious by her on the challenge stage, an incident that fueled his deep-seated resentment towards her. The unexpected encounter stirred within him a fierce animosity. Although Luya was acutely aware of the formidable capabilities possessed by the petite female before him, the presence of several hundred orcs by his side emboldened him to brazenly confront Tang Qingqing. "Little female, it seems we meet again," he declared with a hint of arrogance. Tang Qingqing gazed at the somewhat reckless young chief of the Qian tribe, a smile of inscrutable depth gracing her lips. Her eyes shimmered with a cold glint. Yet her voice remained nonchalant as she remarked, "It has indeed been a while since we last met. What brings you to our resting place at such a late hour? Do you perhaps have something delightful to bestow upon us?" "Huh." Tang Qingqing's words were laced with sarcasm. Even a brute like Lu Ya could perceive the underlying mockery, which essentially questioned why he had chosen to forsake sleep in the dead of night to venture here. Lu Ya himself had come with a specific purpose, and he had little to discuss with Tang Qingqing. Thus, he did not hold back. He pointed directly at the supplies and declared, "Leave those items behind and bow to me 3 times. Perhaps, if I am in a generous mood, I might allow you a complete corpse." Upon noticing that half of Tang Qingqing's group of orcs had already sustained injuries, Lu Ya's words were as arrogant as they could be, as if those supplies were rightfully his. In comparison to the 2 or 3 dozen orcs still capable of fighting on Tang Qingqing's side, Lu Ya regarded them with utter disdain, especially when flanked by nearly 300 orcs of his own. Tang Qingqing cast a glance at the 2 orcs who had just been driven away by her, hiding amidst their brethren. Her beautiful eyes narrowed slightly. It appeared that Lu Ya and his companion's arrival to commit robbery was no mere coincidence, but rather a consequence of someone summoning them. Tang Qingqing ceased her futile conversation with Lu Ya, declaring boldly, "If you desire our possessions, come and claim them yourself." With a furious roar, Lu Ya transformed into a colossal black bear and charged forth, accompanied by hundreds of orcs. The furious cries of the orcs sent the wild beasts in the distant forest fleeing in terror. Lu Ya bared his fearsome bear jaws, revealing a menacing grin as Tang Qingqing advanced after dispatching one orc with a single punch. Any fool who dared to obstruct her path would be sent flying. Despite their numerical disadvantage, the orcs on Tang Qingqing's side remained unperturbed. Even when wounded, they fought valiantly, having witnessed their leader single-handedly annihilate countless orcs from the Moon Tribe. The warriors now faced the onslaught of several hundred orcs from the Crimson Flame Tribe with unwavering resolve, showing no signs of retreat. Tang Qingqing and her companions are becoming increasingly formidable, exhibiting a spirit that rivals that of the several hundred-strong orc warriors of the Red Flame Tribe. Tang Qingqing advanced with the ferocity of a deity slaying demons and a Buddha vanquishing foes, drawing near to Lu Ya. Witnessing the agonizing spectacle of his fellow orcs collapsing within her striking range instilled a profound fear within him. Memories of being rendered unconscious by this petite female-'s fist during their previous encounter on the challenge stage flooded his mind, sending a shiver down his spine. Before he could fully comprehend the situation, Tang Qingqing delivered a crushing blow, sending him sprawling to the ground. As Lu Ya lay there, blood spilling from his mouth along with 2 of his teeth, he gazed with terror at the advancing Tang Qingqing. The fearful glances exchanged among his tribe's orcs revealed an undeniable truth. They had already succumbed to the overwhelming momentum of this battle. In an instant, the tide of conflict had shifted. Realizing he stood no chance against the newly established tribe's female leader, Lu Ya chose not to prolong the confrontation. He sprang to his feet and let out a series of retreating shouts, leading the way in his hasty escape. Tang Qingqing refrained from pursuing relentlessly. Her mercy was not born out of compassion, but rather due to the overwhelming burden of their possessions, which made relocation cumbersome. She had no desire to spend a night amidst a sea of corpses, thus sparing their lives. Nevertheless, Tang Qingqing was not one to easily forgive Lu Ya. Accompanied by her followers, she trailed to the resting grounds of the Qian tribe. After incapacitating several orcs from the tribe who sought to hinder their efforts in moving the goods, she stood imposingly, exerting pressure on the restless orcs. Anyone daring to impede their transportation of supplies would find themselves swiftly toppled and wailing on the ground. Upon returning, Liu caught sight of Tang Qingqing instructing her people to move their belongings, and he dared not emerge from behind a large tree to intervene. Tang Qingqing gazed at the baskets filled with black stones, a smile unconsciously gracing her lips. She had not anticipated the presence of coal that could ignite in the frigid weather. The Qian tribe was now poised to exchange these items for salt, a clear indication that everyone had come to recognize the utility of this dark coal. For the 500 baskets of coal were thus brazenly carted away by Tang Qingqing and her companions. Lu Ya, observing the now barren storage area, felt tears welling in his round eyes. Not only had they failed to reclaim their belongings, but they had also lost the supplies they had brought. How would he return to face his father? These were the orcs of their tribe, who had toiled for an entire month to extract these combustible black stones from the crevices of the rocks, and now they were all gone. Tang Qingqing had no time to feel sympathy for the assailant, Lu Ya, who sought to rob them. Her gaze, cold as ice, was fixed upon the 2 blood-soaked figures kneeling before her in desperation. "Please, Chief, spare us. We were coerced by the orcs of the Crimson Flame Tribe," they pleaded. Xianjiao, filled with fury, was on the verge of striking them down, while the other orcs glared at the duo with indignation. Had it not been for Tang Qingqing's silence, these two would have already met their demise at their hands. Tang Qingqing grasped Xianjiao's wrist, a smile gracing her lips as she regarded the two orcs kneeling before her. I shall not take your lives, for we are, after all, acquainted. As the two orcs began to express their gratitude for her mercy, she raised a hand to silence them. Ace, take a few men and escort these two to the resting area of the orcs and the Crimson Flame tribe. I believe Luya will appreciate the information they possess regarding supplies. End of this chapter. In the previous moments, many had believed their leader too lenient, sparing even those orcs who had betrayed and sold them out, harboring a sense of unyielding resentment. However, upon hearing that Tang Qingqing intended to deliver these two traitors to the Crimson Flame tribe, they could not help but admire their leader's decisive action. The two had caused significant losses to the Crimson Flame tribe. Being handed over to them would likely result in a fate far worse than death at their hands. Leader, you cannot treat us this way, cried the terrified traitors as Ace and his men forcibly dragged them away, their cries of despair and curses echoing in the distance. Under Tang Qingqing's protection, the others had sustained only minor injuries, which, for the orcs, were hardly of consequence. When hunting fierce beasts, their wounds could often be far more severe. Tang Qingqing's intention was merely to involve her kin in the training and combat with the tribes, not to harm them. During the skirmish, she allowed only a fraction of the fighting to take place, enabling her tribe's orcs to gain experience. The battleground was a short distance from their resting place, and the injured orcs from the Crimson Flame tribe had been carried away by their companions, leaving behind a lingering scent of blood in the air. The abundance of their belongings had hindered a swift relocation, prompting Tang Qingqing to show restraint. Choosing not to execute them, she wished to avoid the company of corpses throughout the night. As dawn began to break, the night's labor had left everyone famished. Ace and Shen ventured into the forest with a group to hunt for breakfast, while Tang Qingqing and the wounded Xianjiao stood guard over the substantial pile of supplies that had accumulated. They had not anticipated such a bountiful yield. The supplies had been delivered to them on a silver platter, making it nearly impossible to refuse. After a night of rest, the injured orcs had regained some vigor. Except for a few severely wounded, they were able to rise and move about slowly. Tang Qingqing instructed Xianjiao to keep an eye on her while she ventured into the nearby grove to chop down several dead trees for roasting meat later. Currently, half of the personnel he brought were injured, and it was impractical to rely solely on Ace and his group, who were also preoccupied. When Ace and his companions went hunting, Tang Qingqing had urged them to procure ample game, anticipating that those coming from the tribe to collect supplies might set out at midnight, likely without having had breakfast. As the sun ascended, several orcs began returning from the forest with their catches. Tang Qingqing assigned a few orcs to process the game while allowing those who were already able to move to roast the meat for themselves. After a long night of activity, everyone was undoubtedly famished, and they could feast upon the freshly hunted game upon their return. Sure enough, Ace and his group, satisfied with their ample haul, were greeted by the sight of perfectly roasted meat, which made their eyes sparkle with delight. They hurried to the nearby stream to wash their hands before dashing over to devour the roasted meat, appeasing their ravenous bellies. Some orcs continued to gnaw on the meat while tending to the roasting, aware that the tribe's members would soon arrive to collect the provisions prepared for them. Indeed, it was not long after they finished their meal that Qinshan and Langwei arrived, leading the majority of the male orcs from the tribe, guided by Qingqing. They had discovered the presence of orcs in the valley during the night, and when everyone saw Qingqing returning alone, they were momentarily startled, fearing that something unfortunate had befallen Tang Qingqing and her group, prompting them to send someone back for assistance. Their suspicions were not unfounded, yet the outcome was vastly different. After listening to Qingqing's account, everyone was momentarily taken aback. Qinshan and Langwei, who were temporarily overseeing the tribe's affairs, quickly summoned the remaining 190 male orcs. They arranged for 50 of them to stay behind with Moi to protect the tribe and the females, while they took over 140 orcs to retrieve the supplies, subsequently redistributing some to bring back the injured orcs and transport goods to the Xinghai tribe in exchange for salt. Once the arrangements were made, Qinshan noticed the exhausted leopard orc, Qingqing, lying on the ground, and instructed others to carry him along as they made their way to Tang Qingqing and her group. Tang Qingqing noticed her elder brother and promptly invited them to rest for a while, urging the orcs to bring forth the roasted meat for their enjoyment. The orcs accompanying Qinshan, upon spotting the two towering piles of goods, hurried over to inspect them, exclaiming in delight at the abundance of pottery, coarse cloth, and the black stones for winter warmth. With these provisions, the worries of scarcity within the tribe were alleviated. Their leader had skillfully claimed such treasures as recompense from those who had harmed their clan. After a night of running, fatigue set in, and they returned to devour the meat, eagerly requesting the orcs who had fought the previous night to recount the events. Upon seeing Tang Qingqing, Qingshan scrutinized her carefully. Relieved to find she bore no significant injuries, he then proceeded to check on his wounded younger brother, Qingshan. Not far off, Langwei sat gnawing on her piece of meat, discreetly observing the little female who smiled and conversed with her two brothers. It was a relief that she was unharmed. Despite hearing from Qingqing about her remarkable prowess in repelling so many orcs from the Moon tribe single-handedly, both he and Qingshan remained apprehensive, for it was indeed a multitude of hundreds. Desiring to witness her safety firsthand, he prevented Moi from joining him, urging him to gather more medicinal herbs in the tribe, as many orcs were in need of his healing. This endeavor granted him the opportunity to lead the tribe's orcs to this location. By the time Qingshan and the others finished their meal and took a moment to rest, noon had arrived. Even if they set out now with their goods, it would be well past midnight before they returned to the tribe. Tang Qingqing realized that time was of the essence, so she turned to Qingshan and said, "Elder brother, the hour is late. Let us defer our discussion for later. For now, let us organize a team to determine the best way to transport these items back." Tang Qingqing had no intention of using the compensation forcibly obtained from the Moon tribe and the Crimson Flame tribe to barter for salt with the Starseed tribe. The salt they had acquired through their own provisions was already sufficient to last them until the warm season of the following year. She intended to reserve these resources for her own tribe, given the irreparable rift that had formed between them and the two tribes. It was likely that even if she wished to exchange these supplies, the Moon tribe and the Crimson Flame tribe would not hesitate to drive her away. Although she could eventually produce the goods herself without the need for trade, the effort involved was undeniably cumbersome. For someone like Tang Qingqing, who was accustomed to a leisurely existence, she would prefer to obtain what she needed from others rather than exerting herself to create it. Tang Qingqing and Qingshan were about to select around 40 or so orcs from their team to replace the injured and some of the weaker orcs. At that moment, Langwei approached them, expressing his desire to accompany them to the Xinghai tribe to exchange for salt. Tang Qingqing gazed at the wounded Xianjiao, resolutely deciding to send him back to recuperate. At that moment, she indeed required someone capable of rallying the newly united tribal orcs in her absence from the salt exchange team. The most suitable candidate for this role was Lang Yu, who had once held the esteemed title of the foremost warrior of the Moon tribe. Additionally, Aze Chun and several others hailed from the same tribe and would naturally be inclined to heed Lang Yu's guidance. As for the remaining fallen and wandering orcs, known for their arrogance, even if a few resisted, Lang Yu would adeptly manage to quell their defiance. Elder brother Qingshan had managed to lead the unruly wandering and fallen orcs within the tribe, primarily due to the formidable strength of Tang Qingqing, which compelled the male orcs to follow the directives of the pangolin orc. However, in the event of danger outside, should she not be present, it was likely that elder brother's authority would falter, possibly resulting in a loss of respect. Thus, taking Lang Yu to the Xinghai tribe for the salt exchange appeared to be the most prudent choice. At present, there were approximately 210 orcs gathered here. Tang Qingqing had designated 60 orcs to carry supplies to the Xinghai tribe for the salt exchange. Aside from a few severely injured orcs, the others were laden with pottery, cloth, and charcoal. Elder brother, with such a heavy load, please exercise caution on the journey and avoid drawing unwanted attention, she advised. Qingshan was acutely aware that their considerable cargo might incite envy from other orc factions with ill intent. Rest assured, I will send scouts ahead. Should we encounter any significantly large orc groups, we will divert our path until they have moved further away, he assured her. Qingshan was known for his prudent approach, and such arrangements would indeed save them much trouble. Tang Qingqing turned her attention to the discontented Xianjiao, inspecting his injured arm. Upon your return, avoid water. This will expedite your healing. Along the way, assist elder brother as much as you can. Also, take Qingqing, who is already recovered, back with you. This way, should you need anything, you will have someone to run errands. I have brought along a flying orc, which will facilitate swift communication in case of any issues. Yet Xianjiao remained obstinate, insisting, let Lang Yu return. My injuries are truly negligible and will not impede our journey. Tang Qingqing, with a touch of helplessness, gently caressed the increasingly handsome face of Xianjiao, her voice leaving no room for argument. Be obedient, your arm is injured, and I cannot bear to let you carry so much while traveling. Upon realizing that Tang Qingqing's reluctance to let him accompany her stemmed from her concern for his well-being, Xianjiao felt a sense of relief and, with a sense of compliance, followed Qin Shan away under Tang Qingqing's watchful gaze. In the tribe of the orcs, each member, burdened with heavy loads, felt an immense joy within their hearts. Initially, they had anticipated a harsh winter, yet now, with such an abundance of resources, they seemed destined to fare better than many of the larger tribes. As Qin Shan observed the myriad of goods each orc carried, his heart swelled with both delight and trepidation, fearing that a band of marauding orcs might emerge and seize the hard-earned compensation meant for his sister. Meanwhile, Xuanji remained ever vigilant, knowing that these spoils were the fruits of his beloved little female's arduous efforts in raiding. He could not allow anyone to snatch them away. Fortunately, under the careful guidance and protection of the prudent orcs, Qin Shan and Xuanji successfully navigated past several groups of orc caravans exchanging salt, and in the dead of night, they finally returned to their tribe. After Xianjiao and Qin Shan departed, Tang Qingqing noticed that the 60 beastmen had also organized their belongings and strapped them to their backs. At that moment, she realized that Xianjiao had returned home, leaving her to traverse to the Xinghai tribe on foot. Just then, a magnificent and imposing silver wolf approached her, kneeling down gracefully. "Climb aboard," it offered. "I shall carry you on my journey." Tang Qingqing was well aware that this was the beast form of languid. She glanced around. Ace was the male of Azuz, and Shin was the male from the Allen family. The remaining male beastmen were newcomers with whom Tang Qingqing was unfamiliar. In her predicament, she had no choice but to procure an exceptionally large piece of beast hide, which she laid over Langyue's beast form before finally taking a seat. Here, females would only spread beast hide over the backs of male beastmen who were not their kin or from their own family when they required assistance. Tang Qingqing's actions caused Lang Yu's gaze to darken momentarily before returning to its usual composure, as everyone secured their burdens. Upon Tang Qingqing's ascent onto Lang Yu's back and a command given, the orc troop commenced their journey towards the Star Sea tribe. Originally, a 2-day trek was hindered by the events of the previous night, resulting in a half-day delay that meant they would inevitably spend another night outdoors. However, with the esteemed presence of Tang Qingqing, the orcs, despite the weight they bore, felt at ease, and by evening, they had reached the outskirts of the Star Sea tribe's territory. While passing a river, Tang Qingqing decided they would rest there for the night and continue their journey to the Star Sea tribe the following day. Lang Yu's arrival significantly alleviated Tang Qingqing's tension. After settling down, Lang Yu voluntarily led more than half of the orcs into the nearby forest to hunt. The remaining orcs ventured to chop down some dead trees to gather firewood for roasting meat. Tang Qingqing casually collected some dead branches to ignite a fire, boiling water in a pot to fill the bamboo tubes each person carried, anticipating a meal of roasted meat later. That evening, the roasted meat Tang Qingqing consumed was carefully prepared by Lang Yu. Despite Lang Yu's best efforts to avoid charring the orc meat, Tang Qingqing could still discern a difference in quality. When she reached the inner, bloodied portion, she maintained a stoic expression as she finished that piece. When Lang Yu offered her more, she politely declined, indicating she was full. Not far from them, Ace and Chen noticed that Tang Qingqing had only eaten a single piece of roasted meat. As Chen began to speak, Ace nudged him with his elbow, aware that their leader typically devoured 2 or 3 pieces of meat roasted by Xianjiao, which would certainly put both the leader and Lang Yu in an awkward position. Chen, not lacking in intelligence, immediately lowered his gaze to his own meat upon A's reminder, ceasing any further comments. Lang Yu observed A's and Chen thoughtfully before finishing the last of her roasted meat and departing towards the forest once more. After dinner, the weary orcs, having traversed the day, sought out a flat area to lie down and sleep. They arranged their belongings in the center, encircling it as they settled in for the night. Tang Qingqing also found a large stone to recline upon, having scarcely rested since the previous night. Just as she began to drift into slumber, someone nudged her. Tang Qingqing opened her eyes to see 3 bird eggs being offered by Lang Yu, perplexed by his intentions. Observing Tang Qingqing's drowsy gaze fixed upon him, Lang Yu felt his heart race at her adorable expression. Clearing his throat, he said, "You didn't eat much last night. You should consume these 3 bird eggs before going back to sleep." Tang Qingqing then realized that he had finished his meal and gone back to the forest to collect bird eggs. It seemed that he had cooked them outside before bringing them back. Tang Qingqing indeed did not feel satiated at dinner. Considering the numerous tasks she needed to manage in the coming days, she could not allow herself to succumb to hunger simply due to the lack of palatable food. "Thank you." When Lang Wei observed Tang Qingqing accepting the bird eggs she had meticulously prepared for her, a subtle smile graced her face. Tang Qingqing noticed that she had brought the bird eggs over, and there stood Lang Wei, gazing at her. She inquired, "Would you like to have some?" Lang Wei shook his head. The males consumed roasted meat more swiftly. He had already satisfied his hunger during the meal and was now standing there simply to enjoy her company a little longer. He understood that the moments they could spend alone together were rare, for during their time in the tribe, Xuanjiu often lingered by her side, and few beastmen could approach Qingqing. That night, the winds were calm, allowing everyone to sleep soundly. As dawn broke, sunlight filtered through the delicate mist, softly illuminating all around. Tang Qingqing was awakened by the cheerful chirping of several little birds perched on the treetops. Tang Qingqing raised her hand to shield her face from the sunlight, observing a few newly awakened beastmen preparing to rise. As she sat up, she noticed a hide slipping off her body. Thanks to the nurturing essence she had received from her cultivation, the ordinary chill could hardly penetrate her. Nevertheless, she felt grateful to whomever had draped a hide over her. With less than half a day's journey remaining to the Star Sea tribe, there was no urgency for them today. After returning from the hunt, everyone had feasted and refreshed themselves before shouldering their burdens to continue on their way. As they approached the Star Sea tribe, Tang Qingqing and her companions encountered members of the Tiger tribe, who were also there to barter for salt. In the midst of the orc inhabitants of the Tiger clan, Tang Qingqing beheld a strikingly beautiful female seated atop a magnificent and imposing white tiger. Instantly, she recognized the identity of the resplendent beast. Closing her eyes momentarily, she reflected that it was all in the past. He had now become Li Luo, the young leader of the Tiger clan, no longer the fierce Xiao she once knew. Previously, she had contemplated investigating the reason behind Zhao's inexplicable amnesia. However, upon witnessing him transform back into his human form, gently taking the female's hand and approaching the orcs of the Xinghai tribe, Tang Qingqing understood that there was no longer a need for her to delve into the matter. As long as he was content, she resolved to refrain from intruding upon his life henceforth. Sometimes, forgetting each other in the vastness of the world can be quite a blessing. Tang Qingqing withdrew her gaze, only to meet the quizzical eyes of Lang Wei. She smiled briefly, choosing not to explain her momentary distraction. "Why do you seem troubled?" Noting the emotional turmoil she had just revealed, Tang Qingqing cast a calm glance at Lang Yue and remarked, "Let us proceed. The orcs from the Star Sea tribe have come to greet us." She harbored no intention of sharing her inner feelings, for there was little to say to Lang Wei about a matter that had already elapsed. "Leader Qingqing, you have arrived. Why hasn't Xiaoling come?" Nanxian, having heard of a new group of orcs from a neighboring tribe seeking to trade for salt, speculated whether it was the same new Tang tribe he had visited previously for amusement, prompting him to hurry out to welcome her. Tang Qingqing observed the fervent gaze of Nanxian, filled with anticipation, and recalled the new followers that Xiaoling had recently acquired. She couldn't help but twitch her lips in exasperation. What a situation this is. The journey is quite long, and she feared it would exhaust her, which is why she refrained from inviting Xiaoling. Nanxian's eyes, once bright with hope, dimmed with disappointment. "It's not that far. I shall visit her when I find the time." Tang Qingqing is incapable of managing such matters on her own, let alone making decisions for others. How delightful. Tang Qingqing could only manage an awkward smile, saying, "Whenever you wish to visit, our tribe will welcome you." Nanxian felt a surge of joy upon hearing Tang Qingqing's invitation to the Tang clan, for not every tribe is open to welcoming outsiders among their ranks. Noticing the numerous items carried by the beastmen behind Tang Qingqing, he suddenly realized that they had come to barter for salt. Within the Star Sea tribe exists an unwritten rule: all beastmen seeking to exchange salt must not stay overnight within the tribe. In truth, the beastmen of the Star Sea tribe are exceptionally kind-hearted and hospitable. It seems that this very kindness nearly led to their demise. Long ago, a group of beastmen, while trading salt, found themselves in the tribe as night fell. The leader of the Star Sea tribe at that time, out of goodwill, permitted them to rest for the night, intending for them to depart the following day. However, this act of generosity backfired. Whether the group had plotted for a long time or acted on a whim, they intended to massacre all the beastmen of the Star Sea tribe that very night. Their aim was to seize control of the coastal region, thereby alleviating their need to hunt relentlessly and allowing them to trade salt for all manner of sustenance with various tribes. Tang Qingqing and the others were led by Nanxian to the cave where the salt exchange was to take place. Inside, the Tiger tribe was engaged in a barter of salt with the beastmen of the Star Sea tribe, compelling them to wait outside. At that moment, It seemed Nan Xian was summoned away by the beastmen of the Starsea tribe for an urgent matter. After Tang Qingqing and Nan Xian exchanged pleasantries and parted ways, she turned to observe another tribe not far from them, also waiting to trade salt. The leading male orc noticed Tang Qingqing's gaze and smiled at her, as if he recognized her. This puzzled Tang Qingqing, prompting her to scrutinize the tall, handsome male orc more closely. After her assessment, she confirmed that she did not know him, but still returned his smile out of courtesy. She then collaborated with Languid to instruct everyone to place their belongings together. Soon, orcs from the Starsea tribe would arrive to assess the items and determine how much salt they could exchange for them. If an agreement was reached, the items would be taken by the orcs of the Starsea tribe. Once everything was settled, Tang Qingqing observed that the trading area was a considerable distance from the Starsea tribe. She noticed numerous caves and the bustling movement of male and female orcs, indicating that this was likely the true dwelling place of the Starsea tribe. Tang Qingqing realized that although the Starsea tribe thrived on harvesting sea salt, their habitation was not situated close to the shore. At least from their current position, the ocean was not visible. At that moment, a female orc, perched atop a ferocious beast, approached Tang Qingqing with a sway of her hips. With a disdainful gaze, she appraised Tang Qingqing before haughtily declaring, "Was it your tribe that injured my brother last time?" Tang Qingqing found the words of the petite female utterly baffling. Who was she, and who was her brother? Moreover, what gave her this sense of superiority, as if she were born with it? As Lang Yu observed Tang Qingqing gazing intently at the distant sea, she had no intention of acknowledging this haughty little female. The onlookers could not help but chuckle at their leader's proud demeanor, which seemed to exude an air of superiority. Jiaro, the delicate sister of the Tiger clan's great shaman Yang Yin, had never been subjected to such scornful disregard. Indignant, she pointed a trembling finger at Tang Qingqing and her companions, her voice sharp and shrill. "You, a newly established tribe. Do you not fear inciting the wrath of our formidable Tiger clan? We could easily cast all your males into the forest to be devoured by wild beasts." Not satisfied with her outburst, the furious little female nearly jabbed her finger at Tang Qingqing's nose. Lang Yu's eyes darkened as she considered stepping forward to confront this unreasonable female, but was halted by a glance from Tang Qingqing. Jiaro's voice dripped with a haughty sharpness as she continued, "And you hideous creature, once our Tiger clan prevails, your pathetic Tang clan shall cast you into the accursed forest of the fallen beasts, where you will bear offspring for all the wretched creatures." Tang Qingqing was astounded to hear such venomous words from Jiao, another female. Her worldview shattered in an instant. With a serene smile and unwavering gaze, she observed Jiao as she lashed out with fierce threats, as if the notion of casting her into the abyssal forest, where all fallen beasts breed, did not apply to her. The members of the Tang clan present cast hostile glances at Jiao. Had it not been for the dire consequences that befall males who strike females, they would have already taken it upon themselves to teach her a lesson. The Tiger clan's warriors were keenly observing from a distance. Their tribe was formidable, boasting hundreds of warriors who had come to barter for salt. It was evident that Jiao was aware they were newcomers from the newly established Tang clan, likely informed by the males of the Tiger clan. Tang Qingqing found it hard to believe that there was no instigation behind this revelation. Tang Qingqing was not mistaken. The female before her was indeed the sister of Yang Yin, the great shaman of the Tiger clan. As the sibling of the clan's esteemed shaman, she walked with an air of superiority within the tribe. The members of the Tiger clan were well aware of the great shaman's fondness for his sister, rarely provoking her. And if any conflict arose, they would often let their own offspring yield to her whims. This indulgence had fostered her delicate, willful, and capricious disposition. As she gazed upon Tang Qingqing's exquisite, porcelain-like countenance, the fair and flawless pink visage incited a surge of jealousy within the spoiled and petulant girl. She had always prided herself on her beauty, believing herself to be more striking than other females in the tribe. However, upon encountering the breathtaking beauty before her, she could not help but be consumed by envy. Accustomed to wielding her brother Yang Yan's influence to dominate the tribe, she could not tolerate the existence of someone more beautiful than herself, especially one who had dared to injure a female of her brother's clan. In a fit of rage, she raised her hand to strike Tang Qingqing's delicate face. Tang Qingqing beheld the hand approaching her face, her gaze darkening as a profound smile graced her lips. The delicate girl, filled with rage, felt a chilling breeze sweep past her, causing her fiery, cascading locks to fall to the ground as if severed by a sharp blade. Ah! The girl, upon witnessing her hair strewn across the floor, let out a heart-wrenching scream, prompting Li Luo, who was exchanging salt within, to rush out in haste. Upon seeing the tears streaming down the girl's face, clutching a strand of her severed hair, She lunged towards the female figure ahead, shouting, "You wretched creature! What sorcery have you employed to render my hair thus? Just watch as I tear apart that grotesque visage of yours." Tang Qingqing gazed at the delicate and nearly deranged Jiao Rou, a wicked smile curling at the corner of her lips. Who says only men can exhibit such expressions? At this moment, Tang Qingqing resembled a bewitching enchantress. As she observed Jiao Rou preparing to lunge towards her, she subtly shifted her body, causing Jiao Rou to overexert herself and fall to the ground. Li Luo hurried over to assist Jiao Rou. Jiao Rou, looking disheveled as Li Luo helped her up, immediately composed her distorted expression upon realizing it was Li Luo. With tears streaming down her face like delicate pear blossoms, she collapsed into Li Luo's embrace, feebly pointing at Tang Qingqing and imploring, "They are bullying me. Ah Luo, you are my loyal follower. Would you kindly teach them a lesson?" Upon hearing the delicate mention of follower from the lips of the enchanting voice, Tang Qingqing felt a sharp pang in her heart. Pressing her lips tightly together as she lifted her gaze towards the once formidable Li Xiao, now the amnesiac young leader of the Tiger clan, Li Luo. Upon witnessing the female he was destined to protect being bullied by another, Li Luo cast a piercing glance at Tang Qingqing and inquired, "Did you sever her hair?" Tang Qingqing gazed upon the strikingly handsome face before her, yet the disdain reflected in his eyes was an unfamiliar sight for her. In the depths of Tang Qingqing's eyes, a lingering glimmer of hope gradually transformed into indifference. The formidable male before her was no longer the fierce companion who had once traversed the Wuming Mountains with her. He was Li Luo, the young leader of the Tiger clan. "Indeed, since you acknowledge that you have bullied the female I follow, it is my duty as her follower to protect Rou Rou and to punish those who harass her." With that, Li Luo prepared to use his transformed claws to sever the ponytail that Tang Qingqing had tied atop her head. Tang Qingqing felt a pang in her heart. When she saw a sharp claw lunging towards her, she instinctively turned her head aside, though a strand of her ponytail was severed by the strike. Gazing at the fallen strand of brown hair on the ground, she incredulously looked up at the tall and handsome male before her. "Do you truly intend to harm me?" Upon witnessing the brown hair he had cut fall to the earth, Li Luo experienced a fleeting moment of panic and discomfort. Yet this feeling vanished as a sudden headache surged, leaving him unwilling to ponder further. At this moment, Lang Yu had already positioned himself protectively in front of Tang Qingqing. His previous hesitation to act stemmed from his awareness of her capabilities. But he had not anticipated that she could be so easily bested by the young leader of the Tiger tribe. Li Luo's throbbing headache was becoming increasingly aggravating. Initially, he had regarded Tang Qingqing as a mere little female, which had restrained his actions, but witnessing Lang Yu's presence, any semblance of courtesy dissipated. Just as the two males were on the brink of confrontation, Nan Xian arrived, accompanied by a male who bore a striking resemblance to him. Observing the tense atmosphere, the newcomer suddenly burst into laughter. "Are you all merely waiting here in boredom, preparing to spar for entertainment? However, I must caution you. Once you enter the Star Sea tribe, fighting is strictly forbidden. Beware, they may refuse to exchange salt with you, as the orcs here do not allow brawls." The words of the male prompted both Lang Yu and Li Luo to abandon their intentions of a physical altercation. With the two males now separated, he approached Tang Qingqing. "You are the little female leader of the newly established Tang clan, as my cub described, are you not?" Tang Qingqing gazed at the man before her, who bore a striking resemblance to Nan Xian with his exquisitely crafted features. She nodded and inquired, "Indeed, I have heard that you possess the skill to create delectable dishes. Is that true?" Tang Qingqing was momentarily taken aback, yet she replied, "It is simply because I enjoy cooking in my spare time that I can haphazardly create a few dishes that are palatable." With a chuckle, she continued, "I believe you are being modest. The dishes you prepare have even been praised by our shaman upon their return. If you would be willing to teach us a few recipes, I would be delighted to offer your tribe a greater supply of salt. What do you think?" Tang Qingqing never anticipated such a fortunate turn of events. Even if he did not bestow salt upon her tribe, she would be more than willing to impart her knowledge, provided that the kind-hearted, lively, and charming young male, Nan Xian, initiated the request. After all, he had aided them in fending off the orcs, Yin Tian and Xiuke. On that fateful night, Tang Qingqing sincerely stated, "There is no need for you to provide us with salt. I would be more than willing to share with you the recipes of several dishes I know, as a token of gratitude for your assistance in repelling the orc attack on that fateful night." The male before her did not elaborate further, simply acknowledging Tang Qingqing's willingness to teach. He and Nan Xian then escorted her out of the salt exchange area. Before departing, Tang Qingqing exchanged a few words with Lang Yu. Jiao Rou, witnessing Tang Qingqing being so courteously sent off by the orcs of the Qinghai tribe. Felt her face darken with fury, her eyes shooting daggers at Tang Qingqing's retreating figure. Li Luo, after seeing Tang Qingqing leave, returned to assist the orcs of the Qinghai tribe in tallying the supplies they had brought, subsequently engaging in the salt exchange. Meanwhile, an orc from another tribe inquired of their leader, "Chief, who is that beautiful female? It seems you know her." Chuan Xiong, the leader of the Tsangshan tribe, chuckled softly and replied, "Do you recall when I attended the ceremony of that newly established tribe alone?" The members of the Tsangshan tribe shook their heads, unaware of the details. At that time, the chief had mentioned that even if their smaller tribes attended, they would have no voice. And whether or not to send someone to the beast god ceremony of the new tribe was inconsequential. Ultimately, he went alone to join the festivities. The chief, Chuan Xiong, wore a look of admiration as he reminisced about the day he spotted that spirited young female on the high platform amidst the crowd. A memory still vivid in his mind. He continued, "That was the Tang tribe, and the female you just saw as their leader, an exceptionally formidable individual. It was she who kicked the Moon tribe's leader off the platform, and she also defeated the first warrior of the Qian tribe, Luya. Is what you say true? How could such a delicate-looking female possess such strength?" "Of course it is true. Do you brutes dare question the words of your chief?" The orcs of the Tsangshan tribe knew their leader, Chuan Xiong, to be a kind-hearted male, and they persisted in asking him to recount the events of that day when he disguised himself as a wandering beastman to attend the tribal ceremony. Tang Qingqing was brought into the tribe by Nanxian and his father. She observed that their tribe was quite similar to others, with the living caves carved into the mountainside, providing protection from wild beasts during the night. However, this season marked the most opportune time for the Qinghai tribe to exchange salt, with various meats and seeds that could serve as food adorning the tribe. As the group entered the tribe, a stunning female emerged to greet them, her golden hair elegantly secured with a red leather headband cascading down her back. Her round face was imbued with captivating charm, complemented by delicate brows and alluring eyes, a proud nose, and rosy lips. Her beauty was both radiant and striking. Upon seeing Tang Qingqing, she broke into a bright smile. "You must be the remarkable little female mentioned by Xian, known for her culinary prowess." However, this little rascal forgot to mention that, in addition to those talents, you are also a remarkably beautiful young female. Upon hearing the beautiful female refer to Nanxian as Xian, Tang Qingqing deduced her identity. Indeed, she soon heard Nanxian's discontented voice. "Mother, males should not casually comment on a female's appearance. Father Beast says this could hinder our search for a mate." After speaking, Nanxian turned to the tall and handsome male beside him and said, "Isn't that right, Father Beast?" "Ahem. You little rascal, didn't I tell you? Whatever your mother says is the truth." Nanxian looked incredulously at his father, who was already flattering his mother, feeling the sting of abandonment from Father Beast once more. Tang Qingqing smiled as she gazed at the robust male figure. After exchanging laughter with the enchanting female who had just approached, they walked over to her. "You are the newly appointed female leader of the Tang tribe. We are truly grateful for your willingness to teach us new methods of preparing food." Tang Qingqing smiled and said, "It's nothing really. I simply enjoy experimenting with food in my spare time. I am unsure if you all share the same fondness for it." After exchanging a few pleasantries, Tang Qingqing was invited by the leader of the Star Sea tribe, Fei, to teach several orcs in their tribe how to prepare new culinary delights. Tang Qingqing, recalling that this is a seaside location abundant in seafood, imparted a few simple culinary methods for preparing marine delicacies. For instance, she demonstrated the techniques for salt-baked shrimp, oil-braised prawns, garlic-flavored seafood pot, and steamed fish of various kinds. These were the only dishes within her repertoire. Nevertheless, even these modest seaside delicacies caused the orc inhabitants of the Qinghai tribe nearby to salivate profusely. Accustomed to consuming fish and shrimp caught from the sea, they typically prepared their meals by boiling, resulting in a rather ordinary flavor accompanied by a lingering fishy aroma. Lisa observed her mate as he secured the last large shrimp just before Nanxian could react. With bright, eager eyes, she gazed at the leader of the Qinghai tribe. Fei glanced at the shrimp in his hand and then at his partner. Under Lisa's flirtatious gaze, he decisively peeled the succulent shrimp shell and offered it to her, saying, "Take your time, this is the last one." Lisa shot a glance at the shamanic wanderer who was lurking nearby, who said this is the last oil-braised shrimp. It was then that Fei noticed the wanderer in the corner, along with Nanxian, who had somehow approached unnoticed. With purposeful strides, He moved closer and retrieved a plate of salt-baked shrimp that the two males had attempted to conceal behind them. "You cannot take them all. Leave some for us." Fei, without even acknowledging the two males, placed the remaining half-plate of salt-baked shrimp before his partner. "Sasha, please take a few. I will distribute the rest to others. Those two selfish fellows have forfeited their share." "Leader, Father Beast." The anguished cries of the two echoed behind Fei. After teaching them how to prepare food, Tang Qingqing was summoned back by the leader of the Xinghai tribe, Fei. However, when they exchanged salt, they found themselves offering a greater quantity than others for the same items. Upon completing the exchange and preparing to depart from the Xinghai tribe, Nanxian, accompanied by several orc members of the tribe, generously bestowed upon them an additional 5 bags of salt, along with an impressive assortment of 7 or 8 baskets filled with various seafood, claiming it was for their evening meal. Tang Qingqing felt somewhat reluctant to accept so many items from the Star Sea tribe after merely teaching a few seafood recipes. Thus, she suggested to Nanxian that various seafood could be dried and stored, allowing them to preserve more food for the winter months. Upon hearing this, Nanxian's eyes sparkled with realization. Most of the food they typically stored was exchanged with land-dwelling orcs, and it had never occurred to them that marine products could also be preserved through drying. After Tang Qingqing provided examples of several seafood items suitable for drying, Nanxian eagerly invited her and her companions to visit in the future before hastily departing to relay this newfound method to his father, the tribe leader. Meanwhile, the orcs of the Tsangshan tribe were envious upon witnessing the Star Sea tribe bestowing such an abundance of salt and seafood upon them. Only the orcs from the Tiger tribe regarded Tang Qingqing and her companions with a peculiar gaze, particularly a delicate female orc who glared at them with palpable resentment. "Snidely," she remarked, "isn't it just a few new cooking methods? What is so impressive about that? And to receive so many items in return, what a pitiful and insignificant new tribe." The Tsangshan tribe, being small, often faced bullying from several larger tribes and held a particular disdain for those who looked down upon smaller tribes. Consequently, a tall, slender orc muttered defiantly, "What is so great about the larger tribes? During the winter, they frequently send people to besiege smaller tribes, demanding our food." Observing the orcs from the Tiger tribe glancing their way, some members of the Tsangshan tribe quickly pulled the slender orc back into the ranks, silencing him. Although they too harbored disdain for the larger tribes, they were acutely aware of their own tribe's inability to provoke the formidable Tiger tribe. Tang Qingqing cast a cold gaze at the delicate figure, who averted her eyes. Upon meeting a pair of frosty azure orbs, she felt a pang of sorrow in her heart. "Let us depart." Tang Qingqing withdrew her gaze and addressed Langyue and the others. Observing the disappointment in Tang Qingqing's eyes, Langyue surmised that the young chieftain of the Tiger tribe was likely the very male orc whose face had been obscured by hair during their time in the Moon tribe. However, he remained perplexed as to why this male would abandon such a remarkable female like Qingqing. End of chapter 103. Apology. After several tribes exchanged salt, they departed from the Star Sea tribe in succession. Tang Qingqing gazed at the basket filled with fresh seafood. Knowing it had been caught by the orcs of the Star Sea tribe, who had just returned with shrimp and fish that very day. As evening fell, Tang Qingqing and her companions paused by a small river, preparing to rest for the night, with plans to return to the Tang tribe with renewed vigor the following day. For reasons unknown, both the Tiger tribe and the Tsangshan tribe chose to camp not far from where Tang Qingqing and her group had settled. This substantial exchange of salt was crucial, as it represented the food supply for all orcs throughout the coming cold season, an importance well understood by every orc. Tang Qingqing instructed Langyue to lead over 20 beastmen on a hunting expedition, while she herself took over 30 beastmen to gather firewood and guard the salt. In comparison to the other two tribes, their numbers appeared rather meager. The formidable Tiger tribe boasted a contingent of nearly 400 beastmen, amassing a veritable mountain of exchanged salt. Even the Tsangshan tribe had brought over 100 beastmen to trade for salt. Observing the 20 or so beastmen taken by Langyue, with only 5 or 6 sent to gather firewood, the Tang clan was left with fewer than 30 individuals, rendering them quite insignificant in contrast, at least. That was the impression it left on Jiao Rou. Though Jiao Rou possessed a haughty demeanor, she was obedient to the commands of Yang Yan, the elder shaman of the Tiger tribe. Following his counsel, she feigned gentleness and vulnerability in front of Li Luo, refraining from raising her voice and adopting a delicate posture. Now, as Li Luo took a portion of the Tiger tribe's beastmen to hunt after a brief rest, She noticed that only a scant few beastmen remained with Tang Qingqing. Unlike their own group of over 200 robust tiger tribe beastmen, this disparity struck Jiao Rou, prompting her to devise a plan. She approached Tang Qingqing and her companions, who were preparing to place seafood into the river, and picked up a sizable stone, hurling it into the water nearby. The resulting splash drenched Tang Qingqing and her group. Coincidentally, this scene caught the attention of Li Luo, who was returning from his hunt. He intended to intervene, but witnessed the young female of the Tang clan confront Jiao Rou, seizing her head and submerging it in the river. Regardless of Jiao Rou's futile struggles, fearing that an incident involving Jiao Rou would lead to complications with Yang Yin, her elder brother, and recalling that the father beast had already promised the shaman to allow him to be Jiao Rou's follower, Li Luo resolved to intervene and rescue her from Tang Qingqing's grip. Tang Qingqing seized the delicate, fiery red hair of the girl and forcefully submerged her in the river, compelling her to cleanse her mind and regain her senses. Were it not for the lingering sentiments she held for Li Xiao, she would have long since ceased to endure this loquacious and venomous female. Now, with the audacity to provoke her once more, Tang Qingqing was far from an easy target, even if she had no intention of truly drowning her. She was determined to impart a stern lesson to this female. As the other beastmen of the tiger clan prepared to rush to the aid of the delicate girl, they witnessed Li Luo grasping Tang Qingqing, holding her hand firmly against the girl's head. The two locked eyes for a moment before Tang Qingqing took the initiative. With a swift motion, she hurled the girl into the water, just as Li Luo, in a moment of urgency, struck her forcefully on the chest. Tang Qingqing covered the spot where Li Xiao had struck her. Initially, she could have evaded the blow, yet she could not bring herself to believe that Li Xiao would genuinely harm her. Tang Qingqing gazed at the handsome visage before her and offered a bitter smile. If he had already forgotten her, why should she feel reluctant? She closed her eyes, attempting to stem the tears that threatened to spill forth. Li Luo observed the petite female before him with a cold demeanor, his brow furrowing as he noticed the mist in her eyes. You should not touch her. Tang Qingqing lifted her gaze to the unfamiliar figure of Li Xiao, suddenly breaking into a smile. With a gentle shake of her head, she turned and approached the orc who was washing seafood. Clean it well. I am in a good mood today and shall prepare a delightful feast for you all. Li Luo watched the little female depart without a backward glance, a flicker of disappointment and a pang of sorrow stirring within him. However, his attention was swiftly captured by the delicate allure of another orc from the tiger tribe, who, drenched and disheveled, cast a spiteful glance at Tang Qingqing, wishing fervently for her demise. She then turned, adopting a feigned innocence, pleading with Li Luo to seek out Tang Qingqing and demand an apology on her behalf. Meanwhile, the chief of the Zhongshan tribe, Chuanxiang, remained behind to safeguard the salt, approaching Tang Qingqing with earnestness. Leader of the Tang tribe, I am Chuanxiang, chief of the Zhongshan tribe. Might I propose a trade of some game for a few sea king prawns and crabs? Tang Qingqing recalled that a tall, slender orc had once assisted them in conversation, seemingly a member of their tribe. She then instructed, A's, carry a basket for him. Chuanxiang accepted a basket filled with fish and shrimp from A's and intended to depart, planning to deliver it to the young female leader after they returned with their hunt. Just as he turned around, he spotted the young deputy leader of the tiger tribe approaching with his entourage. Observing the smug expression on the face of the tiger tribe female following Li Luo, Chuanxiang sensed that trouble was brewing. Indeed, he overheard the young deputy leader of the tiger tribe confronting the young female leader of the Tang tribe, demanding an apology for the incident involving the tiger tribe female. Chuanxiang was taken aback, nearly dropping the basket of seafood he was carrying. Have you lost your mind, young deputy leader of the tiger tribe? Your female threw stones into the river for no reason, splashing water all over the orc from the Tang tribe, and now you expect an apology? Does your tribe's might grant you the liberty to act with such impunity? Though Chuanxiang disapproved of the tiger tribe's actions, he found himself silenced by the piercing gaze of Li Luo, realizing he had a tribe to protect. Otherwise, he would have relished the opportunity to stand alongside the young female leader and confront the orc from the tiger tribe. Li Luo, observing Tang Qingqing with an expression devoid of emotion, stated coolly, You pushed her into the river. Now you must apologize to her. Tang Qingqing gazed indifferently at the strikingly handsome male before her, then curled her lips into a sardonic smile. If you wish for an apology, it is not impossible. All you need to do is defeat me, and I shall acquiesce to your demands. Without waiting for Li Luo's response, she seemed eager to vent her frustrations and launched a punch at him. Li Luo was compelled to endure Tang Qingqing's assault, and thus began their fierce exchange. Although Tang Qingqing did not exert her full strength, each blow she delivered was filled with formidable vigor. Li Luo, once known as the formidable Li Xiao, possessed immense strength. As long as Tang Qingqing did not genuinely intend to injure him, he was capable of holding his ground against her for a time. Jiao Rou, observing the towering and robust figure of Li Luo, noted that no beastman in the tribe could surpass him in strength. The fact that he had yet to subdue Tang Qingqing led her to believe he was intentionally sparing her. Thus, she called out, Li Luo, she is not merely a fragile female. Only by defeating her will she consider offering me an apology. If she does apologize, I am not like those unreasonable females. I shall certainly forgive her, and this matter will be laid to rest. Upon hearing Jiao Rou's words, Li Luo merely wished to bring this vexing issue to a close, oblivious to the implications of her statement. He simply aimed to subdue Tang Qingqing so that she might casually apologize to Jiao Rou, thus resolving this trivial matter. Tang Qingqing observed as Li Xiao intensified his aggression, compelling her to apologize to the female before her. When his claw dug into her arm, exposing a gory wound, her eyes narrowed, and an icy indifference enveloped her gaze. Devoid of any extraneous emotions, Li Luo, too, sensed the shift in the atmosphere surrounding the petite female. He hesitated, noticing her bleeding arm, which caused him to furrow his brow in agitation and discomfort, a sensation that sparked a throbbing pain in his head. As Li Luo processed the situation, he realized that the petite female had clutched his wrist. With a gentle push, he found himself inadvertently colliding with the delicate figure behind him, resulting in both of them crashing heavily to the ground. Jiao Rou was pinned beneath him. Li Luo's considerable bulk nearly crushed her. Li Luo, get up, Jiao Rou exclaimed, straining to push the weight off her. Meanwhile, Li Luo stared at Tang Qingqing with eyes wide in disbelief, an inner voice persistently assuring him that the petite female before him would never inflict harm upon him. Unbeknownst to the memory-erased Li Xiao, he had thoroughly provoked Tang Qingqing. At that moment, not only was she contemplating pushing him away, but she also harbored the urge to retaliate against him. Tang Qingqing approached Li Luo and Jiao Rou, firmly placing her foot upon Li Luo's chest, rendering them incapable of rising. Get away from here at once. Otherwise, you shall regret it before you even know it. Jiao Rou, trapped beneath Li Luo, found herself equally immobilized by Tang Qingqing's stance. Observing the multitude of beast men from her tribe merely watching, she furiously shouted, "What are you all waiting for? Come forth and deal with this wretched female." Tang Qingqing curled her lips into a smirk, lifting her foot to press down upon the delicate mouth of the insolent Jiao Rou. "I will kill you," was all that Jiao Rou could manage to utter. Muffled and indistinct beneath the weight of Tang Qingqing's foot, the roar of Jiao Rou finally summoned the members of the Tiger clan, who rushed to the scene. With a surge of pent-up energy, Tang Qingqing wasted no time and launched into a flurry of punches. The 20 or so orcs from the Tang clan, witnessing their leader engaged in a fierce brawl with the Tiger clan, were undeterred and joined the fray with ferocious bites. Observing this spectacle, the orcs from the Tsongshan clan trembled with fear, pondering that if their own orcs possessed the same valiant spirit as those of the freshly established Tang clan, they would not have endured years of bullying from other clans. Despite the impressive prowess of Tang Qingqing and her allies, the sheer number of the Tiger clan proved overwhelming. Ultimately, it was Li Luo's thunderous roar that brought an end to this nonsensical skirmish. With a glance laden with complexity, Li Luo regarded Tang Qingqing before leading the orcs of the Tiger clan away in search of a place to rest. Tang Qingqing observed that everyone under her protection had only sustained minor injuries, so she settled upon a stone, gazing into the distance. When Lang Yu returned from the hunt and saw the scene, she intended to confront Li Luo, but was stopped by Tang Qingqing. "Do not go. Their injuries are more severe than ours, and they outnumber us." With a sullen demeanor, Lang Yu instructed her companions to prepare the game for roasting. She then found a relatively clean piece of cloth to bandage the scratches on Tang Qingqing's arm inflicted by Li Luo. Following Tang Qingqing's suggestion, they placed the seafood back into the river, ensuring it would remain fresh until their return to the tribe the following day. The Tsongshan tribe, witnessing this, also submerged their basket filled with shrimp and large fish into the water, eager to share the taste of seafood with the females and young ones back at their settlement. Although they were adept at fishing in the rivers, the land-dwelling beasts had little experience with marine fare, making seafood a rare treat for them. The Tsongshan tribe's leader, Chuan Qiong, presented 3 game animals to Tang Qingqing and her group in exchange for the basket of seafood, reflecting the amicable nature of their kin. Subsequently, the members of both tribes gathered around a fire to grill meat, share a meal, and engage in conversation. The next day, as they set out on their journey, they discovered that both tribes were heading in the same direction. Thus, Tang Qingqing and Quanqiong led their respective tribes together on the return path. They parted ways only after resting at noon, and it was under the cloak of night that Tang Qingqing and her companions returned to their tribe. Their swift journey aided by their lighter burdens. As Tang Qingqing and her companions arrived at the entrance of the tribe, the massive stone blocking the way was pushed open from within. Xinjiao gazed at Tang Qingqing, who was seated upon Langyu, and without uttering a word, he swiftly embraced her, turning to enter the tribe. Tang Qingqing turned and said, "Place the items in the cave designated for storing the tribe's supplies. Everyone should return and rest early. Any matters can be discussed tomorrow." After days of back and forth, Tang Qingqing understood that everyone was weary. Now that they had returned to the tribe, they could finally enjoy a peaceful night's sleep. Lang Yu cast a piercing gaze at Xinjiao's retreating figure, her eyes gradually shifting to a state of despondency as she felt a pang of sorrow for lacking the standing to prevent Xinjiao from leaving. Tang Qingqing rested her head on Xinjiao's shoulder and closed her eyes, the days of separation rendering her profoundly nostalgic for this familiar embrace. Neither of them spoke. Xinjiao effortlessly carried Tang Qingqing to the treehouse. It seemed as if he had anticipated her needs, for shortly thereafter, he brought up a bucket of warm water for her ablutions. The two of them, akin to an old married couple, exhibited no reservations. Xinjiao gently assisted Tang Qingqing in cleansing herself, though she wished to attend to it herself, only to have her hands gently pushed aside by him. Tang Qingqing glanced at Xinjiao's pitch-black eyes, smiled softly, and withdrew her hand. She closed her eyes and lay upon the plush fur mat in the treehouse, allowing Xinjiao to remove her outer garment and cleanse her body. Lang Yu reclined against a grand tree in the valley, his eyes intently fixed on the distant treehouse. He had just intercepted Qin Shan and Mo Yi upon their return, persuading them to defer their matters until tomorrow, as everyone needed rest after a long day. Despite the considerable distance, the keen sensitivity of an orc's ears occasionally caught the faint sounds of playful murmurs carried by the wind. This only heightened Lang Yu's agitation. He leapt down from the tree and plunged into the river below. Inside the treehouse, Tang Qingqing lightly punched Xinjiao's chest. "You did that on purpose, didn't you?" Xinjiao embraced her and pressed a gentle kiss to her lips before responding, "Do not presume that he harbors any secrets unknown to others." "I intend to extinguish any such thoughts in his mind." Tang Qingqing said nothing. She currently had no thoughts on whether she should seek out a few males like the females here. She neither rejected nor yearned for the idea. Xinjiao noticed that Tang Qingqing was so fatigued that she had closed her eyes, so he refrained from disturbing her further. Instead, he pulled over a piece of animal skin from the side to cover both of them. For the past few days, he had not rested well, worried about Tang Qingqing. He embraced her gently, planted a kiss on her forehead, and then closed his eyes. Soon, the treehouse was filled with the sound of their even breathing. The next morning, when Tang Qingqing awoke, Xinjiao was already gone. Standing in the treehouse, she gazed at the riverbank, where a delicate layer of mist was rising. The white, ethereal fog rendered everything hazy and enchanting. "Qingqing, you're awake. Hurry and freshen up. I'll bring up some food." Tang Qingqing glanced down and saw Xinjiao carrying a bamboo basket, which contained a jar and some roasted meat. With a swift leap, she ascended to the treehouse. Tang Qingqing inhaled the delightful aroma wafting from the pot. "What delectable dish is being prepared?" she inquired. Xinjiao handed her a ceramic bowl filled with the savory concoction. "Yesterday, while wandering through the forest, I discovered several types of nuts. I gathered them, cracked them open, and used the kernels to prepare a nourishing meat porridge for you. It will be ready just in time for your morning routine." Xinjiao then filled a basin with water for her to wash her face. Tang Qingqing used a handmade brush crafted from beast hair, dipped in crushed salt, to clean her teeth. Upon returning, she accepted the cloth from Xinjiao to dry her face. "I can manage such tasks myself from now on. Your assistance makes me feel somewhat inadequate," she remarked. However, Xinjiao dismissed her concerns with a light-hearted tone. "I take joy in caring for you, my beloved little female. I shall pamper you as I please." Tang Qingqing found herself at a loss against Xinjiao and ultimately decided to concede, allowing him to have his way, as long as he felt content and unburdened. Xinjiao presented the cooled nut porridge to Tang Qingqing, urging her, "Quickly eat. I have simmered it all morning, though I am uncertain whether it pleases your palate." Tang Qingqing took a sip, and the rich aroma of the glutinous nuts combined with the savory scent of the meat captivated her senses. She instantly fell in love with it. "Delicious." Upon hearing her exclamation, a smile illuminated Xinjiao's face. "If you find it delightful, you should indulge in more. You should try some too." Tang Qingqing scooped a spoonful and offered it to Xinjiao. Thus, the two of them shared the beast meat and nut porridge from the jar, taking turns with each spoonful until it was completely consumed, followed by the devouring of an entire basket of roasted delicacies. Tang Qingqing's standards had been elevated under Xianjiu's nurturing. Recently, as she consumed meat grilled by others, she merely sought to satisfy her hunger, lacking the enjoyment she derived from Xianjiu's barbecued delicacies, which offered both sustenance and pleasure. After finishing her meal, she observed Xianjiu preparing to carry a jar and bowl to the river for washing, prompting her to say, "Ajiu, later, let us distribute the fish, shrimp, and crabs sent by the Xinghai tribe to each household. Additionally, we should share half of the salt with everyone. Furthermore, inform them that from now on, they must store their own provisions for the cold season. Anyone attempting to be cunning or deceitful and not adequately preparing their food shall not be permitted to borrow from others when they find themselves starving during the winter." Xianjiu regarded Tang Qingqing's serious demeanor and replied, "Very well. I will convey these matters to them. In recent days, I have also noticed that some of the beast's men, when confronted by ferocious creatures while hunting, tend to retreat, unwilling to exert themselves in the face of danger. It would be more prudent to hunt separately, ensuring that each family stores their own provisions. Should they find themselves lacking in food later, they must confront the consequences alone." Tang Qingqing understood that the prolonged association of hunting and resource storage would inevitably lead to powerful orcs becoming reluctant to exert themselves, while the weaker ones would increasingly develop a reliance on others over time. It would be far more beneficial to live separately, allowing those orcs who seek to take advantage of others to quickly find it untenable to remain here, or to motivate themselves to strive for a better existence. Regardless of the outcome, either scenario would be quite favorable. Tang Qingqing led Xianjiu to the cave specially excavated for the tribe's supplies, where a multitude of orcs awaited eagerly. They anticipated that upon her return, she would distribute salt, pottery, and coarse cloth, which prompted their early arrival. Before the distribution commenced, Xianjiu conveyed the messages exchanged with Tang Qingqing to the assembly. Many orcs expressed delight upon hearing his words, for their formidable physiques had long caused discontent when sharing spoils with those who struggled to procure sufficient game. However, the majority of the dissenters were those who wished to exploit the situation, relying on others for sustenance. They had enjoyed a significantly better existence recently, no longer needing to toil for their daily meals, only to have their newfound comfort shattered by Xianjiu's declarations, which left them in dismay. One orc with small eyes remarked, "Great shaman, I believe hunting together is quite advantageous. Why must we separate to store food for the cold season?" This sentiment echoed among others, questioning the necessity of division. Most of the opposing voices originated from the weaker or lazy orcs. Their objections were met with disdainful glances from the majority, who believed that hunting separately would allow each to showcase their prowess and gather provisions, while also providing an opportunity for the less ambitious, who merely captured a single sharp-beaked beast each day, to aspire for greater efforts. The small-eyed, lanky orc retorted with an air of entitlement, "What of your strength in hunting more game? We are all members of the same tribe. Why should we be so petty?" Tang Qingqing gazed at the somewhat beastly visages of the orcs, feeling an immense sense of relief for the decision she had made that day. Had she lingered longer, it would have truly extinguished the hopes of those orcs who aspired to dwell in this place. Tang Qingqing cast a cold gaze upon the 5 most raucous orcs ahead. Addressing Qiyu and Yi Wuxian, "Bring in 5 jars of salt, then procure 5 pieces of cloth and ceramic pots to distribute to those 5 before us." The cacophony that had permeated the air suddenly hushed at her words, as all eyes turned toward the 5 orcs who had protested most vehemently. It was evident to anyone that the leader intended to expel them. Otherwise, there would be no reason to provide them with supplies. The orc with the most pronounced eyes quickly reacted, urgently defending, "Leader, why must you give us these things? We do not want them. We wish to share with everyone and do not wish to leave." The other 4 orcs, who had been the loudest in their objections, nervously echoed, "Leader, it is not that we are unwilling to hunt for ourselves. We simply believe that hunting together is more advantageous." Meanwhile, Yi Wuxian and Qiyu had already gathered the items that Tang Qingqing had instructed and presented them before the orcs. They had long harbored disdain for these individuals, who consistently lingered at the rear during hunts, only to rush to the front during meals, fearful of missing out on even a single bite. Tang Qingqing observed several beast men exchanging glances, a fleeting glimmer of malice evident in their eyes. The thought of granting them an opportunity dissipated in that moment. She declared, "At present, I can still allow you to depart with your possessions. Should you choose to incite trouble here, you may find yourselves without the chance to leave." In this realm of beasts, Tang Qingqing had already exhibited considerable courtesy, She even permitted them to leave with their belongings. Those with a harsher disposition would have found any pretext to eliminate them outright. The 5 indolent and cunning beastmen, however, sought to linger, asserting that the houses in the tribe were constructed by their own hands, and thus they possessed the right to reside there. They adopted an insolent demeanor, as if to challenge, "What can you do to me?" Unbeknownst to them, the structures they claimed as their own were effortlessly toppled by Xianjiu, Langyu, and their companions, Yushang and Qiyu. Enraged and embarrassed, the beastmen ultimately faced disdain from the entire tribe and were expelled. The females, including Si Kai and Hua Xiu, glared furiously at the 5 beastmen as they were cast out. Even if Qingqing had chosen not to banish them today, Hua Xiu and Xiao Ling would have sought an opportunity to inform Tang Qingqing of the frequent harassment they endured from these beastmen. Following this incident, Tang Qingqing instructed Xianjiu to distribute earthenware, coarse cloth, and coal according to the number of beastmen in each household. The recipients beamed with joy at the treasures they received, never having imagined that one day they would possess such valuable items. Life within the tribe was indeed a vast improvement over their previous existence of wandering aimlessly. Tang Qingqing was delighted to see the smiles on the faces of each orc. She hoped that those orcs who remained would live peacefully within the tribe, and she resolved to do her utmost to provide them with a stable and secure living environment. Tang Qingqing gazed at the remaining third of the supplies in the cave and turned to Qishan, saying, "Elder brother, this cave is conveniently located not far from your dwelling. Henceforth, you shall be in charge of managing this storage. Only those orcs who contribute to the tribe will be permitted to come here to receive their appropriate rewards." Tang Qingqing's words swiftly reached the ears of all the orcs in the tribe. Everyone became aware that in the future, when matters arose within the tribe, they must not retreat or hold back. Others who contributed to the tribe would reap the rewards, leaving nothing for themselves. Tang Qingqing and Xianjiu carried the pottery, salt, and coal allocated to them back to their residence, and subsequently visited their elder brother Qingshan's home. The plump sister He, having not seen Tang Qingqing for a few days, joyfully presented a selection of fruits that her companions had specially gathered for him. "Qingqing, do enjoy these. Although they appear small, they are delightfully sweet and tangy." Tang Qingqing picked up a bright red fruit from the plate and took a bite, her delicate face scrunching up in response to the sourness. Although this fruit was not as astringent as those from other trees, its tartness made it quite difficult to enjoy. Nevertheless, noticing the glimmer of excitement in Sister Hei's eyes as she watched her, Tang Qingqing persevered and consumed a fruit the size of an egg in just a few bites, just as Sister Hei reached out to offer her more. Tang Qingqing promptly handed over several large shrimp and a few sea fish that she had brought along. "Sister, these seafood delicacies are beneficial for pregnant women. I specifically selected some for you. I'll instruct the brothers on how to prepare them shortly." Sister Hei's joy magnified upon seeing the fish and shrimp in the basket. She was pleasantly surprised that Tang Qingqing had thought of her while attending to her own matters. Even when Tang Qingqing informed her that there were more surprises to come, it did not dampen Sister Hei's delight. It was said that there were only a few baskets of seafood available, and if divided among families, each would receive scarcely a morsel. However, the mere opportunity for everyone to taste the seafood was a tribute to Qingqing's efforts. If it weren't for Qingqing teaching the orcs in the Xinghai tribe to prepare food, their tribe wouldn't have received both salt and seafood. Tang Qingqing recounted the events that had transpired earlier to her brothers. After enjoying lunch at the home of their eldest brother, Qishan, the two returned home. Upon their arrival, Tang Qingqing, with a large animal skin bag in hand, set out with Xianjiu towards the valley, intending to hunt and gather seeds of plants suitable for food. While waiting for their friends Qinghe and Qingchuan, they noticed Sicai and Qiyu approaching them. Upon spotting Tang Qingqing, Sicai joyfully rushed over and embraced her arm, exclaiming, "Qingqing, what are you planning to do with that animal skin bag?" Tang Qingqing smiled as she gazed at the blushing Sicai. Were it not for her own femininity, she might have questioned whether Sicai harbored romantic feelings for her, given her bashful demeanor. "Are you going to gather herbs?" Sicai's eyes sparkled with excitement. "Yes. Wait for me to return home and fetch the animal hide bag. With your protection, I would certainly dare to go." Tang Qingqing watched with a bemused smile as Sicai sprinted home, shaking her head in disbelief. "Take your time. I'll wait for you." Qiyu exchanged a glance with Xianjiu, standing beside Tang Qingqing, and a flicker of unspoken understanding passed between them, as if they had reached a silent agreement. Upon Sicai's return, the two intentionally separated her from Tang Qingqing, preventing them from getting too close. By the time Tang Qingqing exited the tribe, Their original plan to invite only her second and third brothers had transformed into a large gathering. Xiaoling and Huaxiao, encountering Xicai on her way back to retrieve something, had brought their respective males along. Moi claimed he was gathering herbs along the way, while Languid said nothing but followed suit. Yi Wushang, accompanied by his two brothers and Qingqing, asserted they were going hunting, and thus joined the group as well. Upon reaching the forest edge, Tang Qingqing directed the males trailing behind them to go hunt, taking Xicai and a few other females to forage instead. Since the seeds of edible plants only sprouted after the rainy season were scarce, Tang Qingqing led them in a circle, ultimately gathering only a mere few dozen pounds. Consequently, she abandoned the idea of collecting plant seeds and steered Xicai, Huaxiao, and Xiaoling towards the nuts Xianzhou had mentioned, which could be used to make porridge, as they too could serve as sustenance. Tang Qingqing observed that most of the trees in the forest bore a variety of nuts. Hesitant to indiscriminately pluck them, she only gathered a few types she recognized, such as walnuts, hazelnuts, and some cashews. She climbed the trees to harvest them, tossing the fruits to the ground for Xicai and the others to collect in their leather pouches, intending to return and instruct them on how to prepare these edibles. Xiaoling, while placing the fruits with their green shells into the leather pouch, looked up with curiosity and asked, "Qingqing, this shell is quite hard. Can the kernels inside truly serve as food?" Tang Qingqing picked another handful and tossed it aside before replying, "Of course, once I have prepared it. You shall come and taste." Similarly, the girls, Xicai and Huaxiao, who were gathering fruit beneath the tree, chimed in, "Great, at that time. You can teach us how to make it, so that we may also have an additional food source in the future." Tang Qingqing and her companions each gathered a bag of nuts and sought a spot to rest while awaiting Xianzhou and the others' return to the tribe. Later that evening, Tang Qingqing instructed Xianzhou to bring A's and can to retrieve several baskets of seafood sent by the Xinghai tribe. As the land-dwelling orcs seldom have the opportunity to savor such oceanic delicacies, and with the skills to prepare them lacking among the villagers, the limited quantity of seafood would yield only meager portions if distributed among families. After contemplating this, Tang Qingqing decided against dividing the bounty. Instead, she planned to set up several large pots on the open grassy square within the tribe and prepare a communal feast, allowing everyone to partake in the joyous occasion while alleviating the dilemma of culinary inexperience with seafood. End of chapter 107. The Truth of Amnesia in the Tang clan. The orc beauty indulged in seafood, while the orcs of the Moon tribe stood dejectedly outside Yuntian's cave, awaiting their leader to provide an explanation for the tribe. After all, it was his son, Song Ming, who had taken the resources amassed by the entire tribe to the Xinghai tribe in exchange for salt, only to provoke the newly established Tang clan along the way. In the end, he neither acquired the others' possessions nor retained his own. Yuntian had been embroiled in discord among his concubines, a situation of which Emperor Longan was aware. As long as their strife did not trouble him directly or lead to any wrongdoing, the emperor found their rivalry somewhat entertaining. It was only when Lian Xin recounted the events of that time that he grasped the full context. He had not anticipated so many upheavals occurring within the homeland, as both teacher and disciple faced trials together. Although there was no physical harm from the skirmishes, the blood of the enemies stained Rin's body, leaving him sticky and in need of a thorough cleansing before attending to further matters. Upon returning to the inn, Bai Li Yin had already awakened. Seeing her return, he began to express his grievances, believing she had abandoned him. Recently, Fang Chengjia's demeanor had been troubling, leaving Zheng Shi in a state of frustration that she could neither express nor suppress. After all, the so-called contraceptive pills she had taken were merely harmless sleeping pills, rendering her impervious to even the most tumultuous disturbances. The ancients held deep reverence and fear for their ancestors and deities, believing in the efficacy of ancestral worship for blessings and fortune. At that time, the inability to filter out the dregs of wine and extract only the essence proved the necessity of the ritual to summon souls. "Miss, what has happened to Prince Yan?" Song Zhu, unable to hear clearly, inquired of Yao Xiangjun, having only caught fragments of the conversation. He found himself at a loss for words, as he had previously framed Yin Defei for the coup at Xuanwu Gate. Yet, the retired emperor bore no grudges, continuing to provide him with counsel and rescuing him from the brink of death, a kindness for which he felt immense gratitude. After a prolonged silence, he suddenly exhaled, and the vacant gaze in his eyes began to shimmer with renewed vitality, akin to the boundless sea of stars. As countless brilliant points of light gradually settled into the depths of his gaze, two fists flew through the air like raindrops in a tempest, aimed at the four security guards. Just as Zhao Yufeng felt helpless and unsure of what to do, a voice emerged from the side. Innkeeper, after months of compliance. Is this how you repay me? Although Ma Er harbored resentment, he dared not act upon it. Upon hearing Qin Biao's words, Han Ruo Bing's lips curled into a faint smile, realizing that the fellow was indeed cooperative, understanding the purpose behind his promotion to vice president. The elderly man's clouded eyes regarded Qi Hengxian, his raspy voice expressing, I merely wish to enjoy this final month of tranquility. Why must you disturb me? As he spoke, his withered hands exerted pressure, causing Qi Hengxian to break out in a cold sweat, his face contorted in agony. In a flurry, Lu Qinshi rushed in to retrieve Tian Lu's coat, only to be silenced and ensnared in a tight embrace. The old man's seemingly ordinary gesture was, upon closer inspection, a perfectly executed return gesture. Previously, she had discovered Lin Yu's sudden disappearance and feared he had fallen into the depths of the misty abyss, which had saddened her. Even though he had deliberately weakened his power by a third out of consideration for April, he still struck fiercely, catching Ruan Jinan off guard and tearing his left shoulder. Upon hearing Yang Qing's name, Shang Guanyun was taken aback with both surprise and joy. According to the two companions, they were not searching for Xiao Ying. However, Shang Guanyun was concerned that this matter might be connected to her, prompting her to press her ear against the wall to listen intently. Upon Li Luo's return from the Xing Hai tribe with salt, he learned that his father beast, Li Shang, had fallen ill. Entering the herb-scented cave, he found his father lying there, visibly weakened. In just a few short days, Li Luo observed his father's sunken eyes and sallow complexion. Although his father's expression brightened upon seeing him, it was soon replaced by a weary demeanor as he remarked, You have returned. Li Luo approached Li Shang, questioning how his condition could have deteriorated so severely in such a brief span. Li Shang seemed reluctant to engage in conversation, dismissively stating, It's nothing. You must be tired from your journey. Rest early. I have someone to care for me. You should head back. Li Luo nodded and exited the cave, taking a deep breath. He felt a sense of unease as his father seemed to harbor an aversion towards him. In his memory, his father had always delighted in his presence, yet now each time their eyes met, there lingered an unspoken emotion. What Li Luo was oblivious to was that after his departure, Li Shang softly murmured, Why was it him that died? Days passed. The cold winds turned the leaves yellow, and the wild grasses withered as the orcs began to hunt extensively in preparation for the harsh winter ahead. In the tribe of Tang Qingqing, upon discovering that nuts could serve as sustenance, the orcs, under her guidance, gathered an abundance of them. Nuts, once dried, are less prone to spoilage and can be stored with greater ease. Consequently, whenever they ventured out, they would collect them to stockpile provisions for the cold season. During this time, Tang Qingqing intended to take Xianjiao to the Wumong Mountain to harvest fruits suitable for flour production. Unexpectedly, on the day of their departure, they passed by the dwellings of Mo Yi and Lang Yu, only to learn that the two intended to travel to Wumong Mountain as well. Before Tang Qingqing and Xianjiao could leave the tribe, Mo Yi and Lang Yu had already joined them. With no other option, Tang Qingqing led the three males on their journey while attempting to placate a certain fox male who yearned for some solitude with her. It was uncertain whether Xianjiao's desire for a private adventure with her was disrupted by the presence of the other two males, but throughout the journey, he clung to Tang Qingqing, seeking her hand and leaning intimately against her. This display elicited from the other two males a desire to whisk Xianjiao away to a secluded spot for a reprimand. Fortunately, Tang Qingqing indulged and cherished this fox male, who was willing to go to great lengths for her. Had it been another male exhibiting such clinginess, she would have promptly kicked him aside. Instead, she maintained a gentle smile, adoringly watching Xianjiao's antics beside her, ensuring that her attention remained solely on him. Especially in the presence of Mo Yi and Lang Yu, who had accompanied them, Tang Qingqing reclined against a grand tree, her hand gently caressing the increasingly fair and handsome face of Xianjiao. Very well, apart from you, I shall not gaze upon anyone else. Our Jiao is simply exquisite, no male can compare. Xianjiao, lying beside Tang Qingqing, playfully twirled a strand of her long hair between his fingers, his voice tinged with a low timbre. If there were a male more handsome than I, would you then choose to look at him? At that moment, Xianjiao recalled the strikingly beautiful Li Xiao, who surpassed even him in allure, and the formidable leader of the Golden Lion tribe, Lang Lai, whose rugged features exuded a raw masculinity. He also noticed that whenever the leader of the Golden Lion tribe beheld Qingqing, his eyes sparkled with admiration, accompanied by an unmistakable desire to possess the female for himself. Tang Qingqing had closed her eyes and ceased to speak. She now profoundly understood the sensation of some modern men who found themselves entangled with a capricious girlfriend. No matter how one might attempt to placate her, it proved futile. By the campfire on the grassy knoll, Lang Yu and Mo Yi reclined upon a hide, both unable to find slumber as they gazed at the stars above and felt the chill breeze enveloping them. After dinner, Xinjiu 6 had taken Tang Qingqing away, and she had yet to return. Lang Yu cast a sidelong glance at Mo Yi, acutely aware of his own inconsequential status. Yet Mo Yi, lying there, merely observed Xinjiu's domineering behavior towards the petite female with a silent perplexity, for he too was a recognized follower of the petite female. How could Lang Yu fathom the torment within Mo Yi? Witnessing Xinjiu indulgently tease and act petulantly beside Tang Qingqing, at times even adopting a feminine demeanor to coquette with her, was a sight that left Mo Yi in disarray. Tang Qingqing simply smiled affectionately regarding a male who towered over her by 3 heads, which only served to illustrate his unique significance in her heart. In contrast, Mo Yi, who had opportunistically claimed the title of follower, felt utterly inconsequential in comparison. What could he express, except for the discomfort he felt in silence? The following day, Tang Qingqing ventured into the Wuming Mountains accompanied by 3 males. Witnessing wave after wave of beastly assaults, Xinjiu realized just how challenging it had been for Tang Qingqing, with her unstable powers at the time, to retrieve the red grass from the depths of Wuming Mountain alongside Li Xiao. Upon arriving at the mesmerizing sea of illusionary flowers, Tang Qingqing's eyes widened in astonishment. The wildflowers and grasses outside had withered with the changing seasons. In stark contrast, the illusionary flowers here continued to bloom vibrantly, their fragrances and pollen swirling gracefully in the air with the gentle breeze. As Tang Qingqing ventured deeper into the enchanting Wumong Mountain, she felt an exquisite comfort permeating every pore of her being. She sensed that the spiritual essence of this place was profoundly potent, which likely accounted for the vibrant flora that remained unwithering despite the changing seasons. At this moment, Tang Qingqing possessed the power to easily obliterate this mesmerizing sea of flowers. However, she refrained from doing so. Should she destroy this floral paradise, the wild beast lurking at the fringes would inevitably invade the innermost sanctum of Wumong Mountain, thereby jeopardizing its tranquility and breathtaking beauty. Just then, Mo Yi stepped forward and approached Tang Qingqing, declaring, "I am the Xiong Wan beast and can carry you across." Tang Qingqing shook her head and pointed to Languid, saying, "You should carry him over there. Be cautious and cover his nose with a cloth. The fragrance and pollen of the dream flower can disperse high into the air with the wind, and one careless moment could leave him dizzy and falling from the sky." Languid frowned as she looked at Tang Qingqing and Xinjiu, asking, "How will the 2 of you get across?" Xinjiu cast a disdainful glance at the similarly handsome male. Upon realizing that his little female had a slight preference for attractive appearances, he grew increasingly irritated at the thought of any handsome male approaching Tang Qingqing. Languid chose to ignore the possessive male. If every male were like him, it would be likely that 1/3 of the males in the Beastman continent would be unable to find a partner. Such a selfish thought would surely invite severe repercussions if other males were to discover it. At that moment, Lang Yue's longing for something unattainable shaped his perspective. Should his identity be acknowledged one day, he would likely detest any beastman who dared to approach his little female even more than anyone else. In the end, Languid was carried across the sea of dream flowers by Mo Yi's flight, while Tang Qingqing enveloped Xinjiu in a protective barrier formed from her spiritual essence, lightly stepping on the dream flowers as she floated by. Mo Yi and Languid soared high above, gazing down to witness Tang Qingqing tightly holding on to Xinjiu as they appeared to glide over the sea of flowers. Their understanding of Tang Qingqing and Xinjiu's capabilities deepened. It seemed their true power far surpassed what they typically displayed. Mo Yi attempted to carry Languid in a surge of momentum through the vine forest that Tang Qingqing had mentioned, but he inadvertently got entangled in the vines that swung him into the air. Fortunately, Tang Qingqing used her wind blades to sever the vines, safely guiding the 2 of them out of the vine thicket. Tang Qingqing arrived at the orchard, only to find the fruits had already fallen to the ground, leaving behind a canopy of lush green leaves. Aware that there would be no food within the depths of the Wumong Mountain, she had brought along several of the prey she had hunted earlier. Should these prove insufficient, she could always venture outside to hunt more. With her current abilities, Tang Qingqing was no longer intimidated by the natural barriers of Wumong Mountain. Upon entering the mountain, Mo Yi was astounded to discover a plethora of rare herbs, unseen in the outside world. For the following days, he diligently climbed the sheer cliffs to gather medicinal plants. Tang Qingqing cautioned him to be wary of the poisonous creatures that guarded these precious herbs. It was the first time Mo Yi felt her genuine concern after being by her side for so long. A warmth spread through his heart as he nodded vigorously, acknowledging her words. He recalled the teachings of his father, who had once warned him that the rarer the treasures of heaven and earth, the more formidable the creatures likely to guard them. Tang Qingqing, having realized that Mo Yi was indeed aware, chose not to elaborate further. Instead, she led Xinjiu and Langyu to the cliff, searching diligently for the flower fruits they had previously encountered. Over the course of several days, they gathered all the flower fruits they could find, including those that had fallen to the ground, filling their beast skin bags with approximately 1 to 2,000 pounds. One day, Tang Qingqing approached a cave they had not explored before. Gazing at the nearby waterfall, shrouded in mist, she felt an inexplicable pull, as if something within the cave was beckoning her. Tang Qingqing instructed Xinjiu and Langyu to remain outside while she ventured in to assess for any potential dangers. However, both Xinjiu and Langyu opposed her suggestion, leading the trio to enter the cave together. Initially, they could still see, but the further they progressed, the more their visibility diminished. Xinjiu grasped Tang Qingqing's hand tightly, with Langyu closely following at her side. The cave appeared to stretch on indefinitely. Although beastmen are typically capable of seeing in the darkness within this cave was shrouded in a thick mist, rendering Xinjiu and Langyu unable to perceive anything. Only Tang Qingqing, possessing the spiritual essence, could faintly discern her surroundings, ultimately requiring one hand to guide each of her companions forward. "I cannot see anything here, Qingqing. Perhaps we should turn back." Tang Qingqing always felt as though something here was calling out to her. She paused, considering that Xinjiu's words held some truth. "I will send you all out." As Tang Qingqing was about to lead them back, she suddenly found herself unable to move, for Xinjiu and Langyu were holding her hands, not following her. In the darkness, Langyu's voice resonated. "You have escorted us out of the cave. Are you planning to enter again? If that is the case, let us all go in together." Tang Qingqing sighed, originally harboring a different intention. However, considering the safety of the two, she resolved to lead them away first, planning to return alone another day to uncover the mysteries that captivated her. Just as she prepared to guide Xinjiu and Langyu back, a radiant golden light flickered ahead. Before she could scrutinize it, she was enveloped by this luminous glow and vanished. When Xinjiu and Langyu regained their sight, they barely had time to lunge towards the direction where Tang Qingqing had disappeared, only to be repelled by an invisible barrier, tumbling to the ground. "Tang Qingqing!" Xinjiu shouted hoarsely, desperately colliding against the unseen wall, his claw-like manifestation scratching at the air, though the atmosphere remained silent. Langyu flailed in the void. But no matter how hard he exerted himself, he could not advance a single step. They were both hindered by an imperceptible force. Meanwhile, Tang Qingqing was transported to an ethereal realm by the beam of light. In this surreal space, she lay peacefully within a shimmering golden eggshell, resembling a tranquil slumber. The spiritual essence from the entire expanse converged towards her, absorbed seamlessly by her form. When the golden radiance enveloping Tang Qingqing finally dimmed, half a month had elapsed. End of chapter. 109. Ethereal space. Upon awakening, Tang Qingqing, having absorbed a significant amount of spiritual essence, sat cross-legged to merge the gathered energy within her dantian before finally opening her eyes. She then meticulously stored the void space she had previously inhabited into her sea of consciousness, transforming it into a realm she could access at will. Subsequently, Tang Qingqing ventured once more into the void space, where she beheld a bamboo pavilion amidst an expanse of fertile land, adorned with various celestial herbs and treasures cultivated by past beast spirits. A crystal-clear spiritual spring flowed naturally, nurturing the surrounding earth. Tang Qingqing, having already gleaned knowledge of this space from her inherited memories, was not taken aback by the presence of various items upon her entrance. As she stepped into the bamboo dwelling, she observed an array of household goods, indicating that this must be the abode of the beast spirits. Tang Qingqing ascended the bamboo ladder to the second floor, where she found, apart from a bamboo bed, a row of bamboo shelves. Upon noticing an object resembling a jade slip on the shelves, as well as numerous jade boxes, she approached and opened one of the boxes, only to discover pills within. Unfamiliar with the nature of these pills, Tang Qingqing had no choice but to close the jade box once more. Setting the box aside, she then picked up a jade slip and released a trace of her spiritual awareness into it, allowing the contents recorded within to flood into her mind. Astonishingly, this jade slip contained a cultivation technique known as the Heartswell method. Tang Qingqing surmised that this slip must have wandered here from the immortal realm countless years ago, since beast spirits are, after all, manifestations of the natural forces of the beast world. She was unaware of the jade slip's significance and thus failed to recognize the cultivation method it contained. Upon completing her study of this technique, Tang Qingqing returned the jade tablet to its place on the bamboo rack. The method inscribed on the jade tablet allows practitioners to absorb all natural sources for cultivation, devoid of any rank restrictions, merely emphasizing the importance of following one's heart during the practice. Tang Qingqing circled around the space before emerging directly into the cave, where she discovered that the black mist had dissipated. 3 male orcs lay inside, their expressions disheveled. Xianjiu lay on the ground, his gaze vacant as he stared at the cave ceiling. Lang Yu leaned against the stone wall, eyes closed, while Mou curled up, appearing utterly dejected. The pallor of the males' faces suggested they had lost all vitality. "What has happened to you?" Upon hearing the voice, Xianjiu's body stiffened, and he turned his gaze toward the source of the sound. A tear slid down his dust-streaked face, while Mo Yi and Lang Yu, their eyes bloodshot, looked in the direction where Tang Qingqing stood. Suddenly, Xianjiu sprang to his feet and embraced Tang Qingqing, his voice hoarse as he asked, "Where have you been? Why did you take so long? Do you know how worried I have been?" Before Tang Qingqing could utter a word, she was pulled into the embrace of Lang Yu, with Mo Yi closely beside her. For a moment, everyone fell silent. It was only when they exited the cave that Tang Qingqing realized she had spent a remarkable 15 days within its confines. At this moment, she had undergone yet another transformation. Her features resembled a picturesque painting, her skin akin to exquisite porcelain, her waist as slender as a willow, standing gracefully like a celestial maiden descended from the heavens. Furthermore, she was no longer an ordinary mortal. Within the void of that ethereal space, Tang Qingqing had received the legacy of the beast spirit, the divine entity of this beastly realm. From this inheritance, she learned that the world she inhabited was, in fact, a secret realm within the domain of cultivation. The fathomless vortex cave in the Valley of the Beast Gods served as the portal to this hidden realm, which would open for 3 days every millennium. During that time, cultivators from the realm of immortality would seek to enter, aiming to slaughter the beastmen and extract the spiritual source crystals from their bodies for their own cultivation. In response, the guardian beast spirit would channel all its power to seal the entrance, preventing the cultivators from entering this world, ultimately succumbing to exhaustion at the portal. Tragically, Tang Qingqing had been chosen as the next protector of this beastly realm, destined to be the beast god who would seal the entrance when it opened. The tradition of interring the fallen beastmen's bodies in the bottomless pit of the Valley of the Beast Gods stemmed from the belief that the power of the spiritual source crystals within their bodies could delay the opening of the portal. Tang Qingqing was chosen by the residual soul consciousness of the beast spirit, for she possessed the bloodline of divine beasts, inherently capable of absorbing spiritual essence. The more spiritual essence she absorbed, the greater the power stored within her body. When the entrance to the secret realm was unveiled, she would possess the capability to seal it. The 3 males were captivated, utterly entranced by the transformation of the once ordinary Tang Qingqing into an ethereal beauty. Tang Qingqing regained her senses only to find that they were all fixated on her. She touched her face, perplexed, and inquired, "Is there something on my face?" The 3 males shook their heads and averted their gaze, simultaneously responding, "No." Although Tang Qingqing noticed the glimmering eyes of those around her, she did not dwell on it. Instead, she selectively shared her experiences with them.